There we go. All right. So,
Right.
how many of the games how many of these have you actually played?
I have played, let's call it, I have to double check for Bloodborne, but let's call it maybe 30% of Bloodborne. I've played, you tell me, well, I have to look at the bosses again, for
Okay.
Dark Souls 3, but I think maybe like 40%, maybe 60%. It's like somewhere between 40 and 60%.
Okay.
I forget how much progress but we'll find out pretty soon because
Right.
I recognize the bosses very well.
Well, let's just
Um,
start with Demon Souls. We'll just go in order.
Obviously Elden Ring,
Yeah.
I've literally killed every single one of them. So,
I mean,
well, besides the DLC.
we can
Besides
start
the
with
DLC.
you want to start with Elden Ring since you played the most of that one, and then we can go back and go in order that way.
We go in whatever order you want. If you want to go in,
Well, I just meant
if you
like
just literally go in the order.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say start with Demon Souls and then just go in order from like mostly release date because I'm not gonna do Bloodborne came out before Demon or Dark Souls 3, but we're not gonna do Bloodborne after Dark Souls 2. That's stupid. But
Yeah, whatever logical order makes the most
all
sense,
right,
I would say.
we'll just go in order because we can't like save Demon
All
Souls
right.
for Demon Souls is too easy.
All
All
right.
right. So what like let's say ranking what are we gonna like combine like difficulty with coolness? Is that what we're gonna do?
I think you have to, otherwise you'd make two tier lists for
All
that
right.
kind of thing, and that's a lot of work. So I don't know. I
And
think you can buy them.
yeah. And obviously, I'm just gonna say this now for the people that I play these games very strategically, and I don't give a fuck what y'all think. It's like if there's a way to beat a boss easily, I'm taking it. Okay? So that's definitely gonna
Yeah,
play.
a grain of salt. I mean, I would say, especially with your multiple playthroughs, you do get normal versions of the bosses. You do definitely miss out on boss mechanics, not necessarily as a complete detriment. You're playing the game and you're not really, I would say rarely you're exploiting, but all within basically what's possible in the game without, fucking loving action replay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm never like cheating. I'm like using what's in the
yeah, yeah,
game
yeah.
to do it. Yeah, and I
It's
mean,
on the fucking disc,
yeah, I'm like,
hypothetically
yeah,
speaking.
like if
Whatever.
you don't, yeah, it's part of the game. I'm doing it. But like, and you are right though, because I mean, because you have to do new game plus playthroughs for
Same
most of
thing,
these
yeah.
games, and when you do new game plus playthroughs, you're usually doing them fast, and so I don't actually use lots of like exploits, quote unquote, in my new game plus playthroughs. It's really just like I don't really have
Right.
that same experience of the first time I fight a boss. It's like, oh my god, what do I do? It's just
Yeah.
like, nah, I got it. But the second time through, I'm
There are
actually like,
some things that do drastically, and you can speak to this obviously, but you know, games like Dark Souls 2 where the summons make a massive difference between the difficulty of what a boss could be and like, yeah, we've talked about it, the traditional idea of difficulty if you'd ask, I don't know, I guess a random person on
yeah.
the
I
street
mean,
what
A Souls
part of
purist is gonna have an entirely different outlook on difficulty.
yeah, well, yeah, purist in the sense that okay, let's say that they don't use summons very often,
Right.
or they're just making a build, they're playing the game, they're not going, they're learning the boss mechanics on the go.
Right.
First trying a boss, I think
Not
very safe to
yeah.
say in any Souls game, very fairly unlikely, but
Now
you're able to do that at a decent clip
I will say though that Demon Souls I feel like
with exceptions,
is the
obviously.
exception to that because Demon Souls even if you're not like even if you're not going for a specific build right from the jump or whatever, a lot of those bosses you could probably first try if you like just don't if you don't play like dumb and just try to
I can
rush it.
believe it for some bosses.
I mean like we'll
For
just
certain
start, okay?
bosses, I
So
can.
like Phalanx first boss in the game,
Yeah,
everyone should be able to first try this boss. I mean like it's
yeah.
insanely easy. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's like a bad but like it's a good boss as far as like an intro to all of Souls is concerned. Um
Mhm.
because obviously it still has that aspect to it where if you do think that it's like any other game and you just try to run up to it and start hitting it, it will kill you instantly. But like
Right.
it's extremely
Other than
easy
that, it's
to
not.
figure out and it's extremely easy to dodge its attacks and it's extremely easy to kill, especially if you have fire bombs at the beginning. I can't remember, and that's a very common thing across most Souls games too. Like I don't think people really know that. Whereas
Mm.
almost every single first boss in all of Souls can be absolutely shredded with fire bombs if you have them at the beginning.
I've definitely noticed. Well, I noticed that for Dark Souls 3, and I noticed that for well, didn't Elden Ring have some bombs and shit?
Well, the first
Or no?
boss, no, the first boss in Elden Ring is like in Sekiro, where it's extremely overscaled and you're supposed to lose.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I guess technically, like the first boss is like the tutorial boss, which that one is easy.
Well,
But
that's what I thought you were referring to. So
no,
you're talking
I'm
about
talking
this.
about I'm talking
So
about that.
this is not the tutorial boss. That's what I was assuming.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
am
yeah, yeah.
thinking about.
No, 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 no. Tutorial. I can't remember if they had the tutorial boss on the list and I took it out. Oh, they did. Yeah, the Vanguard Demon. I took that shit off because
Mm.
that fight doesn't count.
Okay, I see the DNF set. Okay, I wasn't
Yeah,
even paying
this
attention.
one right here is like the tutorial boss in Demon Souls, and I removed it because no.
We should maybe we should go over the DNFs first
Okay, yeah,
as to why they're
we'll do that.
DNF,
We'll
and
do
then
that.
maybe
Yeah,
get
yeah,
into the
we'll do
list.
that. Okay,
And
so
you can continue, or you could continue with Phalanx, but or
I'm gonna put Phalanx where I want him. I'm gonna put him in C just cause like it's a good intro boss, but it's extremely easy and
Mm,
it doesn't really have any variation in the moveset. I mean, it's just a pile of shields and it throws spears at you, and that's all it does. Like it's like
I see.
it's a circular pile of like those like those slime things that
I
are
was
in
thinking
all
300, but
you
what
know
slime things?
yeah, like the slime things that are in like all the games, like across most of the
Oh, yeah,
Souls
yeah, yeah.
games. It's like a pile of those with shields around them, and then they just like open up for a second and throw a spear at you, and like that's it. That's the
Mm.
whole fight. So if you just dodge the spears and then run in when they open the shields and hit them a few times, or use fire bombs or whatever, like that's it. That's the whole fight. So it doesn't really.
And not too bad. So
It's
a
just
one-trick pony,
yeah,
basically.
very simple, but it does get the point across. All right, we'll go down to the DNFs and go over why that
I'm
is the way
curious
it
as
is.
well.
So Vanguard Demon is the tutorial boss, which is extremely easy when you first fight him, and he does show up again. I can't remember actually if you're supposed to die to the Vanguard Demon. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's been a long time since I played Demon Souls. Either way, either it's a scripted loss or he's
Mm.
easy. I can't remember.
Like either way. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but you feed him, but then he does show up again. He's kind of just like standing in the middle of like the open, not the open world because it's not an open world game, but you know what I mean. Like he's standing in the middle of the open world in World 4 of Demon Souls. He just like around a corner and but if you have any spell of any kind, there's kind of like this barrier in front of where he's standing, and if you just don't cross that barrier, he absolutely will not aggro to you. Like you can like attack him with
Mm.
spells from that distance. He'll turn and look at you, but he won't run over. So it's not even a fight. So
Mm.
you can just sit behind the barrier and just be like fireball, 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 and then he's dead. So like
Yeah, so this is where the purists are will start to raise their pitchforks.
yeah, I
But
mean sure,
so essentially, Peas is the reason why he's not on the list,
right,
among
right.
other reasons.
Yeah, first time you fight him, I can't remember honestly. I remember the second time because it's just hilarious because it's not even a fight. Now, obviously, if you're using like a melee build,
Yeah.
you would have to go up to him. But like even then, if you had fire bombs or something like that, you could, or a bow and arrow even, you could range him out. You don't have to.
Hmm.
You don't have to fight
Yeah.
him. I mean, you could. It's kind of like we'll get to it later, but there's like a strategy for Maiden Estrella that's like you just buy like 300 fucking arrows and sit on a cliff and just snipe her to death, and it takes like 2 minutes because she has so much health. But like nope, they can't. But you can't do anything about it.
Oh.
True King Allant is not a real boss fight either. That's so like at the end of Demon Souls, after you
Hmm.
after you defeat Old King Allant, which is the actual fight, go down to like confront the Great Demon or whatever it's called, the old one, I think is his name. And you get into like this little tree area, and then it's just like he's like one of the slimes, but a little bit bigger, and it just kind of like crawls around the room trying to hit you, but it's extremely slow and weak, and it's not a
Yeah.
fight. It's not a fight at all. Like it has a health bar and
Yeah.
everything,
Yeah.
but like you would have to like literally stand still and stand right in front of him and wait for him to like do an extremely slow swing with his little fucking broken sword or whatever, and he'd have to hit you like 5 times to kill you. It's not a fight, so that's why I put it there.
Yeah.
because that's
Fair
stupid
enough.
as well.
Yeah. That's just
Uh,
a symbolic
yeah,
fight,
yeah, yeah.
sounds like.
So the next four are DLC from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, 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 I think. Yeah, that's right, yeah. The next four are DLC from Dark Souls 1, Sanctuary Guardian, Artorias, Menace, and the Black Knight and the Black Dragon. And I didn't do the DLC because it wasn't required at all for the platinum. And honestly, I didn't even think about the fact that it was in the game because I played like obviously Dark Souls 1 remastered, and I didn't think about the fact that it was included in the remastered version until like I was already done, and then I was like, I'm not going back in New Game
Mm.
Plus and doing fucking DLC because that just sounds like it'd be a bad time. But
Yeah, it's probably tough.
plus I was in the middle of my Souls Gauntlet, and I was like, I'm not just gonna go waste however long it's gonna take me to beat these four for no reason.
Yeah.
Um, and then yeah, the
Okay.
next what three? The next five, six? Yeah, the next six are the Dark Souls 3 DLC, which like
Mm.
you didn't own, so I didn't have it. So
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
yes,
I
yeah,
really
yeah,
do just have the disc.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I couldn't play that anyway. Plus, I know from looking at people talking about Dark Souls 3 that these motherfuckers are tough, and I was like, I'm good.
Well, yeah, would not surprise me.
Especially like
I
Gale.
do recognize, like, I remember hearing shit about Demon Prince. I
Yeah,
remember hearing shit about fucking,
I know Gale is an absolute menace, so I was like, no,
yeah, that's what
I'm
I was
good.
gonna say, Gale as well.
And then, and I know Sister Freed is actually a menace too, so I was like, please, I'm good.
Mm.
But and then all these ones from Sekiro are mini bosses. There's a couple in here that you could like maybe consider including in like the main list of bosses, like Blazing Bull, like because that's the first time you fight one of the bulls, and
Mm.
that shit is annoying if you do it wrong, which I did.
Nice.
Because there's like a one of the shinobi prosthetics is kind of like these oh my god, it's like fireworks basically that you throw out in front of you to like blind enemies and shit. And if you use that on it and kind of strafe behind its like hind legs, you can kind of get it in a loop of turning and just slowly get its health down that way. But if you don't know that and you're trying to like dodge it legit and parry it legit and jump over it and shit, it's very annoying. So like you could consider that one,
Mm.
but ultimately it wasn't that. It wasn't. It's not like a, but it's not really a boss though. I mean, it doesn't have a health bar.
That's an
I
introduction
mean,
of an enemy.
okay, that's not true. It does have a health bar, um, but it's only got one phase and it's only like it has like three attacks that it just constantly repeats over and over again. It's just very chaotic, so it's kind of hard to guess which of those three attacks it's going to use next. But yeah, I mean, and there's another one later on which is on this. It's down here at this one, yeah, the Bull of the Palace, which also, and when you get to that one, super easy to beat it. I mean, because you know what you're doing
Yeah,
from the first time.
right. It's just the same thing.
Yeah, and then maybe this one, like the drunkard, because but that was the one I think I told you about this where I figured out about how if you quit after killing enemies, they don't respawn. So this is
Oh yeah, I don't remember that, but
yeah, so this guy has like I want to say five or six regular enemies with him, but you can sneak around the map and kill like two or three of them at a time, and then just and once and like it's like you kill like two or three of them, and it'll aggro the rest. And then if you just quit instantly, when you respawn or when you load the game back in, the two that you already killed will stay dead, and everyone else will de-aggro. So then you can kill the other two, and you can get rid of all of his friends basically, and turn it into a very
yeah.
manageable one-on-one. And then you can sneak
Ah,
up on him and get his first health bar down. It's a whole thing. But yeah, I mean, and the rest
yeah.
of these, some of these you could probably consider to be bosses because some of them kind of are tough. But I
They
mean,
don't register on the Richter scale
yeah, I mean,
of toughness.
they don't have trophies related to them. A lot of them are theoretically optional. Not really, because you do need like the stuff that they drop in order to make other bosses easier or more manageable or whatever. But I mean, for the most part, yeah, I mean, some of them kind of present sort of like a skill check almost, where it's like the Ashina generals. There's lots of those guys throughout the game, and they all are pretty decent opponents. Like, but if you have any basic understanding of the pairing mechanic, they're all pretty manageable. Like there's none of them like they don't have crazy. None. That's the thing is none of these guys have shit that you've never seen before. I guess is the best way to put
Yeah.
it. Whereas like the bosses all have unique things that no one else can do. Like the real
Sure.
bosses. Obviously like the bull has things no one else can do because it's a fucking bull. But like not in the same sense of like a boss that pulls out some crazy magic shit that you've never seen before, right? I mean,
Right.
so that's pretty much why this list down here is the way it is.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right, let's get back to this.
Anything else of note, would you say? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's it. We can get back to Demon Souls. And who's next? We're gonna do Tower Knight next. They have it like they had the list slightly out of order from like the most logical way to go about it. Tower Knight,
Appearance order, basically.
yeah. Tower Knight's well, it's kind of weird because Demon Souls is so like optional about which order you do things in because you can go to any of the
Mhm.
four worlds at any point. Like you could go to World 1, beat Phalanx,
Yeah.
and then pop over to World 2 and go fight the Armor Spider if you felt like doing it that way. And then you could pop over to World 4 and fight the Adjudicator or some shit. Like it's weird. There's no
Right.
like there's nothing the only like um wall, so to speak, in the game is to the Penetrator, which is like that's the actual second to last boss. And for a good reason, because there's a side quest tied up with him that makes him significantly easier. Um, but yeah, so we'll do Tower Knight next. Tower Knight, um, well, Tower Knight's kind of interesting because there's a trophy. So he has a bunch of there's like it's a big open courtyard, and then there's
Mm.
a bunch of archers, probably like I want to say like four on each side, like on the ramparts, and
Yeah.
they'll shoot at you during the boss fight, and there's a trophy for beating him without killing the archers. So there's staircases right past the entrance that you can immediately take a right or left and go up the staircase and then kill all the archers so that you're not getting sniped while fighting him. But obviously there's a trophy for not doing that. So I didn't do it.
Right.
And it does not make the fight hard at all. The archers can't aim for shit.
Really.
It's
Like,
super easy to I don't it's weird because obviously you can't really look at them while you're fighting because obviously if you turn to look at them, there's a giant guy with a massive shield and a massive fucking sword that'll beat the crap out of you if you're not paying attention to him. But
yeah.
I'm gonna give this guy like probably more points just because he looks really cool. I mean, he's like a fucking
Yeah.
15, 20 foot tall knight with a shield the same size as him and a sword the same size as him. But the fight itself is very easy because you just kind of like clip at his ankles and then he'll fall over and then you just kind of get behind him again and clip at his ankles and he'll fall over, so on and so forth
Yeah.
until he's dead.
Hey, it does look cool. I like pulled up this picture.
Yeah, and again,
It also has this
the
like,
archers don't make the fight hard at all. I mean, even like when I was in my New Game Plus runs of Demon Souls, I didn't bother to go up there to kill them any time because I was just like, you guys can't hit me anyway. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
his attacks are very telegraphed and he's very easy to evade. I mean, you'll probably, if it's your first time fighting him, you'll probably get hit just because you won't know exactly how big the hitbox is whenever he slams his shield down
Sure.
over. And he is he's a big enemy, and a lot of times those enemies it's kind of hard to gauge exactly how big of a radius their hitboxes have.
Yeah. When their attack ends.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, and yeah, that bullshit too, where like if you run into the end of the attack or like the shockwave, you don't know
Yeah.
exactly whether or not the shockwave is gonna hit you. But yeah,
Trying to judge the distance and you dodge
r-
one way and you're like,
right,
well,
right,
that's
right,
sort of 3 feet longer than I expect it to be.
right. So yeah, he's not really much of a threat though. So don't do that.
Fair enough. So what is
Whoops.
that,
What
D
did
or
I just do?
okay, yeah, F12, I believe,
It's cool.
or
I
you
got
can
it
hit
right here.
X, that too.
So let's say, oh man,
B as well.
yeah, I'm gonna say B, just because again,
B, okay.
I'm
Well,
gonna say
a
B.
higher
I'm gonna say B just because he's really
actual
cool.
bit.
He's cool, and
It does look cool.
the
Okay.
lore for him is actually
Shield is
cool.
pretty awesome.
The lore for him is actually pretty cool. So there's
Yeah.
like okay, I can't remember who the third one is, but oh, it's an NPC that you so Tower Knight, Penetrator, and I can't remember the NPC's name. but they were like the three like I don't know greatest warriors of the kingdom or whatever. And then when the demons
Okay.
took over, Tower Knight and Penetrator were both turned like transformed into demon lords that like they became really
Hmm.
scary mindless versions of themselves, but they used to be like the greatest heroes in the whole like of everything, and they were both turned into these giant
Dope.
monsters. So I was like, all right, cool. That's pretty badass.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
All right, Armor Spider. Armor Spider's kind of weird because if you it depends on like which strategy you're using because if you have a melee build, I'm not really sure how much harder it would be because basically you're in like a narrow hallway and like if you're standing exactly in the middle of that hallway with your character, you could probably move like 5 or 6 paces to the right or left, and that's the size of the hall.
Yeah.
And the spider is down at the end of the hall, and if you're doing like a mage build or any sort of ranged attacks, then he will kind of shoot fireballs at you. Like he'll alternate between shooting like individual shots and then like a triple shot, like a shotgun blast down the hall. And then he'll
Mhm.
also sort of shoot webs at you while you're down in the hallway to slow you down. So if like the webs hit you, it literally like gets you stuck. And then and usually he'll like if he hits you with a web, he'll immediately follow it up with like a massive fireball blast, which depending on how much you've upgraded health at that point can one shot you. So it can get annoying. But if you just
Mhm.
learn to strafe, and then whenever he throws a web out there, just make sure that you evade it. It's pretty easy to just whittle him down from a distance. And then I think up close it's kind of just almost the same thing, but you're just kind of like strafing around to the back
Yeah.
of him like most. And I mean most that's the thing is like most of these enemies in Demon Souls don't have really complex.
Weaknesses, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's just kind of like either this very obvious method to countering their like face-to-face attack, or you just circle behind them indefinitely until they're dead for most of them.
Yeah.
So I mean, and Armor Spider's not really that cool either. I mean, there's not. I mean, I'm sure maybe there's cool lore for him, but I don't know it. But I mean, it's just a giant spider that throws fireballs at you, and it doesn't have a cool arena or anything like that. Um,
Yeah. No cool attacks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Spider.
Just webs and fireballs. And I think if you get up close, it will kind of like lunge at you and stuff. But I immediately, the first time I ever fought him, I went up close because obviously, I mean, I just didn't know what he was gonna do. And the first time he lunged at me, I was like, nope. And I walked back into the hallway, and I was like, I'm gonna stay back here. I'm not getting close to you ever again. But
Uh,
but yeah. So I'm gonna go with D. I'm not gonna put him in F. F feels
yeah.
rude.
You gotta maybe it's gotta
F feels
gotta be
really rude.
reserved for like people that are or bosses that are really bad.
Yeah. I'm not sure if there are going to be many that I'm going to want to put in F if I'm being totally. Okay,
I can
Flame.
move it around at
All
the
right.
ends if you need
All
to
right. All right.
reevaluate,
Yeah,
perhaps.
yeah, yeah. We'll see. Flame Lurker is the guy. I'm going to go ahead
Guy.
I'm just going to put him up here just immediately.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
So actually, the guy.
Flame Lurker is probably the only boss in all of Demon Souls. Okay, yeah, I'm going to say it's the only boss in all of Demon
Right.
Souls that feels extremely legit as far as the rest of the Soulsborne franchise is concerned when it comes to boss fights. Like it is a fight. Like
Legit.
there's no like even you've seen my video of like my fight with Old King Allant, right? Like my strategy for
I
it.
think so. Yeah.
Even that fight
I
where
believe so. Yeah.
where I would argue that like Old King Allant is like a genuine fight. There's not like a cheese method necessarily, but he has an extremely predictable pattern, and he's not overly fast or anything like that. So like even that in that situation where okay, that's a real fight, but if you watch my video of me doing it, it's like it's very
Mm-hmm.
easy to figure out what he's gonna do and then adjust to it, and he always does the exact same pattern for the most part, and it's very easy to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Flame Lurker does kind of have a like if you do it enough times, obviously the pattern does become predictable, but Flame Lurker is fast as fuck and he loves to because the way that he closes distance is either like an extremely explosive, literally charging attack, where like fire explodes out of him at the end of it or during it or what I can't remember exactly, but you like the ground will get like I mean well the ground doesn't get burned, there's an
Hmm.
AOE aspect to it, right? And
Yeah.
uh and then or he'll just fucking jump across the map like an asshole.
Yeah, I
And
was reading about him on
yeah.
the wiki, and it was saying that he's fucking jumping.
Yeah, he'll either do a massive charging attack or just leap across the entire arena and slam into the ground. And he has lots of attacks that have what we were just talking about with Tower Knight, where it's like he has massive downward blows where he slams on the ground, but because of like the flame aspect of it, there's like an AoE explosion a lot of the times afterwards. So you'll like
Yeah.
think that you dodged the actual attack from his fists, and you might have evaded the fists, but then the force of the hit or the flames that come out of it will hit you, and it does a shitload of damage all the time. Every single one of his attacks is absolutely just devastating. I mean, he's
To
this definitely took me the most time out of like all the bosses in Demon Souls.
be honest, just seeing on the wiki that there is a long list, and when I say long, it's over 10. I'm still scrolling. I think there's maybe about 15 different strategies on how to beat
Yeah, yeah,
Flameworker.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. That's
For
I mean,
reference, by the way, Armored Fighter 3,
yeah,
4, sorry, 4.
yeah,
4 methods.
yeah. I mean,
All to be very reliable.
literally in my notes on my phone that I'm looking at right now, the my notes for this fight, because all the other fights I'm like, just do this, just do this, just do this, it's easy. My notes for Flameworker are good luck. That's it. That's the notes.
Yeah,
That's all I wrote next
that
to it.
way. There's a lot of strategy,
Yeah.
a
I
ridiculous
said
amount of
I
strategies.
literally put good luck, bro is fast as fuck and hits hard, dodge like crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's
wow.
very difficult if you're
Bad
using a
build
build like
for this guy.
yeah, I mean especially like when I was using my build like the mage build, it my attacks did a lot of damage just based on the weapons that I was using, but I mean, getting the time to pull off a spell was so hard to do. Like, and not just pull off a spell, but pull and then immediately be ready to roll out of the way or run to the other side of the room or something like that. It was
Yeah,
that was definitely hard. All right,
yeah. All right, fair enough.
Dragon God. I feel like people might get mad about this.
A cool name.
Yeah, but it's not a fight. It's the first like real gimmick in the franchise. Um,
Gotta back up a name like Dragon God.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
dude. When you walk into the room,
disrespectful.
when you walk into the room and the cinematic plays, you're just like, this is gonna be the worst thing ever. And then it's like, oh, it's
When
just
something with Dragon God with the health bar comes out, I mean,
yeah, yeah. He's
be
he's
shitting myself.
he's I think he's the largest boss in the whole franchise.
I think you're right. I think I remember seeing that, but I don't
I
know if I've even seen the battle.
I mean, he's like the size of a fucking mountain. It's ridiculous. Um, but yeah, so the gimmick
It's a
is
good beginner.
yeah, the gimmick is that you're in a hallway you start out in like a hallway going forward, and then basically you turn right down a long path with pillars going down it, and you
Mm-hmm.
have to hide behind the pillars every time the dragon god's looking near you, and then when he's looking away, you run to the next pillar. And
Mm-hmm.
at the end of that pathway going down to the right, there's like a giant fucking harpoon gun, and you trigger it, and it harpoons him, and that's a third of his health.
Yeah.
And then you go
Wow.
all the way to the left down another path, and there's another harpoon gun, same exact concept. He does start breathing fire like all along the path when you're going down
Okay.
to the left, but it's still the same concept. He won't breathe fire unless he sees you, and then he'll be like, "All right, bitch," and if he sees you, you're dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. And so,
Fair enough.
and then going down to the left, yeah, same thing. You get to the other harpoon gun, trigger it, takes another. Well, actually, it's more like half and half. And then once you hit him with the second harpoon, his health is down at like a sliver, and then he falls, and his head is kind of like resting on the edge of a cliff, and you go down to the right.
Slap his
Like,
head.
yeah, yeah, and you get hit his head a couple times and kill him. And he can, and the only trick to it really is that, well, there's two tricks, I guess. At the end there, he's still like breathing, like labored breathing, and he'll try to kind of like not snap his head at you because it's not a fast movement, but he'll kind of try to like swing his
Mm.
head at you, and that will hurt you if it hits you. And if you stand directly in front of his face, the breath, not fire breath, but like just the normal breath coming out of him is hot, so it will hurt you.
Like,
So it doesn't look like an attack, but it will damage you if you just stand right in front of his face. So you kind of have to be careful about like the angle you attack his head at the end, but he can't really do anything about it. It's really just you not being an
yeah.
idiot. And then the other thing is if you don't have the thief ring, I'm pretty sure that's the right ring, but basically it makes you less noticeable to enemies.
Mm.
If you don't have the thief ring, it is insanely hard to sneak past him on the pillars. Like almost impossible to the
Mm.
point where it's like I think it's low key designed for you to have gotten the thief ring and to equip it, or else he will fucking see you when you're trying to sneak past him.
Yep.
But
Yep.
but that's pretty much it. Have the thief ring and don't get overly impatient with going from pillar to pillar because I mean that's really the only thing that can defeat you is if like the typical thing where you can see the finish line and you're like damn I really just want to make go for it, but if you do that you're gonna die because if he does see you he just kind of like lunges his head at you really fast or I can't remember if he hits you with his hands, it doesn't matter, but he lunges at you really fast
Mm.
and I mean his stacks up his attack power. If he hits you, you die. Like there's no
Yeah.
escaping it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you have if your vitality's boosted enough, then you could theoretically maybe survive one hit. But if he sees you and you
There's one
survive,
massive
you're not.
attack. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna have time to get back to cover anyway. After he sees you, like he'll just hit you again before you can get up and roll away or whatever. So
Mm.
I'm gonna put him at C just because he is
Yeah.
really cool looking. I'm gonna put him above
Yeah.
Phalanx actually,
Yeah. Yeah. You can reorder.
because
Yeah.
Phalanx
That seems
Phalanx
fair.
is lame. Dragon God has a cool,
Yeah. Fair. At least it's kind of cool. Yeah.
yeah. Dragon God looks cool at least. Phalanx is pretty lame.
Yeah.
Fool's Idol. You. This one is kind of weird too because it's not really a gimmick, but it's gimmick-y. Basically, it's like I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's a. Oh, okay. You remember like Crystal Sage in Dark Souls 3?
Yeah.
She's that.
Too actually. Really.
Yeah. So
I fucking
phase
hated Crystal
phase
Sage.
two. She's like phase two of Crystal Sage, where there's like multiple versions of Crystal Sage, and all the like
Mm.
there's a bunch of fake
That's
ones.
tough.
Except I will say I think Fool's Idol is actually probably harder because there's more fakes, and I think it's the whole fight is like that. So it's not
Mm.
like a phase two thing only. And and her attacks, from what I remember, do way more damage than anything Crystal Sage ever does. Like if you get caught, oh, that's right. Fool's Idol also has this. She has this thing where if you're in the middle, so you're basically in a church or like yeah, you're in a church, and if you're in the middle of the room where like the pews are or like the middle aisle is,
Mm.
every once in a while she'll cast like a spell on the ground where a whole bunch of different like green circles pop up and it electrocutes the whole fucking floor. And if you're standing there, it doesn't do damage, but it stuns you in place for like 15 seconds. I swear to God, like
Nice.
you'll be stuck for a long time. And then if that happens, then all of her clones and herself are gonna like start shooting like the soul arrows at
Things
you.
at you. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll just die instantly because you'll have like 13 different people attack you at the same time. Um, but but there are two kind of like hallways on the sides of the room, and if you just stay in those hallways and don't go into the main area of the church, then that electric thing doesn't hit those side hallways, and you can use the pillars to hide from every single enemy because they're all in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
So There's no pillar you can't stand behind where you can't block like every angle of attack.
Mm.
And so it does take like I guess a little bit of you have to kind of like learn what she's gonna do the first time because if
Yeah,
if you're fighting her like normal and you're just like oh let me run up to her and attack her in the middle of the room and then she freezes you in place and then you get 15 soul arrows in your fucking neck then you're gonna be like what the fuck was that
yeah, you're done.
but uh but once you figure out that the sides are safe and that and she does I think the other kind of difficult thing about her is that so I don't know if you remember in Crystal Sage's fight how like Crystal Sage has purple magic and her
Mm.
clones all have blue magic.
Right. Yeah.
Fool's Idol, I'm pretty sure she and the clones all have the same color magic. It's just that her soul arrow is bigger. So it's a lot
Uh,
harder to discern which one's real because you have to like look for the larger soul arrow and that can get
mm.
you killed sometimes if you're trying to like poke your head out to look around and if you don't see it pretty quickly, you might get hit,
Right.
but it's really not like that. Like the church you're fighting is kind of cool because it's like a big tower and everything, but I mean
Mm.
she's not very complicated or interesting, I would say.
Yeah.
But I will
Seems
say,
that way. Yeah, I wasn't. Crystal Sage was interesting. I think it had some dynamic aspects to it, but I watched the video as you were talking of Fool's Idol. I actually remember. I think I saw you beat her actually as well.
probably at
Like
some
a
point because there was
picture.
definitely yeah we were definitely hanging out one time when I was in World 3 and I was just running through
I
bosses in New Game Plus. So
died there once because of the freeze million arrows thing.
yeah,
Other than that, it wasn't. It did not look like a difficult fight.
yeah. Yeah, I mean it's also like it's got pretty significant RNG I would say as far as like where exactly the true idol decides to appear because like you could get really unlucky and just if
Mm.
you choose to hide on like the back left of the room and she spawns on the you know top left of the room, then it's going to be really hard to get over there without getting hit. So you could just end up in a situation where you just get unlucky with where she decides to appear and it drags the fight on or gets you killed because you're trying to go after her or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think D is good for her. I'll put her above Armor Spider just because there's a little bit more like creativity in the fight
Sure.
itself. But
Yeah, that's fair.
okay, oh, Man Eater's a good one. Man Eater's probably another one of like the actual real. It's probably like the second best.
I've seen this one too.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely saw this one. This is probably the second best like real fight next to Flame Lurker. It's not anywhere near as
Mm.
hard as Flame Lurker, but it does have like kind of not bullshit, but like it definitely has harder aspects to it because you're fighting on a super narrow bridge, and when you get the first man eater to about half health, a second one shows up,
Yeah.
so that can get pretty tough. But it's much slower than the flame lurker is, and it doesn't have like its attacks don't do as much damage, and um. It's pretty easy to just sort of like run to one side of the bridge and hit it with spells and then kind of roll under it, past it, whatever, and run to the other side of the bridge and just kind of do that. And it's usually pretty easy to get rid of the first one before the second one shows up, or get the first one to barely any health, so that by the time it's kind of generous about how the second one comes into the battle because when the second one flies in, it kind of does like a little loop in the air around the bridge first before it lands. So you've got like once you see it spawn in, you've got like 15, 20 seconds before it actually becomes part of the battle. So if you have the first one's health low enough, you usually have a good opportunity to really quickly be like, all right, let's finish this with the first one, and then by the time the second one lands, you're not getting ganked. But uh, but yeah, I mean this one's pretty cool. I mean the man eaters are pretty dope looking, and the attacks are pretty cool. Um, but definitely, I'll put them at A. I finished talking about man eater. I put it at A just
It's
'cause
okay. Nice.
yeah, I mean it's pretty cool. So.
I think that's appropriate.
Old Monk is kind of weird because this one has like a weird dynamic to it. So back in the day, I don't know how like the original Demon Souls like worked as far as this boss is concerned. I mean, I assume it would work the same way, but
Mhm.
back in the day, they didn't add the option to play offline in these games until I want to say Bloodborne.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that's right. So obviously, like now, if you go into Demon Souls or Dark Souls Remastered, you can choose to play offline so that you can't get invaded and shit like that.
Right.
Uh, but that didn't used to be a thing because if you play Dark Souls 2, like the Scholar of Sin edition, that is that one still has the original settings, so there is no offline mode in Dark Souls 2. Um,
Interesting.
but the reason it's important for Old Monk is because the way the Old Monk works is he's kind of like, I mean, he is what he sounds like. He's an old monk sitting in like this chair, and when you walk into the boss room, he summons an invader to fight you, and if you're playing online, it summons like a clone of a real player.
Hmm.
So it takes like someone's account that's online and just it creates a mimic basically of them, and then you have to
Right.
fight them. So you could be fighting something that is super OP because it's a real
Yeah.
person's build.
Right. But it is
And
a bot wielding
it
it
is it's a bot
at the end of
wielding
the
it,
day.
but it's
Could
a
be.
it's a
Yeah.
phantom bot, and those things are good at fighting in these games. I mean, like,
Ah.
it's like when you get invaded by an NPC phantom or whatever. Like those dudes know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, uh, but if you put it
Cool.
in offline mode, he'll always summon the same phantom, which is like the base, the originally programmed phantom that is not a player build. And that guy
Yeah.
has like a sword and a shield and then a few like little spells that he'll kind of throw out at you. And it's a very simple strategy for him is basically just like hold block. You don't have to try to parry or anything like that. You hold block, he'll swing like two or three times, and then once he runs out of stamina, then you swing like two or three times, and you just keep doing that. And then whenever he's about to throw out a spell, just dodge right or left to go under it and continue blocking. I mean that's pretty much it. It's extremely easy to just, block, hit, dodge, block, hit, dodge, block, hit, dodge over and over again. And he doesn't ever try to like switch up on you or do anything crazy. And it is just a phantom, so he has like a normal amount of health too, like for like what a phantom would have. It's not like you're fighting a boss with a shitload of health or anything like that. Um, which like I guess like it's a cool concept, but playing it online against a player build or whatever is just really annoying. Because I didn't know that obviously the first
Yeah.
time. So the first like two attempts I did, whatever, invader quote unquote that I got kicked my ass, and I was like, this is stupid. Like, and then I was like, am I like doing something wrong? Well, it's kind of weird too because you'll get the notification that you've been invaded. So it kind of like stresses you out because you're like, the fuck? Who's invading me? And then but
Yeah.
then no one will show up. And then you go into the room, and then the invader shows up, and it's like, what is happening right now? So when I was looking up why that was happening, it was like, oh yeah, just put it in offline, and then the old monk's phantom that he summons is easy to beat. And I was like, all right, cool.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put, you know what, this one might have to go F. I'm not gonna lie.
F. I mean, it would either be D and F just because you're gonna go against a bunch of different builds. It's hard to judge that. Or if you do the base tier, it's pretty basic boss, I guess.
I'm gonna put it in F mostly because it's not a boss. Like I said, it's a phantom, and
Yeah, I guess that's right. True as well. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna put it in F because I mean, it's just kind of like an annoying, like theoretically it could have been like I understand what they were going for, like like they were trying to do something unique with it, but it's just kind of
It's
annoying.
interesting.
And then if you do it the easy way, it's very simple, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing really special about it at all.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Um,
Yeah.
Adjudicator might get shafted here
Uh-oh.
because he has an extremely easy cheese method. Again, I mean, it mostly fits whatchamacallit, ranged attacks, mage build or whatever. But basically, when you
Mm,
walk into his arena, he's like a broken. It's like a two-story building, and the way you when you walk in, you're on the second floor, and the floor is broken except for like the part where you first enter onto. There's a few feet of floor left, and that's where you start. And he's down below you,
mm,
and you can just hit him with stuff from up there, and he can destroy a little part of that floor. So you don't want to get too close to the edge, or like the first time you attack, when you're close to the edge, you want to immediately retreat to the corner of like where you walked in, so that when he hits that part of the floor and it falls away, you don't fall down there with him. But you can just
mm.
stay up top, and you poke your head out, hit him with a soul arrow or fireball or whatever, and then just wait for him to try to hit the floor, and then he hits the floor, and then you poke your head back out and hit him again, and he dies pretty quickly that way. And if you don't, but again, if you're not using a mage build, you can use fireballs or I mean any other like thrown ranged weapon, and you can just do the same thing. And obviously, I mean, if you want, you can drop down into the room with him and fight him for real, but like, why would you? So I think I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to put him in D just 'cause like he's kind of like he looks cool, I guess. But I mean, if you decide to not do it the hard way, then it's not really a fight at all. You're just kind of spamming attacks from above, and he'll die in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. He seems he's interesting design, but yeah, seems kind of lame.
I mean, I think that's honestly my problem with Demon Souls overall. Is just other than these two, a lot of the bosses have this method going on. We're about to get into like 3 or 4 in a row that it's just like not even real fights. But
Yeah,
but a lot of them are just kind of like keep your distance and fire away, and they can't do anything about it. I mean, even Fool's Idol, if you're just patient enough, it's kind of the same thing. You just, but yeah, whatever. We'll just put that there. That's fine. Old
mm,
Hero is kind of interesting because you don't need the thief ring, but it does help. So he's literally blind. Uh,
ah, one of those.
even like gameplay wise, he's blind. So like if you're walking like right in front of him, he straight up won't see you. But if you make noise, like if you sprint or whatever, then he will hear you and try to. That's how he like locates you and learns to attack you or whatever. So it's kind of cool because now if you have the thief ring, obviously it makes it even harder for him to detect you with his hearing. Um, and he has pretty basic
Mm,
attacks. I mean, like a couple of big swings, and then every once in a while, when he hears you, he'll kind of jump across the map. Not as aggressively as Flame Lurker ever does, but it's pretty easy to just sort of like hit him whenever, like wherever he is, and then run all the way to the other side of the room with the thief ring on, and either wait for him if you're doing like melee, wait for him to get close and then get up behind him and attack him a couple times, or if you're using a mage build, then just obviously hit him again from the other side of the room, and then when he leaps over there or runs over there, just go out, like go to this one side of the room or the other and run back to the other end of the room and like just kind of like run circles around him. Um,
yeah,
but I mean that's pretty much all that
it
fight
didn't seem
is.
too bad.
Yeah, I mean so he's got like a cool design, like he's a golden glowing dude with a giant sword. But
Yeah, he came out of the rocks. I saw. It was kind of interesting.
I'll put him. Mm,
It's pretty basic, besides the blindness thing, which is
we'll put him up
interesting.
here. We'll put him at like the top of C, just cause.
For now, yeah.
Yeah, he deserves more respect than the people below him at least.
Yeah, that's good judge of it, I suppose.
Yeah. Storm King is another cheesy one. So there's like a when you walk into the boss area, you're kind of like on this slight slope that goes down to the
Mm-hmm.
right, and there's rocks jetting up along the left side of that path going down it. And the Storm King is like this giant. What is it? It looks like a manta ray almost but it's in the sky.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of littler versions of him that are with him. And if you walk down the path, once you get to a certain point, the little ones will all aggro to you and they'll kind of swing around and come directly towards the path from like the way that you're facing. And they literally just
Mm-hmm.
line up for you. So you just wait for them one at a time and be like soul arrow, and the soul arrow will one shot kill every single one of them. So like
Mm-hmm.
you just they literally line up and you just wait for it and you go soul arrow, soul arrow, soul arrow, soul arrow, and then once enough of them have died, then the big one comes in and he does kind of like a bombing run over that area, and you just use like the rocks along the edge that I mentioned to hide from his little like spear attack that he bombs down at you. Like it's like kind of like soul
Yeah.
arrows, but they're a little bit different. But you just use the rocks to hide from that, and then right when he's like directly above you, you just hit him with one or two soul arrows, takes out a big chunk of his health, and then he'll do like two more passes like that, and then you just kill him. I mean that you can't. There's a bigger part of like the battlefield if you go down past the path, but I've literally never gone all the way down to the end of it because I was like, because then you'll be in like a circular arena almost, and you'll have all these
Yeah.
fucking things flying around you at every direction. So I was like, I mean, if I can get them to all line up for me, might as well.
Yeah. Okay, so a little gimmicky, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think it's I that's the thing though I don't think it was intended to be that way. You know what I mean? Obviously the game wants you to run down into the big circular area, but if you realize that you don't have to do that, then it becomes sort of gimmicky. So I'll put them. I'm gonna put them above Armor Spider, but below Fool's Idol, because it does kind of have a similar gimmick to Fool's Idol in terms of just waiting for your opportunity to attack. But he is cooler than some of these other people, than definitely than these two. I realized they had the Night Rain bosses on there, so these are all the Night
Ah,
Rain bosses are in the DNF section now
of
because
course, yeah.
obviously we haven't played that.
Yep.
But that was the only difference was that there was that missing, and then that we obviously haven't fought before.
Yep. Fair enough.
Where were we? We were at the freaking Leechmonger. Okay.
I mean, you were doing Demon Souls
Yeah,
and
yeah,
getting
yeah,
through all of
yeah,
those.
right, yeah. And I had just done Maneater, and that was when I just put Maneater in A, and that was when your mic cut out again, and then we decided to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay,
so
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 after Maneater.
Leechmonger was next.
Okay.
Leechmonger is another one that's just like 100% cheese. Like I honestly don't even know how to fight him regularly because it's so fucking pointless. Because like you enter his boss room, it's basically a bunch of what like scaffolding, kind of in like a big circular room, and he's way down in the bottom in a pit at the bottom of the scaffolding, and you come in at the
Yeah.
very top, and you literally all you have to do is walk forward like a few feet and then just aim at him, and you can lock on from the top of the scaffolding, and he literally has no ranged attacks that can reach that high, nothing. So like you just lock on from the top of the scaffolding and just fire fireballs at him until he's dead, and he melts like extremely fast, and that's like
Yeah, I'm
so
watching a guy do it right now.
yeah
So
yeah. I don't know why anyone would go all the way down
He
to
heals
the
a lot.
bottom.
It's kind of funny. It'd be an interesting fight,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, it does. Yeah,
But
that's the thing, because like it heals like crazy, but it just melts so much more quickly. Like and obviously like in New Game Plus runs, it takes a little bit longer because his healing is just better. Because well, his healing's
yeah,
not better, but he has more health, so it
more
takes
health. Yeah.
longer. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to put Leechmonger in F, I think, because he's just nothing. Like he kind of looks cool, I guess, but
Yeah, he looks all right, I guess. I
it's
mean, it's
just
just a bunch of leeches, right?
yeah,
In the shape
yeah,
of like
yeah,
a beast, basically,
yeah,
or like a humanoid.
yeah. It's like a humanoid form.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of
yeah,
leeches.
kind of,
Fucking
kind
yeah,
of meh.
yeah. It's really
Nothing too
nothing.
special.
Dirty Colossus is a little bit better, but because that one is another one that's kind of an actual fight, but it's a very easy one where it's just sort of like I can't remember exactly what the status effect is that it does, but it's like it sends kind of like mists of poison at you or something, and that can eat up your health really quickly. But other than that, he's just kind of like a knight basically. And he doesn't have very diverse move set or anything like that, so it's pretty easy to just
Yeah.
dodge around him. And you know, obviously if you're doing melee, dodge around him and hit him a couple times. But if you're using a mage build, then just use fireball and he'll melt. Kind of similar, like and everything in this region melts pretty effectively when it comes to using fire against them. So if you use like any fire spell,
Mm,
that like they all melt pretty fast. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, I remember like whatever poison mist or whatever it is that he throws at you is pretty like damaging if it actually builds up, but it's very easy. It's very telegraphed when he's gonna like throw it at you, and it's very easy to dodge it in general. So
Ah, it doesn't look too bad.
yeah. So I mean, he's a little bit better, but I don't think I can put him above like D.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put him
All
above.
right.
I'll put him above Armor Spider though, because it is a little bit of a fight.
Yeah. Some things to be concerned of.
Um, then Maiden Astray is kind of hilarious because I don't. Well, okay, it's not. There's one method. There's two methods really. So basically, when you walk into her boss room, it's um there's a path to the left that goes down a slope, and then a path to the right that goes up onto like a cliff. And if you take the path to the right, that's kind of cheese method. So there's a merchant a little bit like close to the old hero boss fight, I'm pretty sure, and you can buy just a shitload of I can't remember what type of arrow it is. I think it's like holy arrows, but you can buy a shitload of
Mm,
those, and they're not expensive. So like it's
yeah.
you can go soul farm for like 5 seconds and then go buy a bunch of those. And if you go up to the right path and just get on the very edge of that cliff, you can just shoot her with arrows, and she does heal like 2 or 3 times, but it's at certain like health percentages. So like when you get her health down to 25%, she'll heal like 15 of it back. And then
Mm,
when you get her 50, she'll heal like another 15 of it back, and so on and so forth, all the way down to zero health. Um,
yeah.
but the arrows you can shoot her faster and do enough damage more than she's able to heal. So like she'll probably pull off 1 or 2 heals, but it won't give her nearly as much health back as it would if you tried to like I don't know use like if you used like less effective arrows or I don't know
Right.
like. And Maiden Astray is also weird because she doesn't actually do any of the fighting. She has a knight with her. I can't remember the knight's name, but he's the one that you fight if you take the left path. And it's weird because the bottom the floor of the arena has is like a pool of blood, but I can't remember what the status effect. I think I don't think it might be bleed. It might just actually build up bleed on you by
Yeah.
just standing in the pool of blood. And obviously you don't want that because it builds up fast, like really fast, and it will like instantly kill you. And
Mm,
then there's also these little like undead babies in the pool of blood that will pop out of it and just kind of like grab at your ankles and stop you from being able to get out of the pool of blood, and then you'll die even faster. And then obviously if you go down, the knight can get affected by the blood pool. So I don't know, like
yeah.
theoretically you can go down in there fight him that way, but there's like a very small patch of land that you kind of have to stay on, and he does a lot. Like he's
Yeah.
very tanky, and he does a shitload of damage, and he has some magic that he'll kind of switch to mid combat. But if you go on the left path and you kind of uh and get his attention, he'll follow you up the path a little bit, but there's a certain point, like a hard limit to where he can go, and you can get him to come right to the edge of like, and it's not like an actual wall or anything. It's literally just an invisible wall that he can't pass, and you can.
Yeah.
And if you get him to come right up to the edge of that, you can bait him into swinging, and like obviously because of the invisible wall, he can only reach so far with his swing. So when he swings, then you just walk up to him and hit him a couple times, and then back up behind that invisible wall, and like just keep doing that until until he's dead. And then once he's
Yeah.
dead, you just walk up to Maiden Estrella and kill her. Or if you use the arrow method, when you kill her, he dies automatically, I think. Well, he might not die automatically. I can't remember if he dies automatically or not. But if he doesn't, you can just run past him and hit the archstone, and it doesn't make a difference. But
Yeah.
yeah.
'Cause you
So I
kill
mean,
her.
it's kind of like it's a cool concept and everything because it's I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a cool concept because they try to do something different again, where it's like the boss isn't really the person you're fighting, and
Yeah.
obviously you're not supposed to do the arrow thing, but you're not really,
Sure.
it's probably not what they had in mind. Um,
No.
and then just like with the bleed build up pool and everything, it's a cool area, but it's a very easy fight,
Yeah.
no matter which methods you take. And she does have kind of cool lore too. I'm not gonna get all the details right, but basically because of like the whole thing where like the demons took over the world, she was like a holy magic user or whatever, and she and like a
Yeah.
group of other like holy knights and shit came to the whatever this kingdom's called, I don't remember, to try to purify it or save it, or because they believed that like God wanted them to come there to save everybody. And then all of the people that she came with eventually like got killed or corrupted or whatever, and she goes fucking crazy basically and
Yeah.
becomes a demon lord herself because she thinks it's like the only way to heal the land is to use the power that the demons have in order to fight the demons, but she becomes one unknowingly by doing that. So it's kind of similar to the knights, like the Tower Knight and the Penetrator that we were talking about last time, where
Mhm.
like they used to be these like great heroes, and then they were turned into
Right.
demon lords because you
That
know
is cool. Yeah.
they were just corrupted by all the shit, everything going bad around them. So
Yeah.
I think I'll put her at B.
Ether's nice. Yeah, interesting story. Her lore
Yeah.
seems interesting.
Penetrator is cool as fuck,
Yeah,
but
Venator I've heard of before.
but do the side quest. I can't remember if the side quest related to Penetrator or not. I think it is because I think you have to like. I feel like it is because I feel like that's why I did it, right? Like I wouldn't have done a side quest if I didn't need to.
Probably.
Uh, but if you do the side quest, he isn't even a fight because
Yeah.
this is the only boss in this game where quote unquote summon exists because I mean there are no summons in Demon Souls, like the whole thing where you see the symbol on the ground and summon a phantom,
Right.
like that doesn't exist in Demon Souls. But if you help the NPC related to Penetrator, which I'm pretty sure the NPC that you help related to Penetrator is the third knight that I was talking about, of like Tower Knight, Penetrator, and then the other guy, but he was the one that doesn't get corrupted.
Wow.
So if you complete the NPC side quest, when you walk into the Penetrator's boss room, the NPC shows up and is like, "I'll help you out," and you don't have a choice in the matter. Like he just comes in with you, and if
Interesting.
and
Okay.
and
That's
if
just part of the fight.
right,
Yeah.
and if he comes into the fight, the Penetrator 100% aggro's on him no matter what. Like
Interesting.
it doesn't matter if you attack the Penetrator like straight, like you could get his buns and start hitting him. He just won't give a shit. He'll just keep going after his former friend.
Mm.
So, but his entrance is like easily the coolest, I would say, of any boss in this game.
Yeah, I
Because
think I've seen.
yeah, I
I
mean,
think
if you
I've
look it
seen
up
it.
real quick,
That's.
it's so fucking good. Because you
Yeah,
walk
I
in,
will. I will.
yeah, you walk in and it's like the fat official is in the room, in the boss room, and you're like, okay, I've beaten these guys before, no big deal. And then the
Yeah.
penetrator's sword comes through the fog from the other side and kills the fat official, and then the penetrator walks through the fog, and he's like, "Sup,
Oh
bitch?"
yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen this.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This is legendary.
It's like the only boss that ever
Classic.
comes into the room after you, and he's like, "Yeah, I walked through the fog too." And then he throws the fat official off his sword, and then he's just like, "Bet, let's run them paws, homie."
Yeah.
And but yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely he's got fucking mad aura, but
Yeah. Throwing the fucking guy off the sword,
yeah,
pretty dope.
he's got insane aura. But and if you don't do the side quest, I know he's supposed to be actually really hard.
That's what it says. If you don't rescue him, he's pretty tough. But
Yeah,
if you rescue him, he can fucking basically solo it.
yeah, yeah. That's
What
the
it
other thing
says.
too is you don't even actually have to fight. Like the NPC is like a tanky god that will just absolutely destroy the penetrator for you if you feel
The
like
fight
it.
looks tough. I'm watching someone actually solo it now.
Yeah, which I don't think I ever soloed him. I might have soloed him, but the side quest that you have to do to get the NPC is so easy that like, and
Yeah.
it's not like complicated at all. Like it's not just like easy in terms of, you don't have to like fight anybody tough to trigger anything. It's just like you find a key that's just fucking lying there in the path that you're already gonna take, and then you take like a 3-second detour to a jail cell and let the guy out, and then talk to him a couple times, and then he's like, "All right, bet I'll come help you whoop the penetrator's ass later."
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think I just did it every time because I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that shit on New Game Plus. But
Yeah.
we'll put him in B
That's
because he's
top of B tier.
cool. Yeah, top of B tier just because he's cool.
Okay. It is cool. Yeah, that seems not to be challenging.
All right, and final boss in Demon Souls is Old King Allant, and I think I'm gonna just go ahead and immediately put him. I'll put him at the top of B tier, I think.
Okay.
Just cause, and I know, I mean, you've seen the video that I have of it, but like,
I think I have, yeah.
uh, again, I mean, this is it's extremely predictable, and his moveset
Oh
is
yeah.
not varied at all, and it's very easy to bait him into doing attacks that leave him very, very exposed, especially if you're using a mage build. And then, like he has like this like he has a massive AoE attack that will fuck your shit up, but it's very easy to see when it's coming, and then it's very easy to outrange it. And you can outrange that attack without without being out of range with your own attacks. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's pretty
And
cool,
and
but
if you're able to pull off an attack while he's charging up the AoE, it instantly negates the AoE. So
yeah, that's what I was noticing in the fight.
yeah. So but yeah, I mean it's very easy. I mean you basically just dodge left and wait for him to use the AoE, and then just or like dodge left when he rushes at you, hit him once or twice, and keep doing that, and then
Yep.
every once in a while he'll try to pull off the AoE, and then you just interrupt it, and I mean he's cake. I mean if you
Yep.
mistime a dodge, you could get into a hairy situation because he does do a lot of damage with every single attack, but it's just so easy to avoid everything. And it's not one of those bosses where it's like it's easy to avoid after you've spent a long amount of time memorizing everything.
Yeah.
It's just like it does not take very many attempts to figure out his entire moveset and exactly how to get around it. I mean,
Looks like he gets staggered easily too.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, yes. He also has like that weakness of like a lot of the basic human enemies in these games where they respond the same way that you do to getting staggered or hit by like heavy
Right.
attacks and shit like that, which obviously
Yep.
makes it a lot easier. But yeah, so
The B tier just because you just like him.
B tier because he is cool and it is like a decent fight, and his story is very similar to everyone else in B tier, where it's like
Mm.
he was supposed to be like the chosen one king or whatever, and then the demon, the old one, was like, hey, I could make you way more powerful if you like join me, and I can make your kingdom
Nice.
much more prosperous and powerful and shit like that. And he was like, bet. But he was supposed to be like this great savior. And he was like, nah, fuck you guys. I'm gonna be a demon lord.
Nice. That seems pretty cool.
And him and his betrayal is like the reason why the bad stuff happened to these guys is because like he intentionally chose to become a demon
Yeah.
and serve the old one, but and then he like kind of lied about it and made it seem like it was just him being a good king that was making the kingdom all prosperous. And because these people didn't know about it, that was like why they were corrupted, is because they were still serving him even though he wasn't really their king anymore. He was a demon.
Yeah.
And so like he's like, yeah. So again, I mean,
Pretty dope story. Yeah.
lore is pretty much carrying the B tier guys, if I'm being honest, because
Okay.
all these fights are easy as
I mean,
hell.
you're right. Lauren, some of them look dope.
Yeah, yeah, and Penetrator just looks fucking cool as shit. But
Yeah, Tower Knight, Penetrator.
Tyranny does look dope. Um,
Yeah, makes
but
sense.
yeah, yeah. So that's Demon Souls done right there. Those are the rankings.
Easy. Yep. Capture it with your brain now. That's as good as
Yeah.
it's gonna get.
Now we're going to Dark Souls, which, if I'm being honest, is easy.
Yeah, easy. You don't use that word lightly.
I mean, it's weird because I think just like, just looking at it at quick glance, so many of these bosses are just kind of like big guys that hit hard,
Mm.
and there isn't really a lot of crazy shit going on. I mean, like, really the only ones, like, there's some interesting ones, like Dark Sun Gwendolyn has like a kind of a weird, cool mechanic, and then obviously like Smo and Ornstein are fucking OP as shit for no reason, and
Yeah, those have a reputation for sure.
but like most Four Kings can be kind of hard too, but most of these guys are very simple, I guess, in terms of how the
Mm.
fights work. So we'll start with Asylum Demon, and like I've said before, Asylum Demon has the same weakness that most starting bosses have, which is if you pick fire bombs as your starting weapon or your starting gift, uh, 5 of those bad boys and he's toast.
Yeah.
So which is hilarious watching people play Dark Souls and then they like try to fight this dude with the little broken sword and they're doing like 2
Well,
damage per swing and I'm like, first of all, go pick up a real sword. Second of all, go pick up some fire bombs and just fucking melt him. What are you doing? There's also another
well, that's like the core essence of the game. It's like that's the Dark Souls experience, just distilled to a the most ignorant point where you don't even know that you could find other weapons. You don't even, you know, that's and eventually, hopefully, you learn, or you fucking put yourself through God knows how long to beat him with broken sword.
Oh yeah. No, I mean it's also like one of those things where I feel like a lot of people play these games and don't realize how insanely OP um like the resins are that you can, like, the stuff that you use to like apply magic or lightning or fire or whatever to your weapons.
Yep.
That shit is OP as fuck, especially in the Dark Souls trilogy. I mean, this isn't true like across the board, but basically everything in the Dark Souls trilogy is weak to lightning. So if you just buy a shitload of like yellow pine resin or whatever it's called in each game, and you just always coat your weapon in lightning before boss fights, it just makes everything so much easier.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of shit. I mean, you just trying to make somewhat of a sensible build usually can help you out a lot. Being aware of drops and things,
Yeah, yeah,
looking around, actually doing more than like what is just the main story path, perhaps.
yeah. And then there also is, I think there's another method with Asylum Demon where like if you don't go, because like when you start the game there's like a giant double door archway that's the very obvious go this way path,
Sure.
but if you go that way and you kind of go like you go into one of the staircases or something like that, you can go around to kind of like the back side of the arena, and there's a door up there, and if you walk in from that side, then you can do a jump attack on the Asylum Demon like right away, and it does like obviously a shitload of damage. like half his health basically. And
Yeah.
so that's like another, you know, if you find it, it's a smart way to engage him for the first time, especially if you don't have
Right.
the fire bombs. But but yeah, well, let's put Asylum Demon. I'm gonna say like I'm gonna put him at the top of C actually, just cause obviously
All right.
if you don't know to use fire bombs, then it is a real fight in the early way. You
Yeah.
can use the drop attack.
It has a reputation. That
Right.
fight does have a little bit of a
Yeah.
reputation of being like the intro.
Yeah. A lot of
Because you're
people that play Dark Souls for the first time get PTSD from this boss because it's just
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah,
You got to give a little bit of respect to that. I think that's why it stays out of D tier or maybe
yeah,
the bottom of C tier. But it's become a little informed. It becomes easier, but it is like your welcome to the league moment
right, yeah.
sometimes
And
for some people.
obviously, if Dark Souls is your first Souls game, you're
It is for
obviously,
probably a lot
yeah,
of
for a lot of
well,
people,
for era relevant people and people playing it in order, they're probably not going to play Demon Souls first.
right, yeah.
They're probably going to play Dark Souls.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so I mean, for most people, choosing the fire bombs as your starting is just not something you're gonna do because it doesn't really sound
No.
like it's not a good starting gift long term objectively. I mean, you don't really need like
Right.
the starting gifts are never really that good anyway for the most part, unless every once in a while there's a good ring in there. But like, you know,
Yeah.
I would no one chooses fire bombs as their starting gift in a Souls game. That's fucking weird. Like
Yeah. It is a bit odd.
unless you know that you're using it for an extremely specific purpose right away, which is obviously what I did.
Or just you misevaluate what,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you could
the
get
other
lucky.
stuff
Yeah.
is, I guess.
You could be like, ooh, fire bombs, that sounds cool. And then you realize that it's not
Right.
cool
Yeah.
because it's only going to last for like
Yeah.
five
Or maybe
seconds.
get lucky, use it for the demon and never worry about it again.
True, yeah. But yeah, definitely above these three though, because they all kind of have a gimmick to them with the thief ring, or I mean, Phaling's just
Right.
being a weak bitch, but yeah. And then we'll do so Taurus Demon's up next. So Taurus Demon is honestly really similar to Asylum Demon in terms of just kind of like again, he's a big guy with a club or a sword. I can't remember. I think it looks like he's holding a club. But he's a big guy with a club and
Right.
that's pretty much I mean, like, he swings the club like you would imagine he would and then he kind of does like a
Yeah.
little I not really like a charging attack so much as just kind of like falling on you or trying to fall on you. But and it does have the same thing where there's like a tower when you enter his boss room, which is just kind of like a long bridge. And if you turn around and go up that tower, you can jump off the tower and do a jumping like a falling attack on him too. And you could repeatedly do that because he'll always
Oh,
obviously like if you go up the tower and jump on him, then he'll try to run uh and you go back up the tower, he'll run to the tower and be trying to hit you, so you can just keep drop attacking him over and over again.
I'm just watching somebody do that right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. And so that, yeah, I mean, he's very trivial.
Yeah, has a bark but not much of a bite.
Yeah. I think I'll put him like right below Asylum Demon. I honestly, I don't think many of these bosses are gonna end up in D tier. I don't think any of them will end up in F, honest. Actually, I don't.
Yeah.
There might be one in F for this game and none in D, but we'll get to it.
It would probably be like the bad gimmicks.
Yeah, the
Um,
bed of chaos is going in F. I can already tell you that right now. The bed of chaos can suck a dick.
oh god.
That shit is stupid.
Yeah,
Um,
we'll some interesting ones, I'm sure.
Bell gargoyles are pretty easy, and this is the first time that Solaire comes in, which is important to for a lot of the not a lot, but a handful of the bosses, because obviously if you're going for trophies, you don't need to summon Solaire. Like there is another way to get sunlight medals, but it would be extremely tedious without summoning Solaire for like every boss that he's available for. And he does make some situations a lot easier. Like I mean, even this one, even though the bell gargoyles aren't very strong and they're pretty easy to dodge, which even though like it sounds like they would be, it's nothing, it's absolutely nothing like what you imagine gargoyles to be like if you've played Elden Ring, right? Like,
Yeah, just the
it's
worst thing
yeah,
imaginable.
it's not like a fucking demon from the sky that's spinning around and blowing wind at you and shit. It's just a
Yeah, fast as
bird.
fuck.
Yeah, yeah. They're not fast. I think they can blow fire in this game, but it's very slow and telegraphed, and it's in
They
one.
seem like the gargoyles in Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, they are. They have like a very similar design. It's just less of them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, they might even be like the exact same design. I don't remember specific.
They look
Yeah.
very similar just on first glance,
But
at least.
and there's also a weird mechanic in the first Dark Souls where a lot of the enemies have tails, and the tails can be cut off, and that does a shitload of damage.
Yeah.
And the reason it's a thing is because any enemy that has a tail that can be cut off gives you a special weapon when you cut their tail off.
Oh, you were
Which
mentioning that.
yeah, yeah,
Don't
yeah.
you need that for the trophy?
Yeah, you do, because you need all the special weapons in the game, and that includes all the tail
Right.
weapons. Um, and the Bell Gargoyles is the first one that has that. And so if you cut the first one's tail off, it does a crap load of damage, and which is helpful,
Right.
obviously. But I mean, even without Solaire, it's really easy to just kind of run around these guys, and
Mm.
avoid the fire and avoid their swings. And they do kind of like
Yeah, their fire's pretty lame.
yeah, they do some like leaping attacks if you're too far away, but I mean, you really shouldn't be far away from them because Dark Souls is also really interesting because uh I think over time I mean I know this because I mean I saw people talking about it. They aggressively nerfed like magic in
Right.
most of the Souls trilogy.
Mm.
So unlike Demon Souls where if if you use a mage build, you're just going to be an absolute fucking god that can walk through the game no problem. That's not a thing in Dark Souls. So if you're not
Right.
you're like so you wouldn't be ranging the Bell Gargoyles anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Um and then the second one that comes in at like 35% health or something like that. And it's like objectively has less health overall anyway. So it's like wounded when it enters the battle, and it has
Mm.
less health and it has less defense stats, I think anyway, because it seems like if you hit him like two
Almost seems that
times,
way, yeah.
yeah, you hit him like twice, he just instantly dies. It's weird. So the second gargoyle isn't even really a threat. It's more of just the only threat it poses is if you treat it too much like a threat and try to stay away from it, because then it'll like try to shoot fire at you while the other one is engaging you in regular combat, and then you might get in a situation where you get stuck behind the flames and that will kill you basically instantly. But
I see.
if you just kind of run behind it when it shows up and hit it twice, it's just gonna die. Um, but
Mm.
yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. But I have seen people somehow struggle against this boss, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, they didn't look too bad. I mean, some people are just gonna shit their pants anytime more than one boss is on the screen,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I mean, to be
I think
fair, again,
those
if
they
Dark
seemed okay
Souls,
to manage.
yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. I mean, that's a good point because like if Dark Souls is your first game and you're in a boss fight and another one shows up, you're gonna be like, what the fuck
Yeah,
is
you're like,
going on?
wait a second,
You're gonna be like,
why would you do this?
yeah, that definitely be like, because I mean, you remember like the first time it ever happened to you in a Souls game when you're
Oh,
like,
dude,
I can't. When's the
pissed
first time
off
that
as
happens in
fuck.
Elden Ring? I'm trying to think.
The first time it happens, I don't think it's the gargoyles, but obviously it happens with the
Yeah, I mean,
gargoyles.
it does happen with the gargoyles, but it might be the gargoyles, honestly.
I did think there was a time before that. Oh, well, the whatchamacallit, the horse dudes.
Oh, the sentinels, the knights, or
Yeah,
the
those were
tree knights.
before.
The
That was
tree,
before
but
the.
okay, but the tree knight are the ones that are like outside the gate of the city, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is what a
yeah, that's
gargoyles.
before, right?
But I mean, I'm not really sure we can count because you can just fucking run past those dudes.
I mean, yeah,
I
I
mean,
would say.
I mean, I know for a fact first time I played the game and I saw two tree sentinels sitting outside the door. I was like, yeah, I'm going right through the middle of y'all. That's not happening. I was like, I've fought your kind before. I'm not doing a 2v1.
I guess that is true.
But like the first unavoidable double team might actually
That
be
that
the
might be that
it
might
might
be
be the
true.
twin
Yeah.
gargoyles, which that fight
Yeah.
is horrifying.
Oh my God.
that
That
that's
one. We'll get to that one, but oh
that's
my
the big
God.
that's the Bell Gargoyles older brothers right there. They said this is how
I
you
mean,
actually double team somebody. Fucking spitting
yeah, no
poison
shit.
and spinning around and god damn that shit is
Yeah, that
hard.
was wild.
That was a hard fight. But yeah, no, I mean the double team thing definitely would be unnerving the first time.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, you are right. I mean, if it comes in at fucking lower health, lower defense, it's not. It shouldn't be impossible.
Right. Um. Okay. Yeah. Up next, actually, you know what? Moonlight Butterfly is probably gonna go D tier, cause this one is just a really weird fight. So you're kind of like you're on a really narrow bridge, and it just kind of very slowly shoots spells at you. And if you just hold your shield up or hide behind like a little patch of the wall, which doesn't work super well, you can dodge them too, left or right. There's not really any risk of
Yeah.
falling off the bridge. Um, but you basically just block or dodge or whatever until it stops throwing spells out at you, and then it kind of comes over and lands on the bridge and doesn't do anything, and then you can just walk up to it and beat the hell out of it. And
Uh,
you can usually I mean it depends on how leveled you are at that point because it's kind of like a okay, massive quotations here. It's an optional boss,
mm,
even though there's no such thing as an optional boss. But
yeah.
so it's kind of out of the way. So you could be much stronger when you get to it, or not, whatever. But it doesn't really matter because yeah, I mean you just wait for it to land on the bridge and then hit it a couple times, and then it does kind of like a little explosion, I think, and which
Mm,
you just have to kind of move away before it does it, or just say fuck it and keep hitting it and tank the explosion and heal
right.
right afterwards, and then just keep doing that until it's dead. And the spells just, I mean, it's just it's very easy, and it's really not even a fight. You're just kind of avoiding magic until it lands, and then you just beat it up.
Right. Okay. F seems about right, honestly. I mean,
Honestly,
it is gimmicky,
I might
and
have
it
to
is
put it in
kind of.
F though.
I was watching the fight. It looked very lame.
It also takes a really long time too. Like sometimes it just won't land for a really long time, and it's like, would you just come over here so I can kill you? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, actually, I think F's probably more accurate. I was gonna put it in D, but I don't think it deserves D.
Yeah. I don't know.
Um,
I don't know if
and
picture it.
weirdly enough, I guess there's a summon for it. I don't remember seeing a summon when I did that fight, but I don't know why the hell you would need like I don't like I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah. That God only knows. It's lore related.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if the summon has like ranged attacks, it would make it go by quicker because she could use
Yeah.
magic or something instead
I
of
mean,
having
it
to
very
wait for
well
it.
might.
Yeah. Capra Demon is pretty easy for the most part, but he has two dogs in the room with him. So like when you walk in, it's a really like you're in an alleyway basically. Like the whole boss area is an alleyway, like a very narrow alleyway, and there's like kind of like a staircase on the left. And I mean, basically what you want to do is the second you get through the fog is immediately run up the stairs because he'll immediately do kind of like a lunging jump attack towards the fog, and then the dogs will also come to like strike at the fog from both sides, like left and right of him. So you kind of want to just run past them up the staircases or the staircase and get the dogs to follow you up there and kill both of them, and then just jump down and fight the demon like a normal enemy because he doesn't really have anything interesting going on as far as his combat is concerned. It's just he's got two swords. He does jumping, leaping attacks, and then he does normal swings, and you just, I mean, roll around it, hit him,
Right.
repeat. Like, I mean, there's not much to it. That first moment when you walk in, I've seen it get people killed like repeatedly because they try to fight him instantly. Like they walk through the fog
Yeah.
and they try to
Well,
anticipate
two
jump.
dogs, the demon,
Yeah,
close
yeah,
quarters doesn't
and
sound good.
they don't. They like you should immediately evade instead of trying to like just take everybody on right there at the entrance because you'll just get ganked
Mm,
pretty easily. But
yeah.
uh, Yeah, I mean, he's all right, I guess.
C tier, D tier, is that the
I think I'm gonna
conversation
have.
you're having?
Yeah, yeah. I think I don't
Design
think.
is somewhat interesting. The fight seems meh. Seems all right. Um, that's my interpretation
I
upon
think I'll
looking at
put
it.
him low C or like middle C at this point, but
Right, middle C.
I really don't think I can justify putting him below any of the Demon Souls guys.
Yeah, that's at least a fight.
Cause yeah, I mean I mean I feel like that's
Get
like
some
the bare
combos and
yeah
stuff.
the bare minimum criteria. I feel like at this point it's just if you're a genuine fight with no gimmick involved at all, then you gotta be above
Mhm.
most of these bottom level
Yeah, that's fair.
Demon Souls enemies.
Yeah, D and F tier. Yeah.
Now I did this in my playthrough. I did Stray Demon way too early. Um, and that like this is the next boss that I did.
Ah,
You are not supposed to go back there. So basically, if you go back to the abandoned asylum or whatever the abandoned asylum, I can't remember what the place is called. At the first area of the game, if you go back, when you go into the room where you fought the asylum demon, um, undead asylum, that's what it's called. If you go back to the room where you fought the asylum demon, the floor falls away and you go down into an identical room, but just like the basement, and this thing is down there, and it's just literally it's just a stronger version of the asylum demon, but it is much stronger asylum demon,
yeah,
and you know even if you had fire bombs with you at this point, you wouldn't have enough to
sure.
kill it. So that took me a couple tries, but that was because I went there too early. And I mean, this one,
Think you're actually under leveled or on level?
oh, I was under leveled when I fought him. Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
was I was very under leveled because I the reason I went back is because I went to go get a specific like a ring that I wanted,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh, I'll just go get it, and I didn't realize how strong he was gonna be,
Yeah, that's funny.
and he was blocking my way to the ring, obviously. But I think I'll put him at the top of C just because even though he is much stronger and it's much more of a real fight, he is just the Asylum Demon, but tougher.
That's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it doesn't seem that much more unique.
yeah. Um, and then we'll do okay. Next one I did was Chaos Witch, which this one is also not too bad. It's kind of got like an intimidating like she's scarier looking than she is in actual combat. I mean, she's just this
Mm.
giant, like on fire spider looking thing that spews like lava out of its mouth. Um,
Yeah.
but it's pretty easy to strafe around behind her and just not get hit by her lava attacks and stuff like that. And I think I want to say Solaire is a summon for her. Oh no, no, it's not Solaire. It's actually really weird because Solaire is like the only summon pretty much in the game except for the one summon for this boss, which there's a
Mhm.
phantom that invades you if you're human when you're down at the bottom of Light Town. And
Right.
if you kill that phantom, then you can summon her for this fight. And that's like
Okay.
that's the only one that works that way. Like there are other phantoms in the game, but there are no
Mhm.
other summons except for her and then Solaire like a handful of times. Um, actually, I think well there are a few other summons like that one for the butterfly and shit like that, but there's like nothing. They're not needed for the other anyone else that has summons that's not Solaire. It seems kind of pointless,
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean she's definitely more interesting than most of
Yeah,
the bosses so
kind
far.
of an interesting design.
Yeah. And there is some like variation to it, like where the spewing lava and then the spider legs
Yeah, the
can
attacks are interesting.
yeah. Um,
Lava's a nice dynamic feature, I suppose you could say.
this feels kind of high, but I might put her up here in B tier.
Yeah, you think it was good enough from the you think the fight plus plus
Yeah,
everything else
yeah, and I
gets her
mean,
gets her there.
yeah, yeah, I think that feels all right. We'll put it there.
Yeah, she has some good attacks.
Yeah, yeah, definitely like the best I think attack variation so far out of all the Dark Souls 1 bosses. Because I mean,
Yeah,
literally everything else up till now has either been not a fight at all or just like a guy with swords.
she's mixing it up.
Yeah. Also, I accidentally I totally just went over this on my notes. I did the Gaping Dragon after the Capra Demon, so that was much earlier. And I'm pretty sure you can summon Solaire for this. It says there's two summons. I don't remember if I don't think I used two summons. Um, but irrelevant. But obviously, Solaire makes it easier. Whatever summon there is makes it easier because you have a
Right.
friend to help aggro. But the Gaping Dragon's also kind of like a weird one, or a cool one, like cool design. Actually, really cool intro. You should watch it real quick. You should look it up.
I watched the intro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
was very fucking
That
cool.
shit goes hard. But yeah, it does a lot of kind of massive lunging attacks where it uses its mouth or belly or whatever to kind of bite the ground. Like not obviously it's not trying to bite the ground, it's trying to bite you. But if you evade that shit and it bites the ground, it gets stuck for a few seconds, and it's pretty easy to kind of just like run away and get it to keep trying that, and then you can just run up
Mm.
to it and hit it a few times. I mean, it does have a couple like charging attacks almost, where it'll just kind of like run straight at you with its teeth fucking wide open, and if you get hit by that, that does a shitload of damage. It'll probably kill you. But it's very similar to, I mean, any big. You remember like the Falling Star Beast in Elden Ring?
Yeah,
It's kind of like
the few
that.
of those it has.
Yeah, yeah, where it's like it's not super hard to get behind it, but every once in a
Yeah.
while it pulls out some bullshit where it just charges like crazy
Uh,
or spins around really fast
Yeah,
and
so
shit
some
like that.
unpredictability.
Yeah. But for the most part, it's pretty easy to bait it into doing that like teeth grabbing the floor thing, and then you can just beat it up. And then obviously if you
It
have
looks like you cut the tail off.
yes, I think yeah,
That,
you can cut the
that's
tail.
a that
That's
was like massive fucking health
yeah,
drop.
that does a lot of damage too. I forgot about that. Um
Really cool design, the intro dope, but yeah, the fight, yeah, not overly complex it seems.
I think I'll put him above Quelaag, but I don't think I can put him above
Yeah,
Penetrator. Penetrator's still
yeah,
too cool.
yeah. That intro, it's a really cool intro, but you can't really top Penetrator's intro. So
Oh yeah, that doesn't come close. Penetrator built different, bro.
yeah.
I don't think a lot. I don't think there's many people before Elden Ring that are gonna beat Penetrator's intro. That shit goes
Well,
crazy.
yeah, I don't think there's many. I think there's some great intros
Yeah,
in
maybe
Elden Ring especially,
yeah,
but it would be probably top three regardless.
maybe some
Maybe
Bloodborne
maybe top
guys.
five. I don't know.
Maybe some of the Bloodborne bosses.
Yeah, but you would know. I've only seen a few of the Bloodborne.
I was gonna say maybe I would honestly I just thought maybe the Abyss Watchers, because even though it's not like they didn't do anything super cool, that shit is terrifying.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
don't even know,
I was terrified.
when you walk in and then he's kill like the one Abyss Watcher is killing the last of the other ones, and then he just turns and looks at you and points with his sword. It's like, oh no.
Yeah,
It's like I don't want to
and that
fight you.
especially because that was like relatively early in the game.
Oh yeah. I mean
Fucking
it's
another like welcome to
yeah.
the real shit moment.
It's like the first what like oh my god, what's it called, like Air of Fire that you fight, like the first like
Yeah, I believe
real
so.
one,
Yeah,
or Lord of Cinder. That's what it's called. It's the first Lord
Lord
of
of
Cinder
Cinder.
you
Yeah.
fight, and yeah, that boy was tough. And then obviously the Phase Two cutscene is
Oh,
horrifying when the Phase Two
it's
starts,
sick.
and he just like lights the sword on fire and just looks you in your soul. It's like, oh my god, please.
Yeah, there was some fire. They had some great design.
I will say though, I beat the crap out of those dudes in New Game Plus.
Well, yeah, I mean, you
Oh
used
my, bro.
everything you had.
Oh, that was my first playthrough, the one where I used everything I had, and I pulled out the W. But like in New Game Plus, I absolutely destroyed them, bro. It was
Yeah,
embarrassing. I was like, I can't believe I was
oh yeah,
afraid of you guys. I was like, that was
yeah.
crazy. But
That is
no,
always a satisfying moment whenever if you ever replay
oh yeah.
Souls game
When
and
you
you
get
can
to
just
yeah,
fucking walk a boss.
when you get someone that gave you such a hard time, and then you're just like, dude, that's like the best part about fighting Melania in New Game Plus is it's just like, oh, you thought you were
Yeah.
bad? Nah, bro, you better get melted. Anyway,
Yeah.
super off topic. Where were we? Oh, Pinwheel. Is that next? No, we're not gonna put that. I don't know why Pinwheel's that early on the list. I don't know how they would imagine that you get to Pinwheel that soon. But Iron Golem is the next one I did. This one is actually kind of cool because it's got like a hidden. It's not even like a It's I guess technically it's cheese, but you're supposed to do it that way. So I
Okay.
so the way the fight look works is you're on like a rooftop, and then when you walk onto the roof, this guy gets up, comes over to there's like a narrow bridge that he spawns on, or not spawns, but that's where he's sleeping or whatever is on this narrow bridge, and then he walks from that
Mm,
bridge up to the big wide open rooftop, and that's where you fight. And
right.
again, but like almost every other boss we've talked about so far in Dark Souls, he's just a big guy with a sword. Very easy
Yeah, he
to
looks pretty slow.
yeah, very easy to get behind, and surprisingly easy to stagger.
Um,
So if you like, and he staggers for a long time. So like when you hit him enough times, he doesn't just like stagger for a few seconds. He like staggers and then trips and falls on his ass, and then you can hit him like a bunch. And usually, you could a lot of times you could just kill him if you're leveled up enough, and I mean you can just wail on him, and
yeah.
but yeah, very easy to avoid attacks. There's one thing that you kind of want to do before you fight him. So there's like this other like giant on a different tower in the area that he's in, and that giant has giant fucking boulders. And if you don't kill him before you go into the Iron Golem's area, he will throw those boulders at you while you're fighting the Iron Golem. And
Hilarious.
that shit is annoying. It's not that bad to dodge, but like if you don't know that's gonna happen, and the first time
Yeah.
you're just in mid battle with Iron Golem, and you're like waiting for him to move so you can dodge, and then suddenly from behind you get hit with an exploding rock. It's like what the hell was that?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's kind of a weird thing. And then the other weird thing is the mechanic where his staggering is so weird, right? You're supposed to lure him onto that bridge and then stagger him, and when he falls back, he'll fall off the bridge and die instantly.
Oh wow.
So like, and it's so like that's why he staggers so strangely to where it's not just
Yeah, it's
stagger and
basically intentional.
yeah, it's intentionally designed that way. Like you're supposed to knock him off the edge of the building. You're not supposed to just fight him until he's dead.
Mm,
And I thought that was kind of funny that they did it that way. Um,
yeah. Oh.
but that being said,
Yeah, seems like D or F territory based on what I've seen.
D feels kind of rude, but
I mean, it's yours. You know, you're the one who fought him. I'm just providing my commentary.
I think I'll put him in low C. I think I'll put him under Old Hero, just because he does have more of a gimmick than Old Hero if you exploit
Mm,
it. And then beyond that, it's just so easy to avoid him.
yeah.
And then we've got okay, all right. What did I do next? Great Grey Wolf Sif, I think. Yeah, I mean this fight's easy. It's honestly really really similar to Radigan's Red Wolf
Oh wow.
in
So just a
Elden Ring. I
fucking
mean,
dog that runs
yeah, it's
around.
a dog with a sword in its mouth. It's literally the
Wow.
same thing. Like,
Well, if
eh,
that's like a dog, is there like three dogs with a
I
sword in their
I
mouth
think
bosses
so.
in the
Yeah. I
Souls
mean,
game?
it's definitely this one, and then Radagon's
That's the thing.
Wolf, and then I can't remember what the other one would be, but
I think there was another one though. Yeah.
but Sif and the Red Wolf are basically the exact same boss fight. Just Sif is in an open field instead of a cramped fucking like church hallway. Um,
Mm.
I know there's some pretty like good lore for Sif. I don't know it though. I do
Yeah.
know that I know there's like because Sif is like a one of the bosses in Soulsborne that's like a good guy that you have to kill type thing.
Mm.
So I know people like really like Sif as a character because of that. And
I've heard that as well. Yeah.
and in the DLC for this game, I'm pretty sure there's like time travel involved because I know I saw someone talking about how in the DLC you meet like Sif as a puppy and
Oh
uh
wow.
he helps you like complete the story of the DLC or whatever, which makes the fact that you have to kill him in the present like worse.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, better or worse
Yeah,
depending on your
yeah,
perspective.
yeah. So, but I don't know anything about that. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, this fight's it's pretty easy though. I mean, you kind of just get underneath him, kind of similar
Yeah.
to
It
the
looks
Red
like
Wolf or
yeah.
whatever, and then he can't really do anything about it. He'll sometimes do like,
Yeah.
large sweeping swings with the sword, but very easy to roll through. Um,
Right.
and yeah,
Yeah, not too bad.
so I think we'll put him at the top of C. Whoops, don't do that.
Design carrying here a little bit,
Yeah,
perhaps.
I mean, yeah, a little like more
Dog
variation
with
than
sword in his
everyone
mouth,
else.
just kind of dope.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, a dog with a sword is cool, obviously. Um, more
Yeah,
variation,
pretty easy, predictable attack.
yeah. But at least different than the very exactly the same
Yeah,
shit from
copy
everybody
paste
else in this.
demons.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a demon with a sword. I'm fucking shocked. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
didn't see that one coming.
few of those. Yeah,
Um, okay, Crossbreed Priscilla is next. Now she's kind of cool. I think she's another like one of those that's a good guy that you're not like, but
hmm
and of course, quote unquote, optional boss. Most annoying
sure.
sentence you'll ever see in a trophy guide. Let's go fight
Yeah,
this optional boss. It's like, why are you saying that word?
you don't understand what that word means clearly.
um, but she has a really cool mechanic to her fight where oh, first of all, she's another one with a tail that you can cut off. So there's that. And
Nice.
then when you first attack her, she's also kind of got an interesting start to the boss fights. Like when you walk in, you can just talk to her like an NPC, and she'll say like, "Oh, thanks for whatever the hell you were doing in her castle," or I don't remember the lore, but she'll be like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" And then there's no indication that you're supposed to just attack her for no reason, but if you do, then
Right.
the boss fight starts.
I see.
And as soon as you hit her a few times and she realizes, because obviously, just like any NPC, if you hit them once, they don't immediately, you know,
Yeah, which
get
is
pissed
nice.
off.
I mean, a little
Right,
forgiveness
right.
is nice.
So you hit her a few times, and then she's like, all right, bet, bitch, and starts trying to fight back. And she instantly turns invisible
Uh,
and stays invisible the whole fight.
really?
Yeah. And the cool part is you can see her footprints in the snow in the arena. And so if you have to watch for her footprints and then use her footprints in relation to where you are to time your dodges and then try to get behind her and attack and stuff like that. So it's kind of tough the first time because you might not realize right away that it's like a permanent thing. Because I mean, I didn't. I lost the first time because I was just kind of like running around the room waiting for her to not be invisible anymore. Like I thought for sure
Mhm.
she would turn visible when she wanted to strike or pull off some attack or whatever, and then I could, roll under and get off a few hits. And that just didn't happen. And then she came up behind me and killed me. And I was like, oh, okay. But
Wow.
but yeah, so you have to look for her footprints in the snow and use that to dodge and fight back and stuff. So that's pretty cool.
It's interesting. The fight I'm looking at, she never even goes invisible.
That's weird.
At least not yet in the time that I've been
It
watching.
could just be
Okay,
like,
now she just went
yeah.
invisible. But she's at fucking 10% health.
It might have just been
She
like,
went invisible twice. Maybe you just got a little bit unlucky
Yeah.
as
I
well,
mean,
or
every time
maybe
I
this guy
yeah,
got very lucky.
yeah, maybe I don't know. Every time I fought her, she just instantly disappeared and stayed that way, and I was like, all right, fine.
Yeah, I think this guy got a little bit lucky, perhaps. But
But yeah,
a little bit more unique fight for sure, at least.
I think I'm gonna put her up here at B tier, but underneath Gaping Dragon and Quelaag, just because she doesn't really. She's once you figure out the invisibility thing, I mean,
Yeah.
she doesn't stand a chance. But it is definitely a cool mechanic for a boss fight.
Yeah, the invisible stuff is nice. Like the Elden Ring invisible shit. I don't think it was ever tied to a. I don't think it was ever tied to a boss, but that area was pretty cool.
Which area in Elden Ring had invisible stuff?
The uh, what were they? It was that little town, this town of Selena or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The little blue phantoms that would appear. I remember that. Okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think it was anywhere else though, to be fair.
yeah, no, no, no. It was. I think in the there's like the area near the Scarlet Rot infested section, like where you do Melena's side quests. That little town had
Mm.
them, and then there's the town uh in the Giants region, and they had them too. Like when you have to do that stupid
Oh yeah,
that
I remember
puzzle
the
with the
Giants ones. Yeah.
candles, the puzzle with the candles. Those
Yeah, I know
that
what you're
that
talking about.
shit
Yep.
sucked.
That shit did suck.
The dudes with the arrows when you try to go up the last ladder, bro. Fuck those guys.
Dude, those guys were strong.
Bro, they did so much damage for no reason. Like,
Insane amount of damage, and I was on level, and I was getting absolutely
no, for real. That
destroyed.
that that took me probably like 20 tries the first time I did it. I was like, this is
Oh,
stupid.
it took
Like,
me a lot. Yeah, it took me a lot.
all right, who's next? Who's next? We got oh fucking Jesus. All right, Ornstein and Smo, the
These guys
frickin'
definitely.
the
I've
Wonder Twins,
seen
bro. The oh,
this might be one of the first like gameplays of a Souls boss that I ever watched.
we're not even gonna mince words here. I mean, we're just straight to S tier because I mean, Smo and
No,
Ornstein don't play, bro. Smo and
yeah,
Ornstein, you know what's crazy is Smo and Ornstein have like the Flame Lurker's speed and aggression, but then there's two of them. And they have the
yeah,
bullshit of the Nameless King, where once you defeat one of them, the other one absorbs the other's powers and fully
right.
restores their health, first of all. So fully restores their health
Love that.
and absorbs the powers of the other one. And so now instead of it being like, oh, I got a fast guy and a big tanky guy, now you've got a big tanky guy who's fast as fuck and shoots lightning out of his hammer, or you've got a fast as fuck guy who now has like super tanky slam attacks or some shit. I can't remember which one. I think I did Smo as the second phase just because I didn't want to deal
Yeah,
with Ornstein twice.
fair enough.
But
I think that makes some sense.
you actually have to beat them both ways because you need both of their souls, and the game is kind of bullshit because whichever
Oh, it
one
only
you
gives you
kill
one.
last, yeah, whichever one you kill
Wow.
last is the soul you get for that playthrough. And I was like,
That's dirty,
it's
bro. It
so
makes you beat both of
it
them.
makes
It
you beat
heals
both.
the other one up, and then it only
Yeah,
gives you one
it only
soul.
gives you one soul. It's so dumb.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah, so you have to beat. Yeah, because I think basically the advice is that you don't want to fight empowered Smo in New Game Plus because it's impossible to beat him.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
But yeah, no, that shit was OP. That's a real duo fight right there. Not those
Yeah,
frickin' bell gargoyles. That's some on Twin Blade gargoyle shit right there. That's that honestly is
that's tough.
probably this is probably the only boss fight in this game that is genuinely extremely hard.
Yeah. No, and this is the one where I was watching people go at it for hours.
Yeah. And I mean, if you see people talking about this game, like these guys are the reason that most people stop playing Dark Souls 1
Yeah,
at least.
actual like
Like
the fucking brick wall
yeah,
that you can
yeah,
hit by playing this
yeah,
game. That
yeah.
this could be a brick wall. If like Melania should not have been a brick wall as hard as it is. Should not, but like was for I'm sure was for a lot of people, but it was for way more people that Ornstein and Smith.
Oh yeah, no. But yeah, no. That fight was definitely, and they're both dope. I mean, they both look dope,
They do look cool, yeah.
especially when they like become empowered with the other soul. It's
I think
like
the lore is pretty interesting. I feel like I
yeah.
remember watching a lore video on it being interesting.
And Ornstein is actually kind of cool because he shows up, I think, in all three Dark Souls games in some form. Like in the second game,
Well,
it's like he's a boss in the second game called like Old Dragon Slayer or something like that, and it's literally just him. Obviously, he doesn't have his he. I don't think he has like his lightning powers anymore in Dark Souls 2, but it's still him. Much easier,
yeah,
obviously, but and then
yeah.
in Dark Souls 3, I don't know if it's supposed to be like the remnants of him, but there's like a boss
Mm,
that's called the Dragon Slayer armor, and it's like,
interesting.
is that him or what are we talking about? Like, it
Yeah,
doesn't look like him. It looks much bigger than him, and it has like a shield that I don't remember him having. But
maybe it's just wearing his armor.
yeah, maybe I don't know. But you do return to oh my God, Anor Londo, which is like where you fight them. Like that's where I'm pretty sure that's where you encounter the Dragon Slayer armor. Is close to. I might be
Mm,
completely wrong about that now that I'm thinking about it. It doesn't matter. You do go back to that region like it's a recurring area from Dark Souls 1 that reappears in Dark Souls 3, which is kind of cool.
mm.
Um, but
Solid.
yeah, so it could be. Yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah.
Who's next? Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Now this one is an interesting fight, but not really like a real fight. Basically, so I mean, you can see it in the picture. I mean, you can also just if you just look it up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you. I think I'm gonna put her here. But basically, you're in a long hallway, like that long hallway in the picture, and
Mm,
you run up to her and hit her a few times. She disappears way down the hallway, and then you have to run and catch her. And as you're running up to catch her, she throws magic and like throwing knives and shit at you, and you just have to dodge, basically weaving back and forth. And then once you reach her
mm.
again, you hit her a few times. She teleports back, so on, and you just keep doing that until she's dead. Um,
Yeah.
and like her magic and stuff does a lot of damage, but I mean everything's very easy to dodge because you literally just run back and forth, roll through some shit. I mean, it's no big deal, and
Not bad.
it doesn't take very many times catching her to kill her.
Mm.
She's not like super tanky or anything, so it's not like a super. It's not like you have to become like a fucking evasive legend and just keep evading
Yeah.
over and over and over and over again. It's like it takes like 2 minutes to kill her.
All right. Solid.
Um, but I'm still gonna make credit for being more interesting than the demons with swords.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a bar that's not too hard to beat at this point.
Oof. King's really next? Oh no, Pinwheel's next. All right, Pinwheel is going in F tier because Pinwheel is a joke.
I think that's probably how most people view
I mean,
Pinwheel.
like I don't know why this is even a boss. They should have just made it like a section with a mini boss type situation where it's like this guy's stronger than some enemies, but not really. Because I mean,
Yeah.
it literally takes 3 hits to kill this thing.
3 hits.
I swear I don't even remember. Like maybe not literally three, but it's so easy, and it doesn't have it doesn't hit hard either. It's not like it's not like a double-edged sword where it's not a glass cannon situation
Yeah. Yeah.
where
Yeah.
it can just one shot you. It barely hurts when it hits you. It's very easy to avoid its attacks, and in most cases you should be able to run on it and kill it or almost kill it before it has a chance to even like teleport or move around or whatever. So I mean,
Mm.
it's just nothing. It's a nothing boss. It's definitely it's one of those. I mean, and that is kind of like a staple, I guess, of most Soulsborne games. Like there's always one or two bosses where it's like, it's a boss fight, and then they're like, not really. It just looks like a boss fight.
Yeah. Just kind of. I think just to subvert your expectations a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit, dare I say.
It's like almost giving you like a break where it's like, hey, remember how you've
I
been
think it is a break to
working
take.
your ass
Yeah.
off? Yeah, we'll give you an easy one right in the middle of the game. Because they seem to all
Yeah,
have something kind of like that.
for sure. Yeah, Elden Ring has its
Yeah, yeah.
fair share.
Yeah, Elden Ring has a few situations like that where you're like, oh, this guy's gonna be tough, and then you instantly kill him. It's like Gideon, honestly, in Elden Ring. That's a great one.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh my god, he's all knowing. Bro, that guy's easy as hell to kill. He didn't know he was about to get these hands.
I felt that about Godfrey the Golden One as well.
Oh yeah,
It's
the
like
golden one is super
not
easy.
not even really a boss fight. It's just like, at this point in the game, you can't consider that a boss
Yeah,
fight. If you
well,
put him as like the third boss of the game, yes, that's a boss fight. At this point in the game, that's a nice little break.
yeah. Honestly, even like Godric kind of has that same feeling where, especially coming off a market, and then you get to
A little bit.
Godric, and you just kind of like jump over the flames and then just beat the hell out of him, and he's dead, and it's like, okay, well that was, especially for like a shard bearer, it's like, damn, that was kind of underwhelming. Like I destroyed you. But
Yeah, yeah, to some extent for sure.
anyways, um, okay, yeah, we're gonna do. Next one I did was Grave Lord Nito. This one is actually really weird because it's one of those bosses where it seems like it's going to be much, much harder than it is, but he does have cool mechanics. So basically, I mean, he's just like an amalgamation of dead bodies, right?
Hmm.
And he does have some like blast attacks, I guess, that he does that kind of like they don't really do like a whole lot of damage, or maybe they're just easy to avoid. I can't remember. I feel like there's lots of like stone pillars or like piles of rocks in his area where you can kind of not kind of you can just completely run behind them and just be totally safe for a few seconds because it completely cuts off his avenue of attack. uh he also does like this thing where he like draws in like this purple energy and it creates a bunch of skeletons and then they'll all try to jump you. um but it's really weird because if you stay in close and you keep hitting it like right like in his fucking like basically like
Yeah,
touching him
in his
like with your
face.
hand. Yeah, like if you stay right up next to him and you just keep hitting him, he'll kind of get stuck in like a loop of repeatedly he does like this he'll after he forms a skeleton, he'll sort of blast them apart in the shockwave. And if you just
Yeah.
stay close and sort of roll through the shockwave as he does it, then he'll constantly destroy his own skeleton army and before they have a chance to get close to you, and then you can just keep hitting him, and he doesn't really do anything else. So you can kind of get him like locked in this loop of trying to create skeletons and then immediately destroying them while not really attacking you. Uh,
Yeah.
whereas if you like, if you look at him and you get scared and you try to stay away from him and then run in and get some hits and then stay away from him and run and get some hits, you're gonna get ganged up on by a bunch of skeletons and then he'll start using ranged attacks and he'll start using other things to mess
Sure.
with you. Uh, but he does look really cool, so
Yeah. Fairly cool design. Looks like he's got a couple cool attacks, a grab.
true, true. But yeah, I mean he's just very easy from
Yeah, fight looks pretty easy.
both times that I did it, or I can't remember how many times I beat him. I think it was
He's just
twice.
killing the fucking dudes every time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Once you get him in that loop, then it's just over because you'll never have to worry about getting attacked by anything really.
Yep.
Seath the Scaleless. Let's see. Seath the Scaleless. This dude has cool lore because he was like, because the premise, part of the premise, I guess, of Dark Souls 1 was that the lords or whatever uh went to war against the dragons or some shit like and killed literally all of them. And Seath betrayed all of the dragons to help the lords kill the rest of his kind. I guess because they were racist against him for being scaleless or some shit.
Fuck.
I don't they don't explain that part. They just say like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, he betrayed them, and I'm like, well, I imagine it's because he's scaleless, and for whatever reason he was outcast for being weird, and so he was like, all right, fuck y'all, I'm gonna
Interesting.
help the humans kill you, or I'm not human technically. The lords are like demigods or some shit like that,
Sure, sure.
but I mean yeah, so his lore is kind of cool. Plus, I mean he's a giant dragon without scales, which I
Looks
mean
cool as
yeah.
fuck, yeah.
Uh, and his boss fight is kind of unique in the sense that there's like you have to do some stuff beforehand. So like when you first walk into his boss room, he's completely invincible to all damage, and you have to lose the fight. Like it's scripted loss. And then once you lose, you get teleported to like this dungeon or whatever, and then you have to go destroy some magic crystal or some shit in order to get back to his boss room. And once you return to it, then there's like a magic rock or whatever that's making him invincible to damage, and you have to go destroy that while avoiding his attacks, and then you fight him. And he has a tail that you can cut off.
Wow.
Uh, but beyond that, it's honestly a pretty easy fight because he kind of just he'll constantly rotate. He's got kind of like a weird
Mm-hmm.
bottom half where it's like almost like tentacles where his legs should be. And if you get on the outside of one of those tentacles, legs, or whatever, or like I think it's actually part of his tail, or he might have more than one
Yeah, it's
tail.
kind of weird. It's almost like he's fucking like a rotating on his hips with
Yeah, yeah,
like, and that's where his body ends, and then he's got a couple tails, I guess.
yeah. And if you get behind one of those tails, or kind of like stay inside like the crevice of one, you can just sort of move in the circle with him as he turns and just keep hitting him. And there's not really a lot he can do about it. He has like a couple attacks that kind of will bounce you out, or like sometimes he'll just turn really fast to get you out from behind him. But there's not really much he can do at that point. I don't remember really struggling,
Yeah,
but definitely has like cool setup at least.
yeah. Interesting setup, interesting design, but fight does seem fairly straightforward.
Hmm. I feel like people are gonna be mad about that.
Where'd you? I looked away. Oh yeah,
Right
middle,
here.
top of C. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
I just don't.
yeah.
Yeah. It just
I mean,
wasn't.
they might just like him a lot for the lore, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. Like,
we're judging it based on more factors than that.
Four Kings is pretty tough. I think we're gonna have to put that in A tier. I mean, I don't.
Okay,
Now this one's kind of cool because you have to get like a special ring that lets you walk in like on the abyss or nothingness or whatever, and then you jump into this whole nothingness. And when you land at the bottom, that's where these four dudes are, and they don't show up all at once. They kind of show up. I don't know if it's timed or if it's like a threshold of damage.
one at a time.
I'm pretty sure it's timed though. So it's basically you have like I don't know. This isn't gonna be like the literal timing, but it's like you have 1 minute with the first one alone until the second one shows up, and then another minute after that for the third one, and then another minute after that for the fourth one. So you really want to try to kill them fast because once four of them
Right.
show up, you're dead. I mean, you're not going to win if all four of them are there at the same time. And if three of them
Yeah,
are there
yeah.
at the same time, it's going to be really, really, really hard.
Yeah.
Two is kind of manageable, uh, but yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a really cool boss room and environment just
Yeah.
because you're in a pitch black emptiness and they
Right.
just kind of
Standing on
like
nothing.
yeah and there's just like they just look like silvery shadows in the darkness just swinging a sword at you and you can't really they don't really they I mean they just look like you know
Otherworldly shit.
yeah there's like these black phantoms in the darkness that kind of shimmer here and there and it is
Yeah,
hard
they look pretty cool.
it is definitely hard to get in close and hit them a lot. Just I mean they do a lot of damage and they have lots of they never really let up. Um, and obviously once you get more than one of them in there with you, then they start doing crazy shit like ranged attacks and whatnot, and you can die really fast. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean they're just cool.
Solid.
Who's next? Ceaseless Discharge is hilarious. Um,
What a name, by the way.
I know, right?
A name.
I'm gonna put him at the bottom of C tier just cause
Bottom of C.
bottom of
I
C
was
tier
watching the battle a little bit earlier.
because there's no battle. I don't know like if someone actually was fighting it, but the way to beat this if you walk into this
Oh yeah, I'm
boss
watching an actual fight.
Okay, yeah, that's a stupid way. If if you walk in, basically there's like an item in the back of where his boss arena is, and once you pick that item up, he'll aggro to you. But pick it up and you run all the way back to the entrance, and then like right before the entrance, you just stop and wait. And when it comes back over there, it'll try to like slam its arm or whatever down on top of you, and it'll sort of hit like the arch where you came in, and then it'll get stuck right there, and then you just hit it like once and wait a few seconds, and it instantly dies. Like its full health bar goes away immediately.
Really?
And I don't know if it's like a glitch or if it's like you're supposed to lure it into like a trap or and like that's supposed to happen because it doesn't really seem like a glitch because it works like it works exactly that way every time. It's not like you're trying to aim it at like a weird angle. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're doing something that you wouldn't like incidentally run into.
That,
Like you could
that is
very
not the normal way.
yeah, like you could very easily accidentally make this happen just by trying to run away from his attacks. Because if you run back to the door and he attacks, he just dies instantly.
I could see it, but most people are saying that well, not most people saying that they're struggling, but some people were annoyed. Most people definitely seem like they fought it though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, if you did it, like I mean, when he starts to aggro to
It
you,
doesn't seem like a hard fight,
you are
but
very far away from the door. So like if you're like, oh, I have to fight him, your first instinct might not be to just run away,
yeah.
but yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
he just slams his tentacles down. You hit the tentacles, like
yeah,
just
yeah.
rinse repeat is what it looks like, and you know
But
sometimes it
yeah.
surprises you.
So I'm not sure if it's like designed that way. It's where it's supposed to be like if you figure it out, then congratulations, you get an easy fight, or if it literally is just like a bug or something that they never fixed. But
Yeah, who knows?
but yeah, so I mean, I'm putting him down there just because like it's intimidating for sure. Because when you walk in and you just see it floating off the edge of the cliff, it's like, please do not see me. Like you're just like, I don't want to fight that
Yeah,
thing. Uh,
yeah,
and then when it does start attacking you, it's like, holy shit. But I mean, it's just too easy to beat him. So.
yeah. Fair enough.
Demon. Okay, Fire Sage Demon. I honestly, if I barely remember this boss like
Huh.
at all. I want to say that this was extremely easy too. Like it was just like, okay, he's just, like most of the
It's in
other
the same
demons.
category as just generic demon.
Yeah, generic demon, but he's on fire. Like I mean,
Ah, so real unique.
maybe I'm sure he was harder than everything before this point, but I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, I really don't have anything to say about this. I don't remember it at all, but I don't. I feel like I absolutely destroyed this thing.
yeah.
Nice.
I mean, just seems like standard demon fare from what I can tell. He's got a flame attack. He swings a club. He walks around on 2 feet. I mean,
Centipede Demon can be annoying though. This next one, Centipede Demon is an asshole. So basically, because he's most of what makes Centipede Demon hard is the arena that you're in because there's like a patch of land in the middle, and then the rest of the arena is just on fire. And the fire in Dark Souls, especially actually, I think in like all three Dark Souls games, fire hurts a lot.
that fire sucks.
Uh, lava, fire, whatever, when you're standing in it, that shit does a lot of damage really fast. And so you basically are stuck on this really skinny island that you have to fight him on. There is like a oh no, you don't get that. Never mind. There's a ring that like negates fire damage, but you get it after killing him. So because you need it to make progress after that. But you do get Solaire for this fight, and he's extremely helpful. I think this is probably like the most helpful he is, just because he prevents you from having to worry about accidentally rolling into the fire and stuff like that.
Yeah, it seems like you have to wait for an opening. Oh,
Yeah,
fire,
yeah.
lava.
I,
Interesting design.
that's
Fight.
I'm gonna put him in B, high B tier, just because.
Might be okay.
I mean, he definitely does require more focus and effort than a lot of the bosses in
Yeah,
this game.
you can't just like run around in a circle and get behind him and
Right,
just
yeah.
do that for every single time.
Yeah. And even with Solaire, you still have to be careful. I mean, it's not a cakewalk.
Yeah.
Okay. Bit of Chaos can go fuck itself. Worst boss in all of Souls.
Is that going to be the official
I mean, look, that's because it's
bottom F tier?
yeah, it's the first puzzle boss, I think. Oh no, no, I'm sorry. I guess Dragon God is technically the first quote unquote puzzle boss, but it's the
Yeah.
it's a puzzle boss like Dragon God, very similar. There's three parts to get his health down to 0.
Mm,
But it's so freaking annoying because you drop in and there's a node on the right of the room and a node on the left of the room, and you have to go
mm,
to the right first, I think. Everybody goes right first. I'm not sure if you have to go that way first, but I
yeah.
wasn't about to go left and find out you couldn't go that way first.
Yeah.
So you go right first, destroy that node. That's pretty easy. He has like some long sweeping attacks with his arms that that can pretty much reach the entirety of the arena. So you just have to time your roll really well. Um, and then he'll kind
Mm,
of like slam down with his arms a couple times too, I think. But getting to the first node is actually pretty simple. You just make full sprint towards it. Shouldn't be too hard. And then by the time you actually uh by the time you actually uh get to the node, I mean, you should be fine. So you destroy the first node, and then you have to go around to the other side of the room, destroy the second node. But after you destroy the first one, he starts like slamming on the ground and making the floor fall away, and there's just nothingness beneath the floor. So, on top of having to dodge his long sweeping attacks and his actual arm slamming down and stuff like that, now there's a bunch of holes on the ground that you also have to avoid, and it's extremely fucking easy to get swiped into one of them, and then it's just fucking over instantly. There's nothing you can do about it.
mm,
Now, luckily, they weren't complete assholes with the design of this because every bit of progress you make towards killing him gets saved, even if you die.
mm.
So if you destroy the first node and then die, when you go back into the area, the first node will still be destroyed, so you only have to worry about the second
It's pretty
node.
nice actually.
Yeah, so it's not like it could be way worse because if you had to do all three parts in one go, this would be maddening. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, once you stop falling into the holes over and over again and you get to the left node, you destroy that one. Then you have to the floor in front of him falls away and there's like a tree branch and you have to run it and jump off the edge of the platform onto the tree branch and then make a straight shot down like this narrow little hallway and then hit him one more time in the middle and he dies. And
Yeah.
that's honestly just as annoying as part 2 of it because you have to backtrack to the middle of the room where there's holes in the ground still and he's still trying to
Mm,
sweep you down with into the holes with his arms. And though he does the timing, I swear to God, this man, the timing for when he swings his arm lines up almost perfectly with when you jump onto the tree branch. So you have to be like you'll barely not get hit when you pull it off correctly. Like the arm will go
yeah.
right under you or right over you, whichever, and you'll barely pull it off. But I mean, this just it's just annoying. Like it's not a fight. It
Yeah.
just it
A
takes
lot of people complaining about it, I can
yeah,
see.
it's horrible. It just takes so many tries, and the run back to this area is bullshit. Like it's so far away.
Funny.
It's just it's not hard run back. It's just super far. And
It's interesting here. How much of this do you agree with of this fight? All right. Design 10 out of 10. OST 10 out of 10. Atmosphere 10 out of 10. Fight 0 of 10.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate.
What a shame. What a
Um,
shame. But yeah, people are saying if you take the right route first, uh, it makes the way to the left one absurdly hard, apparently.
ah, makes
Highly,
sense.
highly upvoted. Maybe I mean, maybe it's just different strokes for different folks, though. I
You
don't know.
just see the message on the ground, try left, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
But yeah,
All right, so deserved, I
yeah.
guess.
Oh, okay. Final Dark Souls 1 boss.
Yep.
Gwyn, Lord of Cinder.
Oh, he's up there. Yeah, this is a fan favorite.
Come on. Here
Sure.
we go. Yeah, I mean, first of all, the music for this fight goes stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it.
Second of all, this is probably like one of the more just genuinely like it's just like one of the most real fights in the first
Mm.
game and probably like all of them. I mean, now to be fair, there is like if you're good at parrying, apparently, I mean, not apparently I've seen it. It's extremely easy to beat him because like if you every single one of his attacks is extremely parryable, so you can just get him in a parry cycle and it's just over.
Mm.
Um, but if you don't parry, which I mean, parrying's for pussies, so why would I do that? Parrying's for pussies and for Sekiro.
Yeah.
Uh,
God.
but yeah, no, I mean it's just a good fight overall. I mean, if you have Solaire with you, which you can, if as long as you've completed his quest line, I mean he's extremely helpful, obviously, just because Gwyn does have a lot of he likes to lunge and
Yeah.
fast sort of uppercut attacks and stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy I'm watching is just getting fucking blasted.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you get caught in like a
Lunges.
combo or something like that, it's just over. I mean, he's just gonna juggle you
Yeah, he's
to
got
death.
combos out the fucking
Yeah,
wazoo.
and I think he does have some magic. I think I can't really remember if he used it much when I was fighting him. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just a good fight. I like there's not, and I mean, and he's just cool.
Yeah, he's cool as fuck. I
And
mean, you want a final boss to be like this, like a
yeah,
normal, relatively normal, like king kind of guy that has like a really cool sword or ability and just fucking has combos, cool fucking moves and combos.
yeah,
Like satisfying to beat.
yeah. Especially like especially when like when the lore is that you're trying to like become the new them, you know?
Yeah, the Lord of Cinder. Yeah,
Yeah. It's like you're trying to become the new Lord of Fire or whatever, and it's just like, okay. I mean, that's dope.
yeah,
That you're basically fighting a better version of you.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But yeah.
it's pretty good. That seems accurate.
All right. Time for the easiest Souls game. Not really.
Yeah, probably
Demon
some of the
Souls
most controversial opinions here potentially.
Demon Souls is still the easiest Souls game,
Yeah,
but I mean, I like okay, this game is weird because first of all, like, out the gate, I like Dark Souls 2. I mean, I know
good game.
everyone's like at least in, Souls world is always shitting on this game for all the weird mechanic things. And I mean, in all fairness, the mechanics are weird. Like especially if
Yeah,
playing Dark Souls 3 like right after Dark Souls 2, it's very noticeable, especially in that sense when you go back to the controls and everything working the way that they're supposed to in most of the Soulsborne games. So but people like to I think people kind of sell it like as far as the weird way that like lock on works and obviously the way that iframes
yeah.
work and shit like that. People act like it makes the game much harder or like impossible to play it well or whatever. And I'm like, it doesn't take that long to get used to it. It's weird for sure, but
I think some people are bad at that kind of shit, and I think that might be more people than that's closer to your average gamer, and I think it's more average gamers talking about how hard these fucking games are in general.
I mean, yeah, sure. It probably is, not everybody playing games in general is out here fucking trophy hunting and playing like all kinds of games all the time and constantly switching game mechanics and shit like that. I mean, like if I'm
Yeah.
playing, yeah, I mean, like yeah, that's fair enough, I guess, because I play games that have wildly different mechanics like every other day, basically. So it's not hard for
Yeah,
me
not
to
only that, but
adjust.
yeah, with the trophy hunting definitely changes how you approach the fights. You're gonna come in there optimized, 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10.
True.
And, you're never gonna have a fight where you feel like you do not have the upper hand, which is pretty, like, saying that about an entire Souls game is pretty crazy.
Yeah, especially this game because the whole the thing where enemies won't respawn once you kill them 10 times like that.
Yeah,
It's not exactly 10 for all enemies in the game, but give or take. Uh,
right.
but like that aspect of the game, and I don't know if it's maybe it's just me, but I could be like imagining it, but I'm
Sure.
pretty sure that all the enemies in this game drop generally more souls than like most other Souls games. So if you do clear out areas as you go, if you stay every time you get to a new bonfire, you kill everything around that bonfire 10 times, you're gonna be insanely powerful as you progress through the game, just because you're gonna have
Yeah.
so many souls from clearing out areas, which obviously helps mitigate any sort of difficulties you might have with the controls or whatever, because you'll almost always be over leveled by at least 10 levels, if not 20.
Yeah. But I mean, that's gonna be the minority of players who play this game
Yeah,
who
I
will
mean
do that.
that's an insane
Most,
way to play. Like
yeah.
it's a that's like psychotic kind of
When you
behavior.
do it that way, you do get a different, an interesting feel for the game.
Yeah. Um,
'Cause you do fight a lot of the same enemies over and over, so you basically just become an
yeah.
expert.
Yeah. I mean, and that's actually I think that was one of like the better aspects of that mechanic is because it kind of motivates you to actually do that and clear out areas. Because I mentioned that when I was first playing. I remember that what you just
Mhm.
said is that that
Yeah.
was that was one of the cooler aspects of it is that learned how to beat every single enemy in that game with like clinical precision. I knew exactly how every single enemy in that game fought because of how many times I fought them.
Yeah.
So that was cool, I guess. But let's get into this. So Last Giant, I mean, very basic, like almost kind of like I want to say like a follow-up to Dark Souls. I mean, he's like a giant dude with a giant like stick, and
Yeah.
he doesn't do like he walks around and slams the stick on the ground, and that's pretty much it. I mean, it's very easy to get behind him and just beat the hell out of him. And I mean, look, I don't know what they were smoking when they made this game, but there are so many summons for
Really? Oh yeah.
what
Well, we talked about
well
that.
yeah for like for almost I want to say I can't remember the exact count, but I want to say that there's like there are 41 bosses in the game and you have to fight all of them. That includes DLC well, if you're trophy hunting and you have the Scholar of the First Sin edition, you have to do all the DLC. Well, you don't have to do all the DLC, but you do have to go into the DLC like a little bit for each DLC in order to get all the trophies. But once you go there, you might as well just kill the bosses because going through the whole DLC will get you way more souls than just kind of like going there for the trophy required shit and then bugging out. But
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
there are
sense.
41 bosses in the game, including DLC, and I'm pretty sure it's like 6 bosses out of those 41 don't have summons.
It's 6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
That's
of
that's
those,
good.
yeah, and of those 6 that don't have summons, I want to say I think maybe one of them is. They're all easy as hell. All the ones that don't have
Yeah.
summons, like the reason they don't have summons is because it would be ridiculous, even more so than it already is for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the first, like Last Giant, for example, there are 2 summons for this boss for like, and it's just like, okay, why? Like, I mean, I used them because I'm like, why not? They're
Yeah,
both
I mean,
just,
obviously.
and that's the other thing too is a lot of times in these games there might be multiple summons available for like one boss, or like technically speaking, or even if there's just one summon available, they usually still hide them behind, uh, side quests
Side
or
quest or something, yeah.
doing like really random, weird, specific actions like killing a specific phantom ahead of time or whatever the case might be.
Talking to people and
Right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
fucking progressing shit.
But in this game, there's only like, I want to say two NPCs that fall into that category, and you do have to summon them for trophies because you need them to be, you have to complete their side quests in order to get like their respective trophies or whatever. But aside from those
Yeah,
two NPC summons that um that have side quests like attached to them, almost every other summon in this game is just there. Like you don't have to do any work for it. It's just in the world, and it's like, hey, you can just use this.
interesting.
So it's not even like that you have to go out of your way to set up having summons.
Mm,
They're just fucking there. Uh,
yeah.
but yeah. So I mean, Last Giant is it like, it's, I mean, it's still like a regular, very normal Souls fight. So
Typical giant fight,
yeah, I
basically.
mean, I'll put them like I'll put them like here, I guess. Or yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
seems about right.
yeah. The pers. Okay, I guess we'll do it. No, we're not gonna do it in their order. We're gonna do it in my order. Dragon Rider is, again. I mean, this one's kind of, it's a little bit cooler just because like the room you're in is like a, it's a circular room, and then there's uh there's no floor at the edge of that circle, so you can fall off into the water and die. Which kind of makes the fight a little bit more interesting because you have to be careful about which direction you dodge. Because
Yeah.
if you dodge straight back, you're gonna roll right off the edge into the water. I mean, obviously not every time, but if you don't realize it's there, and also he does lots of lunging attacks that will push you straight back with the intent of knocking you off the map, which
Nice.
is definitely that. This is like one of the only bosses I died to, and that was what happened because like I walked in
Yep.
and he just immediately hit me with the lunge, and I wasn't really worried about it, and then I just fell off instantly, and I was like, well, I didn't know that was there, so try again. But yeah, I mean, this boss is easy. Just lunge. He just basically is just like, he likes spamming lunge, and if you just got to circle behind him and hit him and wait for him to lunge and keep doing that over and over again. And then he has one summon that's just automatically there, and then you just use that. That's it, if you want. You don't have to. He's not that strong. But obviously, if you want someone else to keep his attention, then there's that. But
Interesting.
and he's got kind of a cool design, I guess. Just like a cool looking knight, dude.
You fight two of them?
Th- This one is only one. There's one later where it's two of
Okay.
them. Yeah,
I see, I see.
yeah.
I was just watching. Okay, interesting.
Um, yeah. That seems right. That seems fair.
Yeah.
Who's next? Flexile Sentry. This one's kind of cool. Um, Now it would be, it's weird because like the way that this boss works, you're in like a old, like a shipwrecked um ship, and you're in like you're in the, I can't I'm you're in like the hold of the ship basically, and
Okay.
it's filling up with water while you're fighting him, and if as at a certain point when the water gets too high, it slows you down and makes it harder to move and
Right.
stuff like that. So there's kind of like a cool element to it where it's pushing you to finish him quickly, or else it's gonna get harder to fight him. And he's
Yeah.
got kind of like a cool design where it's one body with kind of two heads facing opposite directions, and each head has its own set of arms that has a different type of weapon. So like one of them has I think like little like is like fast with swords and stuff like that, and the other one has kind of like a big
Mm.
axe or something. And you have to worry about both of the sides of it having different attack patterns, and it'll kind of like it's really good at switching from one style to the other pretty quickly.
Mm.
Um, but other than that, the issue though is that the water thing is really a non-issue.
Yeah.
Because the rate at which it rises is super super slow. Like you'd have to take forever fighting this dude for that to even come into play. So it's kind of like why even include it as a mechanic? But I mean, at least it's kind of got some creativity behind it. And
Sure.
then this guy also has two summons that are just, you don't need it. So if you bring those guys in and turn it into a fucking I think that's the funniest thing about this game is like you could turn so many of the
Yeah.
boss fights into like gank fights, but you have the team that's like ganking up on somebody and it's just like okay.
Yeah.
So I mean this one, and a lot of them and this game too it was kind of like before they figured out how to balance summons, I think, as far as like how powerful they are, because it's not just the fact that you can summon for most boss fights, it's the fact that the summons are basically invincible.
Yeah.
And
And like a
they
summon could be somewhat balanced. Like there's I would say most of the summons in Elden Ring were like not gonna give you a pretty like a substantial advantage outside of some aggro, obviously. The Dark Souls 2 dudes fucking I mean the videos that I saw, not only insane aggro, the boss just loses their mind almost every single time they're on.
oh yeah.
They do a really good job of doing a lot of damage and importantly also not dying.
Yeah. They're all strong as fuck, like attack wise. They're all tanky as fuck, and they all have multiple flasks that way they will use. Like
Yeah, it's fucked.
mid battle. Like it's like what the fuck, bro? Like, how are you supposed to not win these fights?
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll give Flexoff Sentry a little bit more credit though, just because there is this is one of those bosses that's like it's the first time you fight him, it's a boss, but then there's I think like one or two more that just appear in the world that aren't
Hmm.
bosses, quote unquote, but they have the exact
Right.
same health and obviously attack
Yeah,
styles and
yeah.
shit like that. But but yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna put him. Hmm.
Bottom of C tier.
Well, I was actually gonna put him kind of higher, just because like it is more of a fight that you have to actually pay attention to the attack. Even with the summons, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't just walk in and do whatever you want. I'm gonna put him there, because I mean,
All right.
everything else before that is extremely easy.
Mm.
And Flexile Sentry does require a little bit, strategy to the fight.
Yeah. Solid.
Okay, Pursuer also cool as fuck. This man aura farms like crazy when you walk into his room.
Oh yeah.
If you look up like the intro of this fight, bro, it's this he's like I can't even
I'm watching it. Yeah.
yeah. He just fucking floats with his eyes glowing red and he's just like, "Sup, bitch?" Like he's just floating like
The
Superman.
floating is
Yeah.
so
The floating
unnecessary.
goes stupid. I was like, "All right, I'm scared now." I was
Yeah.
like and there's no summons. And this is like considered I guess the first skill check in this game according
Mm.
to I mean most of the
Yeah.
community. Now, obviously you can use the giant crossbow bolt thingies to like basically
Yeah.
one shot him, which is actually kind of hilarious. Um,
Oh.
but if you fuck that up and he destroys the crossbow bolts or the crossbow cannon things, then you have to fight him for real. But he's got a pretty predictable pattern. I mean, he's a little bit faster than most enemies, I would say, in this game, bosses anyway, as far
I
as
was about to
just
say he looks slow, or at least like he's like telegraphs the fuck out of everything.
he does, yeah. Um, he does telegraph pretty well. I mean, it is easy to learn what he's
Like
gonna
that
do.
half second
Yeah.
fucking wind up for damn near everything.
Yeah, there's only like one combo he does where he kind of does like a 3-hit combo in a row that can get that if you get
Yeah,
caught in it.
it looks like a good combo, but it is slow.
Yeah, it is slow at the start, but if you do get caught in it, or if you like misjudge the distance of like how far out like the shockwave of like the sword or the shield hits, then you could get
Mm.
kind of fucked up by it. And he does
Yeah.
have like, I mean, he hits very hard, but
Sure.
he is still pretty slow. I only say that he's faster than like a lot of the bosses in this game, just because he's just more mobile, I think, than many of them. Not necessarily
He
with
is
his.
pretty mobile. He's like constantly moving. He's not really taking a lot of breaks.
Yeah, not
But
necessarily
he
like
does
it.
hit hard.
Yeah, yeah. That's all I meant. Not necessarily attack speed, but just the fact that he always is like, all right, come back here and trying to like chase you down and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
that's not as common, I guess, in this game.
Yeah.
But he is super cool looking, so.
Yeah, the floating shit is just like some Dragon Ball Z shit, basically.
And this is another one. There are like 5 of these things throughout the game
Mm.
that, the other ones, quote unquote, aren't bosses. Even though now those ones that you fight later on are much stronger than this one. But I mean, you'll be leveled up a lot by the time you get to them. I think I gotta put him
Yeah.
a little bit higher though, because this fight is still pretty fun.
Yeah, he's got a nice little move set.
I think I'll put
He's
him
a
up
little
there.
telegraphy, but it is a fight.
Yeah, that seems like a good spot for you. Ruin Sentinels is next. Okay. Ruin Sentinels is kind of like it's kind of weird. It's 3 bosses at once. Um,
Okay.
they don't really have a lot of like variety to their attacks. I mean, they all have like a big golden spear thingy, and I mean, very basic move sets. They kind of like, sometimes they like to spin around with it, and you just have to like avoid the hell out of that because you'll get juggled. Um, and they like to slam down on the ground with it, like the whole pole on the ground, not like straight into the ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, that's basically all they do. I mean, they kind of like jab the spear at you, slam it on the ground, or spin around with it. Uh, and they're a little bit more difficult to sort of get behind and attack because they are very mobile in that sense. Like they can turn around really quickly. Um,
Yeah.
but you have 2 summons for this fight, and that is extremely helpful actually because fighting. Well, it's also weird because the way this boss room works is when the part where you spawn on top of like a balcony, and there's one of the ruined sentinels up there with you. So you can kill that one before you jump down and fight the other 2. And the other 2 just can't there's no attacks they have that'll reach you while you're up on that platform as long as you don't obviously fall off. But so you can kill the first one on that platform and then jump down and then fight the other 2. So it's a little bit more manageable even if you're alone. Um but I mean it's not too bad either way.
Yeah.
But nothing really like super interesting going on there.
Yeah. Kind of boring. Seems like kind of a boring fight from what I'm watching. But at least there's 3 of them, and it's kind of dynamic a little bit.
I think low C is probably best for Ruined Sentinels. And then Lost Sinner. Um, this fight kind of has like a cool setup to it, I guess. So when you get to this area, there's 2, like I guess like pipelines on either side of the boss room, like before you go in, and there's oil in them. And if you go and light the oil on fire in each one, it lights up the inside of the boss arena so that it's not basically pitch black in there. So you can, if you walk into the room without doing that, then you're fighting this guy in the dark, basically. And he is fast. like actually fast,
Yeah, he
and
seems pretty fast.
he likes dashing around and stuff. I mean, that's pretty much the main threat for Lost Center. I mean, he's fast and likes to dash around. Uh, and obviously, if you don't light the oil tube things on fire, then you're fighting him in reduced visibility.
Right.
And he also has two summons, but I mean, this was not too hard. This is like the first, I think, like main story junction boss fight. Like I don't remember what they're called in Dark Souls 2, but
Yeah.
uh, but I mean, this fight's not too bad, whether you're alone or otherwise. Now it's kind of funny because like in New Game Plus, he gets two summons that are on his side,
Oh, that's funny.
and it's not a thing. That's actually kind of like a cool thing in this game too that I don't think people like talk about enough is when you go into New Game Plus, a lot of the boss fights have not just boss fights, but like the game in general. Like there are enemies in the game that were not there the first time.
Yeah, instead of just scaling shit.
Yeah. So like, but a few of them are like this, where the boss fights are slightly different. Like the Lost Center, once you get him to like half health, he summons two phantoms to help him out, and shit like that, which is kind of cool. Um, but yeah, no, I mean this fight's pretty easy still I would say overall,
Yeah.
and definitely less aura than the Pursuer.
Yeah, not quite.
I think I'll put him. I think I'll still put him above Tower Knight though, just because it does require a little bit more finesse than some of those
Yeah,
Demon
he's
Souls
quick.
bosses. But all right, and then we've got Skeletal Lords is a fucking joke. Where the hell are they? Oh my god, okay, they're way down here. Yeah, the Skeleton Lords are kind of hilarious. So there's three of them, and it is kind of a creative boss fight. I'll give them that. But there's three of them, and every time you kill one, they as they die, they summon like five or six skeletons,
Hmm.
and then you have to kill all the skeletons. And once everything is dead, then you win. And
Right.
obviously, the hard part of it is if you don't realize that, or if you just like, oh, I can handle it, and you kill all three of them really quickly, and
Yeah.
they all have very low health, so it's very easy to just run up to them and just hack away and kill them in like five
Right.
seconds. But it's kind of like a trap because if you do that, then you're going to be in a room with like 20
15.
skeletons,
Yeah.
and yeah, and two of those skeletons, two or three of those skeletons are like the bone wheel skeletons.
Right.
And those things, while they're not nearly as powerful as they were in Dark Souls 1, they are still a pain in the ass if you're getting jumped by 20 dudes and you have to also dodge a spinning wheel of death.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, this guy only killed two kind of at the same time, and he's in trouble.
yeah. Now, and there are two summons available for this, but one of them is related to an NPC that you have to set up. I know that, and the other one, actually, I think they're both related to NPCs that you have to set up. But it's pretty easy to do. But I mean, you really don't need a summon for it either way. It doesn't like you can if you want, but it
Yeah.
doesn't make a difference. But yeah, I mean, having the summon. The only reason I bring up the summons for this one is obviously if you kill all three of them quickly, then the army of skeletons that spawns is much more manageable if there's two other guys in there with you. Um,
Sure.
but yeah, if you can kill two of them and still pretty much be okay because the skeletons they summon aren't strong. It's just a
They're
matter
pretty
of
weak.
it's just a matter of not getting trapped in a corner or like getting surrounded. But if you kill, I think the middle one is the one that spawns the bone wheel, so like you just don't want to do that until the end.
Yeah.
But but yeah, I mean, so it's conceptually pretty decent, but it
Sure.
is extremely easy. So
Yeah.
I think I'll put them above Ruined Sentinels at least, but I don't think I can put them any higher than that.
Yeah. All right.
Covetous Demon. This is one of the few that does not have a summon. But this thing is super easy. I mean, it's a big slug basically, and if you just get to one side of it and just keep hitting it and turning with it, you'll be good. I mean, it has like a roll that it'll do to try to, obviously get you away from its side, and that'll hurt you if you get hit by it. But I mean, it's pretty well telegraphed because it kind of like almost rocks up on one side before he's about to roll. So you're like
Yeah.
you can very easily see when he's about to try to do it, and then you just move out of the way. And once he's done rolling, go to his other side and keep hitting him. Um, he has like some sort of acid. I think it's like a weapon. I get like degrades your weapon's integrity or something like that if you get hit by it.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's very easy to beat no matter what. And
Yeah, he
there's
seems pretty fucking easy.
Yeah, there's also like jars hanging from the ceiling or something like that, and if you shoot those jars down with a bow and arrow or whatever, I'm pretty sure those were supposed to do like a lot of damage to him off rip, but I didn't do that anytime that I fought him. I just know that it was like suggested to do it the first time, and I was like, I'm good, I'll just fight him.
Mm.
But yeah, very very easy. I think I'll put him down here though. Someone
Still good enough. Not bad enough to be D tier.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just because, I mean, just because a lot of these ones in the D tier are just like very, very heavy on the gimmick aspect,
Sure.
or like
Yeah,
there's just maximum cheese available, or you're not really doing anything. Or at least Covetous Demon, it's like you do have to go up to him and fight him. It's just that the fight's easy.
yeah. I guess that's fair.
Baneful Queen Mytha is next, and you can literally jump the hell out of this bitch with 3 summons.
Oh,
Now, now that one is it's kind of like if you get the thirds. Actually, it's not that out of the way, but one of the summons. Not that you have to go out of your way to set it up or anything, but it's the other two are kind of like directly on the path on the way to her, and you'll just see them and be like, oh, okay, cool. But the third one is kind of like upstairs in a different part of that building that you're in when you're headed towards her. And
mm,
it might not occur to you that you can get that one and then bring it downstairs with you, which you can, but it is like out of the way technically. But I mean, this one's not hard either. She does like there's kind of like a moat of poison around the edge of her arena. It's a big circle. Just like I mean,
mm,
a lot of the boss rooms actually in this game are big circular rooms, but yeah, there's like a moat of poison, and it doesn't build up super fast, but obviously you don't want to be standing in it. And then
sure.
she'll like spit poison out at you and stuff during the fight, and she has a couple of attacks where she'll kind of like lunge across the room every once in a while. But mostly it's just pretty basic attacks with her little spear halberd thing, and
Yeah.
I mean there's really nothing special about her that much. It's crazy because I remember like when I was looking stuff up for this game as I was doing it, just seeing like what people's were thinking like the hardest bosses in the game were. Mytha kept being on like the top 10 hardest in Dark Souls 2, and I was like, y'all are
Really.
actually tripping. I was like, there's no way y'all think this boss is hard.
I can see some of the difficult concepts in the fight. Now, I'll be honest, all the fights that I've watched so far, for all pretty much all of the bosses that we've gone through, um, it's just a dude soloing it. So, with a grain of salt, obviously, but with this guy, yeah, he's the attacks seem pretty varied. He's going having to move around a lot, but I mean, it does not seem like from his perspective it's the hardest boss.
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. The moveset doesn't seem that intimidating. That's just my initial interpretation.
it's not. I mean, it's very easy to.
You could dodge the spear attacks pretty easily. Like what she like throws her fucking head and does an attack. Like that one's kind of
Yeah,
interesting,
yeah.
but
Still think she's gonna make it a little bit higher just for having some variation. Um, but yeah, I mean, pretty just very easy. I mean,
Yeah,
no matter what methods
very
you
easy.
use.
Mytha, the Baneful Queen,
Yeah,
easy as fuck.
not baneful to me. I don't know who she's baneful to. Okay, Smelter Demon is next. Okay, all right. Um, this is basically the spiritual successor to the Flame Lurker.
Ah,
So I'm gonna put him. I'm probably gonna put him pretty high, probably like high
mm,
B tier. He's not nearly as fast or as powerful as Flame Lurker, and that was the thing. People were like making it seem like he was, especially like reading the trophy guide and stuff like that. It was like this boss is pretty tough, and I mean he has one summon. But even if you don't bring him, I've beaten him with the summon and without it, and
mm,
I did it without it in New Game Plus because that one there's like a minor setup for that summon, and I just like obviously didn't do it because I was running through the game. And
yeah,
I mean that's the main thing is that he's much slower and much more predictable than Flame Lurker.
mm,
And he has like this weird. I'm really still to this day not sure exactly what it does, but he has this moment during the fight where he'll kind of like stop fighting and catch more on fire than he already was.
mm,
And in my head, I'm thinking, oh, when he finishes charging up or whatever, there's gonna be like a big explosion that's gonna knock me back, or like
right,
his sword, or like he'll be completely just on fire the whole time and be doing way more damage or whatever the case might be. And I don't remember there ever being like a clear difference between when he's charging up and before he was charging up. And
interesting.
because I like the first time he did it, I was like, oh shit, I gotta get ready. And then nothing happened, and I was like, am I tripping or did he not get stronger? And
I mean,
I
I
didn't.
saw at least one of his attacks is that he does explode.
He does explode. That is a thing that happens, but
Mm,
it definitely. I don't remember. I don't think it was like as devastating as I was expecting it to be, or like when he was doing the charging up thing.
mm,
It just whatever it was. It just was not as crazy as I was anticipating. Um,
yeah,
but he does still look really cool, and it
he does look
is
pretty cool. Yeah,
probably probably the hardest fight up to this point in the game. Um,
yeah,
yeah, I
the
mean,
longest fight video that I've watched so far.
fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, so we'll do high B tier for him. Old Iron King is kind of a he does look cool, but he has very predictable attack patterns.
Mm,
He'll do a couple things. He'll either like breathe fire from left to right or right to left, and in that case, you just have to kind of be on. You want to like kind of be on the side that he's turning towards, so that and then kind of get in like the corner of the boss room, so that when the flames reach you, they kind of dissipate before they hit you. Um, and then he has like a thing where he'll slam his fist down and shoot a beam of fire straight out of it. And that's basically your biggest opportunity for attack because you dodge that and his fist will be kind of like stuck in the ground for 10 seconds. And then
right.
you want to like run up and just beat the hell out of his hand. Um, there's a summon for this, but he's not helpful, honestly. I mean, like, for any reason, really. A little bit of aggro, I guess, but he doesn't do a lot of damage, and it's really easy to get knocked off of this arena floor into the
Yeah, it seems
lava.
pretty small.
So that can happen to the summon like instantly, just by, pure bad luck. Um, it can happen to you pretty easily too if you're not careful where you're standing. But
Mm,
I mean, that's pretty much it. He breathes fire back and forth. Sometimes he'll do like and when he's breathing fire back and forth, his hands will kind of be like hovering just over the edge of the platform, and you can sometimes hit his hands while he's turning really slowly. Um, he has another
yeah.
attack where he kind of gets his head really low, and you can hit him in the face while he's shooting fire that way, and then obviously the thing I already said where he slams his fist down, and you can hit him that way. I mean, but that's pretty much it. He just has a couple moves where he breathes fire, and then a couple moves where he slams his hands on the platform, and you just run up and hit his hands when he does that.
Mhm.
And as long as you're making sure that you're not standing in front of lava and getting accidentally knocked back into it, then
Right.
it's pretty easy fight.
Yeah. Cool design. Cool. Looks kind of dope. Had a interesting. Good. Fucking walked out like Godzilla out of the fucking
Yeah,
lava.
dope intro, like coming out of the lava and then he walks over real slowly and it's just like, all right.
Yeah.
But
Does
yeah,
kind of look like Trigon.
yeah, a little bit.
But yeah,
That's
bottom of
accurate.
C
Yeah,
or like bottom
yeah,
half, I guess, of C tier.
yeah, closer to the bottom. It feels accurate.
Yeah.
Just
Just a little bit too boring.
yeah, a little bit too much of like a. No, I wouldn't. Not exactly a gimmick, but kind of a gimmick.
It's in that neighborhood.
Yeah, it's getting close to gimmick territory.
Yeah, when it's like on a rail, like like the start of the Elden Ring fight. What that fucking dude, the snake guy,
Oh,
I
Rykard?
think.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. Like
Rykard.
the
Rykard
first
is a
part.
gimmick though.
Yeah, the whole fight. Yeah, what am I even saying? The
Yeah,
first part. Yeah, like that.
the
Yeah,
the serpent sword
you know.
makes that a gimmick.
I guess that's. Oh yeah, because the serpent sword. I
Yeah,
forgot about the serpent
yeah,
sword.
yeah, yeah. I mean, if you don't use the serpent sword, then you're just. I mean, A, you're an idiot, and B, then it's not a gimmick because that shit's fucking hard without the serpent sword. But
I was thinking because he's like rooted, like he's just there in
right,
center
yeah,
the
he
whole
can't
time.
move.
That's what I was. I actually forgot about the
Except
stupid
I would say
serpent sword.
though, I would say the difference though there is that if you try to zone him out, he'll do like that lava rain from the sky and just burn the whole fucking arena. He doesn't like that
Yeah,
shit, so you can't really like zone him out that way.
true. Yeah,
Not that you can zone out Old Iron King because there's nowhere to fucking go, but
yeah, it's a small little area.
but yeah, no, Rykard's definitely a gimmick. And actually, we're gonna get to what I would consider Rykard's spiritual predecessor in Dark Souls
Predecessor,
3.
yeah.
In Dark Souls 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically the exact same mechanic. Like there's a weapon that you use that specifically works against that boss
That sounds
and
familiar.
it just melts him.
Yeah.
But anyway, Royal Rat Vanguard, this one I'm gonna probably put in D tier.
F E. Oh,
Um, honestly pretty low because this is just
a couple rats.
it's just rats. I mean, that's it. Like that's literally it's a room full of rats.
Oh,
That's it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that like the rat that's the boss, it does have more health than the other rats, but the rat that's the boss is kind of hidden, so like its health bar won't pop up until you find which rat is the real one. Not that
oh
they're
yeah.
not
Then you just fight a dog.
basically. I mean, it's just yeah, it's just rats. And rats are one-shot kills for the most part. So, I mean, it's no big deal. And they don't do damage. So, I mean, they do damage, but
Yeah. The
it's
dog is
negligible.
at least something, but it doesn't even seem that
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know why this is a boss fight. They could have just made it like, "Oh, look, here's a room full of rats. Either fight them or don't."
Yeah,
But no.
which they've certainly done before.
Yeah. I'm like that's like all of the underground section of Elden Ring. It's like
Yeah,
here's an entire fucking maze full of rats. It's like, nah, I'm
that's
good.
typical.
I'm gonna run past them bitches. Okay, so next up we'll do the Rotten. This guy's pretty cool looking, I guess. And the path to get to him is a pain in the ass. But
Hmm.
I mean, very easy to just sort of strafe around him and hit him. Um, he doesn't really have any counters for when you're like behind him and hitting him and stuff like that. Like he kind of does. I can't remember exactly what it is. I can't remember if he just turns really quickly or if he sort of like jumps away from you or something. I don't think he jumps ever though, because he's just a massive like pile of sludge basically. Um,
Yeah, people sludge.
yeah, but I think that's probably like the biggest like downfall for this boss fight is it's really easy to just get behind him and stay behind him.
Yeah.
And he, I think, also has like the weapon degrading mist or poison or whatever. But if you're in front of him, then like you're just doing it wrong. So,
Yeah.
and there's fire or lava or whatever in the arena that will like basically insta kill you if you walk into them. But it's a pretty big area, so it's not like that's really a threat.
Sure.
Yeah, and there are 3 summons for this one too, if you really want. So you can go in and beat the living shit out of him.
Yeah.
So let's put that feels
Above the old Iron King.
yeah, just 'cause, a little bit more of a fight.
More of a fight. I guess so. Yeah. More of a threat.
Yeah. Yeah. That seems fine. I feel like a lot of these bosses are just gonna end up in C tier because it's like they're okay, but like none of them are
Yeah.
really great.
They're not challenged. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, another easy one. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Scorpioness Najka. She's kind of got like a cool start to it. Like when you walk into her boss room, it's just her head sticking out of the sand, and she'll be like throwing spells at you. And then when you get close, she burrows under and then explodes out underneath you as like a full scorpion body thing.
Mm.
And then the fight actually starts. And there are 2 summons you can use for this one as well, which, I mean, you don't really need them, but uh, it's easier. I really don't remember her moveset that well, but it's a lot of like, you know, striking attacks with her stingers, and then
Yeah.
she likes to burrow underground and pop out underneath you to kind of knock you on your ass and shit like that, and a few lunge attacks here and there, but mostly pretty easy to avoid, and then run up, not necessarily behind her, but like to the side and get some hits in. Because I think if you go directly behind her, she'll do like kind of like a sweep with her tail, and or tails, whatever, and knock you down. But if you stay like on her sides, it's pretty easy to just stay glued to her side and keep hitting her, and then just get out of the way whenever she does like a uh whenever she burrows or whenever she tries to strike you with the stingers. But
Mm. Yeah. It doesn't seem too bad. The dual stingers is kind of cool, but yeah, if you just kind of go to the side, that seems to be the play.
I think I'll put her a little higher than some of these other ones have gotten, but
All right.
yeah.
Solid.
Oh, the next one, so good. Where is it? Oh, I did that out of order. Whoops, hold up. Royal Rat Authority is the one. There's 2 rat bosses for some reason. I don't. So, hold up. Royal Rat Vanguard was the first one, so we'll put that one there. Royal Rat
Okay.
Authority is a big rat.
Well, it ended up being a dog.
Well,
That's what I was watching.
it does look like a dog.
Well, it is a dog.
Wait, it's supposed to be like a big rat, though. It's like a dog rat.
Really?
Yeah, it's like
No, there ain't no way. That
yeah.
was a
Royal
dog.
Rat Authority. It's supposed to be a big rat. Yeah, they look like dogs, though. I'll give it. I mean, like this picture right here looks like a dog. I mean, I agree with you. That looks like a dog, but it's a rat. I
Oh, the
promise.
tail. I guess the tail.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna just leave it right here. I'll put the Royal Rat Authority above
God.
Vanguard because like there's actually a
Okay.
boss rat in that one. But I mean, it's the same
Sure,
fucking
sure.
thing. It's like, oh no,
Totally
rats.
I thought it was a dog for sure.
Yeah. No, that's a rat, bro.
That's insane. The tail, I suppose.
It's like that
And
meme.
literally nothing else.
You're like the meme of that little kid. Can I pet that dog?
Yeah, or just like with the I forget even what it was. The fucking, I guess it was a bunch of geese or something. Like, look at all those chickens.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I
it
mean,
was
there's nothing to say
bad.
about the rats though. The rats are just rats.
Same in every one of these games.
This one is probably gonna get pretty low. Prowling Magus in the Congregation. This is like, I want to say it's probably like 15 enemies in the room, but they're all exceptionally weak. I mean, like 2-hit kills across the board. The boss maybe takes 5 hits.
Mhm.
Um, it's like 2 health bars, one for the Magus and then one for the Congregation collectively. But I mean, it's super easy. There is, I think there's one summon, but I mean, you don't need it. And I think the summon you do have to set up. I think this one's tied to one of those like side quest trophies that you need. But so you do have to summon this one, I'm pretty sure, if you're going for the trophies. But um,
Mhm.
I mean, it literally makes no difference. You'll just walk in and you'll probably kill everyone in this room before the summon finishes like entering the room.
Yeah, they do seem pretty low health.
Yeah. This one might have to go in D tier too, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Freya, the gigantic spider. Now, this fight's kind of weird because I'm pretty sure it kind of forces you to put yourself in danger because I'm pretty sure the body of Freya is immune to damage. You have to like go to either it has a head on its front and back, so it has 2 heads,
Mhm.
and those are the only parts of it that are vulnerable. So you have to like
Oh,
go directly where it's going to attack you from and like just get ready to move once it's about to like spit webs at you or try to like lunge and bite you and stuff like that. Um,
wow.
and this is another one that has 3 summons available. One of which I think you have to set up, but the other 2 are just there. And that obviously that's helpful because then you'll usually end up having at least 2 of them attacking one head while you can attack the other head. Uh,
Mhm.
and eventually, when you do enough damage, one of the heads will fall off, and so then you don't have to worry about it anymore. And then you have to go around and deal with the other one. So I guess kind of a cool detail to it, I guess. But I mean, this
Okay.
this fight's not really hard. I mean, you just don't,
Alternate, yeah.
yeah, you can kind of use the side of Freya as cover almost. I think it does an attack where it like stops its legs. So if you're too close when that happens, then obviously that'll hurt a little bit. But um, you could pretty much just like hug its side when it's spitting stuff out of its mouth, and then once it's done, just go back to the front and keep hitting it, and it's not really too bad. And even if you do get hit, none of its attacks are super devastating. So just I mean, roll out of the way and heal and come back. It's not a big deal, but
Mhm. That doesn't seem too bad.
mm, yeah, another low.
No she love, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, Twin Dragon Riders. All right, cool, 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 cool. Um, I'm probably gonna just put these guys like right above the other one.
Yeah, just a little bit harder.
Yeah, and it's really just 'cause at the beginning of the fight, the other one will be like up on like a balcony or something, shooting arrows at you, and then once you do enough damage to the first one, it comes down to join him. Um, but I mean, it's really easy to avoid both of them, honestly. Like it can get a little
Yeah.
bit hairy when they're both attacking you. I think they do have slightly different weapons, obviously, because one of them has like a bow and arrow, but I think it also has like a slightly different like melee weapon too. I can't remember what it is, but it really does. It's the same attack patterns essentially as the solo Dragon
Mhm.
Rider, but it's just
Yeah.
2 of them, and there's nothing to fall off of, so that's makes it easier.
Nice.
Um, and there is a summon for it, but you don't really need them.
Well, makes sense.
Looking Glass Knight is next. Which one are you? This one has a cool mechanic, but you should be able to kill him quickly enough for it to not come into play. So his shield is a complete tank. So if you hit the shield in any way, it just instantly ends your attack and does no damage to him whatsoever. And there's no way to
Yep.
like break through it or anything like that. So you have to get around the shield. So that's kind of interesting. And once you get his health, I think down to about 25%, he will stop for a second. It might be a little bit more than 25% health, but he'll stop fighting and hold the shield out, and he'll start summoning enemies from within the shield to help him out. Like I think he summons like two to start, which that can make the fight a lot
Dope.
harder because he does hit very hard. I don't think he's not really super fast from what I remember, but he does hit very hard, and because of the whole thing where you have to work around the shield, um, it can sort of force you to get in a dangerous position every now and then because, you'll move around the shield and you'll be more focused on getting behind him than actually evading what he's about to do next. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is, once he starts doing the animation to summon the things from within the shield, he's not moving for a really long time. So you can just kind of
Yeah.
wail on him. And usually you should be able to kill him as the first summon is coming out of his shield. And if not, like you should be able to kill him before those summons have really any opportunity to actually participate in helping him fight you.
Right.
And again, and this one also has two summons that you can bring in.
Yeah. Kind of cool design. The summoning shit does kind of it is pretty cool. Him summoning the dudes out of his fucking shield, but he's just standing there getting fucking destroyed.
I think I'll put him higher on C at least.
Yeah,
If
I do like his design.
if only for that. Okay, Demon of Song is next. This one's got kind of like a cool gimmick to it, but it is very gimmicky. Let's just put you there. Basically, like his whole body is invincible except for his face when it's not covered, and you
Mhm.
kind of just have to wait for him to finish doing an attack or lunge at you or whatever. All of his attacks very telegraphed, very easy to avoid. You just kind of stay far enough away and he can't hit you. And then once he finishes any attack, he'll open up his little mask and you just run up to him and hit him in the face a few times, and then he'll close his mask, and then you have to dodge a few times and repeat. So, I mean, that's
Yeah.
really all there is to it. There's technically a summon you can bring into this fight, but it doesn't really understand the mechanic of the fight, so it'll just run in and keep attacking, so it's not really doing anything. And then
Yeah.
it won't obviously move out of the way when the demon starts using its attacks, so it'll get killed really fast without really doing any damage. And then obviously because you brought a summon, it makes the demon have more health, so it's just kind of like
That waste.
you might as well leave it.
Yeah. He's about right. He does seem kind of gimmicky for sure.
Velstat, where you at, dog? There you are. Do I remember fighting you? Barely. This fight must have been easy as hell. I don't remember this hardly at all.
I will say he got a huge just me just going through most of the fights, like most of them are like 30, 40,000 views, 60,000 views. This one, 279,000.
God
That
damn.
is any indication of the popularity or difficulty, I'm not sure.
I mean, he looks cool. I gotta look at this. Hold up.
Watching his little intro. People talking about he has cool lore in the comments.
Ah, of course, of course. Let's see. What does Velstat look like?
Kind of just looks like a typical knight. Kind of tall. Got a big fucking club type thing.
Oh, I'm about to destroy this dude.
Oh, you're watching your.
Yeah. There's the first, it's 3 minutes, the video's 3 minutes long, and the first minute was me walking back to the room, so,
Well,
and watching the cutscene.
yeah.
And it's still going, I haven't started fighting yet. Oh my God. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this. Yeah,
Cool. People seem to really like his cutscene.
his cutscene is cool. Yeah, I mean, he's just okay. I definitely needed to look at that because I did not remember that shit at all.
Yeah.
Okay, you can bring two summons for that fight, which is actually really helpful because they just aggro the shit out of him. But yeah, I mean that big hammer thing, obviously. I think the most annoying attack he has is when he kind of lunges the hammer forward because the hitbox on it makes no fucking sense when he does that. Like you could be to the
Mhm.
left of that thing and it'll still hit you. Um, but I mean, for the most part, pretty slow and telegraphed and
Yeah.
whoops. Yeah, I don't know. We'll put him higher just 'cause it is more of like a real fight than a lot of these fights have been so far, but oof. I don't know if I'll put him here. I'll be nice and put him pretty high.
Yeah. You just like the fight.
Okay, who's next? Old Dragon Slayer. Hey, look, it's Ornstein. I mean this one's cool just for the fact that it's Ornstein like reborn and then he has like the same attack patterns basically just minus the lightning stuff.
Mhm.
But I mean, him being alone and not having the lightning, and you can bring two summons if you feel like it, and just embarrass him. It's honestly
Yeah.
disrespect. It's disrespectful if you bring the summons. I'm pretty sure like you'll just absolutely destroy him. Um, we'll put him like,
Give him some lore credit.
yeah, we'll give him some lore. We'll put him like right here, just for the lore.
It is cool that they did that. And the fact that it's easy kind of almost at a point. I mean, I'm sure they didn't intend to be easy, but in terms of being noticeably easier than the original
Yeah,
fight,
like a shadow
definitely
of what he used
intentional.
to be. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Old drag. I mean, like I'm sure they were. It was a win-win.
yeah. He doesn't have his buddy. He doesn't have his lightning
Right.
powers.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Executioner's
He has one
Chariot.
little lightning attack.
Oh yeah, I guess he does have one,
I only saw one. It was pretty
but
lame.
it's no Dark Souls 1. That man was just coated in lightning. He was dripping in it.
Yeah, dude's picking himself up off the floor.
I guess next is Executioner's Chariot. Um, this one's weird because I mean like it's like half gimmick because like the first part of it where you have to like just evade the chariot and so you can reach the lever to pull down the gate.
Hmm.
Which that part's really easy. And then the actual fight is pretty easy too afterwards. I mean, there's not really anything super crazy with the attacks from what I remember. But we'll call it mostly gimmick. Oh my God, please stop doing
Yeah.
that. I think we'll put him like right there.
Okay. It's a little bit better than Demon Song, dude.
Yeah, I mean, because at least there's an actual fight in the second half, and that's one of the other few ones that doesn't have a summon to it, which makes
Mm-hmm.
sense because of the whole gimmick aspect at the beginning.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious though if you could bring a summon in there, because then it would literally just not, it wouldn't try to evade the chariot. It would just get run over like over and over
Fucking
again.
destroyed, yeah.
Okay, Guardian Dragon is much more intimidating looking than he is. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Summon or not, I mean he's cool. I think we'll put him pretty high. I might put him above Pursuer actually at this point. Yeah. Um, but it's a very typical dragon fight. I mean, like, you're in a circular
Yeah.
arena and he'll be on the ground, kind of like trying to stomp on you and like swipe you with his tail and stuff, and then he'll fly up onto the side of the cage that he's in and blow fire down at you. And you just have to kind of go into the corner of the room when he does that, and it usually won't hit you. Uh, but I mean, there's nothing really like super crazy going on, and he doesn't hit
Mm-hmm.
super hard or anything like that. It's pretty easy to just stay under him and hit him, and then avoid the flames when that's happening.
Yeah. But he's still good enough for B
Yeah,
tier.
but he's still, yeah. I mean, it's still a fight with a dragon, and he's pretty mobile. I
It's
mean,
kind of a
it's
cool design as
yeah,
well. Also not like your typical dragon.
yeah. He's pretty mobile. It's not just a joke of a fight, like a lot of these
Mm-hmm.
have been.
Yeah, you gotta try at least a little bit.
But yeah. Giant Lord is honestly not much more impressive than the last giant at the beginning of the game. I mean,
Giant Lord is just a crazy name again, like Dragon God.
yeah,
Giant Lord is just like that's just a lot.
yeah, and he does not live up to it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's happens when you name it like that, though. It's not always gonna deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it really is basically the same as the last giant fight, except instead of like a big club thing, he's got a big sword, and obviously he has more health and hits harder, but it's very easy to just stay underneath him and hit him.
Yeah.
And if you do like get hit or you know if you get in trouble or whatever, there's kind of like a platform off to the left, and you can go up the stairs to get there, and you're fairly safe up there. So it's like you can literally just go up there and heal and wait until you're like fully healed up or whatever, and then go back down and keep fighting him if you need to. So there's kind of like a rest area in the middle of the boss fight that he can't reach.
Oh,
Um, yeah, I'm really just gonna I'll put him just like right above Last Giant. It's not it's the same fight basically.
sure.
Belfry Gargoyles. Yeah, I mean this is like you have to fight 8 of them basically. I think it's something like that.
Oh,
And look, I mean it's not all at once. It is like kind of one at a time.
yeah, consecutively,
Yeah, but not literally. It's not like literally as you kill one, another one spawns. They spawn
mm,
faster than that, but
but not much faster.
not much faster. I mean, you will probably end up at one point being in like a 1v4, but they're not very strong and they don't do and they're
Yeah, it's like 5, 6, 7 hits maybe per
yeah, I mean, it's not that bad.
gargoyle. It looks like.
As long as you don't, roll off the side of the fucking roof or
Sure.
get stuck in a corner and then have, 5 of these things jump on you at the same time. It shouldn't be too
Yeah,
much of
they
a
are a
problem.
little. They do hit hard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so probably a little bit higher than most of these. You know what? I might just put them like right above Bell Gargoyles.
Yeah, just a little bit harder than those.
Yeah, that seems fair. Okay, 27 is the Gank Squad. aka Grave
What a
Robber.
fucking name
Yeah,
as
I know,
well.
right? They're not actually called that. That's a joke.
Oh, it just.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, people. I guess people call them that because it's like three of them at once. Um,
I see. I see.
but yeah,
Okay.
their actual names are Grave Robber, Varg, and Sarah.
I see him now. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, this one's pretty easy though because the one with the bow and arrow will stay back and kind of try to snipe you. Um, Also, you do get two summons for this fight, which honestly I would do it because you don't want
Yeah.
to be fighting three player like enemies at the same time. That just is not a good idea. Especially because one of them is wearing, I think, Havel's armor and he hits like a fucking truck. Um, yeah, so there's like a there's a bonk stick guy and then like a normal swordsman dude that's fast and then a bow and arrow guy.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to keep them separated though for the fight. I mean, like, because like I
That's what
said,
this guy's fucking struggling with. Just the two melee dudes are absolutely just falling the fuck out of him right now.
yeah, yeah. Which is what the yeah, which is why I would bring at least one summon in there because usually they'll keep one of those two guys busy
Definitely.
and then you fight the other one and then the arrow guy will just stay back and keep trying to shoot people and then once you deal
Yeah.
with one, go run up to deal with the other, but which obviously that'd be annoying if you had to deal with both melee guys at once.
Yeah. This guy's just fucking really struggling.
Um, where should we put you though? That's the real question. I feel like right here is probably good. I mean, it's not really, they don't have boss health
Mm-hmm.
because that's not what they are, and
Right.
it is kind of an annoying concept. I mean, especially if you decide to do it solo, then it's like
Right.
it's just like yeah. I mean, it's a lot going on for a boss fight,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
And then next up is Alana. Where are you? Oh, okay. I think this is DLC territory now.
Okay.
This maybe not this one. Maybe the next. Maybe after this is when DLC territory starts. I honestly can't remember which ones were DLC and I know which some of them which I like like the Blue Smelter Demon and Fume Knight. I know these like these ones down here are all DLC.
Mm-hmm.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2. Mm. Yeah, I can't remember all the way, but either way, um, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember this fight at all. I feel like I absolutely shredded this bitch.
Yeah. Not much to say there.
I'm gonna have to look at this one real quick. I have no idea. Oh, okay. So the Gank Squad one is the first DLC boss. I totally forgot
Ah.
about that. Okay, so she's just like a witch that teleports around the room and like kind of throws like spells at you and stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I did
Awesome skeletons.
yeah. This was not too hard. Um,
Yeah.
no, I'll put it above Gank Squad because that's just annoying. At least Alana's not annoying.
Yeah. At least that's a pretty typical fight concept, which summons some things, teleports around, throws some spells, does some shit. Yeah.
Next up is Sin, the Slumbering Dragon.
Like I remember this guy having like cool lore or something back in the day. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, again, another very typical dragon fight. Like every once in a while, blows fire at the ground. You need to get behind it. Sweeps his tail if you stay behind him too long. Spins around, flies up, throws fireballs at you.
Mhm.
I mean, that's pretty much it. Everything's pretty
Yeah.
easy to dodge. And then I would say like the typical, annoyance of dragon fights where like when they fly away and then you have to run across the whole fucking map to go get them.
Yeah, typical.
Yeah, I mean, we'll put you. Where will we put you?
Yeah, you'd rather do them than the gargoyles of a couple of the demons.
Yeah, maybe like right there.
All right.
And then next is the even stronger Smelter Demon, Smelter Demon 2.0. I mean, this one really not that. He is more powerful than the first one, but like barely.
Yeah.
I mean, it really wasn't that hard of a fight. Probably I'll put him where's the other one? I'll put him like right above him because he is a little bit, stronger, faster, whatever. Much more health than the first one. Uh,
Mm,
but like the exact same attacks from what I remember.
yeah.
So, and kind of like an anticlimactic like final boss for the first DLC.
Yeah. It seemed that way.
Making the final boss for a DLC or like a reskin is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Blue smell for the ultimate thing to be just blue smelter demon. I mean
Yeah,
that is a little for souls. I mean that's usually a higher bar.
yeah. Honestly, the fact that he's still like Flame Lurker adjacent is giving him a lot of credit that he might not deserve, but
Yeah, I suppose.
and after that is Ava. Where are you at, dog? There it is. I mean, this thing is just like a giant ice tiger, basically, and I mean, it has a lot of leaping, lunging attacks and like quick swipes with its claws or mouth or whatever. It can be
Mhm.
kind of annoying to dodge just because of that, because it's kind of unpredictable as far as like not what it's gonna do, but like just the way that it moves is kind of sporadic.
Yeah.
So figuring out exactly like which direction to dodge or whatever can be kind of annoying. But I mean, it's not really that hard of a fight. Um, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
Alrighty.
We'll put you a little higher though, because this one does feel a lot more similar to like Souls, like to bosses outside of Dark Souls 2, as far as just
Mm,
being much more faster and more action packed
yeah.
and more
Yeah,
of like a
comparing toes.
yeah, more of a genuine threat overall and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we'll put you like
A decent move set.
we'll put you like right here. And then we've got Lud and Zelen, which is just two of those things.
Ah,
Super creative, but
yeah.
two of them, and I mean two of them does make it significantly harder if I'm being honest,
Mm,
but still not very difficult. And let me see. I think yeah, Lud and Zalen has three summons, so you can, you know, turn the tables of that pretty
mitigate that,
easily.
yeah.
Yeah. And the Burnt Ivory King is actually pretty cool as far as yeah, as far as like the actual boss fight is concerned, um,
Hmm.
because like the way, so basically there's like knights throughout the DLC region that you can rescue, sort of, and if you rescue, or hold on one sec. What's up? What was I saying? All right, yeah. So there's like four knights that you can rescue, and then if you do that, or three knights you can rescue. One of them's like already there, I guess. When you get to Burnt Ivory King, then when you spawn in, those three knights come with you. So you've got like those three quote unquote summons already, and then there are two regular summons you can also summon before going into the
Oh,
room. So you
okay.
can, so yeah, so you'll end up, what is it? Yeah, you'll end up with like six allies because you'll have four knights
Damn.
and then two summons with you. And then the three knights, now you do need to do the knight thing because there are evil versions of those knights when you fall into the boss room. There's four of them, I think.
Mm.
And once you kill all four of them, one of the knights, there's like these three portals that are open. One's already been sealed. And so as you kill each wave of the evil knights, one of the knights on your side will go seal one of the three doors until all three are
Mm.
sealed. And sealing the doors like basically kills them, removes them
Ah,
from the battle. Um, so once that's done, you'll have one knight left, and then your two summons, if you bring them. And then the Ivory King shows up, and then you have to fight him.
ah,
So you don't have six allies for the actual boss, but
I see.
you'll still have three.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
and I know that he's actually like pretty hard if you don't have like all your allies
Yeah, he's got
with
a
you.
pretty varied move set, from what I
Um,
can see.
yeah, I mean, I didn't really experience it like that much just because I mean, there were four of us in the room, so it was just like, all right, get ready to die, bitch. But the knight will usually die pretty quickly because it has like normal mob health for the most part. I mean, it's tankier than
Mm.
normal mobs, but it goes down a lot faster than any summon will. So, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this fight's just really cool overall, just for like the room itself and like how he
Atmosphere's
enters.
pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, and like when he enters from like the pillar of light at the back of the room and shit like that. I mean, it's pretty dope.
Solid.
We'll put him pretty high. Yeah, let's put him
My
there.
B tier.
Yeah. After Burnt Ivory King, we've got Throne Watcher. Wait a minute. Oh wow, I totally just skipped over some people. Okay. Fume Knight. We'll do Fume Knight next. Fume Knight is an asshole. I don't like him. Now, to be fair, if you fight him alone, it was kind of weird because when I was doing it, the trophy guide was like, there are what is it? I think there's two summons. Yeah, it's like there's two summons, but summoning them makes him harder because of how much health he gets. And so I fought
Mm.
him alone the first time, and that dude fucking destroyed me. And I was like, I'm just gonna try it with the summons just to see. And I beat him immediately. And I was like, man,
Hmm.
fuck you. I was like, I'm like, anyone ever tells me not to use summons again, they're getting smacked in the mouth. I'm like,
Yeah, the summons just seem pretty OP,
yeah, I
and they
mean,
outweigh a lot of the downsides.
yeah, I mean, he is really cool and his attacks are pretty dope, but and
There's a lot of
he is a genuinely like hard fight, especially if you're soloing it. So I think we can give him a little bit. We'll put him pretty high. We'll give him a lot of
high B
credit.
tier.
High B tier.
Okay.
And honestly, probably the same for the next one, Sir Alone. Sir Alone's
Mm.
probably the hardest boss in this game, even with summons.
Definitely heard of him.
I think it took me, I want to say like not a lot of tries, like maybe two tries, even with summons.
Mm. Yeah.
He's just really fast, and he has this really annoying habit of like when he strikes, he'll strike and then immediately jump back super far away out of range of any sort of follow up or counter. So it's really hard to like get an opening on him.
Yeah, the
And
punishes seem
yeah,
tough.
all his attacks do a shitload of damage, and he does like this bullshit power up thing when his health gets low that makes him faster and stronger. So I mean, it's just he's definitely tough.
Yeah.
Probably put him right above Hume Knight. All right, now we've got Throne Watcher and Throne Defender. This fight seems like it would be hard because it's two enemies, and uh, depending on like which order you're doing bosses in, or like what you're trying to
Mhm.
accomplish in each playthrough, this is the penultimate fight. Like Throne Watcher and Throne
Yep.
Defender, and it's kind of like Elden Ring, where it's like you fight this boss and then immediately you fight Nishandra right after that with no breaks.
Oh, nice.
Um, there is a way to fight them earlier in the game because like basically like the doorway to get to them, you can open it before you've progressed the story enough to make Nishandra show up. And
Mhm.
so you can go in there and fight the Throne Watcher and the Throne Defender, and then it's just them. And so when the fight ends, then you get to leave.
And they
If you,
don't come back
yeah,
later.
they don't come back later. So you can do it that way, but the combo is not nearly hard enough to justify it. I mean,
Yeah, interesting.
yeah. So Throne Watcher, Throne Defender, they're both just pretty normal like knight enemies. They do, I think they have like some magic, but it's mostly like them empowering their
Mhm.
weapons with magic, not so much of them like throwing magic at you. And
Right.
then, uh, yeah, I mean they're pretty easy to just kind of dodge around like normal and or strafe around them and hit them. They have a unique mechanic though, where if you kill one of them and you don't kill the other one within 20 seconds, then
Mhm.
they'll revive the other
Resurrect
one.
it.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, nice.
And they'll keep doing it. Like so the strategy is obviously you want to get both of them to pretty low health uh before, you don't want to only focus on one and then switch because you won't be able to kill him fast enough and they'll just respawn. Um,
Mhm.
so that's kind of like a unique uh, mechanic to the fight itself because you do have to consciously switch between them as the fight goes on to make sure they're pretty
Mhm.
much at even health going down.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, there's a few there are ledges in the area, so like I mean, when you're evading, you got to be careful not to roll into an abyss. But other than that, I mean, this it's not too hard. It's definitely one of like the cooler fights, I think. But and most legit fights too. But they're not like super fast or anything like that. So it's not too bad.
Mhm.
I think I'll put them right below Ivory King.
All right.
And then Nishandra's easy as hell, man. I'm not gonna lie. Nishandra, like she summons like these little black cloud things that will
Mhm.
drain your health really fast. But if you just go like ignore her entirely right as the fight starts, because she'll summon them instantly. It's like 3 nodes basically, and if you just run over and like slash through them, it doesn't like make it. It doesn't seem like you're hitting anything when you do it, but
Mhm.
when you do it, they'll disappear. And then once you get rid of all 3 of them, then you can run up to her and start attacking. And in the interim, whether if you're alone, she will like kind of I think she has some magic that she'll throw at you, and then she has like her big like club spear thing that she'll kind of like
Mhm.
slam down. Um, but it's pretty easy to avoid her attacks while you're getting rid of those like black cloud things. And then once
Mhm.
you go up and actually fight her, she's another one where it's really easy to, if you just stay close and strafe around her sides, it's really easy to just do a lot of damage. She will like kind of sweep down right next to herself and try to knock you away when you do that. So you have to, watch out for that. But And if you take too long in the fight, she will resummon those black mist things, which at that point you have to stop and go deal with it.
Yeah.
Or else you will die like instantly. But I mean, other than that, it's an easy fight. And if you bring, and there's 2 summons available at the end there, and if you bring them, then it's extremely easy because, you know,
Mhm.
when you're dealing with the black mist clouds or whatever, they'll obviously just not give a shit and be right in her face the whole
Sure.
time.
Yeah.
But she
All right.
does, she is pretty cool. It has a cool intro and everything. So put her a
Yeah,
little
kind of
bit.
cool intro.
We'll put her a little bit higher just for being a final boss and stuff like that. But
Sure.
and then we have Dark Lurker, which is, you don't have to do it in New Game Plus, but I think it's just easier to do it in New Game Plus because it requires some like weird setup in order to gain
Mhm.
access to the area that he's in. But this fight's extremely fucking easy. I mean, the hype around this whole, like, I mean, the amount of effort you have to put in to reach this dude is not justify how easy this fight is. I mean,
Too bad.
I think at like half health, it splits in two, and like literally 2 different entities with 2 different health bars. But ooh, does it have 2 health
Mhm.
bars? No, it doesn't have 2 health bars. It still it just shares the 1. That's right. But I mean, it's extremely weak to. It's just very easy to just beat the hell out of him. I mean, and attacks are all, you know, very telegraphed,
I do
easy to
remember
dodge.
him being like a tough boss in the community. I feel like.
Bro, the community's full of shit if they think this boss is hard.
Oh yeah. This boss is a nightmare in many ways. I love the Souls games when you have to pay 1 humanity each time. But yes, people seem to not like that mechanic. But I guess you probably didn't have to worry about that.
To like enter his area, yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean,
Yeah. Well, it would be every attempt is apparently what they're saying.
what
guess
do
every
you
time.
mean every attempt? Who are these people? You know how many
I mean,
humanities
people-
I spent? I spent 3 humanities to get into the 3 like abyss areas, and I beat the shit out of him, and I
Yeah.
went home. Like, and also, it's really easy to collect humanities in this game. Like, you should have a
I
shitload of those
wasted
things.
42 effigies on this boss.
There's
Prayed to
absolutely
it,
no fucking
came
way,
back
bro.
later and got him first time.
There's
I read another one where it was somebody said 100.
there's actually no way it took someone 42 tries to beat the Dark Lurker. Y'all are
42
tripping.
is just oddly
Bro.
specific, and then he said he'd come back and beat it first try. I don't know. It seems almost
Just
like a real story.
coat your weapon in lightning, whoop his ass, and go home. It's not that hard.
Yeah. Some people not liking it though.
I will say there is one thing to it that I think could make it hard. I can't remember what the status effect is, but let's just call it like darkness. This obviously is not what it's called, but it's like a darkness status effect or some shit like that
Yeah.
makes you more susceptible to like his type of damage or something. There is like an armor set that you're supposed to wear before you go into this place because it basically 100% negates that status effect.
Maybe
So
that's part of it.
I don't know how much. I would assume it's a pretty big difference, but like if you don't wear that armor, maybe that's why these people struggle so much.
I'm regularly seeing 50 plus attempts
That's fucking crazy,
in the comics.
bro.
And obviously, grain of salt, but I don't know, 50 attempts.
That's
30, 30,
that's
20.
literally, if you take if any Dark Souls 2 boss takes you more than 3 tries, you need to just not play Souls games anymore. I mean, like, retire, bro. You're not worthy. Like,
There are some tough Dark Souls 2 bosses though.
are there?
This one,
Are you sure?
Maybe not. This one, maybe not, but I think it's the way that people play the games, though.
I mean,
they're not
the only,
playing the games.
I would say the only Dark Souls 2 bosses that are actually worthy of saying that they're hard are those 4 that we have like at the top of B tier, like Alone,
Yeah.
Fume Knight, and both
That might
Smelter
be right.
Demons. It's like those 4, sure. Anything else, you're doing it wrong. Like, I'm
Yeah.
100 attempts on Dark Lurker is fucking crazy.
I
That-
have to hope 100 is right.
That I'm gonna give him points for aura. I'm gonna put him like I'll put him up here below the Pursuer.
Yeah.
But like that's insane. That's the craziest shit I've heard all day.
Yeah. Otherwise, the comments have been pretty normal about these bosses. I haven't seen anyone being like, "This is the craziest hard thing." I haven't looked at a lot of them though.
That is literally wild. 42.
I mean, the fact that people are complaining about the effigies thing means that it's taken them more than a couple attempts.
That's crazy, bro. If I spent 100 effigies, I'd be pissed too. That's wild.
Just beat him, burnt through 25 effigies. Same thing, he kicked my ass. You know, fuck it, I'll try it tomorrow.
I'm thinking it's got to be the armor thing. Like, that's got to make a huge difference because I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense that these people wouldn't know to get like the skeletal lord armor or whatever it is.
Just like me with Fume Knight. Died to him for 2 hours straight. Lost count of how many times I
that
died.
doesn't make sense. that
On Fume Knight.
It still doesn't. 2 hours is a long time. That still doesn't make sense.
Oh, here's the comment. I think this is the hardest boss I've ever had to beat in the series. Easily took about 100 tries and multiple strategy changes. Finally beat him with some pyromancy spells and a lot of patience. This boss didn't suck. I did. Okay, at least he's honest. I did tested a relatively undeveloped skill of mine, spatial awareness. Okay, so maybe if you're bad at spatial awareness.
Is that for Dark Lurker?
Yes, this is for Dark Lord.
Yo, that's so crazy.
Easily took 100 tries. Spatial awareness.
This is
Otherwise,
actually
the best
blowing.
boss in the game.
This is actually blowing my mind right now. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah, that was the 100th.
Yeah, y'all need help. Dark.
Ripped my hair out for fucking days. And beat him after.
Bro,
3
why
near
are these?
victory deaths.
There's no way
Days.
this. There's
Look,
no
I'll
way,
be honest, I struggled on some Dark Souls 3 bosses, but it did not take me days.
bro.
Did not take me days.
There's no way these people are hyping this thing up as if it's like the consort. There's absolutely no fucking way, bro.
Well, the funny thing is, a lot of comments like 60, 70 plus likes. One of the best bosses in the game, equally amount of likes. Took me 25, 50 attempts.
That's so crazy.
I don't know. People are.
That's so
really
wild.
sympathizing.
That's so wild. There's absolutely no way.
Really pissed at how easily he beat him in the video. In the video, the guy didn't look like he was struggling that bad. Took him a little under 2 minutes.
Bro,
Beat the boss.
hold up. Let me see how long my video is. Where you at, Dark
I'd say you're
Lurker?
probably beating the guy that I'm watching. I would say you're probably beating his time. I don't know, 60, 70% of the time. What I
Chase,
can tell from the. Oh, hello.
I beat the Dark Lurker in 1 minute and 5 seconds.
1 minute.
First
5
try.
seconds, folks.
First try.
First try. Maybe
Y'all,
it is the armor.
it's gotta be the armor. Y'all are crazy. There's
Minute 5 is kind of wild.
there's
I don't
absolutely.
see this guy making any mistakes, and he
Bro.
does it in about 2 minutes.
I mean, yeah, 1 minute and 5 seconds. Coated my weapon with lightning and absolutely fucking annihilated him. I mean, his health disappears like it's a fucking magic trick. I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, if you're struggling with Dark Lurker, seek assistance immediately.
Mhm.
Cause
It's a lot of people.
you are doing it wrong.
Easily 100 tries is
That's insane.
easily unnecessary cruelty.
Yeah, y'all are just shit at Souls games. I'm sorry. I'm about to roast the whole fucking Souls community. Y'all are bad at the game.
Would you? They're saying he's top 5 in DS2.
Bro,
People really like this boss. People love this boss.
like, okay, top 5
Where
in
did
terms
you
of
put it
difficulty.
again? I already forgot.
Well, where did I put it? I put him.
I want to see. I don't
Here,
understand for
right here.
reference. Okay, so we have a middle
Let's
of the
see.
pack
So-
B tier.
DS2 top 4 right now. We have Alone, Fume, Smelter, and Smelter, and then Burnt Ivory King. So that's our top 5.
Yeah. So okay, top 5 in DS. Okay, so yeah, that's okay. So that's pretty much in
He's
line with
6,
with
7,
everyone else's
8.
opinion.
6, 7, 8. He's 9th in our list, I guess.
Okay, so that's pretty far off. But besides that, I guess it's up there a little bit.
But I mean, it's only up there because the area to get to him is cool, and he is objectively cool looking and shit like that. I mean, it's a cool, like, not because the boss was hard. Absolute fucking
Yeah, 20
buffoons.
plus humanities, blah blah blah. It's like every
That's
third
so crazy, bro.
comment.
I part of me wants to like turn on Dark Souls 2 right now just to see how many humanities I have just to flex.
Oh yeah.
Because I know it's a shitload. I barely used those things. That is absolutely insane.
Maybe I should start looking at these comments more often.
Oh man, that's funny. Okay. All right. Next up is Ancient Dragon. I swear to God, if you tell me that people struggle with this boss, I might lose my fucking brain. You don't understand. Look, this thing seems like it's super intimidating, but I mean, you walk up to it, you hit it a couple times, it gets up, you just like stay next to its foot and you keep hitting it, and then you win. I mean, it takes a little bit longer because every once in a while, you know, it does typical dragon shit. It gets up and starts trying to fly and whatnot, and you have to evade fireballs coming from the sky. But I mean, honestly, I don't even think I did that. I think that I was.
Oh no.
I think in my okay, before we get in, before the crazy, well, like in my boss fight, literally, I remember reading in the guide, it was like, you know, watch out for the fireballs and like him stomping on you and stuff. And I literally was just like, no, I'm good. I let this man hit me, and just kept attacking him through it, and just healed. And I still beat him first try. I mean, like, yeah. All right, go ahead. Tell me what the idiots on the internet are saying.
I'm trying to absorb more, more comments to not just pick out one. It doesn't seem like a ton of people are complaining. A couple you make it look easy, but our guy took about 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. But I mean, one thing I said, what was it? Where was it? For those of you who missed this era of Skulls, this was no easy task. The amount of patience alone required to best this dragon is, quote, unprecedented. Unprecedented.
That's
I don't know
literally
about that.
that's crazy, man.
But I don't know. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of, just a couple random people like this. This took me. Yeah, he makes this boss fight look easy. He's actually one of the most difficult bosses in the game. Okay, 5 replies. What are people saying? No, yeah, people are disagreeing. People are disagreeing.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe just that one guy.
I think every single time this thing flew up to hit to spam fire on the ground, I got hit by it. Like every single time. And I still beat him first try.
Took me weeks to complete.
That
gives me PTSD till this day. You must be really bad at DSP.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
It's a joke. Ancient Dragon
all right.
is still a joke.
All right,
well
cool,
done,
cool.
Completely embarrassing yourself.
At least the community's not insane this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I feel better.
Disagrees.
I feel better about this. All right. At least everyone's not tripping. It's got to be the armor thing for Dark Lurker though. There's no way because y'all are literally wild as fuck if you think that shit's hard. All right. All right.
It might be a huge difference, yeah.
All right. King Vendrick. Now this you have to kill him in order to trigger Aldia. But you have to kill him before you go to like the final boss area with Nishandra. And that's the reason why you would want to do the whatchamacallit, the Watcher and Defender early, like in a New Game Plus run. So because if you defeat them early, because if you don't defeat them early, then you're looking at 3 bosses back to back.
Right.
And
just
where you can just get them out of the way, and then it's Nishandra and then Aldia back to back. Now, this game is also really generous when it comes to that concept, because if you defeat Nishandra and then Aldia kills you, Nishandra doesn't come back. She stays dead. Mm-hmm. So then when you go back to the fog door, it's just Aldia from like immediately. So
yeah.
And it's the same way for like the Throne Watcher and Defender and Nishandra. If you defeat Throne Watcher and Defender and lose to Nishandra, the Throne Watcher and Defender stay dead. It's not like in Elden Ring where like if you kill Radagon and then lose to Elden Beast, you have to fight Radagon again.
Right.
But Vendrick's easy. Nice. he hits really really hard. Like he will kill you in like 2 attacks if he hits you, but he's very slow and he basically just has really basic uppercuts and sweeps with his sword, and it's really easy to just stay behind him and keep hitting him. Uh, every once in a while he'll do like a little, not like super fast, but like he'll spin obviously to try to not get you behind him anymore. And you have to watch out for that, like that, because when he does like a spinning sweep with his sword, the end of the swing will kind of like have the tip of the sword behind him a little bit, and if you're too far to the side behind him, the very edge of the sword will hit you, and then he'll be able to like rotate and have you in front of him, and you don't want that. But other than that, that's that. I mean, it's a very simple fight.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty low tier if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put him like right above Giant Lord. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's not really a cool fight either on any level. I mean, Vendrick's got cool lore, I know that much, but I don't know the lore, and
Yeah.
that fight is just kind of a joke.
Fair.
Aldi is kind of interesting. So it's kind of weird. So basically, you have there's 2 summons when you get to that door the first time, like when you go in to fight Nishandra first. But if you lose to Aldia and then come back, then there will be 3 summons. So you can bring. I don't really know exactly why it worked. It could have just been like a weird thing that I did, but for whatever reason, when you're only going up against Aldia, you get a 4th summon, or a 3rd summon, so you can go in there with a team of 4, which is very helpful. But I mean, this boss is pretty easy. I mean, he's pretty localized and just kind of like there's like a plume of fire that comes out from underneath him, and you can't get close to him when that's happening. So you just kind of have to wait for that to go away and then run in and get some hits. And every once in a while, he'll kind of like throw a big fireball down at you, which isn't a one-hit kill. It can be a one-hit kill depending on like how much of it hits you, so that's kind of annoying. But it's pretty easy to evade. But other than that, there's not really any attack of his that's like an instant, game ender. And it's pretty. It's kind of annoying because like he'll do like the little plume thing to keep you away from him while he's attacking you with like fire spells and shit. And then once the plume goes away, you have to attack him, and then he teleports to another part of the arena, and does the same thing all over again. So that part's kind of annoying because there is a lot of running back and forth across the map. But I mean, it's not
the biggest fan of teleporting bosses, but
yeah, it's not too bad of a fight though. At least it's not like a massive arena because it's like the same room that you're fighting Nishandra in. I mean, I was gonna say at least it's not as bad as some teleporting bosses like fucking Estelle, who's got like a gigantic
that's just unfair
fucking sea to teleport around in. It's just like, God damn it, dude! Like, why'd you teleport a mile away? Can you just?
Yeah, what's the point?
But yeah, I mean, Aldi is cool. A little, I would probably put it below Ivory King because it is a little tougher than most bosses, just because of the spells do all of his attacks do a decent amount of damage. And then the teleporting can make things difficult, but I mean, and he is cool though too. I mean, it looks cool anyway.
Yeah, pretty dope, but not overly complex fight.
And his lore, I know a little bit about his lore. His lore is actually kind of cool. He like exists outside of like the cycle of fire and darkness or whatever. So like when you kill him, you don't get any souls because he's like not literally a god, I don't think, but he's like a god basically that exists outside of the Dark Souls universe, but is able to access it. So like he doesn't have a soul when you kill him because you don't actually kill him because he doesn't actually exist in this plane of existence or some shit like that. So you're literally getting attacked by a being from like a different reality, which is kind of cool.
Dope.
But yeah, that's all Dark Souls 2 bosses.
Nice. Okay. So I mean, a little bit, but probably better average than Demon Souls for sure.
Yeah.
And probably a little bit better than Dark Souls, although I don't know. Some of those bosses were definitely dragging it down. Maybe close.
True. And okay, Dark Souls 3 is next, because we're not going to do Bloodborne yet. Wait, we're on Dark Souls 3, I think. Yeah, that's what we're going to
Souls
do next.
3.
I
Where now
kind
I
of,
have valid input.
yes, I kind of wanted to like switch it up and do Bloodborne first, just because I feel like I'm going to have less to say about that, but
Sure. I mean, let's just run through it then.
yeah, I mean, I honestly, I played Bloodborne so long ago. I don't really remember like how most, a lot of these went. Like I remember like the
Yeah.
beginnings and ends pretty clear. I remember the DLC really well, just because that shit was so hard. But we'll run through it real quick, and then we'll get to Dark Souls
All
3.
right, let's do it. Yeah, sure.
All right. A cleric beast is fucking easy. Like it's a cool first boss, and technically, again, optional, massive air quotes. But
Yeah,
because it's like off to the side of like that bridge towards the beginning, and you don't actually have to.
sure.
It's like the bridge that leads to nothing, and you don't actually have to go that
Yeah.
way. But it is a good place to start because
Yeah.
it's not too bad. It's very easy to just strafe around him and trying to just like stay underneath his like leaping and lunging attacks or whatever. And it also,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really great intro to how fast everybody is in this game.
That's
I will
true.
say
Yeah.
that. So I mean, I don't think I'm gonna put any Bloodborne. Maybe like one or two might get down to C tier, but I don't think any of them are gonna go below B if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beloved game. I think most gamers. I think this is where your rankings will be most similar to
I'm
your
put
average
I'm
Souls gamer.
yeah, nothing's going to I don't think anybody from Dark Souls 2 is gonna I don't know. He's gonna get pretty high B tier if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Cleric Beast is such a classic. Definitely, I know not overly difficult, but even for some people, a bit of a wake-up call with the speed, I think, just mainly.
Yeah, that's
And I
what
guess I
Cleric
beat
Beast is
him
going.
too. I wonder how many Bloodborne bosses I beat him. Had to only been like 1 to 3 when I did my very short
Okay,
run.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you missed him just because though I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't either because it does the
I thought
way
I
that
was trying to hit all the bosses though. I don't remember. It's
oh,
been a
okay.
while. Maybe I wasn't going for that.
Well, just because like the way that the that first area is laid out, it's like it kind of does lead you to him. Like
Mhm.
your brain, like intuitively looking at where staircases go and stuff like that. Like you're kind of drawn that way, and then when you get down there and realize it doesn't go anywhere, you're like, well, shit, what do I do now? But
Mhm.
but yeah, I definitely think he deserves. I'm still not putting him above Penetrator though, because he does not have that kind of. He doesn't have the aura for it. He doesn't belong above Penetrator, but
Yeah, but he's got some.
yeah.
He's
Definitely
close.
a really good intro fight. Definitely one of the harder intro fights of all these games.
Yeah, that's what I
You
was
know
gonna
what?
say. That
Now that I'm
I think
thinking about
he's got that welcome to the NBA, or I keep on wanting to say NBA, but welcome to the league moment.
yeah.
Welcome to the shit moment for Bloodborne for multiple reasons. I think this is tough for a decent chunk of players, but
I'm trying
I'm having a hard time.
I'm trying to think if this might actually be like the hardest intro boss.
It's got to be up there. I'm gonna read what people are saying about it on the videos I've been watching.
Let me
The
think. Okay, so first boss in yeah, no, Phalanx obviously not. Asylum Demon not at all. Um oh yeah, not the Lost Giant. He doesn't come close. Iodex? No, Iodex is weak. Hmm.
not getting like hardest starting boss ever vibes from the comments here, but obviously some people struggling.
I think for me, he's probably second. I think the only starting boss that I had trouble with aside from him was
I guess
probably
they're not supposed
Margit.
to be that hard anyways. Said which one?
Margit.
Yeah, I was gonna put
Fell
Margit top
Omen's got
two.
to be the hardest first boss. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think that's a hard.
but yeah, we'll leave. Claire Beast gets to stay there though.
Sure, yeah,
He's
yeah.
pretty
I think
solid.
that's
All right.
good.
Ooh, Father
Cool design.
Gascoigne. Father Gascoigne's a motherfucker.
Uh oh.
I mean, this boss is just hard.
Like, I mean, for an early game
Who's a
boss,
boss you would say? I mean, think of all the Souls bosses. I guess where would he rank difficulty wise for you? Just pure difficulty, do you think for
out
you?
of everybody.
Yeah. And if he's not like top three, what how high up
Oh
would
no,
he
I
be?
mean
Top
he's
10%?
not top three, but like for an early game boss, if we're talking about like early game specifically, I would say probably top three because I mean he's super fast, and
Ooh,
if you're not used to the
yeah.
mechanics of like the weird, not parrying obviously, but
Mhm.
the gun thing in Bloodborne, um,
Right.
I'm gonna put him at top of B tier actually.
I mean, it is a parry.
Yeah. I mean,
But
yeah, it just doesn't work exactly the same. Like just because the way
right,
that
right,
the
right.
mechanic, like the way that the animation works and everything, it's just kind of weird to get used to. But I mean,
It is
if you
weird.
don't have that kind of lockdown, or if you aren't just insanely good at anticipating his attacks so you can dodge around him and strike and stuff like that, and the fact that you're fighting him in like this cramped graveyard, so it's really really
Yeah.
easy to get stuck on shit when you're trying to run away. It's just it is an insanely hard fight for like a very like for a second boss in a game like and you have to do it like there's no way
Yeah.
around it and I mean I think I said this before but is literally and metaphorically guards the gate to the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's so fast.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I was talking to my dad. But
He's
but yeah,
he's so fast and aggressive.
yeah. An insane skill check early on.
Yeah. Impressive. Where'd you end up
Uh
putting him? I was looking away.
top of B tier.
Up a B tier, yeah.
Yeah.
Solid. Yeah, I think he deserves that, at least.
I'm gonna put. I think Vicar Amelia is gonna get a little bit, probably a bit lower actually, because this boss is pretty easy to just stay behind or kind of like stay diagonally behind and just kind of stay. Most, if I remember correctly, like most of her attacks all kind of stay in front of her, and she's a little slower than she might look like she's gonna be, and it's I don't know. I just remember it being pretty easy to strafe behind her and just stay out of the way for the most part and keep hitting her. But she does have like a really cool intro animation, and it's definitely like she's like the first like real like beast enemy you fight, just with the transformation thing that they do sometimes in this game, and it just looks terrifying. So like
Yeah.
definitely pretty cool. But I think I'll put her here. Because definitely better than the Smelter Demons, just in terms of,
All right.
I don't know. But I don't think she's definitely not as hard as these two.
Yeah, not as hard. Makes sense.
Well, Bloodstar Beast is an asshole. So many of these bosses suck. I mean, in a good way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
This dude is fast as fuck, and he has like I don't know if they call it poison in Bloodborne, I can't remember, but he has like a constantly emitting like a poison cloud, and it procs so fucking fast. It is ridiculous.
That's
Like if you stand next to this dude for like 3 seconds, you're poisoned. It's the worst.
Jesus.
I mean, you have yeah, I'm gonna put him above Gascoigne, but you have like you can use a
Okay.
summon for that fight. Which honestly,
Yeah.
I did the first time I fought him at least, just because I was like, he was whooping my ass.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
That's
mean
tough.
that's really it. And he'll kill the summon quickly too. Like if you don't, you have to be in there helping that dude out. I mean, like he's pretty tanky, and he'll heal a couple times. Your summon will, but if you kind of just if you try to use him as like a shield or whatever, that does not work. Like
Mm.
Bloodstar Beast will rip through him very quickly. So
Hmm.
it's one of those fights where it's like you want to stay away from him because of the poison cloud thing, but you can't because you just need to be the aggressor in that situation.
Yeah, so I mean, Podium seems less
Yeah.
than ideal.
And parrying is very not essential, but very helpful if you can figure that out against him.
Yeah. Were you able to do that?
A couple times, but not consistently enough to where it was really worth like putting myself at risk of getting hit if I didn't pull off the parry.
Mm,
Yeah.
safer situations,
But
yeah.
that did take me. I can't remember how many attempts. I mean, not like a super long time, but definitely it took me probably I don't
More
know,
than a few.
5 to 10 tries, something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, decent difficulty. I mean, he looks annoying as fuck.
Witch of Hemwick is really easy actually. She's like a she just kind of teleports around the room if I'm remembering correctly. And
Not too bad.
you just kind of have to like chase her down. Like I don't remember specifically like what her attacks were, but I did it like it was basically nothing. I mean, kind of like firing off spells or something at you, and you just have to be like, oh, where'd she go? And then she reappears, you chase her down,
Run
she
after her.
disappears. Yeah, I mean, it's not that complicated.
Yeah, it looks pretty normal.
Let's put you there.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. I don't remember this boss at all. I don't
Not at
remember.
all.
I have no memory of this whatsoever.
Did you look him up?
I forgot. I meant to, but I totally forgot. I'm just gonna drop it here for a
I'll just
second.
look up the fight. I've been looking up the fight for most of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fight. He looks kind of cool.
I'm gonna look it up just because I actually don't remember this shit at all. Dark Beast Pearl. The fuck?
That's a cool design. I mean, every Bloodborne boss looks fucking dope as fuck.
I genuinely have no memory of this. I don't even know if I fought this dude. I
Looks
mean,
dope.
honestly, I think I might just leave him in the DNF thing because I actually don't remember this fight at all.
Some people were saying it's fairly easy. Maybe you just crushed him and moved on.
Maybe, I don't know. Like unless
Yeah, I
somehow
would DNF. If you truly can't
I
remember,
mean, yeah,
I
I'm
would
gonna put
DNF.
unless somehow it's not required for the trophy, like that's the only
I was
explanation.
trying to glean anything from the comments. I couldn't really tell.
But yeah, I mean,
I
because
guess
I
it was
remember
required
everybody
then.
else. I don't remember him at all. It's super weird. Whatever. Shadows of Yharnam is a cool one, obviously. This one's pretty commonly known, I think.
Yeah, you knew that going in or what?
What, Shadows of Yharnam?
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'd seen like videos of it. I'm gonna put him actually up at at top of A tier.
Yeah.
Um, just because I mean, this one's like it's like it's three bosses at the same time, and I think they each have like a different combat style, so
Oh, I've seen. I
you have
know
to
this
there's
one.
like a strategic way to pick which one to fight first, and
Oh, this fight's dope as
yeah,
fuck. Oh yeah, I know
this
about this
fight's
one.
cool as hell, yeah. So, I mean,
I've seen this multiple times.
I don't think anything else needs to be said. I mean, there's three of them. They're all unique. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's like it's basically like you're being hunted after. Either take your pick between ring wraiths or dementors or a combination of both of
Yeah,
those,
I mean,
but they're
essentially.
smart and they're,
Yeah,
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 I would say ring wraiths closer to anything else, but they're like grim reapers basically.
yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty dope. Yeah, I remember looking at videos of this back in the good old days.
Rom is kind of a bitch.
I remember ROM too.
He's got kind of like a cool entrance to like his arena and everything, and I mean his arena's kind of dope looking, just like an endless
Yeah,
little.
Serena's like the fucking what's her face from Elden Ring. God,
Oh,
where it teleports you.
Renala.
Yeah, Renala. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know how
yeah,
to Renala, but yeah, it's super similar. It just fucking teleports you to some endless plane
yeah, yeah,
of existence.
yeah. And it's just like the ground
Cool.
is like a little tiny, like a few inches of water, and it's just like all
Right.
shimmering, and yeah, yeah, it's cool. But I mean, from what I remember, like he does spawn in like spiders that you kind of have to worry about, but for the most part, you just like kill them when they get too close, and then just kind of stick to his side and keep hitting him, and he goes down eventually.
Yeah.
I think he does do a few like things where like he'll jump every once in a while, maybe like roll or something. I can't remember specifically, but he does some sort of like get away from me attack, you know.
Mm.
But I mean, it's I've seen I mean, for my own gameplay, and then obviously I've seen people do it, and everyone pretty much just strafes him, and he dies pretty
Yeah,
easily.
doesn't seem
So
difficult. I don't think I saw everyone struggle with this boss.
I'm gonna put him pretty low.
Just seems like annoying to go back and forth and fight him sometimes, it seems like.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah.
Okay, the one reborn looks really cool because he's like, I mean, I honestly don't remember exactly what he looks like, but he's like a giant fucking monster that comes out of this bridge. But
Mm-hmm.
there's like a really easy method to beating him. There's like a tower on there's two towers I think on either side of like the slope that you go down to confront him. And if you go up into the tower, you can bait him into kind of like hitting his hand or his head through the edge or through like the opening doorway up where the balcony is. And so like you just bait him into doing that and then like hit him in the face once or twice and then back up out of range and just keep doing that and you can beat him in like I mean without like really any risk.
Mm, I
So
see.
otherwise, I mean I didn't fight him any other way, so I wouldn't know,
Right.
but he does look cool and it is definitely intimidating when he shows up. You're like, "Oh my God, what the fuck am I supposed to do against that?"
Yeah. Pretty cool design.
But super easy cheese, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna put him pretty low. Bloodborne community is gonna come for my head, bro.
Yeah, I'm just watching the guy fight it like in the arena right now, and I mean it's like it doesn't look easy. But not overly difficult. I mean, he's just it's the problem of every big Souls boss. It's like there's only so much they can do. Although he's doing a lot of shit. He's like firing a bunch of shit on him when he gets close, but you could just go around and around, it seems. Um, but he's got it. He's got some dope moves, I'll be honest. That's my that's all that I see here.
Fair enough, fair enough. Martyr Logarius is a tough cookie. I remember this guy. You're like on a he might have to go A tier, if I'm being totally
Oh, really?
honest. I think I'm gonna put him below Gwyn, but he's pretty good. I mean, you're on like a rooftop with him, and he throws lots of like these like oh my God, like glowing red skulls at you that just blow up and concuss you and do a bunch of damage if they hit you directly. And I think he can teleport sort of, or maybe he just like kind of flies around the rooftop. And he's got like a giant fucking scythe that he's just constantly swinging magic at you
Hmm.
with. Um, yeah, I remember
Oh yeah, is this this is the base game?
I think so, pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because the DLC's all at the end of the list. Yeah, yeah, the
Okay.
DLC's all like these guys down
For
here.
some reason I thought this guy was DLC.
No, I think that I think that his area has some sort of relation to the DLC.
Maybe that's what it was.
There's like after you kill him, there's like a door that opens up behind him or something, and I think there's like a something that you're supposed to grab from there, and then it becomes something that's useful in the DLC later, or like you need it to get to a certain area. It might be something like that, or it might just be like a very similar church-looking rooftop area that is got like a replicated version of it in the DLC.
Mm.
Because I was thinking that too, like when I just like looked up a clip real quick just to make sure it was the right guy, and I was like, I feel
Right.
like this was DLC, but it's not.
Yeah, that was my first inclination. I don't know, just the way it looked for some reason.
Yeah, but yeah, he's pretty tough. I definitely lost to him a couple times.
I was about to say this guy's getting absolutely destroyed on his, I presume, successful run here.
Yeah, I mean, he just has a lot of attacks that are just, instant death type
Yeah, I
situations.
mean, we're 3 minutes in and we're at 78, 80% health still remaining, and my dude's like
Yeah,
running out
that's
of
that's
heals.
never a good sign. Yeah, when you're if you're 3 minutes in and you haven't gotten to half health yet, it's like, bro, you're getting cooked.
Yeah,
Like you're getting worked by
yeah.
somebody. Now, I got amygdala up next. Amygdala, I know is actually supposed to be hard, but used, I got really lucky. I used like I can't remember what the spell is called, but it sends like an explosion of little star bolts out, and usually it's kind of like not really that good because the star bolts don't like lock on to stuff. They just kind of
Mhm.
shotgun around you, and so a lot of them tend to miss. And I got like right underneath him and used it or something like that. So like all of them hit him, and it instantly fucking melted 90% of his health. And I was like, what the fuck was that? And then I just kind of ran in and hit him 2 or 3 times and won. So I was like 100% just it was 100% luck. But I'm
Wow.
pretty sure he's supposed to be hard. And he does the way that you get to him is pretty cool. And then like, uh, and he does look really cool. He's like a giant spider looking
Wait, so
monster.
how did it happen again?
How I beat him?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I had like I can't remember what the spell is called, but it's like a little nova explosion thingy, and it sends out these
Mhm.
little bolts in every
And every
direction.
single one of them basically
And
hit him.
yeah, and I was like right under him, and when I did it, so they all when they exploded out instead of going all over the fucking place, they all just went straight into his face, and it took all his health
Oh.
away instantly.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
But
He looks pretty insane.
I'll put him at like the bottom of A tier because I know he's actually supposed to be tough, and I know he's
Okay, so you're
supposed.
giving some respect
Yeah,
there.
I know he's actually tough, and I know that, and he is cool looking, and the way you get to him's cool and everything. And I know that I
Yeah.
definitely got lucky with that. So,
God, Bloodborne design is just they don't make games like they used to.
nah, for real, bro.
Except they do. Elden Ring was still pretty sick. But like the design of Elden Ring is not the design of Bloodborne.
All right, Celestial Emissary is next. Oh, this one was kind of weird. It's like it's like these group of little mushroom dudes,
Mhm.
and yeah, I think you have to like I can't remember exactly, but I think you have to kill. It might just be that you have to. There's like one special one. There's like a bunch of these mushroom guys, and then there's like one that actually has the health bar, and you just have to like find him and keep beating the shit out of him. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's not too hard. I mean, like you can if you obviously the trap of it is getting greedy and then getting surrounded. But other than that, I mean, I don't remember it really being that difficult to just, you know, dodge through one of his attacks and then beat the crap out of him.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I don't think the mushroom guys, no, they do respawn. Yeah, they do. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this one's not too hard.
All right.
I'm probably gonna put him lower towards the witch, just because I don't. It's not really like a cool boss fight or anything either.
Mhm. Yeah. Seems about right.
It's slightly harder than the witch, but
Mhm.
okay. Ebrietus. This thing is like a giant fucking dragon, sort of.
Okay.
I don't think it really looks like a dragon, but it's basically a dragon. Um, I mean, it's just. I will say that I think it's very typical like dragon, um, like fighting style. It's just a big monster that likes to stomp and like shoot
Sure.
beams of energy at you and shit like that.
Right.
And I mean, it's very easy to get one shot if you're not careful. But I mean, in typical dragon fashion, stay near its legs,
Yeah.
try to like straight behind it. Definitely very tanky though. I think there is a summon for it. I'm pretty sure there is. Yeah, there's totally a summon for it, which is helpful, obviously, but
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, we'll put you like, mm, we'll put you up here.
Okay, so you thought pretty highly of
I mean, it
Abrasive.
does. It's very cool. Like, I mean, it's a dope area, and like when it wakes up and attacks you and everything, it looks really dope. And
Yeah, I was watching. It's pretty cool.
not super hard, but
Yeah. Designed on insane mode.
now I'm gonna disrespect Mikolash.
Oh boy. Hold on to your
Not
hats, folks.
not too hard, but I'm gonna put him like, I'm gonna put him like down here.
Bottom half of C tier.
And the only reason is because it's not a gimmick fight exactly, but it is a puzzle fight. So basically, it's like sort of. I mean, like you can there are ways to kind of like not exactly cheese it. So basically, you're in like a maze with him,
Mhm.
right? So like when you walk
Sure.
into this, you walk into like this room full of like stairs that kind of loop back on themselves. And the second you walk
Mhm.
in, his health bar pops up, but there's no one there, and you're like, "What the fuck? What's going on?" And
Yeah.
when you see him, he runs away from you, and
Right.
you have to come, and there's like these mirrors that teleport you to other parts of the building. Not like in a super confusing way, but like kind of confusing. But what the goal is, you have to teleport behind him at the right angle so that you're chasing him into a dead end.
Okay.
And once you chase him into one of the dead ends, you go in the room with him, the gate closes, and then you fight for a little bit. And I think it's like once you get him down to, once you get a third of his health down, he leaves the room and goes to another like set of stairs or hallways or whatever, and you have to do the same thing with a different like dead end room. And you have to do that either twice or three times. And the fighting against him like himself isn't really that bad. He has like I think like a tentacle thing that he kind of shoots out at you that does pretty decent damage, but it's very obviously telegraphed, so it's pretty easy to just dodge out of the way. And it's like a straight,
Yeah.
the tentacle doesn't like flail around
Right
or
in
anything.
front of
It's
you.
just
Yeah.
it's just bam right in front of your face. So
Yeah, I was
it's
watching.
easy to just sidestep it. And then other than that, I mean, there's not really anything to worry about with his attack patterns. I think he might pull out a spell every once in a while if you're too far away from him, but I don't know why you would be. And then, but yeah, I mean, it's just annoying because there's a way
Seems like most people agree.
yeah, the cheese thing is basically I know there's a way I've seen people do it where you can kind of like get him stuck on one of the doorways, like trying to run into it or out of it. I can't remember which direction. And then if you just be very careful not to nudge him too much, like with not like your attacks won't nudge him, but like if you like push into him or whatever, it'll move him. But like if you're careful, then you can get him stuck on a doorway and then just kill him, so you don't have to keep chasing him around the fucking building. But other than that, so that's like there's like another method to it technically, but
I see.
it seems like more effort than it's worth, honestly, to figure out how to get him stuck on the door when you can just chase him.
Yeah, it's not gonna take you that long in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't seem that difficult. You're probably gonna get it first couple
Yeah.
attempts.
And yeah, I mean you should really get it first attempt unless you just get really greedy when you're fighting him,
Yeah,
because
sex maybe. Yeah.
there's not really any threat to you when you're chasing him. Um
Mm.
and then but that's what makes it even more annoying though, is because if you do fail, you have to do all of it again. And the
Yeah, it's long.
chasing him over and over again is just fucking ridiculous. Amerigo's wet nurse goes stupid.
Yeah, this is a fan favorite as well, from what I remember.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I think that would be I think this would be very high on people's all-time lists.
yeah. I mean, you know
I
what?
understand.
Fuck it.
Another addition to the S tier. I think it'd be appropriate. I think Bloodborne maybe gets one or two here, and
Yeah.
I think
Oh, I
Wet
mean,
Nurse has to be
we're
one
about
of
to
them.
get like 5 in a row.
Oh, we'll
The
see.
DLC about to go stupid. No, Murgo's wet nurse though this one it wasn't too bad, but I mean, it is just really cool. But her phase 2 at like half health or whatever gets insane because she makes the whole screen go dark, and it's like, first of all, that's cheating. And then and then she starts like teleporting with like clones of herself, and they'll like try to sideswipe you. It's chaotic as hell. Um,
Mm,
but yeah, I mean, she's basically just a giant fucking gargoyle-looking phantom demon with wings, and it's just like,
yeah.
please get the fuck away from me. Um, yeah, and she
Yeah.
teleports
Again.
and has like giant slashing moves with like knife hands. Basically, she's like freaking. It's like Freddy Krueger's attacking you. Sometimes it's ridiculous,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. All a million appendages, and they're all
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
blades.
and I think even like her wings technically have blades on them, or they're like sharp. Because I feel like I definitely remember there being moments where she'll like swipe at you with her wings, and it just does massive damage and knocks you back and shit. Yeah, no, like definitely tough and definitely cool
Mm,
and creepy
yeah.
and a very a memorable like phase 2 transition to when she gets. I mean, obviously it's not like it's not like a cutscene phase 2 or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
a half health
But
one.
just the change
Yeah,
itself.
it's just once that half health happens, she's just like, all right, bitch, you want to play? And then she disappears, and then there's like 3 of her that strike at you at the same time, just out the gate for phase 2, and it's like, okay, that's just disrespectful.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a cool boss. And
Yep.
then,
Seems
all right,
accurate.
final boss part 1 is Gehrman. This fight
German.
is also gonna be S tier,
Oh.
above Smo and Ornstein.
Oh. So I mean, right now this is number 1 for
Number
you.
1, Gehrman, bro, this fight's cool as hell. I mean, you should watch. You should definitely look it up real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm finishing up the wet nurse
I
one.
mean, yeah, Gehrman goes crazy, bro. I think I'm saying that right.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Um,
German, maybe.
yeah, maybe Gehrman. I'm not sure. I think it's Gehrman though. It doesn't matter. The point is, I mean, he's just super fast, and you can see in that picture he's got the long scythe weapon, and you're in
Right.
like a open field of like I think it's flowers. So it's also it's also like a really cool area that you're fighting in, very like Japanese samurai type of battlefield, just a field of flowers and the moon's in the background the whole time, and you're just trying not to get eviscerated by a gigantic scythe.
Yeah. Very on brand. Yeah, I'm watching it now.
And yeah. There's like technically, well, we're gonna get to it next because the next boss is like his phase 2 technically, but
Oh yeah, I've seen this fight before.
yeah, and it's like a different ending. So it's like
Yeah, I think I've seen these. I'm remembering them now.
the one ending is just Gehrman, and then like the other
There's
ending
the true ending.
the true ending after you beat him, the moon presence thing comes down, and then you have to fight that. That thing is horrifying.
That's right. Yeah, I do remember this. That German's sick. Very, very cool, appropriate final boss.
Yeah,
Yep, Cameron's dope. Okay, so it makes sense why he's all the way up there.
yeah,
Ironically, of all the crazy shit in that game, design-wise, all the insane creatures you fight, it's just this fucking dude that's basically you, right? He's another hunter.
yeah. The first hunter.
Like, oh yeah, obviously the first
Yeah,
hunter. So appropriate,
yeah.
somehow.
Which is what we were talking about the other day when we were talking about like how the
Was it?
final boss. Yeah. When we were talking about like
Oh, that's right.
Gwyn,
Yeah.
final boss just being a better version of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then there's Moon
And it's just
Presence.
good. It
Yeah, it's
works.
just
Yeah,
so
Moon
good.
Presence.
Moon Presence.
Okay, so you're a big fan of Moon
I mean,
Presence
dude,
as well.
Moon Presence is a horrifying nightmare creature. I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't even know how to describe what it looks like if I'm being totally honest. I mean, it looks like a fucking Pokemon. It's insane. Like, it looks like something from like the Eldritch horrors of Giratina's
It does
dimension.
look absolutely fucking
It's
insane.
yeah, it's just wild as hell. I mean, it's so fast and it leaps all over the place. And I mean, it's got a little bit of like the typical sort of whatchamacallit, like a very little bit of the typical like big enemy dragon type thing where getting behind it is usually a pretty safe bet, but it is extremely it's much faster than anything else of that type.
Yeah.
And it just looks intimidating as hell. And
Oh
obviously
my
you're
yeah, the intro scene is
yeah, the
insane.
intro's just it's just like, oh my god. And yeah,
What in the fuck?
yeah. And then obviously you're in the same arena as with Gehrman and everything, and it's just
Yeah, so it's still aesthetically
yeah.
incredible with the moon. Oh my god. Yeah, this seems more in line with what you thought the boss was gonna look like
Yeah.
when you started playing this game, the final boss.
Yeah.
So I think they kind of had their cake and ate it too.
Yeah. It's very,
The
very
moons.
similar to like the whole Radagon to Elden Beast thing where it's
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh, it's
for
just a
sure,
guy,
man.
and then it's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Definitely harder than them, but
I was about to say that
yeah, not even close.
Radagon,
Elden Beast is a joke, and Radagon's also a
yeah,
joke.
yeah. Relatively speaking, I would put Radagon above Elden Beast, but I
Yeah.
just never really struggled too
Radagon's
much.
definitely harder, but not that bad. But yeah.
No, not relative to these
So
guys. I mean,
those
these guys
two,
were like OG tough,
yeah. I mean,
very
this
tough.
might be the first, chronologically speaking, in terms of like release date. I think Gehrman and or the Moon Presence are the first like truly difficult final boss in these games.
Um,
Because Gwyn's a little tough, but not too bad. And then Dark
yeah,
Souls 2 is just fucking easy. And
yeah. I think I guess I just don't remember. Yeah, how people feel about Gwen, how hard it was.
Gwyn
Maybe
Gwyn
maybe people didn't really think it was that
Gwyn's
hard.
not hard. I mean, solo or otherwise. I mean, solo or with Solaire. I mean, Gwyn's just not that
Mm.
difficult. I mean, it is
Then
easy
yeah,
to.
that's easily.
It's very easy to die to Gwyn, but only if
Just
you
learn.
decide to dodge in a straight line backwards, because then he'll just fucking spear you and then combo you and you'll be dead instantly. But
Mm,
I mean, he's not that bad.
yeah, pretty
All
wild
right,
though.
DLC time.
Mm.
Ludwig the Accursed. Okay, his is actually pretty cool because his phase one is like well his two phases. It's like he changes into from Ludwig to the Accursed to I think it's I want to say like Ludwig the Holy or something like that. And
Yeah, Holy Blade.
yeah, that's right. Yep. And it's kind of weird because I know a lot of people consider this to be one
The
of the
tough fight.
hardest boss fights like ever.
Yeah, I thought this was high, extremely high up on people's list. Am I wrong?
No, he was pretty tough. I definitely died to him a handful of times, but I
Mm.
did not struggle as much with him as I did with the next one on here. So
Yeah,
but he was he was definitely still hard. And in his
yeah,
whole like transit like intro and transition from Accursed to Holy Blade is pretty dope. And
yeah.
I just
And I
remember
mean, you're decent at Souls games.
yeah
I
yeah
would
yeah
say that is always going to be a factor in your in these
yeah.
opinions. Like,
I
yeah,
mean yeah, I intentionally went back and did the Bloodborne DLC on New Game Plus for the first time because I just wanted the extra trophies. Like that shit
yeah.
was
People,
entirely
normal people don't do that.
yeah.
People with sane minds
I was like,
don't normally, or unless they're
yeah.
very
It's
good.
like I'll do the Bloodborne DLC first time on New Game Plus. I'm sure it won't be fucking impossible.
Yeah.
He was still really. I'm not gonna put him in S tier because I just didn't struggle with him that much. But I think I'll
You
still
think
put
with
him.
S tier, it's got to be a combination of like
Yeah,
great
it's
this,
yeah,
this, this,
it's
and
gotta
it's
be
got to be
hard.
difficult.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, that's fair.
I'll put him at high A though
I think for
because
Souls that has to be true.
yeah, I'll put him high A. No, I'm gonna put him above the Shadows because I think he was still harder than them
Okay, yeah,
and cooler if I'm being totally honest.
I would agree. But
But
they're
this
very,
one,
very close.
Lawrence, the first vicar, this dude was kicking my ass like there was no fucking tomorrow. Like that was the weird thing because I remember Because that's what I remember. I remember seeing people saying that like Ludwig was the hard one, and like I did die to Ludwig a handful of times, but I died to Lawrence like fucking 30 times. I swear to God. This was like one of those few times where I actually reached the point of being like, I'm gonna kill myself. Like
Why
I'm
take
gonna
a break?
rage
Yeah.
quit. Like I'm gonna throw my controller against the wall. We're reaching the pinnacle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 would be around when most people hit that. Some people don't make it to 30.
Mm.
Up there.
I'm not
It's
sure.
how much do you like the Bloodborne ones versus Lawrence? I'm watching his intro. This intro seems pretty dope.
Yeah, I mean, I just for whatever reason, like all of his fire attacks were just absolutely annihilating. Like
Crazy.
I could not figure that shit out for the life of me, bro. It was a
I think
problem.
some bosses are just like problematic for some people.
Yeah,
Well, at
that's
least
literally for
stuff.
this is that was literally what was going on. Is I just could not figure it out for the longest time. I think I'll put him down here, even though I definitely died more to him than Simone Ornstein and Murgo's Whitners. I just don't think I thought he was as cool as them, despite the fact that
Yeah.
he was much harder for me at least.
Hmm.
Yeah, these things are easy. I did not struggle with the living failures at all. I mean, I think I died like once or twice, but this is kind of similar to like the Celestial Emissary in terms of like the setup.
Yeah.
They're a little bit cooler, but I mean, it's just kind of like you have to kill them all, and then I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like once you kill a few of them, then like you get attacked with some sort of AoE or something like that, and you have to just
Yeah, I remember this one.
dodge the hell out of it. Because if that hits you,
Yeah,
I think
nothing crazy
you're pretty
here.
much instantly dead if their like little beam attack or whatever hits you. But there's like a way to interrupt it or stop it or something. I can't remember specifically, but yeah, it was just very similar to the emissaries, but definitely a little bit harder.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where exactly I want to put you. Mm,
Middle of B tier, basically.
yeah. For all the people that are delusional and think Dark Lurker is hard.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta
That's still
gotta
hilarious,
keep
bro.
appearances there. I mean, a lot of people. Oh,
That's
that was a
so
lot.
funny.
That
That's
was a
never not
lot
gonna
of
be
people.
funny to me.
And just pretty much, yeah. I don't know. That just seemed to be the case.
All right, well, hold up, real quick. We're just gonna, yeah, move,
Oh, boom.
and
No questions
I'm gonna
asked.
talk about them both back to back. But
Right. Okay. I know. Yeah.
move,
Of course.
Maria.
Yeah. Come on now.
Lady Maria's okay. People might get upset about this, but Lady Maria
Oh.
is like the better version of Gurman in the sense that she's like you, like she's another hunter essentially,
Hmm.
but better. And her attacks are just so much cooler than Gehrman's were. I mean, she's got like a
I don't think you're. I don't think that's a controversial
yeah,
opinion
she's
based
got
on
like
what I've
a
seen.
she's got like a blood sword, and I can't remember if she like splits it in two in phase 2 or something like that. But I mean, that thing is fucking stupid cool, and she just dashes around the map. It's a very like fast paced like sword fight basically. You know, like a very
Hmm.
it's just a very cool feeling
Yeah, I
fight.
remember this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else I can really say. I mean, she's got a blood sword that does crazy looking attacks that just like sweep across the arena, and she's super fast and will like lunge at you from literally one side of the room to the other.
Oh,
And
the blood attacks look so
no,
sick.
they do look so cool. She is
Uh,
pretty easy to learn and eventually like counter. Like her attacks are,
mm,
I would say, not super predictable, but they're relatively very
you can
predictable.
kind of learn them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't take very long, yeah, to be like, okay, I know what your windups look like now, and I know how to dodge them.
Yeah.
Because and
Okay,
again,
a couple of
be-
deaths.
because she's using like a regular obviously it's got like blood magic on it, but because she's using a regular sword as her weapon, it's very easy to gauge like how you need to dodge, just because it's like it's a sword. It works like a sword works. Sometimes like the after effects of like the blood magic will do some extra damage if you're not being careful, but yeah, I mean,
Sure.
definitely took a few tries, but see, that's the other thing too is I think Bloodborne, all the games we talked about so far, this is definitely the first game where like almost every boss took at least
Well,
a few
challenging to
attempts.
some extent.
Yeah, took at least a few tries. I mean, that's just not a thing up until this point
Right.
for me anyway.
But I mean, a lot of things immediately different with the Bloodborne
I
games,
mean,
like
yeah,
those summons.
Bloodborne. I mean, well,
You
to
know,
be fair, there actually are a lot of summons in this game. Not like a crazy amount,
are they?
probably like half the time there are
So half the
summons.
time.
But
Are they just that bad?
no, they're harder to set up, I think. Because I just
Oh.
didn't either. I
'Cause
wasn't
I
looking.
don't really hear a lot about summons at all with those.
Yeah, no, either I wasn't looking for them, or I just like I when I mean what I mean is like I just didn't look for those symbols on the ground or whatever. Either that, or I literally just didn't do what was necessary side quest wise to set them up. Because I know there were like one or two side quest things that I meant to set up when I was doing my playthrough just to get certain weapons or whatever that like
Mm,
obviously I just didn't do it early enough, so like I fucked it up and wasn't
right.
able to. But I mean, yeah, I mean there's because I have it written down. I mean there's summons, yeah, I think for like one,
Oh,
two,
that's right, because
three,
you made the notes.
five.
I guess I've just literally never seen anybody use any summons, I don't think, in Bloodborne.
Yeah, 11 of the 22 have summons,
Okay, yeah.
including DLC, obviously. But to be fair, a
Yep.
lot of the harder ones don't have summons. Like a lot of the skill check type enemies, like Gascoigne doesn't have any, and let me see, like eh, I guess some of the like Murgo doesn't have one. Obviously, Gurman and
Mm.
Moon Presence don't have them.
Right.
Maria doesn't have them. The Orphan doesn't have them.
Yeah. So for the toughest
Yeah,
ones, for the
the
most
really
part,
really hard ones, they were like, nah, fuck you. You gotta fight them like alone.
I respect that.
Yeah. Oh right, Orphan. I forgot. I put him up here. Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
The Orphan of Kos is the
Yeah, how
second
much to
hardest.
say here?
It's the second hardest Souls boss in Soulsborne. Like,
Okay.
he's number 2. Now,
Number
I know
2.
some people are probably gonna want to put like Demon of Hatred from Sekiro up there, but I'm not gonna put him up there because there's cheese for the Demon of Hatred, and it's super fucking easy to use, and I obviously did that shit. So
Well, rip.
so
You're
the
asleep,
only
Chad.
reason the only reason I'm not gonna have him up high is just cause like I mean I didn't fight him. I just knocked him off a cliff.
There you go.
But yeah, Orphan of Kos, for me at least, definitely number 2. I mean, there's no boss other than the consort that I spent this much time on. I mean,
Yeah.
when I fought the Orphan, it probably took me like, I mean, it was like I think I was trying to beat him probably for like 2 or 3 hours,
Mm.
and then I gave up and went to bed. And then next morning,
Crazy.
which is the video I think I have, I probably sent it to you at some point way back when I did it. But the video I have of it is like all of my attempts the following morning, or following, I don't remember when I did it, but the following morning,
Right.
I think, and it took me like another 20, 30 minutes to beat him. So
Yeah.
like 3.5 hours total, give or take,
Whew.
to beat the
Yeah.
Orphan of Kos.
Unprecedented for
and
you,
and
certainly.
there is there is like a way to kind of, it's not cheese as much as it's just being a god at parrying. So like you can get him into like a parry loop where every time he stands up he'll try to do the same overhead attack, and then if you parry it he'll fall down. Obviously you hit him like 2 or 3 times or whatever it is, and then he'll do the exact same overhead attack over and over and over again. So if you can perfect parry that overhead attack every single time, you can get his health all the way down, and you don't even have to fight his phase 2 form or anything, because he just won't ever
Oh
get
wow.
past that. Yeah, he'll never get past that.
I mean, the phase 2 is
Dope,
significantly
dude. Phase 2 is the
difficult.
problem. Phase 1 is easy as shit. Look,
Phase 1 is not bad.
phase 1 is extremely simple because all you got to do is bait him into like leaping over you, which is extremely simple to do. You bait him into leaping over you, he does it, you hit him like 2 or 3 times in the back, you wait for him to do it again. That's all phase 1 is. And then phase 2, he's like, all right, bet. And he grows wings and starts leaping across the sky and throwing lightning bolts across the whole entire fucking arena. And he starts doing that thing where he'll like, instead of doing like a normal like pounding attack with his weapon, he'll like
Right.
turn into fucking General Grievous and start spinning around the floor.
Insane,
Bro.
dude. One of the most insane attacks I've ever seen in a Souls game, by the way, that can consistently land on you.
Oh my god. The spinning thing is
it's
crazy.
so
And
weird.
or the one where he just gets mad and he just like slams it into the ground like 5 times and he's like crawling
Yeah.
towards you as he does it, so you can't just
Yeah, and somehow it's faster than you like backing up. or
Yeah, it
moving
is.
away.
It's way faster than you moving. It's just like
He's like he lunges a
Yeah.
lot in each of
Yeah,
those.
he does. It's the fucking worst. Oh my god. I mean that took so much effort.
Yeah, I've seen this fight so many times.
But yeah, definitely one of the most satisfying victories. I mean,
Oh, I
that
can imagine.
that boy
Well,
was tough.
this is what Souls is all about. It's
Yeah.
about at its core. Now, for some people it takes playing Orphan of Cost. For some people it might be Cleric Beast. I don't know. Yeah, there might be a boss that you spend fucking hours on and you say you have to fucking give up and come back the next day, and sometimes you just get it fucking first try. Sometimes the next day you're just like, okay, think I'm like sane. I can look at it this like a
Yeah.
sober view, but yeah, within 20 minutes doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those crazy things. It's
That's
like
the ultimate.
sometimes you're just tired, Sometimes it's like you've been playing Bloodborne all day and you get to the orphan and you're like, I'm gonna beat him, and then 3 hours later, you're like, I hate myself. And then
Yeah, you're definitely tired.
next morning, like freshly rested, you're just like, all
Alright.
right, lock in, bitch. Also, it makes it so much
Yeah.
worse because the run back to the orphan, one of the worst things ever. I mean,
Oh, Lord.
it's not hard to get, like, there's not like enemies, like, I mean, there are lots of enemies in the way, but it's just a pain. It's really far, and it's just
Yeah,
such a
it's
pain in the ass. And there are enemies along the way that can fuck your shit up if you're not careful and you're not fast. So it's just kind of like it's like on top of everything else.
Right.
It's just this super tedious run back, and it's just like, okay, yeah. I mean,
God.
it probably takes like a solid like 2 minutes to run back to him every time.
God.
So
I
I
didn't
mean,
realize. I don't see him do these attacks often, but I don't realize he fucking if you get him close to like, the arena where the walls are, basically, like not like kind of far away from the beach,
yeah.
dude. He'll just like fucking whatever that shit is from Ben 10, where Cannonball, I guess, where from Ben
Oh,
10.
yeah.
Dude, he bounces off the fucking walls like what the
Yeah, you
fuck,
don't want to fight him
bro?
up there in phase 2.
Yeah, what
That's
the
well, that was the
fuck,
weird thing is
man?
I remember when I was fighting him, and obviously when I was getting frustrated, I started, looking up stuff to
Try
see
and
if
do
there were
shit,
there
yeah.
were there were methods to it or whatever. And there were so many people that were like, "Oh, easy method," and it was the fucking parry thing, and I was like, "Shut the fuck up." I was like, "I don't know how to do that shit consistently." Like not like that. That's crazy. And then I saw like one dude that was like everyone keeps saying to fight him on the beach or like up above, like up closer to the top of the hill, and then this one guy was like fight him in the water. Trust me. And then that's like what I started doing, and I was making way more
Yeah.
progress, and I was like this is working. I don't know why it's working, but it's working.
Yeah. Great design. Great. I mean, the lore is kind of dope, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of
Um,
it, but I do remember it being cool as fuck.
the fact that it just wakes up, like the lore is
Oh,
basically it wakes up, it's an orphan because its mother was already dead or something.
yeah. And it's like a god. It's like the son
Yeah.
of like a
Like Thoth
demigod or
is
some
like the
shit.
god
Yeah.
or demigod, yeah.
Yeah.
And gets born, doesn't know what's going on, but it's just a fucking insane demigod
yeah.
thing and just fights you.
Yeah, the fact that
Just
the fact
flails at
that
you
it
and shit.
literally wakes up for the first time ever and immediately is like scrap,
On site.
bitch. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm just looking. I'm just trying to like go swimming, bro. Leave me alone.
Bro doesn't even know what hands are and wants to run them and just takes its fucking meat and just throws it at
Yeah,
you. I mean, it's just
the
insane.
fact that his weapon is literally his own fucking placenta is crazy. It's
Yeah, that
he's
is
just
that
like
is
he's just
pretty
like, oh,
fucked
what's
up.
this? And picks it up and starts beating you to death with it, and it's just like, okay, this
Yeah,
guy
and
needs to
in your
relax.
brain, that's just like the most dangerous blade after like 10 attempts.
Oh yeah, it actually is low. Unironically, if you because you get
It's
it
what you're teaching your brain to think.
well,
Yeah.
like you get the that weapon after you kill him.
Oh, you do.
Yeah. Or you get like the
That's right.
ability to create
Yeah,
it or
no, I
whatever, I can't
remember that.
remember. And if you like obviously like if you wanted to go into a new game plus run after that or whatever, I mean obviously to do DLC again because if you do the DLC because you unlock the DLC after Amelia, so you unlock it like super fucking early, I think. And so you can obviously use it for the rest of the game or like if you do it at the end, you could do it for New Game Plus, whatever, but apparently his placenta weapon is absolutely fucking busted. Like when you're using it.
Nice. Pretty cool.
But yeah, that's all Bloodborne right there.
Yeah, I think the list makes a lot of sense. For a lot of people, I think Bloodborne is their favorite Souls game before Elden
Oh
Ring
yeah, for
existed.
sure. I mean, a lot of people even
Um,
after Elden Ring.
even after Elden Ring, yeah, even after Elden Ring, I think that's not going to change. So the fact that it starts to make S tier look a little beefier, I mean significantly,
We had a couple additions to.
makes
We had a
sense.
lot of
A
additions to
tier,
A and S tier, yeah,
yeah,
and quite a few
and
to
B
B.
tier,
Yeah. I only
yeah,
put.
makes sense.
I think I only put like 2 in C, right? Something like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I
3.
mean, like
I
the
put mixed
design
last after.
varied, I
Well,
think
after
a
some.
lot. They were all, many of them were designed to be kind of tough fights. There's obviously some ways you get around it, but I think most of them were designed to be pretty fast paced, pretty tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I think it makes sense that most of them are in B tier or above.
Solid work. Solid work. Dark Souls 3. This is probably my
Alrighty.
Dark Souls 3 is probably my favorite outside of Elden Ring. I'm not gonna lie.
I do really like it too.
Dark Souls 3 was
Because
so good.
they just get a lot they do a lot of things right. That the previous Soul games did okay or poor at times, and then Dark Souls 3 kind of puts it all together.
I mean, Dark Souls 3 really is like I know people I know I mentioned before that like some people talk about Dark Souls 2 being like the precursor to Elden Ring just because the build variety and stuff
To
like
some
that being
extent.
really similar. But honestly, when I was playing Dark Souls 3, I was like, this feels like the real precursor to I mean, and it literally is,
Yeah, literally.
but like it feels like the perfect storm combination of everything before it.
Yeah, yeah, that was my interpretation for the most part.
It's literally got all the good parts of every single previous Soulsborne all at once. Which is obviously just
However that could be said,
what?
it's like it's got the most souls, like the most true to Souls. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Oh, okay. I think you cut out for a second. I didn't.
Oh, really? Can
Yeah.
you still hear me?
I mean, I can now. I think it was literally just
No.
for like a brief moment because.
Oh, I said it's like the most Souls game almost.
Oh, okay.
The formula,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
perfects the formula.
Yeah. But all right.
Well
Yeah.
done, Reggie.
So what did you say you think you got up to in this game?
Let me go back to the screen. I looked away for a second. So I mean, if we're going in order,
Yeah.
I've
These
done,
are in order. I'm pretty sure.
I've done, I think think I remember beating Pontiff. I think I remember defeating Yorm, but I don't remember. I don't know if I beat Aldrich, but I definitely beat the Dancer. Dragon Slayer's probably where I'd end because I don't think I fought Dragon Slayer, but I don't remember. I definitely didn't beat anything beyond Dragon Slayer,
Okay.
but I did Dancer. Yorm, I'm pretty sure I killed Yorm. I guess if there's trophies for it, then I'd have a trophy for it. If not, I guess
Sure.
I don't know
Yeah.
if
There's
they all had them or not.
yeah, all of them have trophies. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll check that here. But I don't think my explanation is going to be that far off the truth.
Sure.
Versus what I just said.
Just seeing if they're in the order that I want them in. I think so.
And then well, you didn't play DLC. Is that
No.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so neither did I. So okay. Yeah, there's not going to be really an easy way to find. I guess I could just pull up PlayStation now. PS profiles even.
Yeah, it's probably faster because you won't have to scroll
Someone
through it.
it'd be like a fucking platinum or whatever the fuck membership for this stupid shit.
What,
Like
for
this stupid
PSN
is actually very
profiles?
useful. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought one. I mean, because it's like a one-time
It's,
thing.
yeah, I know. To commit to 119, it's actually kind of worth it.
Yeah. It's like, might as well. I use that shit all the time. So,
Yeah. All right. How do I?
Ancient Wyvern and oh yeah.
Come on, let me search. Trophy log. Okay, I guess I just have to look up the fucking game. Okay, certainly. Okay. Yeah, okay, I defeated Yorm, I defeated Aldrich. Pontiff, yes. Oh, I defeated Dragon Slayer. Bro, I got so far. Oh my
That's
fucking
crazy,
god.
bro. You were like really close to the end,
Well, I think
apparently.
I lost my save. I think that's why I got so pissed off. I lost my save. It's not that I had stopped. I beat most of the game. Yeah, I have not defeated Demon King, Osiris, Champion Gunder, Agent. Yeah, so obviously that's where I stopped.
Okay. Cool, cool,
Man.
cool.
All right, I was caught lit. Holy shit.
All right. Well, then you should be able to have some input on most of these then.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, Iodex Gundyr, I guess we'll just start here.
Yeah, he was interesting. I don't know. He didn't impress me that much from what I
he's
recall.
a pretty decent like starting boss, but he's extremely easy to beat.
Yeah.
And he does have
Pretty
again,
forgiving.
yeah, pretty slow for the most part, and I mean just very
Mhm.
easily manageable attacks just in terms of seeing where you need to dodge and everything.
Mhm.
Plus, he has the very typical thing that most of the initial bosses have, which is the whole firebomb thing.
Yeah, the weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I will say for what it is worth, it does kind of introduce you to the game. It's a good introduction to the game because it's like, okay, it's a normal Souls game. I've got this guy to beat, and then you're like, okay, pretty typical big knight guy, very very typical Dark Souls boss. And then the second phase where it's like, okay, this is not like
Yeah. But even the
previous Dark
second
Souls
phase,
games.
it's just kind of like
Not hard.
it looks much scarier than it actually is. It's just like
Exactly,
if
yeah.
you see the big claw thing come out and you back up, you're screwed. It's like
Yeah,
just
yeah. Well, that's
stay
like the wrong direction.
yeah, it's like just stay on him and he can't hit you with that. Like
Right.
unless you use the fire bombs for phase 2, in which case you can back up.
Yeah, I think middle B tier makes sense. I think I'd put him there too.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, nothing wrong with him though.
Yeah, Vort kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
So we're gonna disagree on Vort, certainly. I will say not tough. I'm not gonna say that he's
That's all
tough.
I meant. Like he's just weak. Yeah.
He's not tough. He is cool. His design. Here's the thing. His theme goes crazy, in my opinion.
True.
Gotta put some credit on that. He's got a cool intro. He's got a cool design. The fight itself, although yeah, probably not one of the more difficult fights in this game, certainly. Um, you know, kind of cool. So he'd be kind of up. Those that would carry it for me. But
Where would you
would
want
it
to
be
put
out
him?
of B tier? That's what I was trying to think. What my ranking would be. Um, yeah, I just think it would be closer to the top of E tier than the bottom. I think it would be. I don't know. I can't really speak to your rankings, how you've ranked your previous game B tiers, I suppose. But
Sure.
for me, it would be like top, close to the top of B tier, I guess. Top, let's say 20% of B tier is probably where I put it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fair for the most part, I'd say. I mean, it definitely has definitely cooler than Iodex, that's for sure.
Yeah, you just kind of walk in. I don't think, you know, you kind of don't expect him to be a boss, even though it is a boss fog. It's
Sure.
you don't expect a boss to be there. I think that it kind of adds
Well,
to the.
there's no fog for this one, so that's why.
There was.
Nah,
Oh, I'm only
you
thinking
like
about the second
you
one.
like
When you
walk
like if
in.
you lose to him, I forgot.
Yeah, you walk into the church and then it seems like you're just gonna walk through, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, just kidding. You have to actually
Yeah,
fight
that's where
again.
I was getting that
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool.
We'll put
But
him there.
otherwise,
We'll
yeah, I
put him
mean
there.
he is easy.
Yeah, I mean, because like you get behind him, it's just instantly over. Like he can't do
Yeah,
anything about it.
you can just get around him, and his attacks are pretty
Yeah.
telegraphed.
I mean, even if you get hit with like his frostbite cloud thing, it doesn't do nearly enough to
Mm,
like deter you from staying behind him.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
not too bad.
we could put him there. That feels good.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Oof, curse rotted great wood. This
I wasn't a
boss
massive fan
is pretty lame.
of
I'm not gonna lie.
this guy. Yeah, personally as well. Um, I don't know. I thought the fight wasn't that enjoyable. Like that was my main thing. The fight wasn't enjoyable. It had difficulty. So I mean, you could throw it in there, just like logistically running up to him, slapping his fucking sack.
Yeah,
You know. But
it's just so
and he
gimmicky.
would squirm around. But yeah, he did feel a little gimmicky for sure. I don't know. I felt happy upon beating him, mostly because I was just like done. I don't have to do this fucking idiot anymore.
Yeah,
I didn't really feel like that much like I defeated a great beast. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, bottom of C tier. Yeah, I think that's all right. He's not like terrible.
yeah.
Still
I
fits the
mean,
theme,
it
but
is. Yeah, it is just mostly. It's just mostly an annoying situation, I would say. Yeah. I mean, especially because of just you're just literally running around trying to hit the sacks like on his
yeah, the whole
wherever.
time,
Yeah,
the
and
entire
that's
fight, it
it.
doesn't
That's all it
change
is. It's
really.
just yeah,
There's no like second phase. It's
yeah.
just yeah.
Like I mean, there kind of is, but it's like he doesn't
Well, there
like
always is a
there
second
is a
phase,
second
but
phase,
he just
but
has more moves.
even then though he doesn't really. I mean, like he kind of gets a little bit more aggressive, I guess. Like some, but
Yeah.
even in phase one, he'll kind of do the same attacks he'll do in phase two if you
Mhm.
are if you do it the right way. Like the only real difference is that he kind of gets up more in phase two
Yeah.
and does like that butt slam thing. But
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, he gets to his feet for like 10
yeah.
seconds or something.
He does that in phase one if you like try to zone him.
Yeah.
He'll get up and
Mhm.
slam on the ground and shit. But
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty mediocre in my mind.
yeah, not super great. Crystal Sage.
I have a lot of respect for Crystal Sage. I want to hear what you think of Crystal
Now I
Sage though,
don't, because
because
I absolutely annihilated Crystal Sage.
mm,
The only thing I didn't really like the fight because of the similarities to Fool's Idol and how she just kind of teleports around and then the
mm,
cloning thing. And
yeah.
like it was easier than Fool's Idol, obviously, because her magic is a different color than her clone, so it's really easy to pick her out. But like
Mm,
I I mean that was it was not hard. I was able to do a lot of damage really quickly, and
Mm,
her little crystal things that she causes to pop up when she's not there were super easy to avoid. And then when the cloning started,
mm,
I mean, there was just nothing about it that was difficult or super interesting for me.
mm. Yeah, I remember playing Crystal Sage, and I did remember struggling a little bit for sure. Um, I don't know. With Crystal Sage from a difficulty standpoint. Now I forget what I was running. I think I was running Sword and Shield. I almost want to say in my original Dark Souls 3 playthrough, but it's been so long I really don't remember. I think I was doing a little bit of magic. Um, yeah, I definitely remember being a little bit frustrated with this boss just because I don't know, my playstyle really didn't vibe with the Crystal Sage.
Sure.
But not a lot of health. Like I didn't feel like I was struggling for very long. I did feel elation upon beating this boss. I definitely remember that. I definitely remember it being annoying, the teleporting shit. I didn't struggle with anything else from the fight, like you mentioned, like the crystals and shit that shoot up. Like yeah, that shit was not as a non-factor pretty much. I just couldn't get to her enough. And then like when I think I remember when they started spawning in more in the second phase, I got really annoyed with that for some reason, but I didn't struggle for that long as I eventually beat it. And it is a kind of repeating design in Souls, friend, like a witch that clones itself and or has people around them that shoot stuff at you, and
Yeah.
it's magic based. Like I don't know, it's definitely a reoccurring theme.
Mm-hmm.
So not exactly super inventive, but that was my thing. It's like yeah, decent, slightly struggle for me, but it seemed like some people struggled as well. Yeah, most people that are running traditional melee builds seem to struggle a lot from what the comments are saying.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
I did not experience such a thing.
Yeah, people are. This is at the apps 125 likes. This is the absolute hardest boss in the game for me. Yes, I beat every boss. I've
That's
dodged the boss
crazy.
more times than Ornstein and Smaug or Smoke.
That's crazy. I think it's just
Um.
Smo. I don't think they
Oh, that's
pronounced
right.
the
I forgot.
GH yet.
Um. Yeah, I remember dealing with what the first guy comments, which is the top comment, which says, "For me, his clones just laid down a constant stream of bolts that make it impossible to do anything.
Hmm.
And when they never do it in these videos, it pisses me off." Yeah, that was one of my problems. I died to this more than the Nameless King.
That's kind of crazy.
Um, I
That's
do
crazy. Who
remember
the
that.
fuck said that?
Yeah, 300 likes though. I'm having so much trouble with this boss. I do remember struggling number one, and number two, I definitely remember the clones fucking like phase one's a cakewalk. You're just running around, but you'll be
It's
fine.
it's kind of
I
weird.
remember getting fucked. I
I
think
f-
it's just RNG though,
Maybe. I feel like it's
because
I
this
don't know.
guy I'm watching doesn't get ass blasted by the bolts either.
I mean, I didn't. I'd like
That's what I'm saying. Like you didn't, this guy didn't, I
it
did,
it
people in the comments
honestly
did.
it honestly could just be not like just, but it could also be like a factor of how quickly you just fucking rush him.
I suppose. I don't know. This guy took 3 minutes. Probably took you maybe around that, maybe a little bit lower.
Yeah.
That guy was pretty efficient,
I think
I would say.
it took me about 2 minutes just because it took me a second to find him on one of them, I'm pretty sure.
Mm.
It felt like he took a while to like respawn or like not respawn, but reappear.
This might have been a problem with me for health too. A lot of people are saying like getting one hit, and I feel like I remember getting one hit by something. Yeah, the large soul spear. 15 tries. Yeah, most of these comments, this is 9 years ago. This is like the old IGN Dark Souls 3
That's
Sage video.
I would never have expected that. I mean, this boss was like a non-factor for me. I
I
don't.
had a feeling. I had a feeling because I do remember struggling with it, but I don't remember I don't remember getting super frustrated, but I remember when I beat it, I was very happy. Sure. But anyways, Where we put them, or where'd you put them?
I was gonna put her
You're
like
thinking
kind of
C tier?
mid C tier. Maybe
Yeah, I
like
probably wouldn't put it above, closer to the top of C tier for me, but you know, I like the bosses that are higher than
Yeah.
Crystal Sage. and
I mean,
this
even just like looking at the C tier that I have right now, I'm like everybody above this I think was harder for me than Crystal
Yeah.
Sage.
That's fair.
Which I mean, most of these are first tries anyway, but it's like I don't know. I
Right,
just
relatively speaking. I mean, if you didn't struggle, you didn't struggle.
yeah, I don't
I
know.
think probably part of it is RNG, part of it is maybe the strategy if you're able to just rush her down.
Yeah, I think
But okay.
I don't know. I'm looking at my video. I used them as like shields when they were trying to hit me with the soul arrows.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Use the other
I
clones,
use
is
the
what you're
other
saying?
like, and that doesn't work. Like it doesn't actually stop like when it hits
I
them,
was about to say, doesn't it just go
but
right through them?
it prevents them all from targeting you from like a center location. So like they're all aiming in like a line through each other instead of like you being in the center and they're all around you.
Sure.
I don't know.
That is
Maybe
potentially
maybe I got
correct.
lucky with it. I don't know.
I definitely felt like I was getting ass blasted by bolts and getting one shot like the people in the comments are saying in the second phase for sure. But I'm guessing I probably one of the playthroughs I got it, I probably just didn't get ass blasted as much. I don't know. Beacons of the Deep.
Interesting. This boss is soups easy.
Yeah, and I don't think you're gonna have anybody argue with you on that. Certainly not me.
Honestly, I might put it down here with these guys because it's basically the same
Yeah,
exact thing.
I mean, even like the hardest version of this fight, if you're just like, closing your eyes and you don't even see which one to kill, you're just gonna figure it out eventually, honestly.
Also,
I don't know.
there is a finite number of them, so if you just mow through them all, like
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
eventually they'll run out. Like it's gonna work out either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and even like when the slightly stronger ones show up with the actual boss, like they're not really a
Yeah,
threat.
it does really make a difference now. None of these guys are a threat.
I think the
But,
only real threat in the fight is there's technically like a big fucking like energy beam spell that the main like the actual boss
yeah, they
will
charge
do.
up through a long
Yeah.
period of
And
time.
if you let that
Yeah, as long as you don't fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, if you let him pull that off, that can one-shot you. But
yeah,
it's really easy. Like it's super obvious when he's doing it, and then you can just if you just hit him, it immediately interrupts it, so it's no big deal. But yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
shit was
think
easy. That was
I think
cake.
D tier is pretty accurate for him. Yeah, I put him in D tier.
All right. I mean, look.
This Watchers.
Okay, don't do that. These guys aren't.
I'm very curious to see what the community says about this.
They're not that hard,
that.
if we're being totally honest. But they got stupid aura, so I'm putting them high as fuck.
They do have some aura. Some cool intros for these guys. Oh, where'd you put them?
At the top of S tier.
Top of S tier. Let's go.
Bro, yeah, Abyss Watchers are so cool. They're so scary too.
They're
That's
cool
the thing.
as fuck, yeah.
Okay, first of all, this is a hard boss. It is.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even if we're taking like mine, like yeah, whatever.
You're not ready for these comments, by the way.
Bro, it's like yeah, I first tried them, but like it took everything I had, and I was optimized as fuck. You know what I mean? It's like I don't play these games blind. Like I was optimized. I had as many flasks as possible. I had my weapons as upgraded as I could at the time. Everything. I had the best armor you could have at the moment. Like I had the full Lothric Knight set. Like bro, I was decked out, and it still took every bit of strength I had to beat them.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean. Yeah, I mean yeah. There's nothing else to say. They're hard as fuck. And the both transitions, the first boss, I think the first boss in all of Souls that has a genuine phase 2.
Yeah, where you actually like you get a
cutscene and a new health bar.
Number 2 health bar, yeah.
Cutscene and a new health bar.
Thought it was over.
It's the first time that ever happens.
pretty legendary stuff. And here I was playing it thinking it was one of the easier Soul games, and I was like, I'm never playing any of these other games. When I was like
You
doing the
like
Abyss Watchers, and
you
I'm
like
like,
you like beat phase 1 and you're like, oh, that wasn't too bad,
what
and then the
thing?
music starts and you're like, what do you mean?
God, and the music for these guys, I do think they belong in S tier, and yeah, most people are saying like in the comments, 49 attempts.
Jesus
This
Christ.
boss made me realize that the game is harder than my controller. Like these are the comments you see are I finally did it. I'm gonna leave the game for a few weeks and come back.
I have to heal.
Um,
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Pretty universally one of the tougher ones. Hard but satisfying. I would say that as well. I will say for me, this boss was my skill check boss. My first welcome to the Souls franchise moment. I was probably a lot closer to the 49 attempts, but it was probably maybe like 30 or less, probably closer to
Damn.
like your Orphan of Cost. Like it took me 2 or 3 hours of
Sure.
actual attempts, and it was like a classic. Like I struggled for a night, can't believe I didn't get it, and then like came back at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and like beat it within 20 minutes or something. So usually works out that way, but yeah, Abyss Watcher, that was tough. That was a lot of attempts for me. The fight is pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah.
The fire sword, the multiple enemies. Again, this is not your grandma's, video game. Like you're getting fucking blasted.
I will say though, a really sound strategy. I mean, I would assume like a lot of people obviously know this, but like, I mean, there's no way they don't. But when the other Abyss Watchers start coming in during phase 1, if you
Yeah.
so like when the second one comes in, it goes after you, right? Like it comes
Yeah.
from behind you or whatever, and it slams its sword down, whatever happens. But if you like evade that and then wait a few seconds for the third one to come in, it always goes after the main Abyss Watcher first.
Yeah. I feel like that happened to me in most of my attempts.
And then like if
That's
you kind of just like don't do anything for a second, it'll start attacking the other one too. Like it won't ever attack you.
right.
And then you can kind of be like, "Hey, you go take that one and I'll handle this one."
Right.
And then you can usually like
Crazy thing is, it doesn't even make it that much easier
no, those
because
things are weak.
individually it's
Yeah,
still
they're really
fucking
weak.
tough. And the fire sword, and I was reading a comment that I very much agreed with. Um, you know, in the second stage, his attacks always seemed to land. The timing was so tough for me to learn somehow for the second phase in the fire, but I did, and that's how I beat it. I do remember like I was fucking Neo in the Matrix. I had it
Oh yeah,
literally
no.
downloaded, and I was dodging everything. It was still tough. It was still a very tough fight, and you gotta fucking clutch it out sometimes. But yeah, this is probably the boss that I am most proud of beating, but maybe not the toughest
Yeah, I
I've
mean,
fought, but
this is
I'm probably
definitely
like most proud.
I
That's a
am
block
when you
kick that
said that
comes.
it was like your skill check, I would say this is everyone's skill check in this game. This is the real one. I mean, like
Yeah, I
some
would say
people
so.
say that Iudex is like the first skill check, and I'm like, nah, really, bro. I mean,
Eh,
Abyss Watchers is the first
I do
real
not
skill check.
remember him at all, by the way. I barely remember him at all, and I could visually remember most of my attempts
I'm not
in
surprised.
against Abyss Watchers.
Iudex is weak as fuck. Abyss
Yeah,
Watchers
I
are built
barely remember
different.
your attacks. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's fair. I think most people would agree. They're dope. They're hard. They're reminding you that you're playing a Souls game.
Reminding you that you're nothing.
Yeah, you like just when you think you've thrown some shit at you, just try this and then try that and then try this
I mean,
again.
especially if you're comparing it to like the first few bosses in the game, right? I mean, like the first four, I think,
Oh,
up
it's a
till
big
this point,
difference.
you know,
Yeah.
you go like Iudex, then you go Vort, and then you go what the
Mhm.
fucking cursed tree, and then
Yeah,
you go oh my God, who was
the
after that?
deacons.
The Deacons, yeah, and then you go fucking Abyss Watchers. It's like
Yeah,
what? It's like four jokes in a row, and then the most
right.
fucking aura dripped badasses in the entire universe, and it's like okay.
Yeah, they're pretty dope. They're pretty dope. Cool cutscenes and everything. Yeah.
So good.
Hard to top that kind of thing. I think they do belong up there.
So good. High Lord Wolnir, I can't
I
put.
mean, it's a gimmick.
It's a gimmick boss. I'm not putting. It can't go. I'll put him above Dragon God because it's a little less
Yeah, he's
stupid.
cool.
But
He's cool.
it does look cool and everything. But I can't put gimmick
Fight
boss
is
high.
extremely easy.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, maybe not extremely easy. I would say like very easy.
it's extremely easy. I mean, we don't need to sugarcoat
I would say
it.
only not extremely, just because like you do have to. Yeah, there is a time component to some extent that you can
Sure.
not respect.
If you get pinned against
So
that
like,
back wall and the gas
right.
comes out, you're fucked.
But as long as you actually like like the first time you fight him, if you don't know that, you'll die.
Sure.
You
Or if you
absolutely
like
die.
run right up underneath him, he immediately releases gas and you'll instantly get killed
Yeah, so like, but
without realizing.
outside of two attempts, he's not going to provide, as long as you understand what the gimmick is, he's
Yeah.
cool design, but that's about as far as it goes. It's okay. It's just a normal gimmick.
Yeah. Old Demon King. Now,
I
oh
liked
yeah.
Old Demon King.
What
I
the
liked Old
fuck?
Demon King a lot.
He is cool looking, but I no hit this boss first try.
Yeah, not overly hard.
I mean,
I think
I
it
wasn't
took
even
me, like,
trying to like.
full attempts. How the fuck did that happen?
I just went in and I mean obviously I was trying to dodge him and stuff, but like I wasn't even like it's not like I knew his attack patterns or anything, you know what I mean? I just went in and then when he swung, I was like, bet, and I dodged under it, and then he was trying to like turn and shit. Bro, I I just didn't get hit. And then after the fight was over, I was like, I'm pretty sure I no hit that. And
Yeah.
I went back and looked at it. I was like, okay, yep, totally.
Yeah. He's not I don't remember like struggling a whole lot with this guy, but he's cool design. He does have a couple cool, distinct phases from what I remember.
Yeah.
But
I think he has
yeah,
like a I don't know. I don't remember him having like a phase 2 or anything.
he's got I think 3.
No,
Definitely got
there's no
2
way.
phases.
There's no way he's got 3.
But I seem to remember he had a like final phase. Maybe just a second phase. Yeah. Yeah, he's just yeah, pretty cool. But nothing super crazy. Pretty typical. Or like I don't know. There's a lot of demon type of bosses in
Yeah.
this game that basically look like Satan.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's like the fire. I mean, that's basically what he is. Like, there's like the 2 or 3 fire
Yeah.
demons, and then he's
I mean,
just
they're
like a
demons.
stronger version of that. And it's like, okay.
Right. And it's cool, but is what it is. I liked him, but I'd probably put him somewhere in C tier. Yeah, probably around that place is probably also where I'd put him.
All right, all right. The Pontiff Sullivan.
He was interesting. I didn't love this fight, but I remember struggling, I think, a tiny bit with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Up to
he definitely has like a few chaotic combos that are pretty hard to dodge the first couple. I mean, like obviously it's like learning to evade it correctly or whatever, but
Oh yeah, I remember this guy. Yeah, the dual swords
yeah,
pretty nuts.
yeah. And then when he splits in two or makes the clone of himself, that can be kind of annoying. But I mean, the clone's not too bad to deal with, but I
Clone is
mean,
not overly bad, yeah. Yeah, I had trouble dealing with his move set. Learning
yeah.
his move set is kind of nuts. Yeah, I think B tier. I do respect the difficulty of learning his move set. I think that was like difficult. I would put that difficulty at least around B tier. And I don't know, trying to get a gauge on how cool he is. The second phase is kind of cool.
He definitely looks really cool when like you walk in and he just like slow walking towards you, like he doesn't give a shit. And he's just like, "What's up?"
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool, but not the hardest boss in the world, but he does require some learning and some dodging. You're basically just gonna get hit
Oh yeah, I
on some
mean,
of those attacks.
especially with like
You
the
just
fire
cannot dodge
sword
everything.
just spinning it around and stuff. I mean,
Yeah, the
just
hitbox
hard.
seems to be kind of large. But yeah, pretty cool. That diving flame attack, I remember getting hit by that a number of
Yep.
times.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, good fight, good boss.
Yeah, I
Nice
think
change of pace from the previous bosses in
sure.
this game. I would say like a nice like magic boss, kind of zones you a little bit, kind of gets up in your face a little bit. Yeah, close to the top of B tier. I would
Yeah,
agree
yeah.
with that.
I think that's pretty solid. Aldrich, whatever. Devourer of Gods.
I'm gonna have to remember him.
He has the arrows that heat seek you.
Okay, that does sound familiar.
Yeah, yeah. The bane of
That
everyone's
does sound very
existence.
familiar. Oh wow. Oh my god, this fucking dude, man.
I'm gonna put him in I'm just gonna drop him at top of B tier.
I think I like second tried this guy, but I got very lucky.
Yes,
I think I got
yes.
extremely lucky.
I second tried him too,
Oh
and
no. Well, yeah, I think it was early tries, but I do remember getting lucky. I remember this now, yeah.
only reason because I died him the first time, and it was because I didn't think he would use the arrow thing right away, and I was wrong. And so I
Yeah,
was
the
like,
masked arrow.
I was right in his face, and he used the arrow thing, so I had no cover, and it just instantly was like dead. And I was like, okay. But I mean, yeah, I would say because obviously I mean I've seen people talk about this boss a lot, and like a lot of people will be like, oh, he just keeps spamming the arrow thing, and I can't do
Yeah.
anything, and I'm just like, okay, well I never had it that bad. He was usually pretty not generous, but like he was using it a normal amount, right? It was like he would usually use it like right away in my fights with him. Like I would walk in, he'd use it instantly, but just hide behind a pillar, you're pretty okay. And then he wouldn't really use it again until phase 2 when he gets like the heat-seeking version of it.
I had a big problem with the arrows as well.
Yeah.
I do remember that specifically.
Yeah, but that's heavy RNG stuff where it's just like you need you need at least like 2 pillars to still be standing in phase 2. So if you like chase him into the wrong corners, you could kind of fuck
Which,
yourself.
by the way, let's be honest, it's like next to it's almost impossible to even have that have a couple pillars left standing, but they're not going to be standing for very long.
Oh yeah, I mean he knocks them down basically instantly in phase 2, and then
the reason you can beat him though is that like there are punishes. Like his attacks have punishes. The problem is like his arrow attacks, and yeah, I remember getting hit by a lot of annoying ones. The mass one in phases 2. But they are punishable. But yeah, they're really fucking bad. It's crazy. Yeah, I think close to the top of B tier makes some sense.
Yeah.
I think difficulty wise, you could make probably the argument for A tier if people are struggling as much as it seems, but I don't know. I don't remember pulling my hair out. I just remember being pretty annoyed by the boss.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason I wouldn't put him in A tier for difficulty is just because like a lot of what I saw people talking about was very much that the difficulty is how much he decides to spam the arrow thing. Like it was 100% RNG. It was like if he spams the hell out of the arrow thing, then it's hard, and if he doesn't, then it's not. And it's like
and that was my experience as well. And you can get lucky. The thing is, yeah, you could find him 50 times, and like maybe the 51st time, like he only uses that attack once, or he uses it 0 times, and you just kick his ass. Like that can happen.
Yeah, and I think all 3 times I fought him, it was like he would do it once or twice in phase 1, and then once in phase 2. So it was never like super.
And you could avoid it. There is a way.
Yeah, I mean you can avoid parts of it at least. The heat-seeking one is pretty difficult.
Yeah, the heat-seeking one, I don't think you can avoid. Like that was my problem. Is in phase 2, it's like you're taking damage. You are taking some damage, and if you do it perfectly, you take a small amount of damage.
Yeah, you absolutely need a pillar for phase 2 when he does it to at least absorb most of the damage, if not everything. And if not,
then it's annoying because sometimes it's like for a lot of like the heat-seeking missiles in all of these games, including this game, outside of this boss, like as long as you move enough, you can probably avoid it.
Oh yeah,
like
for sure.
It's never that heat-seeking. Like it'll miss you by a frame or 2 at the most. and it'll always like miss you. Usually, if you can move around a little bit, you literally will get hit by it. There's absolutely
Yeah.
nothing
It's
you
like
need to pillars.
it's like the fucking the little the arrow thing that Elden Beast does.
Yeah,
That like
yeah,
the ones that like go straight into the ground behind you. So like but if you're running,
yeah. There's nothing you can do.
if you're running like right behind them, but you can like barely outrun them, like just slightly like one step ahead, but they'll be right on your ass. Well, like obviously with this,
Yeah,
you can't outrun it. The heat seeking one anyway, obviously.
that's insane.
The first phase version
It's
of it,
kind of frustrating.
the first phase version is actually really easy to avoid because you don't actually have to use the pillar because if you wait for him to fully aim the bow, then like the arrows will all go in whichever direction he's looking, so you can like kind of bait him into just missing you completely. But
Well, not only that, the first one there is like a literal counter. And this I remember learning. I watched the guy do it in the video. You just run away, and I think you take off lock on, and that's the only way you can actually avoid every hit from the arrows in phase one. But it's like so weird. You're never doing that in Dark Souls 3. It's just you're really never doing something like that in a boss fight. You're not just running. Usually not running around a lot
right, yeah, I mean
in
they're
any of these
most of them
fights.
are just genuinely like you're just getting up close and personal, and it's just like okay.
Right. But like you turning off lock on, going like, as third person as possible and running away is how you avoid it, but even in the second phase that you can't avoid all the
Yeah,
damage
yeah.
as we just discussed. So I saw that guy do it and that's exactly how you do it, but yeah. You have to learn that too. This is like I would say this is a skill check to some extent. I mean, if it hasn't been already, this guy was pretty annoying because you had to just learn
Yeah.
and get lucky with the moves. I do think moveset dependent is very moveset dependent. Yeah, I don't think you can put him in A tier because of that either. Because some of the shit is easy and everything's punishable. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
get lucky.
Who's next? Oh, Yorm the Giant
I gotta
is
look up him too, but I don't remember. I feel like I don't remember struggling.
he's like Rykard. He's got the sword,
Ah,
magic, yeah.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of cool looking,
I'm pulling
but
him up here. Oh yeah, I remember this fight. Yeah, a little gimmicky. Still, even with the gimmick, it's not extremely easy. I would say it's like, would I say it's harder than Rykard? Yeah, I would say it's harder than Rykard.
yeah, for the
Sure.
most
Because
part.
Rykard is just a gimme. I wouldn't say this is like a gimme, but it's as close to that as you can get probably.
Yeah, I mean, because if you
Because you still have to like kind of
that
fight him
feels rude.
legitimately.
Yeah.
Still have to kind of fight him and attack him. It's just that you're doing a lot of damage, yeah. But yeah, maybe bottom of B tier, closer to the bottom of B tier, I think. Middle. He's got a cool design. He's a cool guy.
Because I mean, yeah, because it's not like he's stuck in place like Rykard, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
you have to be able to dodge. You have to charge up the fucking Storm Ruler, which
Right.
takes a minute. You have to
Yeah.
actually hit
There
him
are
with it.
elements of it, yeah.
Yeah.
You do. It's not just like turn your brain off.
Yeah.
Like some of the
Right.
ones.
Yeah. I
Many of
mean,
them
the
are.
Serpent Sword or whatever just fucking hits everything, and
Correct. Yeah.
Rykard can't do anything about it.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like right there, like pretty much in the middle B tier.
Yeah, I think that's
Pretty accurate. Ivory
good
King's
with
definitely
me.
harder than him, but
Yeah. But
oof.
I'd say that makes sense for sure.
Dancer of the Boreal Valley.
Dancer I liked. We're probably gonna have different opinions on this one.
Dancer was really cool. I'm actually probably gonna put Dancer in A tier if I'm being honest.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. I think this was like I think it was like a very cool boss to have in the game based on like the way the boss worked
Yeah.
and the attack patterns and everything. I don't think it was overly difficult. I don't remember struggling a whole lot with this guy,
No.
but
No.
I think cool design, really cool fight. I think it is special, and I would probably put it up there.
I remember seeing lots of people say that this shit was hard as fuck, and I was like, I was hype, I was
Yeah.
ready, bro. I was so ready. I was like, all right, let's fucking go, bitch. And then,
Mhm.
you know, she died.
Thing is, it's low health,
It
right?
is.
So that's like immediately, in my opinion, none of those bosses are ever that tough. And like it was tough. The moveset is pretty tough. I would definitely say
Yeah.
that with
I mean, the spinning
confidence.
fucking General Grievous attack is
Oh
pretty
yeah.
hard to evade, where she's just
Damn
like,
near all of the attacks are really inventive. They're actually
yeah,
pretty unique. They all have like different, you know, stances, whatever you want to call them. Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the attacks are pretty unique. They do a lot of damage. They fuck you up. But he has pretty low health, so it's like if you learn the move sets, which like there's a lot, and kind of phase 2 where it gets a little bit more aggressive, but kind of still incorporates a lot of the same attacks.
Yeah.
But once you learn it, because it's low health, like it shouldn't take you that long. Like
Yeah,
it might
it's
have
not
been
too
10.
bad.
I might have spent 10 attempts on Dancer. I doubt it, but let's say I took 10 attempts. Like it probably took me like 15, 20 minutes. Like it would not have taken me very long to do all of
Right,
that
yeah.
because it's not you're dying quickly or you're beating him fast. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, honestly, the only thing that was really fucking me up during that fight was I kept getting like every single time that she used like the grab move on me, I fucking got hit by it.
Oh yeah.
Every single time. I was like, bro, stop stabbing me. You gotta leave me
The
alone.
grab is the grab. I died to that. I think I don't know. Had to be 3 or 4 attempts in a row before I was like, I'm not losing to the grab ever
I'm
again.
surprised I didn't die to the grab. But I was eating through heals because of it,
My health was
obviously.
was low. I was dying to the grab in one hit. But cool intro too. I'm watching the intro again. I kind of forgot about
Yeah.
the intro. Yeah, cool fight. I think technically optional.
No,
Optional or no?
no. Because you have to go into Lothric Castle, and that's like the only way in.
That's right.
When you approach the
I
bowl
think I
thingy,
definitely did it out of order.
you can't.
Um,
Um, if you kill that lady Emma ahead of time, or if you like cause her to die or sooner or some shit like that, I don't know. Uh, and you approach the altar, then like whenever Emma's dead and you approach the altar, the dancer spawns. So like if you kill
oh.
her or if you go back there too early and she's already bleeding out and dying or whatever, then it'll automatically trigger it.
Yeah, I seem to remember like going back to like look for items and shit, and then I'm like, what the what the fuck is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on?
Because you're supposed to do her fight like after Yorm.
I think so, yeah. I'd have to see maybe when I guess I can look and see when I got the trophies, but let's see, I got Yorm in 2020, August 8th. Let's see. Answer to the deep. Answer August 8th. Okay, same day, so it's what 9 p.m. versus 9 p.m. versus it's like the same time. 9:34 p.m. Yeah, I did Dancer after Yorm. Yeah, like 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes after Yorm. Okay, so it
That makes
couldn't have
sense.
taken me that long.
Yeah. I mean,
Never mind. It couldn't have
yeah,
taken me that many attempts if I did it within 10 minutes.
because after you beat
Yorm.
Yorm, you automatically get teleported back to that building.
I see, I see, yeah.
And then
Okay,
Emma's
so I
like,
just
"Oh,
did
I'm
normal.
dying." Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well that tells that, yeah, that tells you how long it took me, okay. Alright, fair enough.
So, Osiris or whatever, Osiris, the Consumed King,
Never got to him.
bro, he is kind of annoying, but he's not too bad. If I'm like, he's like a dragon type. I mean, well, he's not. He looks like a dragon, but he doesn't really fight like a dragon. He's got like a tail swiping thing. He'll like a spinning move that he'll do if you get behind him. Well, not
Mhm.
immediately, obviously. Like you can hit him a couple times, but then you have to get ready to dodge that tail swipe, or spin. And then he likes to just kind of like charge in straight lines across the room, and then he has like a staff that he
slams down. Just
Mhm.
just using like a club or sword or whatever. Um,
Yeah.
but I mean, pretty easy to dodge almost everything. He does like build up frostbite on you. Like he'll let out like a cloud of frostbite at some point, mid fight. But other than that, I mean, it's
Mhm.
it's pretty easy to just kind of like wait for him to charge and dodge out of the way, and then just kind of if you run up behind him and then just keep hitting him and stay behind him, you can kind of get him to like go into a corner or like get not literally stuck on rocks. Like he won't ever just get stuck in
Mhm.
like soft locked or whatever. But like
Sure.
you can get him kind of like pushed into corners pretty easily and just kind of wail on him. And then once you see him about to like charge up for like to release some frostbite or charge you again, then you can just move and start over. I mean, it's
Mhm.
not that bad. I think I died to him once. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, it's a cool fight because he's one of like those few bosses that like talks to you and taunts you while the fight's going on.
That's funny.
Uh, but aside from that, you know, nothing super special about him, I don't think.
Yeah.
Definitely harder than some of these guys though.
Fair enough.
I'd probably put him like right there. And then we have Champion Gundyr. That boy tough.
Hmm.
It's weird too,
Fair
cause
enough.
like the first time I fought him, I cooked him, and then on both my New Game Plus runs, I was I don't think I lost to actually that's not true. I think I lost him a couple times on like my New Game Plus 3 or New Game Plus 2, whatever,
Mhm.
run, and I almost lost to him on New Game Plus one, and bro, I mean, like he's just a much faster version of Iodex. I mean, like basically
That's right.
he doesn't have the phase two or anything like that. Like
Mhm.
he does have like he gets faster and angrier in phase two, but he doesn't have like that fucking like
Yeah.
infection thing explode
The
out of him.
rod or whatever we want to call it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Um, I think I do kind of want to put him at like the top of B tier, just because like his
Yeah.
moveset isn't too different. Like he has a little bit of
Mhm.
extra stuff added in, um, but mostly it's the same, and it's the same weapon and everything. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, it's literally just a cooler version of IEDEX, and
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for that one.
Fair enough.
Dragon Slayer armor is not too bad. Did you do this?
Yeah, I was just watching the fight for him. I remember being pretty annoyed at the shield, but this did not take me a lot of attempts.
Yeah, the shield's kind of weird because it's like it seems much worse than it really is because it's if you just get behind him, then like the shield gets entirely negated even if he turns, like as long as you're still
I
doing
never really
damage.
was able to get behind him. I don't know. I remember doing exactly what this guy's doing in the fight, which is going around this little fucking garden, uh,
Oh, the thing
you know,
behind him. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
fountain, I guess. And I remember going around that and like avoiding his like lunge attacks and stuff and just hitting him in the openings. That's the
Sure,
idea.
yeah.
I guess just making it harder for myself. But I don't know. I feel like I just couldn't get behind him.
It is hard to get behind him. Like you have to be super patient because you have to kind of like bait him into using one of his more like heavy attacks that slows him down,
Yeah,
and
his
then when
like
you get
one where he grinds his shit
yeah, 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 and then you have to
or
get
like
behind him, and yeah,
he's fast though. I don't know.
he is
I can't
fast.
even really get behind him either. But yeah, not super difficult. Pretty predictable choreographed
Yeah. And
attacks.
even though there's like the weird things that show up during phase two that are like firing little energy bolts at you, it's like
Yeah, they're not really a
their aim
factor.
is terrible, so it doesn't make a
Yeah, I don't
difference.
remember almost ever being hit by those.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I would put him a little bit lower on B tier personally, just because it's like it is
lower
just
than
a
here.
knight with a big shield. A little bit. Yeah, like I'd put him closer to Pontiff. definitely below Penetrator. Yeah, probably somewhere around there feels right. I don't know. You could swap him with Pontiff. I don't really know. I just like Pontiff better
Oh, I mean,
than Dragon Slayer.
I think Pontiff's definitely better overall. So
Yeah. So yeah, that's where I'd put him.
that seems good.
Or thereabouts.
The Twin Princes, Prince Lothric. You didn't get this far, right? This is
I'm double checking my thing. No.
okay. Um,
Dragon Slayer armor is probably the last one I did.
okay. I think I'm gonna put Twin Princes in A tier.
Right?
Not quite as cool as the Dancer, but I mean, uh, the older brother has like has like a pretty cool moveset, and he's another fire sword wielding knight dude, but like, uh,
Yep.
he has like a teleport thing that's kind of cool. It's a little hard to dodge sometimes, just because like sometimes he'll teleport behind you, so then your lock on deactivates. So then like it just kind of fucks with how you're positioned sometimes. So that can be annoying, but it's usually pretty easy to adjust, and it's not too bad of a fight. And then in phase two, oh, like once you kill him, his brother like Lothric revives him, and
Right.
then after the rest of the fight, Lothric's like on his back, so you have to like kill. When you're at that point, you're trying to kill Lothric, who's on his back, and you can hit either one. Um, but basically, what you try to do is you kill the older brother again. I can't remember his name, but you kill him again, and once he falls, Lothric falls on the floor with him and takes a few seconds to revive him again. And when he's reviving him, you're supposed to run up and hit Lothric, and you just keep doing that.
Mm.
And it's not as hard as it sounds because like every time he revives his brother, he has less health. So it's not like
Ah.
you're going against a full health version of him over and over and over again because that'd be ridiculous.
Right.
But you can target Lothric while like he's on his back, like when he's not reviving him. It's just harder because he's like kind of arched up behind him, so there's not really a lot of him like at your level where you can actually hit him. But but I mean it's a pretty cool like mechanic, I guess, or it's definitely a unique one for sure. And
Mm. I remember. I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure I got to this fight, or at least I've seen this fight. Maybe it's just very familiar, but I feel like this is maybe the fight that I got to. That
I mean it's like right after the Dragon Slayer if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
So
So I must have got to this, but I did not beat it, and then I lost my game save with
yeah.
PS5, somewhere around there.
But yeah. I mean I didn't have too much trouble with this one, but
Hmm.
it is kind of like chaotic to get used to the first time, but
I remember getting to the second phase, I feel like,
yeah,
but I don't really
the
remember
phase one's
too
pretty
much. I
easy
struggled.
just because you know Lothric's not really helping that much in phase one, but in phase two
Pretty
Lothric
quick.
starts like throwing spells and shit at you, so it's just kind of like all right, bitch. Because
Mm.
sometimes they'll do like a combo where like his brother will like slam his sword down and like arc fire at you or something, and then
Mm.
Lothric will like shoot like a holy arrow at you or whatever at the exact same time, so you can't like see it because it's inside the fire and stuff like that.
Mm.
So that can get kind of annoying because sometimes you'll be like, oh, I dodged the attack, and then another attack comes out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that one wasn't too bad. I don't think.
Yeah. Some people seem to struggle with him a little bit, but I don't think it's like I don't think people really think he's like the hardest one or anything. Yeah, just normal,
Yeah.
typical, average difficulty, seemingly.
Ancient Wyvern is a joke, literally. I'm not gonna put him in F tier because he looks cool, but I mean this is like pure
That's the only
fucking
thing stopping him
yeah,
not being
pretty
there.
much. Yeah, he's a giant dragon. What am I gonna do? Put him with the losers? I mean
He's got cheese. Is that right?
it's not even really cheat. It's just the way you're supposed to do it. So
Oh,
basically you can fight him like an idiot and like try to chip at his legs with your sword or whatever,
sure.
but there's a path behind him that goes off to the left, and it's the only path available. And if you take like the stairs and scaffolding and shit like around the outside of the arena, basically, you end
Mhm.
up on a broken part of the bridge where he initially spawns in, and
Mhm.
you're supposed to just jump off of it and do a falling attack. You do a
Oh
falling
yeah, I've
attack,
seen this.
yeah, and it insta kills him, which is what you're
Yeah,
supposed
I've
to do.
seen this.
You're not supposed to like actually fight him.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a hidden gimmick boss, but it's a gimmick boss
Right.
all the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier. Makes sense then.
And I mean,
Nameless King. Gotta be up there. Got to be up
yeah, the
there.
Nameless King is a tough motherfucker.
I
I
think
mean,
definitely reputation wise, I think especially before Elden Ring existed, and I think a lot of people consider Orphan of Kos to be one of the most difficult bosses too. I think Nameless King certainly had that reputation as well.
oh yeah, I mean, he's easily like far and away the hardest boss in this game. Like it's not even remotely close. Um, yeah, I mean, he's just so fast and he does so much damage. And the fact that it's
Such a
two
badass.
phases, two full
Yeah,
phases too, like, two full health bars. The dragon isn't too bad. Like for phase one's pretty easy, honestly. Like you might get killed the first time by the dragon just because you don't know how to exactly evade everything yet.
sure.
But I mean, the
And
dragon's
like
health
not
is
a
pretty.
fight that at this point you fought a million shit like that, like King of the
Yeah,
Storm,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, the dragon's health is really weak or really low or whatever, so it's easy to just kind of melt him. But the Nameless King doesn't like that when you kill his
No,
pet. He does not
not
take kindly
particularly.
to that shit. And then he starts
He's
throwing
got a
lightning bolts
wild
at you.
moveset.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's crazy because I mean, the one thing you absolutely do not want to do is try to like zone him or get away from him because then he'll start like throwing wind at you and shit, and it's just like you don't want that.
What the fuck?
Just go fight him like a man because he'll start throwing lightning and clouds of wind at you that are just really hard to see because the whole floor is cloud anyway,
Yeah, the
so it's
entire
hard to tell the
fucking boss
difference.
room
Yeah.
is clouds and
Yeah,
wind and fucking
it's just
smoke.
hard to see it sometimes because sometimes it just looks like the way the floor usually looks, and then it's like, oh shit, that's an attack, and then you're on your ass. And yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he
he goes hard.
definitely took me the most attempts, and obviously, yeah, he's got insane aura. I mean,
Oh, unbelievable.
he just flies in on a dragon with
Unbelievable.
lightning circling around him, and he's like, all right, let's go. It's just like, okay, no, thank you,
Yeah.
please stay away from me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the controller breaking boss for
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
the two phases.
Easily my biggest struggle in Dark Souls 3. Not even close.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think close to the top of S tier. Seems about right. Got everything going for him.
Now I'm gonna put Soul of Cinder in S tier,
Hmm.
but at
At
the
the bottom.
bottom of it, and only because
I was surprised. I would have thought you would put him in A.
the lore is cool.
Yeah, the lore is pretty sweet.
Because it's the fact that he's all of the protagonists of like the previous Souls games, like not just protagonists,
Yeah.
but like everybody that's like been part of like the fire linkage thing. So like he's Gwyn
Hmm.
and you from the first game and you from the second game, all
Right.
combined into like one person or like one entity or god or
Yeah.
whatever. And it shows because like he switches,
Yeah, he switches his
yeah,
moveset.
his fighting style switches to like anything. So like he can be like
Mhm.
a melee build or a mage build or whatever. And
Plays like
then
Gwen.
yeah, and then in phase two he switches to like playing like Gwyn.
Yeah.
And it plays the music from Gwyn's fight.
Yeah, it does as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sick. His theme is dope.
Yeah.
Gwen's theme
But
coming in is pretty dope.
that fight was extremely easy though, so
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people would rate it as super difficult. I think it's just like very uh, very thematic. Very, very thematic. But I don't
oh
think
yeah.
it's like super
And
difficult.
also just like where you're fighting him and
Soundtrack goes hard.
like the world at the end of time and shit like that. Like
Yeah.
it's just a crazy area that you're in and it looks really dope and you can see like the black red sun in the background and everything. It's just
Yeah, really sick.
it's so dope.
Pretty much everything. I know Nameless King is going to be like the challenge boss at the end of this game, but Soul of Cinder is like the thematic, exactly what you want at the end of a final boss.
Yeah.
You could ask him to be like 10 times harder, sure, but I think he fits everything you'd want for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't like doesn't feel like empty or anything even though he's not that hard, you know? It's just kind of like it's like
Exactly.
all
Yeah.
right, cool.
Hey, sick. Got the magic too, man. God, he's tough.
Yeah. All right, that's Dark
Yeah,
Souls
not
3.
a really difficult. Yeah.
No
Pretty
DLC,
good.
obviously, because we don't own it.
Yeah, none of us give a fuck about it at this particular moment.
Maybe if I
I
owned
don't
it,
know.
I would have done it, but
Yeah.
that sounds tough.
Yeah, I'll have to see where people rank that maybe at some point, but not really a big deal to me.
Yeah.
All right, that was pretty good. So what we did Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3,
Yep.
easy shit. So Sekiro's all that's left, or no?
Sekiro and
Oh, of
Elden
course,
Ring.
Elden Ring. Yeah. And I feel like this is a really short list for Elden Ring, but maybe I'm crazy.
No, there's a few missing, but it's basically
The ones that matter.
everything that's got a trophy and then like the unavoidable ones on the way to like some of the bosses like the ones that they left out aren't in here obviously, but there's a handful. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Yeah,
people
they
have
have some optional bosses in
yeah.
there.
Yeah. I mean, there are yeah. Any optional bosses in here are ones that still have trophies attached to them though. And then
Yeah.
obviously, well, except for all the DLC, which yeah.
Okay. All right, solid. That seems about right. Okay, and then Sekiro must be fucking short
Yeah, it's
if that's all
up
that's
to
left.
here, yeah. That whole
Oh,
first row and then Ishin Sword Saint.
okay, yeah. Well, Elden Ring's obviously gonna be big as fuck. All right, not bad. We can knock that out next time.
Yep.
Or at least I think I'm done.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking tired.
Yeah, that was enough. It was a lot of analysis. It was a lot of. Fucking, it obviously makes me want to play these games again.
I know, right?
I definitely need to finish Dark Souls 3 at some point, which basically means restarting Dark Souls 3.
Mm,
But maybe I'll do that somewhat soon, because I don't know. Dead Space is good. I've been enjoying Dead Space. The challenge with Dead Space is not that it's hard, it's that it puts you in sometimes unreasonable situations
sure.
that you can't always prepare for, like resource wise. But none of the fights are hard if you're ready resource wise. It's just, well, I mean, they can be difficult, but not like overly hard. Now I'm playing on medium, because that was recommended for the first playthrough, and then I have to play through on the hardest difficulty,
Sure.
like
Typical.
one life trophy, typical shit. Of course, the only reason I would voluntarily do that is that there's like, I don't know if it's like save scumming. There's a version of that that makes it easier, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with doing that.
Save
Otherwise, I would
scumming
never
is
play this
never
game.
against the rules.
Yeah, for a trophy like that,
Yeah.
I think it's just asking for a lot. You could make somebody do that, sure, but don't put it on my platinum trophy, please.
Yeah.
Will be my thing, but yeah, Yeah, at some point I'll want to do that, I think.
Solid
Fuck is
plan.
that
Solid
sound?
plan.
That was kind of wild. I think somebody used my speaker, my Bluetooth speaker.
Just by
Anyways,
accident.
yeah, well, music started blasting, and I was like, I've never heard this music in my life, and I was like, okay. Or maybe I said something to Google and it played music at a high volume. Anyways, yeah, we'll knock out the rest of it. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday.
Yeah, tomorrow Sunday.
Maybe tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean, I
maybe
think I should have time.
well, probably not all of it, but maybe
At least Sekiro.
at least Sekiro, and then Elden Ring might be one or two, depending on
Yeah.
whatever happens. But yeah, it works for me.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Solid
All right.
progress.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say that was probably one of the more impressive runs that we've done.
All right.
We're on Elden Ring
Sekiro first.
for now. Oh, Sekiro first. That's right.
Yeah. This should be fast, but because there's not very many of them, but yeah. So Sekiro is easy.
Nice opening statement there.
It just is. I'm sorry, world. Look,
3 words to piss off gamers.
if anyone out
Everybody.
there is on the fence about playing Sekiro because they think it's going to be too hard to learn how to parry or whatever, mostly the parrying, it's not. It's extremely. You know what's weird? I think it's kind of funny because like I can remember watching clips of Sekiro before I played it, and then like watching clips afterward, like not my own stuff because like obviously it's different when you're the one actually playing it, but like if I watch someone playing Sekiro now, and you'll see videos of people like, just for example, I don't know, just going up against like Genichiro because he's pretty tough, but like
Sure.
you'll see a video, if you see a video of someone fighting him, it looks faster and more impressive than it actually is when those people will be playing, and they'll like block most, if not block, but like parry most, if not all of his attacks, and then like use the fucking two different types of like counters that you have against him and all that stuff. Because I literally just the other day I saw someone, doing that fight, and now I'm not as good as the guy like in the video because he literally like perfect parried everything, and it's like that's hard to learn how to do. But like,
Yeah.
for the most part, I'm like my fight against Genichiro doesn't look that much different. My successful one anyway, than this guy, and it's just one of those things where it looks much faster and much harder than it actually is. But you wouldn't know that until after you've played it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that's like the thing
Yeah.
a lot of people talk about with Sekiro is like, oh, it's so much faster and you have to like get really good at the parrying and stuff like that. It's like that's true, but it looks much faster. Like I like it's I don't know how I feel like I'm being pretty clear, but it's one of those things where it's like
Yeah, I think so.
when every slash of like an enemy's sword, for example, is actually much slower when you're actually playing it. Like you have a lot of, not a lot, obviously when I say a lot of time, I'm talking about like, 1.5 seconds or something like that. But like you have a lot of time, relatively speaking, to react to most attacks in Sekiro. And I don't think people really understand that. So they just look at it and they're like, oh my God, that seems overwhelming.
Yeah. I think that makes sense for the most part. I think there is like a weird, like there's a skill curve in all Souls games. I think the curve for this one is just weird that some people maybe just don't figure it out
Well,
and like choose the hard path,
yeah, I mean, I think the weird skill curve in this game is it's, especially if it's not your first Souls game, is like unlearning how you fight in every other Souls game.
Right.
Because if you try to do like the typical, you dodge through an attack, hit an enemy like twice in the back, and then roll away or whatever, like that's just not gonna work. I mean, like theoretically, you could
Everyone's
win
gonna
that way.
figure that out, I feel like early on.
Yeah,
I feel
true.
like that's not a huge barrier. I feel like that you're just kind of forced to not
To be
do
fair
that.
though,
It just
I
doesn't
have
work.
seen people play this game and they continuously try it like for a long time. Because I mean, technically you can win that way. It would just take
You
forever.
win.
It would take so long to kill everybody that way. But But yeah, the point is Sekiro's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. So that's the disclaimer.
If
And
you,
also, I go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you take advantage of all the tools at your disposal, that is.
Right, right. Definitely an important qualifier, and certainly not something your average player is doing. But I think the skill curve also exists where most people attacking it are going to have a harder time. I'd be curious to see how well I do because I do want to play Sekiro at some point. But
Sure.
I imagine what you're saying is true about unlearning the Souls mechanics. I also imagine the previous Souls experience wins out in that situation. Like you just adjust.
Yeah, I mean, because you definitely like the cautiousness of not just like running into combat haphazardly
Hmm.
definitely is still relevant because that's definitely still a
Yeah,
thing you have to be careful with.
valuing your life. Not throwing it
Yeah.
away all the time, just in general.
And it's kind of interesting because even though there's no stamina in this game, like you have unlimited stamina theoretically,
Mm.
you still kind of have to manage it the same way as in the rest of Souls games because if you just swing endlessly, you're gonna end up putting yourself in stupid situations that way.
Sure.
Where it's like, obviously in Souls there's a hard limit, so it's like if you swing, I don't know, 5 times and you run out of energy and you can't roll away, then you might be fucked. But in this game, it's like you can hit him as many times as you fucking want to, and you'll never run out of energy. But that could still
You just
screw you over.
overcommit,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because like they're not gonna
People take
give a
advantage
shit.
of that,
Yeah,
and then it bites them, obviously.
yeah. Because it's very hard to whatchamacallit, like stagger. Like, well, not all enemies. Some of them actually are pretty easy to stagger, but it's pretty difficult to stagger
Like
enemies
poison
in this
brick or
game.
whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So like much more difficult than other Souls games as far as like how many times you need to hit them before that happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, though, so first up is okay, yeah. First up is Gyobu Oniwa. This boss, I think, now to be before I started like actually uh going about Sekiro in a more clinical way, I was just kind of fucking around for like an hour or two. So I got to this boss before I started like actually trying and like using the correct tools and stuff.
Mm.
And I think I lost to him once or twice. And that was kind of when I figured out, see, because there's like it's weird because now the game does tell you that spamming the parry button makes the
Not good.
window for, well, it tells you that like it makes the window for parrying less effective, but in my experience, it does not make it, it doesn't lessen the effectiveness enough to discourage it as an actual method of trying to block stuff. Like if you're trying to get
The
used,
point is that it's a tighter window.
yeah,
Want
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
spamming it, so
So
then it would be like if you're spamming it, you gotta spam it and time it also, basically, and
sort
time
of,
it
yeah. It's
even
like,
better.
yeah, like if it, say an enemy like swing takes like a second to connect to you, right?
Or-
If you time it perfectly and you only hit the button the 1 second that the blade connects to your character, then like
Right.
the parry is more effective, like it does more posture damage, and like
I see what you're
the
saying.
window of time is more generous as to like
You could
when you
still
hit it.
parry it and have a shitty parry, basically.
Sort of, yeah. But it's not, but the important part of that is that it's not shitty enough to discourage that for like
Uh,
someone that's new to the game, or even like later on in the game, if you're really like up against a wall in a fight or something like that, it's better
Spam,
to
get a
just fucking
free
spam
parry.
it, yeah, and like it'll work most of the time, even though it doesn't work as well.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
I
That's
mean,
interesting. That a spamming ability basically is just damn near guaranteed to work
yeah,
for the whole game is kind of wild.
yeah. I mean, obviously there are like certain enemies that attack too quickly, so it doesn't work
Yeah, you can
because
maybe you're not even ever
the
parrying them.
yeah, because like, or maybe like you'll parry like the first attack, but then their second attack will be in that in between part where because you're spamming it, your parry window is like the refresh is slower. So it's like you might parry the
Yep.
first attack, but you won't parry the second one. Whereas if you were actually timing it, you would be able to parry both of them. So that's where like learning to actually time it comes in handy. But
You don't really need that for this first boss because once you figure out now, and this one's kind of weird because he's on horseback, which is already kind of annoying. But unlike now, I'm not sure if the horse can actually hurt you itself because it might be able to, but I don't think it does, which is kind of like weird as far as Souls games are concerned. Because usually when an enemy's riding something, the thing they're riding can also hurt you.
If they run into you, yeah,
Yeah.
usually
And
they
as
do
far as
something.
I remember, the horse doesn't hurt you. It does like a thing sometimes where it like goes up on its hind legs and you'd think from like playing Souls games that it's gonna like slam down with its hooves or something like that, but it doesn't do that. And or like when it does come back down, it just comes back down at like a normal speed, like it just touches back down. And even if you're underneath its hooves when that happens, it doesn't hurt you. And so and the first time I was fighting him, I like I was right up against him just trying to get in damage, and the horse went up, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna stay like to the left of the horse, and hopefully like when its hooves comes down it won't actually hit me, because I won't be in the hitbox. And then it didn't do like an attack or anything, and even when the horse was like rotating really fast, trying to get him at a different angle to hit me, like
Mm.
the horse rotating quickly didn't hurt either, which usually that's a thing too,
Oh.
like if an enemy swipes around really quickly with their back legs or whatever, usually that does damage.
Mm.
And it
Yeah.
doesn't. So it makes him seem more intimidating than he is. But I mean, most of this fight, it's really just like you want to kind of stay close to him, and then he just swings down off the edge, off the side of the horse with his long like spear thing. And if you either, you can, it's pretty easy to time his parrying because his attacks are pretty telegraphed and pretty slow. But
Mm.
again, like you can do the spamming method and it should work. Like you hit him a couple times and then when he starts to wind up, just fucking start popping that motherfucker. And eventually, you'll parry him or even just hit off a couple regular blocks. Um,
Oh.
and then when he's far away, you'll get like a prompt to grapple onto his back. And just to like close the distance so he doesn't do any sort of charging attacks, which you always want to do that because it like it doesn't stun him, but it like very briefly interrupts what he's doing. So then you can get like a couple extra swings in on him before he starts trying to move around and hit you again. But I mean, basically just stay on his side and spam the hell out of the parry, block button, whatever, and then whenever he's far away and you get the prompt to grapple to him, just do it, and it interrupts any sort of ranged or annoying rush attacks.
Not bad.
But as far as like a first, and I also before we continue, I also want to say I took out like all they're in like the DNF thing, which I obviously fought these guys, like these ones, like the chained ogre and the headless and all this other stuff, but they're not like main story trophy bosses, so I didn't put them like they're more like mini bosses than like big bosses.
Yeah.
At least that's the way it feels. I mean, you could argue that some of them might deserve to be considered real bosses just because like they have the same amount of health bars and they might have some of the same level of difficulty comparatively speaking, but they're not part of the story, trophies, whatever. So I was like, no, some of them are unavoidable, like you have to fight them to progress, but they don't have, the big health bars on the bottom of the screen and they don't have their names.
Right.
It's not like the whole thing. So I didn't include them.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But I think I don't know if I can put you that high. He is a pretty good intro boss for the game because, like I said, he's not too difficult.
Yeah. Just kind of get you used to the new combat style, would you say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a good place to actually kind of practice it.
Too bad.
I think I'll put him high B tier though.
I beat you. All right.
Lady Butterfly I think I beat her first try. That wasn't too bad. There's like now this is one of the first bosses where having specific tools is kind of essential though, because in her phase 2, she starts spawning these like ghost things that will attack you while she's attacking you,
but if I can't remember what
Mhm.
the consumable is called, but it's called like a snap something, like a snap leaf or snap seed or some shit like that. But it's like a little green leaf thing, and when you use one of them, it dispels phantoms or ghosts or whatever. So basically, anytime during the fight when you see like the white mist show up, that means the ghosts are coming. Just pop one really quickly, and it eliminates that threat. And then beyond that,
Yep.
she kind of like jumps around her arena a lot, which can be annoying, and then she'll do some like aerial attacks, but those are pretty easy to dodge or just parry. Um, I mean, honestly, there's not really much else to it than that. She's very easy to fight. She's not like she doesn't have any crazy ass powers going on. Like she has a lot of throwing knife moves, but you can parry those pretty easily or normally, or just block them or evade them. They don't like come in super fast or super like repetitively to where you can't just tank it essentially with a block. Obviously not with
Yeah.
your fucking body, but like um but yeah, I mean I did not have any problems with this boss whatsoever. But yeah, this is the first
Yeah.
boss that introduces you to the like um she's like the first boss where once you because the game tells you that the enemies in the game, the amount of times you have to kill them are how many red circles are above their name.
Mhm.
And this is
She
the
had
first
one or
she
two
has
or
she has one, and but then when you kill her, then she has a phase two, and she's the first enemy that has like a phase two after all of her red circles are gone. So she's like the first lie
uh,
of the game, I guess. Because the game is like, because it is funny. I saw someone comment on a video and they were like, it's hilarious how the second boss you get to is like right after the game tells you how your enemies, the amount of lives your enemies have are indicated by the number of circles above their name. But then you fight Lady Butterfly and it immediately breaks that rule because she has two lives but only one circle.
yeah. It's like
It's just yeah,
welcome
yeah,
welcome
literally.
to the show,
It's
bro.
just a nice little fuck you moment from Sekiro, just being like, oh, you thought you won? Nah, bro.
Get comfortable and then get uncomfortable.
And also the first boss with or the first enemy with like a completely different phase two, right? Like not completely different because her fighting style, she doesn't get like new weapons or anything, but she is much more aggressive. And then the ghost thing is in phase two only. Uh, but yeah, I mean this fight was okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm, C tier seems kind of rude.
Lore seems interesting from what I can gather.
Her lore.
Yeah.
Maybe like right below Dark Lurker.
All right.
Dark Lurker's aura is carrying him aggressively though.
Yeah, I mean he's got a reputation.
Unless the internet's to be believed.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna stop making fun of the Souls community for that. That's so
I mean,
funny,
there's a
bro.
lot. There's probably a few more examples
That is
of the
so
older
funny.
Souls
Oh,
bosses.
you
But
know what? I there's definitely like a bunch of people that would heavily disagree with what I just like my assessment of Lady Butterfly just now.
well, I was looking up, and there were some people that said that it was giving them problems.
People were getting their
That-
asses whooped by Lady Butterfly, bro. And I was like, all right.
Okay.
I was like, whatever, dude.
By the transition too, it's one of the earlier bosses. It's probably just fucking people.
Yeah. Well, it's also probably that a lot of people didn't know to use the snap leaf things or didn't figure it out or whatever. So the ghost things were probably jumping them the whole time.
True. I mean, again, like that's gonna be your average Souls player, probably at least the first, to begin with.
In all fairness, though, when I did fight her, I only used the snap things once, and then it was taking me too long to like cycle to it in my quick items. So I was just like, fuck it, fine, I'll just deal with the ghosts. So I had the ghosts like chasing me for most of that phase two, but they're pretty slow and easy to avoid. So I was like, that was the other thing. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna keep wasting these things just in case I need them later because I don't really feel like the ghosts are that big of a deal.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was another one where I saw people reacting to the Lady Butterfly fight, and people were just like, "Oh my god, this shit was so hard," and I was like, "Did we play the same game?"
Uh, Genichiro is actually hard though. This was the first boss
Hmm.
in this game that actually took me like a handful of attempts. I can't remember. I think he took me, I want to say like 7 tries, something like. Maybe it might have been just no. Maybe I'm thinking of Nameless King. I think he only took me 3 tries, but they were long tries. Because I mean,
It's a long fight.
every boss in this fight takes fucking forever. But
Yeah.
I think this is actually one of my more favorite fights from like this game specifically, but all of the games.
Yeah,
It's just
it seems to be a fan favorite. I've also heard people talk about the Genichiro fight being cool and shit, and he's a cool character, so
mm,
I've gotten wind of that as well.
yeah, that's where he's
People seem to
going.
love him in the comics.
He's going top 3 S tier.
Yeah, top 3. He's got some
I
fans.
mean, 3 phases, and phase 3 has like the most aura farming fucking cutscene of all time. I mean, look that shit
Oh
up,
yeah, I'm watching the first one right now. The
bro.
first cutscene already. I
The
mean,
first
it's a
cutscene, yeah,
minute,
the
25.
cutscenes are all so good. They're so long. I mean,
Crazy.
half my
But that
video,
makes it that helps makes
yeah,
it good.
half my videos for Sekiro are like 8 minutes, and like 3 of the minutes of every video is just cutscenes.
That was a 2-minute cutscene.
Yeah.
That was pretty sick.
No, but the phase 2 cutscene, and I think that what I really liked about this boss too is just he's such like a not like normal in like a boring way, but it's such like a perfect example of like how to fight in this game. Like this is where I think I really learned how to parry and stuff. I mean, even like going back and watching my video of it because I have like all 3 or 4 of my attempts all recorded in one thing, and you can literally see from each attempt like me learning more until like the successful attempt, and I just like all of it clicked into place, and I was like, all right, I understand how to dodge and counter and parry and everything now just from this one fight. So I think it does a really good job of also just teaching you the game.
Yeah, I'm watching the second cutscene right now.
Yeah, that shit goes hard, bro.
Oh, yeah, pretty sick. He's got mad aura for sure.
Bro, when that lightning bolt goes like across the sky, I was like, nah, get this guy away from me.
That is pretty sick. Oh my god.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck Armored Warrior is doing here. That doesn't count. It's not a real boss. Is the cutscene still going?
Yeah, I just actually got to the lightning part.
Yeah. That's the part.
That's how long fucking cutscenes are. Yeah, that's pretty dope.
But yeah.
Little name change too. I like that.
Oh yeah. You gotta love it. That's how you know you're fucked.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I guess they do that in Souls games too, but it's
They
a lot
do.
more rare.
Every once in a while,
I
yeah.
think I think it happened like a number of times in this game, right?
Yeah.
Or am I wrong? Like 3, 4 times at least.
I think yeah, pretty much any time that they like had a cutscene transition into phase 2, they got a new name. Or if it was like
Okay.
I think it's the same thing with like the monkey that we're about to get to. What's it called? The ape. The guardian ape gets a new
Oh,
name,
the garden ape.
I think.
Oh,
Well,
what is he? I don't even remember what his name is.
headless ape.
Second time. Oh, headless. That's right.
Though it's kind of weird because I think actually in game it still just calls him Guardian Ape, but like everybody calls him Headless Ape, and like the trophy, no, the trophy doesn't call him Headless Ape. But yeah,
Might
it's
say headless ape. I don't remember.
I don't think it does because I think that it kind of threw me off because like it might say Headless Ape in the game, but then like in the trophy list it still calls him Guardian Ape, which was what was throwing me off.
Probably,
Because
yeah.
it's the same enemy, but it's just like an entirely different
Yeah,
location when you fight him. But yeah. Genichiro's tough, so put him up at the top. Boy belongs up there. Folding Screen Monkeys is kind of stupid.
I don't recognize this one.
I'm gonna put it pretty low. Yeah, low D tier. Uh, just 'cause like I don't know, it's kind of like a nice reprieve, I guess, if you're struggling or whatever. 'Cause it's not really a fight. You just spawn into a room and you have to find the 4 monkeys and kill them all. They don't fight. But there's like phantom
Okay.
monkeys that will attack you, but they're very easy to avoid and they don't do a lot of damage. And you just have to like chase down the 4 monkeys in the little pagoda that you're in and kill them all, and then you win. I mean, it's and they don't have a lot of health or anything either. So it's like once you catch one of them, you could pretty much kill them in like 2 or 3 hits, or just if you get like a backstab on them, they instantly die. I mean, it's not really a boss fight. It's more of a
Yeah.
gimmick.
Interesting. Yeah, kind of seems that way.
But you do want to like use, I can't remember what the consumable is called, but it's like the whichever sugar like makes you harder to detect. You want to like pop one of those before you go in there because it makes it easier to sneak up on all of them. Otherwise, like as soon as you spawn in, they'll notice you, and then it's much harder to track them down. So then it can just become like a 10-minute hunt for these monkeys, and it's just like it just gets kind of annoying.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it seems a little lame.
Guardian Ape, also a really dope fight.
Yeah, he's I think the first Sekiro boss I saw.
I think I'm gonna put him like high A tier, probably. Because this one is honestly weirdly similar to Genichiro in the sense that it's one of like the one of those fights where you just get to like use everything you've learned so far, and it just works super well. Now, to be fair, phase one, I always lost a shitload of health and I was popping heals like nobody's business because like he's just
Yeah.
in phase one he's all like fights like you would imagine a monkey would fight, just like thrashing around and throwing shit at you and slamming on the ground and jumping and shit. And then in phase
Right.
two, he brings out a sword and fights fairly normally, and it's just really satisfying when you're fighting him in phase two, especially. And if you
And
do
it's
like
basically like a breather.
yeah, yeah, literally like phase two starts and I'm like, all right, it doesn't even like literally. I think my when I beat him, I think I first tried him, but like literally my fight against him, I don't know, like let's say I had like 7 charges in my gourd or whatever. I think I used 6 of them in phase one, and then I didn't even need the last one in phase two. It was like such a
Yeah.
dramatic difference just because I was like, oh, you brought out a sword and you're gonna fight like a normal person? Bet I got this. Parried everything. And I mean, and again,
That fight was kind of crazy to watch.
it's just another great like opportunity to practice parrying, especially in phase two, where especially where like the timing of parrying is concerned because his attacks are a lot slower than a lot of the other enemies, and it's like long swings from like up above his head, so you have lots of time to kind of like calculate where it's going to come in and practice the timing of when exactly
True.
you're supposed to hit that button. So, but he's also cool. I mean, and
He's pretty
the
dope.
fact
I
that he
think his cutscene is super
oh
memorable.
yeah, and the fact that it does like a
Or
fake
not
out.
even a cutscene.
Yeah, like it's like a fake out. Like when you kill him, and it's like, oh, Shinobi execution, and then after like 4 or 5 seconds, he starts moving again. It's just like, what the fuck? And then he gets up and rips his own
Yeah.
head off with the sword, and it's like, okay.
Well, yeah. Well, you're the one who cut. I think you
So,
cut
yeah,
it off
you
in
do.
the
You do cut
execution,
his head
right?
off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then
And
he
then
like
he just picks it up and fucking
yeah,
holds it. I think.
he picks up his head with one hand and his sword with the other, and then he's just like, all right, bitch, let's
Yeah.
dance. And it's like, okay.
Pretty memorable for sure. Got some, he's got some aura
Yeah.
and good fight from what I hear.
And plus the fact that he technically has like a phase three in his second fight later on, where you truly
Right.
kill him,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
which is literally like the next boss.
Yeah. So,
And yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna put. I'm not gonna put this one actually as high because it kind of
I mean, why just put a DNF and just consider Guardian Ape the.
Well, I mean, it is a little different though because you have to fight two of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, not two of him, but like
Oh, this is like a
he.
different area, you said.
Yeah, it's a different area, and then
Oh,
when you
that's right.
walk into like it's like this big empty chasm or not chasm, this big empty like cavern, and when you walk in, then he like jumps down from a higher like outcropping of the rocks or whatever, and then after you get him down to like it might be after phase one, like after you get his first health bar down, then another guardian ape comes into the fucking room, and you have to contend with both of them, and
Oh,
that's just a whole other thing. It's actually pretty easy because you kind of just have to do like a running away strategy and wait for the headless ape to pull off one of his little AoE things, which creates distance between
the
him and
Headless
the other
Ape's
ape.
already one phase down, basically, right?
Right, yeah. Well, he gets like two phases again in this fight.
Oh,
But like not like a trick phase where like the first one it's like in the because of the first fight it seems like he only has one phase, like he has one circle above his health bar, and then when you kill him he gets back up and he's got one circle above his health bar again, but in this one he's got two circles, so you know that it's two phases.
ah,
But at the end of the first phase the other monkey comes in,
I gotcha.
and then that one also only has one circle, so but
Okay.
But yeah, I mean it's pretty easy to deal with. Like it seems like it's a big deal, but if you just run away, eventually the headless ape will use his AoE thing, and then when he does that, it creates distance between him and the other one, and then you just run up on the other one and get some attacks in, and just pretty much continue doing that until the brown one is dead, and then you fight the headless ape like normal for phase two with the sword and everything. But his attack pattern isn't different or anything from guardian ape to headless ape.
Yeah.
But
Same.
the extra monkey is just it feels kind of tedious because it's like okay, you're just trying to make the fight a little bit more annoying for no reason really. But
Yeah, that's common.
but it's still like the same fight, so I don't know. We'll let him stay up there with Guardian Ape.
Sure.
Corrupted Monk, the fake version, I guess you could call it, with only one phase. I honestly, there's a way that you can, if you have what's it called? If you have like the ash stuff, um, ash, and then the snap seed things from earlier, and then
Mm.
the shinobi tool, the firecrackers, I think. I can't remember what the names for all this shit is called, but like if you have those three things,
Yeah.
you can kind of like sneak around behind him when the fight starts, or like before he spawns in, and then he'll spawn in and he won't see you because you'll be behind him. And
Yeah.
there's like a pillar pretty close behind him, but he's not quite close enough. And if you get like right up behind him, he won't aggro to you or anything. Or I think it's a she technically, but whatever. Uh, you can use if you use like five of the snap things, maybe just three of them, three of the snap things, every time you use it, because he's a ghost, it hurts him a little bit and it makes him back up like one or two steps. So you do that like three times, and then if you throw the ashes at him from behind, that makes him back up every time it hits him. And you do that like five-ish times, and then you hit him a handful of times with your firecrackers, and it'll back him up closer to that pillar, and then you back up to the pillar and jump off of it, and then you can do an aerial death blow
Oh, wow.
and instantly kill him without having to fight him.
Yeah, I'm just watching this guy just spam the fireworks shit
Yeah,
beating
yeah,
him, but otherwise doing it the hard way, I guess you could say. But
yeah. Which it's not
bro, he's
very
just
hard.
spammed like 20 of those things.
Yeah, it's also not hard to fight him normally because he just pretty much has like a slow swing with his scepter or whatever it is, and then like he does like a spinning
And not
attack
like,
every once in a while.
yeah, not a lot of crazy magic or anything.
Yeah, no, it's not that
Monk.
bad. But I'm gonna put him low just because I mean, there's an easy way and
Yeah,
I did it, so.
doesn't seem like that exciting of a fight either, to be
Mm,
honest. Not aggressively bad
not
or
quite
anything.
that low. Maybe above Giant Lord. What the fuck? Okay, now we're good. Okay, we can just skip ahead for Emma. We'll do Emma and Ishin now. Now both of these have pretty easy. So this is a two-phase situation, three-phase, I guess, because like when you beat Emma, Ishin automatically comes in. So there's no, you can't like pause between them or
So how
whatever.
do you want to judge? I guess do you want to? Does it make sense to
I'm
judge
gonna
them
I'm gonna do
separately?
them separately because if you fight Emma legit, it is much easier than when you have to fight Ishin afterwards. Like Ishin is much
Let's.
much harder. But
Okay.
there is a cheese method that works on both of them.
And did you do this cheese
Hell
method?
yeah, bro.
And what is the cheese method?
So when there's like a door where they come in, like where they're standing at when the fight begins for both of them, like a double door, and it's open. And basically you're trying to get them stuck behind. So the double doors are like swung outwards into the arena, if that makes sense. And you want to get
Okay.
them stuck behind either one. It doesn't matter and that way they're kind of like in like the triangled corner of the door and the wall.
Okay.
And if they're stuck there and then you stand inside the doorway, basically, like up against the fog that's blocking you from leaving, then you just sort of like hit them through the door and then they'll swing a couple times and you wait for like the correct swing that means that you have an opening, which is obvious because they're left unguarded when they do like their long swing or whatever. And then you hit them like another one or two times and then you just keep doing that. I mean, Emma's got one phase, so like, and they'll never get unstuck from the door as long as you only do like that one slash.
Damn.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's pretty
So
pretty good.
they swing, become open, you slash the door and hit them. It takes a minute, but I mean, Emma's got one phase, and once you get her down, it's easy. Emma's a pretty normal fight though. I've seen gameplay of it, like people doing it for real. I mean, you shouldn't really have too much trouble with Emma. I mean, she has like one attack that seems kind of ridiculous, where she kind of like it's almost like some shit
The
Melania
grab.
does. Nah, I mean the grab's pretty easy to avoid, but she has like this one thing. It almost looks like an attack Melania would do, where she like swings her sword, and then like the slashing animation happens like a few seconds afterwards, much farther away from Emma's sword than she actually reached with it. Like almost like the waterfowl dance thing where like Melania moves and then the attack happens afterwards and it's like bitch
Oh yeah.
it's like
Which is
that.
already just crazy.
Yeah. It's like that, but not as I mean it's not nearly as bad as Melania, but it does kind of look the same. It has like the same vibe to it where she swings and then the slashes come out like 2 seconds later and like
Yeah, I can
farther
see
in
it
front of
now.
her. Yeah. That was the only thing she used it like once and it almost hit me because I was like, "Yo, what the fuck was that?"
Not expecting it, yeah.
But
But the funny thing is because you have Melania, you're just like, okay, well that's what that is.
yeah, yeah. The Phantom thing came out, and I was like, I know how to evade that. Get the fuck away from me. But I'm not gonna like put her super low or anything. But I didn't think she looked that hard from watching people fight her for real. And then obviously I cheesed that shit. But um, I don't know. I'll put you like right here.
All right.
And then Ishin, so he has two phases, and phase one you can use that same exact cheese method with the door, like the exact same thing. But phase two, you do have to fight him for real. But when phase two starts, if you have the lazulite axe, let's see. Yeah. If you have the lazulite axe, the second that phase two starts, if you just run up on him and spam the hell out of it, you'll kill him really fast before he really has a chance to do anything. Otherwise, you're contending with like the whole arena being on fire, and he like does delayed fire attacks with his sword where he'll like swing, and then literally like a second and a half later, a giant explosion of flames comes out of it. So you have to like adjust to trying to block or evade both the swing of the sword itself and then the fire exploding outwards. And it's like two different kinds of explosions. Like one goes out uh like perpendicular
Mhm.
to him, and it's like an arc that and then the other one is just like an arcing flame that goes in a straight line right in front of him, and
Right.
you don't really. I mean, you can tell the difference because I think one, it's like when he slashes, across his body is when the one across his body happens, and then when he slashes upward is when the one that goes in a straight line happens. So it's pretty easy to tell when it's gonna happen. But I think they're pretty much like one hit kills and stuff like that. They're not super hard to dodge, but it's definitely harder than just like running up on him with the Lazulite axe and beating that. I mean, it doesn't have to be the Lazulite axe because that's like the fully upgraded version of the axe, like the most powerful that you can have. So like if you're doing it,
Mhm.
you should do it in New Game Plus because the way that you get to Emma and Ishin as bosses is doing like the bad ending, which ends the game literally in the middle of the game.
Hilarious.
Like you'll only be halfway through, and if you choose the wrong ending, then you'll fight them instead of continuing on. And once you beat Ishin, the game just ends, and you start New Game Plus.
Wait, say that again?
Like literally at the halfway point of the game, you talk to your
Mhm.
father, like and
Sure.
he's like, hey, you should betray Kuro, your lord, and be loyal to me instead. And if you choose that option, then Emma comes out and she's like, oh, you betrayed us, and you kill her. And then Ishin comes out and he's like, oh, you betrayed us, and you kill him, and the game ends. New Game Plus starts. Literally the middle
That's
of the game.
hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That's awesome.
Uh,
Did you do that? Did you know that ahead of time? Did you have to do that
yeah,
pre-save or something?
no, yeah, because you have to beat them. You have to beat them. You have to beat Ishin, like this version of Ishin for a trophy. So you have to do this ending. And you have to get the ending anyway. Like you have to beat this version of Ishin, and you have to get the Shura ending, which is that ending that I was just describing. But I just
Mhm.
did like a save scum for it because it would have forced me to play like an entire other New Game Plus run, and I was not about to do that shit.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, he's definitely much cooler than Emma was, but I mean, even if you don't use the cheese, his first phase isn't too bad, and then his second phase is much harder, but
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, if you use the axe, it's not really hard at all. I mean, you kill him. I mean, especially if you're doing it in a New Game Plus cycle and you've got like the Lazulite axe fully upgraded and everything like that. I mean, you'll just rip through him and he can't do anything about it.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So not that difficult.
And then who's actually next? Great Shinobi Owl. This fight, another pretty cool one. And there is like a specific method, not a cheese, but like a specific weapon to use against him. There's like a hat thingy that's like a shield, I
Mhm.
guess. And if you just use that against him, pretty much the whole fight, uh, it's pretty easy to just whittle his health down nice and safely. And I mean, I honestly
Mhm.
I ran out of charges for it because the way magic works in this game, magic quote unquote, the prosthetic tools, I guess is a better way of putting it. The way the prosthetic tools, like how often you can use them, it works very similarly to Bloodborne, where like you have like 20 ammo, so to speak. And once you run out, then you can't use your magic or your prosthetics until you replenish it with items or by resting.
Okay.
So if you don't make very intentional use of your prosthetics in battle, especially against bosses, it's easy to run out before the fight's over. And I mean that's what happened to me because I missed a couple of uses. Like I accidentally triggered it too early or too late, so it didn't do any damage to him. Um,
Mhm.
and I ran out, so then I just fought him regularly, and that wasn't too bad either. I mean, his attack patterns are he's pretty slow for the most part. Not slow. I keep saying people are slow in this game. and people are gonna get mad about it. But
Yeah, I don't know if that one's gonna fly.
he is slow though. Like I don't know how else to describe it because I'm remembering he's pretty slow as far as like his attack patterns are not crazy. I don't know. Maybe they're not. Maybe the enemies in this game aren't slow. It's just that their attack patterns are very easy to learn for the most part. Maybe that's the more accurate way of putting
Perhaps.
it. And then it feels slow because you see it coming. But
Okay, sure, maybe.
the point is his attack patterns are pretty easy to figure out. And then once you figure it out, you get into a rhythm. And even without the hat thing, it's not too bad to just fight him normally and parry and slash and whatever.
Okay.
And I think in his phase 2 he has like this stupid little smoke bomb thing that he throws out that stops you from being able to heal for like a fucking minute, like a full minute you can't heal. So like that's pretty annoying, but it's very obvious when he's about to do it because he literally just stops moving and kind of crouches down and then reaches into his pocket and pulls it out and throws it. And then even after he throws it, you've got like a full second to get out of the way before the effect of the cloud actually hits you. So it's not like you'll be like mid swing or something and he just suddenly is like bam, gotcha. Like it's very easy to get away from. But it is
Yeah.
definitely a cool fight, so we'll put you a little higher. Maybe like maybe like here.
Okay. High B tier.
Here's the thing. I have no idea how this boss fight actually works because there is an insanely
Oh, here we go.
stupid cheese method for this shit. So, no offense to the community, but I'm gonna have to put bro like super low on the list just because I mean, the cheese method makes him as easy as Ancient Wyvern, which is like
Yeah,
crazy to say.
that's tough.
I mean, there's like a tree on the edge of the map, and I think I actually sent you a video of this, but like there's a tree on like the edge of the map, and if you get him to run to that tree and then you jump off the cliff, there's a very slight, like a rock that's very slightly jutting out a little bit down that cliff, just barely. And basically what happens is when you jump off the cliff, he'll kind of try to chase you down, or she will kind of try to chase you down the cliff, and she'll get stuck on that little tiny piece of rock. And then when you respawn, you just walk. Oh, and falling off stuff is not death in this game. That's important.
Yeah, it just like takes out some of your health.
Yeah, it takes out some of
something,
your
right?
health. Yeah, so you can totally jump off a cliff to reset your position mid-battle, and it doesn't screw you over.
That's funny.
So you jump off this cliff and it sets you back in the middle of the arena, and then when the monk turns around and try to come after you, she can't get back up onto the actual like main area because she's stuck on this little outcropping of rock down below. And then you just like use the mortal blade and beat the hell out of her. And then in like phase 2, I can't remember the exact steps to it, but you have to do like 3 different things basically in each phase to keep her stuck on that rock. And then in phase 3, basically as soon as her phase 2 health bar is down from whatever the method is, you just keep swinging until the game forcibly stops you from swinging. And then once you let go of the attack button, she'll kind of just like float there without attacking for a few seconds and then just disappear. And then the game is like, oh yeah, she's dead. Yeah, no, it's crazy.
What the
It's
fuck
pretty
is
funny.
that?
She just vanishes and then
Not
it's
where
like,
I thought that was going.
and then the game is like, wait, what happened? It's like, oh, Shinobi execution. Good job.
Yeah, I guess she's fucking out of the game files, so
Yeah.
I guess she must have been
That's what
executed.
it looks like happened. It literally looks like you just delete her from existence. It's pretty funny.
This fight looks very hard.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not,
yeah.
I haven't even read the comments, but this fight is learning what has to be a 20 hit combo
Yeah.
at a minimum.
I
Of her
accidentally
not stopping.
I accidentally fucked up the cheese thing in one of my first attempt in like New Game Plus, and she was and so I was like, maybe I'll try to fight her for real. And then she started doing some like shadow clone jutsu shit, and I was like, nah.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I'm just gonna kill myself and then come back in here and cheese you correctly this time, because I'm not doing that.
Yeah, the shadow shit is pretty nuts, but she's just absolutely relentless. I've not seen her break for more than like a couple seconds
Yeah.
in an
I
attack.
mean, yeah. I would imagine this is just like where being a parrying legend comes into play.
Really just parrying. Like
Yeah.
I don't see how you win this fight without parrying. That's the only way this guy has gotten off any attack is by successful parries. And he's been kicking ass to be
Which I
fair.
mean, that's the method you should always use in this game. If all
But he's
else
blocked every hit,
if all else fails,
parried.
parry the actual fuck out of everything. That'll save you. It definitely will.
Yeah. I think that just doesn't come naturally to folks who pick up these games until like a game like this, maybe where it just kind of forces you to learn that.
See, it's weird too though because another weird. I think I mentioned this before when we've talked about it, but the parrying in this game is extremely forgiving compared to other Souls games as far
That's
as
right, you
as
said
far
that.
as timing is concerned. Because that's what I was thinking, right? I was like, I
Yeah.
don't parry at all in
Maybe it's
other
just the
Souls games.
concept though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
Some people won't even try
I
it.
don't parry at all in other Souls games, and I never will because it's fucking stupid. But like, it's much
Yeah.
easier to just learn to win in other ways than it is to learn to parry. Even though, like, if you were to learn how to parry, it would make every single fight in every Souls game extremely trivial. It's like the
Oh,
effort
sure.
you'd have to put in to
Problem is you
become
can
that good
learn
at
to
it.
parry. The problem is with parrying in any of the Souls games, I guess except for the ones where it's forgiving. Like Bloodborne's somewhat forgiving. This game is allegedly very forgiving, and I can see that for sure. Well, it is because your window's so big, like we were just talking about. But I think like parrying, it's not overly difficult. It can make the fights easier, but God, I had another point. I already forgot it, but anyways. With this guy has to parry just to survive. I think in Souls games, people are not going to parry. Like the problem with parrying, I remember what I was going to say now. The problem with parrying is you learn how to parry, right? You perfect the timing on all the basic enemies and everything. Then you have to relearn the timing of every single boss you fight and the actual parry timing because it might not be when it hits you in the face. It might really the perfect timing might be a second before, it might be a delayed attack, it might be, his right hand that you're parrying instead of the left hand or some bullshit like that. Like you have to relearn parrying.
Yeah, I mean, especially in other Souls games where there's like that delay of the input. Like, I mean, if you try to parry, like in Elden Ring, for
Yeah.
example, you hit L1 or whatever the button is, you don't parry the second that your finger hits that button. There's like,
Oh, it's an animation.
there's the animation of you swinging the shield outwards, and
Right.
it's only the part of the animation where the shield is like almost pointing away from you is the parry window. Like,
Yeah, it's like almost like the apex of the bash.
yeah,
If that makes sense.
yeah.
How?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Is like the perfect parry timing. And the funny thing is, I learned somewhat how to parry in Dark Souls 3 because I thought I had to. Because I'm just going at it completely blind. I'm like, do I need to learn how to parry? And like, will that help me? And holy fuck, is that me just banging my head against the wall for a long time? But I did figure out kind of how to parry
Yeah.
most of the basic enemies. And for like a couple of the bosses, I was able to like a couple. Like I tried it with the Abyss Watchers. I know I was parrying a couple times in those fights because I just memorized some of the timing windows. For the most part, it was so hard to do, and I never tried it in. Well, I tried it a couple times in Elden Ring, but the same situation there. The windows were too tight. It's not worth it, and the punish isn't that worth it usually either.
Right. I mean, because it's one of those things where it's like if you trying to learn to do it, especially against bosses, it's like if you get it wrong, you just instantly die and you have to start over. So it's like,
The risk reward is not
yeah,
like unless it's like okay with a enemy like Melania. Hypothetically, if you got her timing window perfect for certain parries, certain attacks that you can parry, then yeah, it'd probably be pretty useful because the punish would probably lead to something. But good luck learning the parry timings of Melania.
I mean, yeah, you could probably get like a critical hit on her every time you parried, but like, good luck with that, bro.
Yeah.
Which is my point though, is as far as this game is concerned, is that's not really a thing. Like, you don't have to learn to time like the swing of the parry and the parry timing. You just have to do the parry timing
Right.
itself, which is much easier to grasp.
It's probably how it should be, but I realized Dark Souls didn't want like a, you know, make game easier button basically. At least that's what I believe.
True. Which it would be in Dark Souls, especially since like
Yeah.
parrying automatically gives you like a whatever it's called, a critical blow or
Like a poise break,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Which obviously is not a thing in this game.
Critical.
You know, it takes a fucking minute to
Yeah,
build up a
because your whole
posture
point
break.
is you,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it takes a lot more than just, trying to stagger or whatever.
But yeah, so Corrupted Monk, this is not a fair ranking right here. Just nobody
Yeah, based on difficulty, it's just
freak
your
out. It's
interpretation.
just I beat her on easy
D
mode.
tier,
Everybody get
bottom of
over.
D tier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I beat her on easy
Yeah,
mode. Everybody get over it.
the worst thing is it looks people who are commenting, pretty much every single comment on this video, at least that I see, or many comments are just, wow, how clean and satisfying this fight is. Like that's why people like it, is like eating it is just you just look like, what's a good analogy? I'm sure there's a good anime analogy somewhere in the logbooks there, but like, you're just performing like, fucking block jutsu you just clone a million of yourself and you block every single hit from every single attack perfectly, and then you counter and parry, and it looks sick as fuck. But holy fuck, it looks hard. That's what people are saying about it in the comments, at
Yeah,
least
yeah.
that I can tell. So people do like her. But yeah, so you'll upset some people, but
It's fine.
this is
Divine Dragon is up next. Yeah.
alright.
This is pretty much a gimmick, but it's a really dope looking gimmick. Um, so I'll put it like right there.
Hmm.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put it above Dark Cleric. Because basically it's like there's two phases. Yeah, there's sort of three phases, but the third phase is only like when its health is almost gone in phase two. There's not like a literally a third phase. Um,
Mhm.
but phase one is kind of weird. You're basically like in this empty, cloudy sky area, and
Mhm.
there's a bunch of tiny dragons, like human-shaped dragons. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm looking at him now.
And yeah.
Or like,
And then one, you have to basically wait for these little tree root things to try to stab out of the ground and hit you. And then once that happens, there'll be like one tree just sitting there, and you have to grapple on top of that. And then you do like a death blow strike onto one of like the white dragons, and it does like this massive arcing slash thing that takes out a huge chunk of health from the boss health bar. And you just do that a couple times, and then that's phase one. And then phase two is when the actual giant divine dragon thing rises up out of the into the sky with this giant lightning bolt sword thing. And then there's like five of those trees that you can grapple on top of, spread out in front of you, and you basically just have to run back and forth avoiding his attacks, which are very easy to avoid. And every few seconds, one of those trees will show that there's lightning on it, and then you grapple to that one, and it does like a giant leaping attack. And at the apex of like your jump, you like hit R1 and you throw a lightning bolt at the dragon, and it does like a chunk of his health, and you just keep doing that until he's dead. And then phase
cool.
three is kind of like he just kind of gets pissed off when his health gets really low, and he will interrupt. He'll send like this giant wind blast to knock you back away from little trees, and then he does like a slightly different variation of his normal attacks where he kind of just attacks more aggressively with a few more hits involved, but you still dodge them pretty much the same way. And then the trees will become like the lightning will return to the little trees, and then you just do one more attack, and then he falls and you climb up his sword and kill him. NBD.
Dope.
So I mean, it's a
I mean,
very
yeah, honestly, for a gimmick fight, it looks. First of all, boss is dope. Design is cool. Honestly, the fight, despite being pretty fairly gimmicky, it's got a couple distinct phases at least. That are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Overall, not too bad.
Yeah, and I mean, at least as far as a gimmick fight is concerned, at least it's not like a puzzle gimmick, because that shit is annoying.
Right, you're still fighting. You're still like you beat the guys in the beginning. You gotta time the attacks on the preparing like the lightning bolt basically or whatever,
Yeah, basically.
sending it back. So, which is just like kind of hilarious when you think about it. Like people are commenting. Like top comment was, "God swings a sword at Sekiro. Sekiro parry." Like that's
Literally.
pretty funny. Um, and he just looks cool. I mean, the whole like
Oh
parrying the
yeah.
actual that's cool as fuck.
I mean, the cutscene when he rises up, it's just like, oh fuck no. It's like, what are you?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Pretty dope though.
yeah. Oof. This boss was hard.
Yeah, people. I know that this is
The
this is up
father
there.
is a
One
pain in
thing.
the fucking ass.
So at least a couple people that I've seen put him at the top. They put him number 1 in terms of difficulty of Souls bosses.
Nah.
For fun, IGN. Now IGN obviously, you know, but IGN has made a list of the 25 best / hardest bosses, which I will share at some point. And you know, couple things they got right, couple things probably not. Probably disagree with a lot of these, but I've heard Owl is up there for a lot of people on their list of hard bosses, like top 3.
I mean, fair enough. Like, I could definitely see how some people might feel that way. I would not put him anywhere near the top 3, if I'm being totally honest, but he was extremely hard. I mean, he was like the only
Okay.
boss. He was the only boss in this game that took me any significant. I mean, I think this boss took me probably about an hour. So, I mean, I don't know that, which is, I mean,
I mean
every
that's weeks in gamer time.
yeah, I mean, about an hour. And now, obviously, boss fights are much longer in this game than any other Souls. So, I mean, that's like, I want to say probably
True.
6 minutes per attempt. So it's
That is
not
pretty
like
crazy.
it's not like an
I mean,
insane.
there's like some 5-6 minute Souls bosses.
Sure, but I mean, most bosses in this game are like 8 minutes. If I'm being totally, I mean,
Yeah.
so like a full, like
That's what I've seen in the
if you
videos.
win, it's usually about 8 minutes. But yeah, so I mean, we're talking like 6 minutes per attempt. So it's not like I died to him like 100 times or anything, but and it was usually, you know, in phase 2. Phase 1 is very, because he fights very similar to how he does in the first fight against him, the Shinobi Owl one. In phase 1. And then phase 2, he just starts pulling out all kinds of magical bullshit. And it's just like, okay, bro, you gotta relax. I mean, he has like a little owl thing that catches on fire and heat seeks you across the arena that does crazy amounts of damage. And then he sometimes turns into like fucking blue starlight and just teleports and slams on top of you. And then he does his normal attacks, but obviously just way stronger and way faster. I mean, yeah, phase 2 is just such a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But it is
He looks tough.
It is extremely satisfying when you win. And I mean, and I had a bunch of whatchamacallits. I had like a bunch of consumable buff items and stuff that I was using too, and it was still hard as fuck.
Yeah,
Like,
everything working in your favor.
yeah.
That should be a testament considering, I mean, it's not like you were, I mean, this game overall wasn't overly difficult for you, but, you know, even with as much help as you get, it, I mean, taking an hour, it's a lot of attempts, or at least, you know, okay, I mean, like 10 or less attempts is definitely more than your average.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for sure.
So yeah, okay. S tier.
Yeah.
Would you say top 10 in terms of difficulty
Is that where I have them? Let's see.
overall? I mean, he's top 10
1, 2,
right
3,
now
4, 5,
on
6.
S tier.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I would
I'm
probably.
saying just difficulty alone.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously we're including other things in this list, but I'm just saying like outside of this
I would probably say top 10.
top 10.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, yeah, top 10, top 10.
Okay, okay. I would assume so.
Because I'm just looking at this, like, the top of the S tier right here. I mean, the only one that isn't really top 10 difficulty is Abyss Watchers. They don't really belong up there.
And what is I keep seeing people reference the Makiri counter or whatever the fuck is that?
That's what I was talking about the other day. That's when an enemy does like a stabbing attack and you get the warning that's unblockable. If you just hit circle, then you'll automatically counter it.
Okay.
Yeah. So if an enemy ever thrusts any weapon at you, just hit circle and it automatically negates it and builds posture damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that shit is OP as fuck.
People are saying this guy has, the Makiri counter was helpful here, but this guy we're watching actually doesn't do it a single time.
Yeah, I think I did it maybe a handful of times in this version of the fight, but like it was just so much going on all the time. It was easier almost to not try to worry about it. But
Yeah, because I guess if you don't hit it, that's a problem.
true. I mean, it is very easy to hit. Like it's one of those. That's another thing too, where it's like the counters, like the Mercury counter, and then like the lightning counter and stuff like that. Again, all of them extremely generous with the timing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So next up is Demon of Hatred, which this is people are gonna really be mad at me about this one.
Oh.
Well, okay. Because I know this boss is supposed to be like the hardest one in Sekiro, first of all.
Okay.
Second of all, I know that a lot of people consider this to be one of the hardest bosses in all of Soulsborne.
Hmm.
That being said,
Oh.
there is a crazy ass cheese method against this boss
Oh,
as
here we
well.
go.
That
Oh, that's right. I think I saw this.
yeah, that insta kills him.
Here we
There's like a tower. I think I sent you this one as well. I'm not sure, but there's a tower in the arena, and well, first of all, you need to like lure him to this one specific spot. I'm not gonna go over how to do it. It's pretty easy though. Uh,
Mm.
but you lure him to this one spot, and he kind of gets stuck behind a wall. Um, and then you go over to this one tower, like an archer tower or whatever, and climb up it. And then it takes some practice to get the angle right to be able to jump onto the like roof nearby. But once you're able to jump onto that roof, you walk over to where the demon of hatred is stuck, and then he'll see you up on the roof and try to get to you by doing like kind of like a jumping smashing attack, and in doing so he'll accidentally jump off the cliff and die,
Oh.
and it takes away like all I think he's a 3 phase fight normally, but it like wipes out all 3 phases in one go.
Oh. Yeah, I'm looking at I'm checking a couple of other tier lists that I see. And people yeah, a lot of people put in Demon of Hatred at the top of the list. Or close to the top, I should say.
I'm just gonna put him.
Yeah,
I'm
C
gonna put him
tier is
there.
gonna be
I'm gonna put him there
probably
because
bad. Probably
he
bad.
does look really cool. Like when you walk in and you see him like explode and start attacking everybody and shit like that, it's like, okay, that's dope as fuck. But I mean,
Mm.
it's just if you're gonna give me such an easy way to deal with it, I can't do
Is it a
that.
secret boss fight?
Yeah, yeah, it's option. Again, that the word the word of liars, it's optional.
Ah. Yeah.
And I do think there's some like setup to it that you have to do with like certain not necessarily it's not really like a side quest, but it's like a specific item you need. I mean, I guess it is a side quest technically. But there's like yeah, you have to set it up with like a side quest or like giving a certain character a certain item or some shit and then it makes him spawn.
Yeah. I would like to see you fight. How much to see you fight this boss legitimately?
No,
I'm watching the fight right now.
absolutely not.
Uh,
I've seen the fight. I'm not
comment.
doing it.
I mean, it's every comment. I mean, it's every single comment.
Bro, the guide I was using was literally like, hey, so we're not gonna fight this guy because he fucking sucks, but I'm gonna show you how to deal with this in a super easy way. And I was like, cool.
Holy
I was
fuck.
like, I trust you, bro. He was literally like, well, yeah, we're gonna make this fucking loser jump off a cliff so we never have to see him again. And I was like, yep, sounds like a plan. I believe you.
3 phases.
I mean, Demon of
Well,
Hatred, 3 phases. I was like, even just like your name, it's like I don't want to fight that. I don't like
it's a lot.
like Demon of Hatred's already intimidating enough. Like, leave me alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is I was watching him, just went through the first phase, like not overly but man, that was pretty wild. Got a cool design, like arm or whatever the fuck is going on there.
Yeah, and the lore is cool because I think technically, I mean, I know for sure actually, but the Demon of Hatred is like the sculptor that you're like friends with for most of the game. The one that like gives you the shinobi prosthetic and like helps you
Oh,
attach the tools to it. Like it's him. I don't know why exactly, but like that's what he becomes.
so
Is
he
he?
got demonized.
Yeah, he like becomes so nihilistic or like I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea why it happens to him, but for whatever reason, he crashes out and turns into a demon.
Yeah, this shit is tough. My man got fucked in the second phase. He's already on his last life. Whoever this guy is that actually successfully beats him, and he was getting wiped.
See, that's another generous thing too that I forgot to bring up is usually throughout the game, your like extra lives are kind of they seem more generous than they are because you can have up to 4 lives total, I think. Yeah, so like
Oh, really?
you get
Oh
like
yeah, maybe this guy has another one in the
well,
chamber here.
because the way it works usually is in the main world of the game, like if you're going up against regular mobs and shit like that, if you die, you can't die again in that same confrontation. Like you have to make the game recognize that you're no longer in battle, and then your other lives will be available. And then,
Okay, so in bosses it doesn't matter.
but in bosses, as long as that life, you get extra lives for every phase. So like if you die in phase 1, you get 1 extra life. But if you make it to phase 2
That's
and then
kinda
die
cool,
again,
right?
you get another extra life if you have one available, and so on and so forth.
What the fuck?
So
And I
you
had
could,
no idea
yeah.
actually about
So
this.
so you could theoretically, so like if that guy that you're watching, like if he died in phase 1 and he has unlocked the 3rd extra life, then he could have 1 more extra life in phase 2 in for the rest of phase 1, and then he could die again in phase 2 and come back, and then he could die again in phase 3 and come back.
Yeah, he's actually kind of destroying. He has not been hit since he died in phase 1, and he's on
Yeah.
into phase 3 right now. So kind of sick. Kind of
But-
cool fight, cool character, but yeah, I mean, there's a cheese method that literally gets him to 0. I'll be honest, there are some cheeses that realistically maybe you can't even really patch out, or it's not worth the hassle, just because it makes the fight, noticeably easier. But something that takes the boss to 0, you gotta fucking get rid of that.
That's my point. I'll be like, hey, yo, you know what? Y'all didn't fix it.
I
That's
mean,
on
it's a
you.
good point. That is, I can at least respect that philosophy. Because why, we're FromSoft, we fucking hate. I mean, to be fair, they rarely put a lot of updates in their game. Like Elden Ring was probably the game they've updated the most out of
Oh,
any
for
game they've
sure,
ever
yeah.
made.
But they
Um,
took any easy road from Elden Ring and said fuck you, and they took it out.
True. Yeah. Oh, he dies in such a sick way too. Wow. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, final boss, Ishin the Sword Saint. This fight's
How
cool
much
as fuck.
trouble? How much trouble did you end up having with him?
I mean, I first tried this dude. He's easy.
A lot of people putting them at the top of their
I did
hard
see.
Souls
I'm gonna
bosses.
put him at the bottom of S tier just because I did have no issues with him. Now, to be fair, I had an extremely clinical approach. So basically, this boss is hard if you try to just like
fight him. But if you have the right consumables and you use them at the right times, and then you use the axe when you need to, it trivializes most of it. Because I mean, and I'm not gonna run down all the fucking shit just because I don't remember the names of half these things. But like,
Sure.
I mean, it is really, it's really just, it's that's really it. I mean, it makes
Mm.
the whole fight very easy. I mean, like you can still die using like the clinical method, but it would be mostly like in cases of bad luck as opposed to you actually fucking up and getting killed. But
Yeah.
I mean, 4 phases technically because first phase you have to fight Genichiro again. Um, but he's very easy. I mean, like literally the second the fight starts, if you just run behind him and then spam the axe, you'll kill him in like 5 seconds. And that's the only time I came close to death because you kind of just have to ignore his attacks and just if you just ignore his attacks, keep hitting him through it, you'll get him to his posture break before he can get you to 0 health, which is all you really need.
Oh.
And then the cutscene starts and Ishin comes out and uh you just kind of run away and heal and then pop whichever consumables you need for fate for that phase, and then run up to him and spam the axe again, and rinse repeat. Like there's some slight variation to the consumables, but like that's literally it. Like every time you get him next down to the next phase, run away, heal if you need to, pop whatever new consumables you need, and then run back up to him and spam the axe, and like you'll just wipe him out.
So what does the axe do? What's so good about the axe?
It just does hella posture damage.
Oh, and he's just very susceptible to
I
it.
mean, everybody in the game is susceptible to the axe is fucking stupid. I mean, like it does crazy damage and crazy posture damage to everything.
So I haven't seen a single person mention the axe. Do you think it's
Yeah, it's because they're stupid.
slept on, or people are undervaluing it, or people think it is cheese?
I mean, it could. I mean, I'm sure like the fucking Sekiro tryhards that
Well,
are
the
like,
purists,
yeah. I
yeah.
mean, they probably think that it's like cheating to use it. Like anyone
But
would
your
think.
average Joe wouldn't
No, I
think
mean,
that probably,
but I
right?
do think that see, because the prosthetic tools are one of those things in Souls games where it's kind of like if you don't bother to look into that. Like if you just go with what the game tells you, right? Because the game is like, hey, there's this prosthetic, and it's like, okay, cool. And then the game is like, okay, if you find these prosthetic tools and then attach them to the prosthetic, they can give you some advantages in combat. And the first few you run into are like a little shuriken shooter that really isn't super helpful in combat. Like it's good for distracting stuff, which is useful if you actually lean into the stealth mechanic of the game, which you should. But like
Right.
if you're not thinking about it or trying to be that intentional about how you're playing it and you're just like, "Oh, I'm just going to run around hitting stuff with my sword," then like you just might not ever discover it. And I think that's the
Mhm.
probably the biggest issue is it's like if you
A
don't
lot of people don't.
go out of your way to actually figure out what the full benefits of the prosthetic are, then this game would be much, much harder than it ever needs to be. Because, I mean,
Mhm.
pretty much every boss, now obviously not counting the ones that I cheese, but like every boss that I fought in this game did have specific prosthetics that were especially useful against it. And I would assume that even like the corrupted monk and like hate demon of hatred have prosthetics that are specifically useful against them. I mean, I wouldn't know
Right.
obviously, but I'm sure they exist. It's like, well, if you don't want to cheese it, then here
They
you,
exist for everything else,
yeah.
yeah.
And I mean, like I didn't mention it for the guardian ape, I don't think, but if you have like the spear prosthetic, I think I don't think you can actually use it on him in an initial playthrough because I don't think the spear is available at the time that you run into the guardian ape the first time. I can't remember exactly, but there's like a spear prosthetic extremely stupidly OP against the Guardian Ape. I mean, it rips his posture to shreds. It's insane. I mean, like, and there's stuff like that for all of them though. The axe is the best by
Really? Okay.
far. I mean, the axe just absolutely fucking destroys everything, mobs and bosses.
Yeah.
But but yeah, it's just I don't know. I would imagine it's just people not
just not looking into it. I mean, there's no other way
Yeah,
to
people
put it.
just
I
don't
don't think.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, because I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk about the axe. I haven't, you know, I haven't seen it in gameplay. I don't think yet.
I
With
mean,
I've watched pretty much every Sekiro. Maybe I just wouldn't catch it
have you
to
seen
fight, but
like my thing of Ishin?
yeah. Wait, I've seen. Did I see yours of Ishin? Hey, I guess I must have seen it while watching yours. I just realized that.
I was because I definitely used it a handful of times. I don't know if that might have been the
I must
only.
have watched your Ishin. I feel like I must have watched your Ishin, but I guess I'll have to go back and watch it.
Because yeah, I mean that's
Yeah, I guess I just don't remember the
the
axe.
whole fight is just me melting him with the axe.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just not remembering.
But yeah, that's Sekiro. That's the game. Sekiro was still cool as fuck though. I was a little bit not disappointed. It's not really the right word because it's not like I didn't have a good time playing it and like learning the
Oh,
parrying and everything was
you
all
were
fun.
hyped up to a difficulty that was not
Yeah.
delivered.
I was
You
like,
know?
I was expecting to suffer, and I was kind of looking forward to it, and then it was just kind of like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah. When you're faced with a situation where you can choose the road, and there is like, eh, with Sekiro, there is a hard, and there are many hard roads, but you had the option of not taking it. So, with your logic, and then this is proven true, you were not going to just make yourself go down the hard road, especially with the platinum hunting and everything. So, you know, that was kind of inevitable almost. But I guess maybe not to the extent that I expected even as well.
Sure.
I
I
didn't
mean, yeah,
expect it
because
to be
I definitely didn't expect there to be like such aggressive cheese methods for one thing. I was like, because like when I got to those points and it was just like, oh yeah, you don't even have to fight this guy. I was like, what do you mean? Like that's not a thing in other
well,
Souls
like,
games.
yeah. I mean, like, first trying Ishin, first trying many of the bosses that you did in this game, pretty wild. I mean, obviously you struggled on Owl, but I think many gamers would throw open their mouths if you said that you just struggled on it with for an hour. I mean, like I said, like probably 10 attempts or less or whatever it was.
Yeah. I
So
mean, Owl and Genichiro are literally the only two bosses that took me more than one attempt.
yeah, for Sekiro. So yeah, I think that is like very far away from the average or even somewhat experienced Souls
Yeah, I mean that shit doesn't
player
happen.
Sekiro playthrough. No.
But
So
again,
that's
I mean,
wild, but
but it's I
at
mean,
the same time, yeah, you weren't gonna force yourself to go down the hard road, like I said.
yeah, I mean, but it is one of those things where it's like I also prepare when I play these games. I don't just play blind, so
Yeah, that as well.
it's
I
a
guess,
massive consideration.
for sure. Yeah, I mean that checks out. So that makes sense. Sekiro, that'll definitely be the most controversial. I think Dark Souls 2 will be somewhat controversial, but not that crazy. I think maybe people who probably play that game might agree with you in some of those bosses and stuff and not being as difficult, but there's I get some like screaming Britney Spears type of fans after this one.
Yeah.
But some of them a lot of them seem somewhat fair though.
Oh,
All right, Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Yeah, I guess we could go through. I guess just it already looks to be in decent order.
Yeah, there's a few out of order, but I mean, I have a list that's in order, so we can just adjust it accordingly. But
Order that you did it, or is that like the same order that like maybe I did it in? Like,
it's in like the generally like you should kind of go in this order as you level up. Like I don't think
yeah,
anything's
probably
the only one that
probably the
might be
same.
slightly out of order is I did the like dragon pretty late. Fortisex, just cause
Yeah, well, he's a weird one, I
yeah,
think.
but that's like an off in the corner side boss situation.
Right.
So like, I mean, But that's the only one that might be kind of out of order, but not really. I mean, that is still pretty late game, is for the most part. Um, and then yeah. But these are all like the main bosses, trophy related bosses, unavoidable bosses. So
Sure. Yeah. All right.
okie dokie. Margit the Fell Omen.
Yeah, in my opinion, I would say a balanced, pretty balanced first boss. Not one. I remember people saying early on that a couple people got stuck on this boss. I don't think that was the case for most people, and maybe it was the case like early on. It was like maybe like before some updates, even maybe Target was more difficult for some people. But I think overall, like a relatively balanced first boss where you got to step up your game. It's not like easy, but you know, you learn the attacks, you should have no problem.
Yeah. Um. It's weird because obviously I feel like some of my memories of this game are like conflicting with like how I might have experienced it if I had played it last, as far as all the Souls games are concerned. But
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like Margit is now to be fair, I wouldn't say any of the first bosses in Souls games are hard, even though some people would say that some of them are like pretty massive
yeah, maybe like
roadblocks.
cleric beast.
But honestly, I think he's probably the hardest one. Cause he's just, I mean, from what I'm thinking about, I'm like, he's definitely the fastest and has like the most ridiculous moveset out of any of them. Especially
That's true.
in phase
That's
2
true.
when he brings out the golden hammer and starts like flying around and throwing it at you from space and shit. And it's just like, dude.
Yeah, I definitely didn't first try Margit, but maybe I got somewhat lucky. Yeah, he is fast as fuck, and the moveset is pretty. It's dynamic. You gotta. It's not something you'll likely do first attempt.
I do think I kind of want to put him at like the top of B tier though. Cause his entrance is so good as far as like a first
Yeah.
boss. Like he's got the best. He
Well,
definitely got the
here's a
best. You go ahead.
I think we're gonna have that problem with most of Elden Ring,
Oh,
though.
they're
I
so
think
good.
like
Yeah.
there's a lot of
They're so good.
really good intros and cutscenes in Elden Ring, and like we talked, especially with Sekiro. Sekiro had a lot of cool ones. I was watching them. A lot of the Souls bosses have cool animations. It is such a testament to how good Elden Ring is as a game that you already know that that's just gonna be favored in Elden Ring's direction, even just the cutscenes. So I do think that's gonna be a problem. I would also probably put him close to. I mean, obviously, I haven't played all these games, but having heard what I heard, experienced what I have experienced, Margit, yeah, probably close to the top of B tier makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels good. That feels good. Godric the Grafted.
Again, speaking of cutscenes, man, this one
Hmm.
I think is probably one of the more memorable cutscenes.
Yeah, I mean,
In
I
this
think
game.
everybody's got it like kind of etched in their brain. Like especially like I mean, when he
Right.
cuts off his own fucking arm or whatever, and then it's just like
Oh, it's
and
so
and then
good. And then the
shoves it up
second
into the
phase.
dragon head and everything. It's just like, yo, what the fuck?
So like you just know that it's not even like a typical Souls game. It's like, okay, the boss is like gets bigger, it grows another arm, or whips out
Right.
another weapon. Like the fact that I'm rewatching it now, the fact that it's a dragon and it breathes fucking fire,
Yeah.
and he's yelling that he's like the golden one or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah, yeah.
I forget what he. Oh yeah, like bear witness, like Jesus Christ, so badass. Like you're like, what the fuck is this game? That what a I think that would have been he would have been cool as like a first boss.
Oh yeah, that would have been crazy.
Regardless,
Cause I mean, Margaret's
Margit I
entrance
think
it
was
goes
like
goes hard as fuck, but Godric's
I know.
cutscene is stupid, bro. It's like, oh my god,
Yeah, well that's
that's
the
so
problem.
crazy.
Margit's is really good. Yeah, Godric's, especially his second phase, obviously, or it's just so good.
Yeah.
The fight is pretty good. Not super hard, but it'll give you
I was
a
gonna
little bit of a
say
struggle. He's just a little slow.
I was gonna say Godric was extremely easy from what I remember, and I mean,
Yeah.
every time I've beaten him, it was not you just kind of jump over.
I think I might have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
I still want to
I
put
think I
him
probably
kind of
got him on
high B tier,
second
but
attempt.
I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think. Oh, I don't think I can really put him above the owl.
Yeah, I think yeah, closer to the top of B tier, but gotta prioritize other people.
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna have like fucking 10 S tiers from Elden Ring.
Yeah, it's gonna be
It's
problematic,
gonna
and like
get.
difficulty wise does weigh
Oh
him down.
man, yeah, no, I mean it's gonna get Red Wolf
Especially
Radagon.
for
Is that next? Yeah, that's next.
yeah, I mean this is unfortunately probably gonna be pretty low. I
Yeah,
did like the fight, um, but it's not a crazy unique one. There's a lot of like if you've played all these Soul games, which obviously you have, but just saying in general, um, there's a lot of fights like this where it's just a big fucking wolf or something, and it's the same every single time. You're gonna have to
like this
fucking
wolf right
convince
here.
me. Yeah, like Sif,
The
exactly.
same fight.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same, and people really like Sif. I've heard people really liking Sif, but I have not heard anybody liking this, and it's certainly easy.
To be fair,
I think I first tried this boss.
people like Sif for the lore, I think, more than the actual fight.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right. But I think people like the fight too. I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of
It's
cool.
just
It's got some cool aspects to it, but I mean, again, it's just a dog with a sword. It's not that crazy. Like,
right. Right. I think I would even put I'll be honest, maybe I'll have to watch fight again, but I would put this almost in D tier for me, or it'd be like at the bottom of C tier personally. You put it whatever you want. I'm just sharing my opinion. I just remember the fight being like very boring, you know.
yeah,
It's just a
I
dog.
mean,
He like summons a sword out of his mouth. Some of the battles, or excuse me, some of the attacks, but I was pretty unimpressed. It's the low health boss.
maybe like,
There's like a couple magic attacks. It looks like.
I don't know, maybe like, oh my God,
Maybe
computer, maybe like here.
okay, so a little
Just because I mean, a lot of these ones in
low.
lower C tier are just fucking ridiculously easy, or like nothing fights.
Right. Yeah, where you're starting to enter gimmick, good gimmick territory. Not too
Yeah,
far
I
below
mean,
that. Like, yeah,
we can't be extremely
yeah.
rude to
I'm looking at
Radagon's
some of these
wolf.
bosses.
Yeah,
Right.
because especially like
Yeah. And
down here
it at least had some difficulty.
we've got like gimmick and just plain out easy and gimmick and gimmick
Right.
and gimmick and
Yeah, you
gimmick
don't
and
want to put
gimmick.
it
Yeah, I
there.
mean like
I wouldn't put it there. I had more fun than I did fucking curse rotted Greatwood, but
yeah. Yeah, no, fuck
you know,
that fucking tree.
it's just nothing super special. It's not insulting. It's not insulting, but
Yeah.
it's just nothing special.
All right. All right. Next up is
Nice break for this
Renala.
game though. I will.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially if you
Well,
were
you can
if
kind of say that about Renala as well.
you could. But especially I mean Renala, if you get unlucky with the RNG for
Still
Renala
struggle with
though,
Renala.
you could get your ass kicked if you get unlucky with her summon.
Yeah.
If she summons like what's that thing? The fucking
She summons a dragon, literally.
well the
And she
dragon
could
could
also
yeah.
summon the big iron giant. I guess the
Yeah, that
dragon's
too.
not really too
I
bad,
was gonna
but
say like the bloodhound dude with the sword with like the curved sword. That thing is annoying as fuck to fight in her area.
yeah. Yeah. I would say that the giant, that, and the dragon
Yeah.
are annoying
Yeah, for sure.
to get summoned on. Like, it's not going to be a short fight.
The
if
giant's
anything.
probably the worst because that thing could just like one shot you at that point. It's like you need to
First thing
just
that came to
run.
my mind.
Yeah.
It's like you just have it's something you immediately have to deal with that
Yeah.
makes the
Yeah.
fight more
Yeah.
annoying.
Plus, then you've still got like her little stupid soul arrows in the Azure Comet thing coming at you and shit
She
like
has
that.
good attacks.
Yeah.
I think we have to put respect on like her. First of all, her super beam attack is like actually
That's
pretty
what I was. Yeah.
iconic.
The Comet Azure thing. That shit is OP as fuck.
Iconic as hell, and actually fucks you raw.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
And the other
strongest spell
attacks,
in the
like the
game, I'm
lock-on
pretty sure.
attacks, are pretty good. Yeah, Well, I think like her other attack is pretty good too, because the moon,
Oh, the
the big
moon,
moon
the moon sphere
is
thing.
actually the biggest one, I think,
That
right?
shit hurts. Yeah.
Yeah. But both of those pretty
Yeah.
very aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah. Plus, her whole her phase 2 arena is fucking insanely dope.
Oh, sick as hell. Sick as hell. That first time you're fighting her, even the cutscene obviously for her is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the moon.
It's so
So
good.
it's actually I'm rewatching. Oh
It's
my
so
god, it's
good.
actually
Yeah.
so good. She goes from like phantom to like real, and then the moon's just behind her. She just fucking points at you, and I think usually she does. Yeah, she does. She opens with the fucking big beam
Yeah,
every
yeah. She
time,
always does. Yeah.
which is just like, yeah, you're no longer in it like a gimmick, like phase one. This is the real fight, folks.
Yeah. Which it is also
She has low
nice.
health, so that helps.
She does, but it is also nice how even though phase 1 is pretty much a gimmick, how it switches and it's like, okay, no, now it's a real fight, which isn't usually how it works when it comes to gimmick
Yeah,
fights.
yeah. If it's a gimmick, it's a gimmick, and like phase two will also be a gimmick, if there is like a phase two. Yeah, for her, it's you get a real fight too, and I think that's just like an Elden Ring thing too. Like, there's really not a lot of pure gimmick bosses,
Yeah.
if any. I'm sure there's like one or two,
Rykard.
but
He's the only one.
yeah, okay, Rykard, yeah, but that might be it. Everything else is like maybe there's some gimmick that's not the whole fight, and it's probably like a whole phase. It's
I mean, I think phase 1 of Renala is literally the only one that's like you could just straight up be like, yeah, that's a gimmick.
true. Yeah, that's fair.
But where do we put her? That's the question.
Yeah, where to put her? I do think the aesthetic of the fight. She's not super difficult. I think that has to be factored
Right,
in.
right.
But also the aesthetic of the fight is super dope. You're in a fucking there's a lot of space shit in this game, but like her moon shit is pretty cool. Her attacks are pretty cool. Everything like matches up with her really well. Um the lore is kind of interesting, but they don't obviously you don't get much of that. Um yeah, I don't know. B tier, I think I'd want her just the top of B tier. I don't think she can make it just because of the difficulty. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, are we thinking you want to be below Godric?
Low Godric? Yeah, because I feel like again, like Godric, I would say easier than Renala even, although I guess they're kind of close, and they're both like very cool. So I don't know. I think them being next to each other makes a lot of sense. I don't even know who would I put over the other. I think I'd put personally Renala over Godric
Yeah, I
just
was
because
thinking the
she's
same
harder.
thing.
For sure. You're gonna die. You have much higher potential to die to
Yeah.
Renala than you ever have of dying to Godric, but like still similar, like overall difficult. Godric has a lot more health.
Right.
It take you longer.
But I do think
Uh,
Godric is wholly easier to evade.
Attacks are a lot easier. Renala's attacks are a lot harder. Like and with the RNG, it could be like a somewhat hard fight if you get unlucky with the spawns. Whereas Godric will never be a hard fight.
Right.
It'll just be like medium at best. But like you probably average medium difficulty on Renal.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels good.
I think that seems about right.
Oof. Star
Oof.
Scourge Radon.
Oh man. I think this one's
Yo.
pretty straightforward.
I mean, let's see how crazy we're about to get up here.
It just has to be.
I
It
mean,
just has to be an S tier, obviously, but the question is where. I think
that's where he's
the
going,
thing
I
is
feel like.
For Radon, there's so many things going for him that's not even as much as Melania has going for her. Like, I don't know where we'll end up ranking them above each other, but I would say that Radon is fucking outside of, maybe you could speak to how much the summons, how cool he is, because the summons being like kind of like almost like a mandatory part of the fight for the most part. Obviously, you could fight him without it, but I think it makes it cool, but it kind of lessens it to some extent. Regardless, his fucking entrance is dope. His attacks are insane, absolutely bonkers. His design is fucking weird as shit with the horse, and he's just carrying around. Every attack is good. The gravity shit is crazy. His meteor shit is
Oh yeah,
insane.
the meteor attack is
Uh,
actually crazy.
Actually, just a really difficult fight when you're actually like fighting him.
Yeah.
You know, I know that you could fucking close your eyes and the summons will probably take away close to half his health bar probably. But you know, you get unlucky, I guess.
Still not a great
You
strategy
kill
because
him.
he will fuck them up.
And he will. But I mean, yeah, cool fight. Yeah, he's got to be an S tier. I think that seems about right. He's just got so much shit going for him.
He's just got
He's so
fucking
cool.
unlimited aura, bro. The fact that
Very satisfying
the
to beat him.
fact that like his death literally causes like a star to fall out of the fucking sky and
Oh
create
yeah,
a giant crater in the earth. Like
super dope as
that's
well.
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so dope. Absolutely such a dope fight.
Yeah.
He looks cool as shit.
I mean
Many different ways.
this is definitely one of like the first, probably maybe the first boss in this game where this took a minute. I mean, like even it doesn't even matter if you use the summons
Yeah.
like your first. I mean, this takes a long time to figure out.
Well, when you talk about bosses that people struggle on, I mean, this is definitely the first Elden Ring boss that
Oh, yeah.
people would spend hours on.
For sure. For sure.
Thankfully, it did not take me hours. It probably took me, I don't know, probably about 15 attempts, I think, for Radon's.
Yeah, I mean
So,
that seems pretty
I
average, I'd
wasn't,
say.
maybe like 15, at like 10 to 15, somewhere in that range. I wasn't pulling my hair out, but I will say the first 5 attempts felt like I had no chance.
Yeah.
And that's just like a dope
Yeah.
thing about
It
this
wasn't
boss.
like
It's just like you think you don't even have a shot.
yeah. It definitely wasn't like slam your head against a wall hard, but it was definitely like where you start kind of talking to the TV and you're like, "Listen, bitch."
You start to feel hopeless.
Yeah.
You're like,
You're
how
like
he's just so good. He can one shot you so many
yeah,
different ways.
you
Basically.
die from like the arrows immediately and you're just like, "Game, please. What do you mean? What do you want from me?"
Yeah. The very beginning of the fight, and
Yeah.
you're like, I can't even dodge the arrows. And then you finally get to the final arrow thing, and it's like you can't even dodge that. And then eventually you learn how to get to him, and then you die instantly to a combo of his
Right.
blades.
You get to him and he just
enough.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, then you get far enough, and then you get to his gravity attacks, and then you die instantly to those. And now we're on attempt like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
This wasn't really my experience exactly. I figured out the arrow shit early, but I'm just saying in general, you know, that's gonna happen to you. You're gonna, you know, so you know, and the gravity shit will probably take you 10 attempts on average.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I mean
you know, you're gonna be in the 20s by the time you realize he can fucking blast off Team Rocket and then come back.
You
And
get
him
down to like 25% health and he lifts off into space and you're like, "The fuck is this shit?" And then he comes back and you don't even know which direction he's coming from and then suddenly the whole world explodes in a ball of fire and you're just dead and you're like, "Well, I mean, I don't even know what the fuck that was."
Yeah. Absolutely dope as hell.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's cool as fuck.
He deserves that. Yeah, he deserves where he got put there for sure.
Next up is the Mimic tier.
I guess this is technically a gimmick. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at it.
I mean, you could do the thing where you take off all your armor and weapons, walk in, and then re-equip everything, and then just fucking destroy him. But like,
I didn't even think of that. I'll be honest.
I mean, yeah, that's the easiest way, because then he's literally just nothing.
Yeah, I just fought him at whatever stage my bleed build was at the time.
Yeah, but also you could just fight it. It's not.
If I beat Radon.
Yeah, it's literally not even hard to beat him with him being you. I mean, it's just like he's kind of.
I didn't overly struggle with Mimic tier. I must have been like 3 to 5 attempts or less.
Yeah,
I don't even think it took me more than 3.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't seem like it'd be. It didn't seem like it would be more than that for most people. I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
I
really
don't
sure we
know. I'll
should.
be honest.
I feel
Mimic
like we
tier is
should,
cool.
but as a boss,
I think C or D tier makes sense. I would definitely go C or D tier. I think I mean, let's put it this way. Let's look at the bosses in C tier. Can we reliably say that Mimic tier is better than any of those bosses?
honestly,
I mean,
I don't think so.
yeah, I don't know, but I think it's like, think about this. Yeah, I guess not.
D
Yeah, I
tier
guess
feels
not.
better. I mean, because it's yeah, D tier just feels better to me. I don't know. Like it's just not really a boss. Like it is technically, but like
Yeah, it's not
is it
really a
though?
boss. Yeah. Which is kind of what D tier is. A few of these are. They're not really what
Yeah.
we would consider bosses.
I mean,
Um,
maybe like there, just 'cause
yeah,
draw a
we'll go
line
with D
between
tier.
some of the easier cheese method things and
Sure. Like it's an actual fight, but
yeah.
that's about all you could say.
But it's more of a phantom than like a real boss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true as well. And I would say probably a lot of phantoms. No, they're not going to go too far into the C tiers at best, probably.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Regal Ancestor Spirit.
Hmm. I'll be honest. This guy, I'm gonna pull this guy up and watch the fight again. I remember struggling initially with this boss, but I don't think it took me that long to figure out.
No, I mean it's got kind of like a weird move set just 'cause like the weird galloping leap thing that it does is kind of
I had a hard time getting a beat on that. Like I figured out all the other attacks, but yeah, I think the weird gallop. I don't know, is it something with the timing or whatever?
well the timing for
But
when it hits is weird. Like it I think it's just like the
I don't think it
way
aligns with what makes sense
yeah, it's like the way the animation looks like he's about to
initially.
land is like too soon, so then you dodge too soon and then it's like then he lands on
Yeah.
top of you and you're like, "The fuck?"
Yeah, his big gallop is weird. Uh, and it's like a couple others that are weird, but like other than that, it's really not. It's not difficult. I don't remember
Yeah, no,
struggling. Like
it's pretty easy.
he's just lunging at you. You're dodging. He doesn't have a lot of health. It's not low, but it's definitely not
Yeah.
high health. Um, not too bad. Not too bad. Where'd you put him? Oh, you're thinking
I'm
maybe
thinking
C
like maybe
tier.
high C
I
tier.
wouldn't put him anything above C tier.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, looking at the other bosses, his aesthetic isn't that cool. It's like, his attacks are kind of cool. The galloping one, like, and some
Mm.
of the others are kind of cool. Besides that, and like, okay, you got to set up the flames and stuff for him. I don't know if that really adds that much at
Eh.
all. I think aesthetically, I would put it above Red Wolf, but I don't even know if I could put it above any other bosses on this list. But it's similar in difficulty. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just
You
right
put it wherever you
maybe
want,
right
but
above Red Wolf seems fine, I guess.
I like it better than Red Wolf, and they're like, they're pretty comparable difficulty wise. I would say it's just a little bit cooler than just with
Yeah.
some magic.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
I think most people will probably agree with us on that one.
Royal Knight Loretta.
Yeah, another one with like a couple annoying attacks. I definitely didn't first try her, but it was also probably within like 3 attempts.
Yeah, this one wasn't too
I
bad.
do remember some annoying attacks that she had. She's mounted. Any mounted enemy is going to be like a
Sure.
little bit annoying.
It's really just like
Magic plus being mounted was like,
yeah.
I think, a hurdle to some extent. But other than that, I don't remember.
I think it's really just like the arrow attack
God.
that's kind of annoying. Like when she would just try to zone you, that was really like the only part that was kind of obnoxious.
you're not really expecting that from the mounted enemy, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna give it room, and then plant something, and then you're just taking damage.
Yeah.
And all the magic in Elden Ring is fucking busted in the sense
Oh
that
yeah.
like
No.
everything tracks you.
It's everything everything
You gotta
tracks.
time the dodging.
Yeah, everything tracks. Everything does a shitload of damage. It's ridiculous, but
Yes, anything that lands, any magic orb that lands on you fucking hurts.
yeah. What do we think? Like
Putting her higher than I would put her.
I don't know why
Or
I
initially,
was just kind of
before she
hovering.
fell
I don't know, like C tier still.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think C tier. I mean, just because there's a lot of mounted enemies in Elden Ring, I would not put her even at the top personally. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but I wouldn't even put her close to the top of most of the mounted enemies. Like, I'm thinking personally, I'd probably put it. I mean, okay, the magic is kind of decent, but she's got the big arrow attack is kind of cool. It'd probably be closer to the. I'm like looking. Yeah, maybe like I wanted to say bottom of C tier, but I'm looking at the bottom of C tier, and yeah, I would put her above a number of these. I don't know, maybe middle of C tier, yeah. Because at least she's kind of.
Maybe like here.
But yeah, the
Yeah.
gargoyles.
I mean, she's definitely not very memorable. That's for sure.
Oh, I had to remember that I fought her as soon as I saw her, though. I did remember.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. We'll put her there.
Sure.
Oof. A big boy next.
Oh,
Astel, Natural
oh,
Born,
man.
the Void.
Yeah, this is where like probably like most of the bosses we get are just gonna be up there.
God damn.
I think
Okay, the real question is, do we put him above Radon?
okay, you're thinking automatic S tier. I
I'm
wanna
pretty
do that.
automatic.
It's
I
either
mean,
top of A tier or S tier, like for me.
all right,
I
we'll,
haven't
we'll just set him
decided
here for
yet,
now.
right?
We'll set him here at the top. But I mean, his moveset is absolutely fucking
Aesthetically, it's S
ridiculous.
tier.
I mean, yeah, aesthetically S tier.
Aesthetically, it's S tier.
His moveset is insane too.
You
I
know,
mean,
moveset is S tier. Yeah, I think it has to be S tier. Yeah, I think it probably has to be S tier. I don't know, but I just don't remember.
I would say at least
being
above
super
the
difficult.
owl, though.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, because I mean the owl's cool and he's hard. I just don't know if that outweighs how fucking dope Astel is,
I
and
don't.
he's
It doesn't.
still
I
at
mean,
least a little bit hard.
yeah, Astel was definitely difficult. I mean, especially depending on what build you're. I mean, you're using a melee build against Astel. Good luck, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to run up
I mean,
all the
yeah.
way to him, and then he teleports away, and then he starts
Oh, he
throwing
was
meteors at you, and then he starts throwing laser beams at you, and then he grabs you with his fucking pincers, and you just die instantly. I mean,
Mhm.
Natural Born of the Void, that man is a fucking problem.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah, we'll put him there.
yeah, I
That
think
feels
that
good.
makes sense.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh man. Wait, no, but this is just these aren't the twin blades.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
are they?
yeah, it is, yeah. The Valiant Gargoyles are the twin blades.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, these aren't the most unique bosses in this game, but anyone who's played this game knows this is like one of the toughest bosses in this
No,
game.
I mean, this shit is so hard, bro. Like,
Unbelievably, and it's one of the hard ones that you just do not expect. It's at a very random point in the game, like very middle.
oh yeah,
Not
I mean,
expecting a hard boss type of point in the game whatsoever.
and I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
my god.
And again, not to keep using the word, but optional boss. Like, it's off in a corner. You don't really need to go there for the main story or anything. And then you just walk into this fucking waterfall room and you're like, oh, what's this? And then a giant fucking demon jumps on you. And then, like 3 seconds after that, another one jumps on you. And you're like, I'm sorry, what?
the thing is, from a design standpoint, they're not that crazy. You know, the attacks are pretty typical of like even other like gargoyles, but they hit hard as fuck. They have a couple like the spinning attacks and shit. Like I remember some spinning attacks.
Oh yeah, there's
Um,
lots of them. Yeah, they love doing that.
it's I mean, they did a lot of damage. The second one that comes, I mean, you're struggling a lot with the thing is, this is a battle that you could go for a while without even realizing there's a second gargoyle because you can't even get this guy to like half health.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So
I
you're
mean,
struggling a while. Like it had to be at least 5 attempts before I got to the second twin blade, and then it had to be. I think this is the boss I had the most attempts on of any of the bosses I played. I didn't play the DLC, so but it had to have been 20 at least 20 attempts.
yeah, I mean this boss was definitely super hard. I mean, I feel like
Yeah,
top of
the
A
only
tier
reason
is
it's not an S tier,
probably
I think,
yeah,
is
yeah.
because of like the.
Lack of aura.
It could even be like top of B tier, but yeah, like the design, the aura. It's not like outside of the difficulty, it's not even that memorable. I would say. Like I'm looking at the attacks. You know, there's no cool. It's not a crazy entrance. It's
Yeah.
not something you're like hyped up for
Yeah,
or
that's
super
really it.
intimidated
It's just
by.
that it's such a hard fight because it's two of them and they both are just
Like this is kicking
relentless.
my ass. Like what?
Yeah.
So I think it can't really be above A tier for that reason, and I think it is only in A tier because of difficulty. I could see this being almost a C tier boss outside of that or low B tier. It's got enough cool maybe attacks for it to be B tier, but yeah, I think it has to be A tier. I also think just from a difficulty standpoint, it almost just forces it to the top of A
Yeah, I mean,
tier.
yeah, that's what I was
Like there's
thinking.
no other place it could
I'm
be.
just looking at my like the A tier right here and I'm like I can't
There's nothing harder.
I kind of want to put it below like maybe some of these like top 5-ish ones, but I can't cuz
Yeah, because
all
they're
these
cool.
were all easy
Yeah, all these bosses are
relatively.
infinitely cooler. I think
Yeah.
in A tier at least.
Yeah.
And then the gargoyles, cooler design, cooler stories, cooler aura, all of that shit. Like for example, Dancer's probably like the most out of place one in A tier, just like eyeballing it from a difficulty standpoint, but like dope as fuck belongs there.
Right.
But yeah, Valiant Gargoyles, I think the difficulty is just so insane. I don't think that ever changed with all the updates Elden Ring had. I think
No, it did
they
not.
always stayed about the same. Yeah, that was. I feel like that was the most attempts for me, at least initially. Maybe there's something else. I took
Yeah.
my Millennium. Probably took me somewhat similar.
Yeah. All right, solid. Okay, all right. All right, we're gonna do one of the ones I had to add in next, which was
Yeah.
the magma worm Makar.
Yeah,
Uh,
I would have asked you to add this one in. Um, but at the same time, it is nothing super crazy.
no, I mean this was pretty
Um,
simple.
pretty easy fight. It is just like really cool design for him. A little dragon, has some lava. Not like super unique fight,
Yeah,
I even remember multiple fights you had where, boss either spits or the ground erupts with lava, it stays in the ground for a little bit,
sure.
makes the fight a little harder. I feel like did Magwarden have like even a second phase? I don't think
No,
so.
it doesn't.
Looking at it now. Yeah, pretty just okay. I think it's just gotta be in C tier or even below. It's
Mm,
not even a fault of it, it's the fault of the other bosses that are better, I think,
yeah.
mostly. Like if you're looking at these bosses, there's just like too many of them that you have to give respect to.
I'm kind of thinking like right around here next to Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta seems fair. I don't know. I like Magma Worm better. Um,
I think
but
Loretta was a better fight though, if we're being
yeah, I would agree it
100%
was a
honest.
better, yeah, it was a better fight. Um, and I guess it is kind of a repeat boss too. They have two of them,
True.
but you know,
But the other one
Whatever.
is like truly avoidable. This one is like a fog door thing, and it has a trophy attached
Yeah.
to it and everything. So the
Right.
other
Right.
one is
Yeah. This one's really just a kind of a repeat.
yeah, the other one's just out
But
in the open. You can just be like, nope, fuck you.
yeah. All right. Yeah. I think that seems
Sounds good. Sounds good.
right.
All right, next is the Draconic Tree Sentinel. This motherfucker
Oh yeah.
guarding the entrance to the castle or whatever.
Yeah. He was pretty tough. The hardest tree sentinel. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, the one in front of
Um.
Malekith's house is the strongest.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you're probably
Yeah,
right
that's the
there.
strongest one.
But so we'll get to them. But the Draconic Tree Sentinel, yeah, just like a lot pretty tanky. I think
Yeah,
noticeably more tanky.
yeah. Definitely
And
the second
the
strongest one.
moveset,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And the lightning was just fucking
Yeah.
so
The lightning thing is so
annoying.
frustrating, especially like when it does the targeted lightning bolt thing that's like almost impossible to dodge. That shit
Yeah,
is
basically
stupid.
impossible.
Like you
You
have to
can like
time it
kind of frame perfect
exactly
it.
perfectly. Yeah, literally that's the only way.
Yeah, but that just and RNG. Like I remember I took this maybe like 5 attempts. Like one of those attempts, I'm pretty sure the one where I beat him, like he just didn't get to use that attack that many
Right,
times.
yeah. I'm kind
So
of thinking like middle of B tier. I'm not sure exactly who I want to put him below though.
yeah, I mean I think points. I don't know. It does it make sense to dock points because there's so many fucking mounted enemies in Elden Ring,
That's
or is it
I
just the
was gonna
fact that
say also the fact that there's like so many tree sentinels, not just mounted
multiple tree
enemies, but there's
sentinels?
literally a shitload of these guys. Like obviously none of them are as strong as this one, but like they're not very different other than the lightning thing.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I would almost put it a little bit lower on B tier if that's the logic we're going with. Like, yeah, definitely below Divine Dragon, definitely below Dark Lord, Ishin. Like, I don't know. Living
Like
Failures,
here.
maybe above Living Failures.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean
maybe reorder the list at the very end, but
maybe.
if needed, but or do a once over basically. But
Yeah.
um, I think better than Living Failures, but not by much.
That seems fair. Okie dokie. Who is next? Okay, the Godfrey. Godfrey's next. This shit
Okay.
is easy.
Yeah, yeah, he's got to be. I think he kind of had to be in C tier. It's just too easy. I don't think anyone's gonna argue with that either. Might be the easiest name boss in the game.
Maybe.
Is that fair? Or in of this list, I should say.
Sure,
Maybe I
yeah.
shouldn't make it that broad. So yeah, C tier somewhere. He's cool. Yeah, that seems fine to me. Middle of C tier
Yeah.
or so, a little bit higher.
I really don't. I mean, there's not really much to this fight either. He just has a big axe. There's not really.
Not much to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just comes and swings around. It's not really difficult. I mean, it's just he's golden. It looks cool. Whatever.
You know who is
Not really
difficult?
expecting the fight after fighting. Whoa.
The Omen King.
Ah, Morgat. I mean, oh, the aura with this guy. I mean, holy
Bro
shit,
came back from the dead just to like catch the fade. It's ridiculous.
dude. And his cutscenes. I remember really liking the Godric one. I also like this is the other one that I remember. Like,
Oh yeah,
I
this one's
remember
really good.
Melania,
Yeah.
Radon, whatever. But I also remember Morgan, dude, when he just walks down slowly, and it's just the throne
Yeah.
just right in front of it, and he walks down slowly, and I'm watching it now. He's pointing to the other fucking uh his sword. Anyways, he gets to the sword, and it just fucking breaks into like this. There's a word for what his sword is, like the type of metal or whatever.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like prismatic, whatever the fuck. I don't know, chromatic, I think, something like that. But yeah, his like chrome sword, so sick. Does he have a phase 2? I thought he had like a phase 2 cutscene. Am I wrong?
I don't think he has like a cutscene, but he freaks out at like half health and starts going stupid with like the
Phase
ground
2 is
exploding
pretty
attacks.
crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, his phase 2 is pretty crazy. It's a fun fight. I think most people would agree with that too. It's just a fun fight. It is difficult. It's not super difficult. I wouldn't even like, I would say it's like, yeah, like about medium difficulty. In phase 2, it's on the harder side. You have to just remember all the attacks and know what to do. Like I'm watching it now.
I mean, phase two
Definitely a lot to handle.
phase two definitely has a lot of like instant death situations though.
Right. Yeah. I think S tier, yeah, it would be A or S tier for me. Okay, where I would put it, yeah, I think it might squeeze into S tier. I don't know if I would put it above. I don't know. Maybe that is fair. It would be, yeah, I think below Astel makes sense. I guess everything else makes sense. I would probably overrate Ishin personally. Again, I haven't even played it, so.
Ishin was just so
Smo
easy.
and Ornstein. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's part of the reason he's down there. Smo and Ornstein, I might have above Morgott, but I don't know. Morgott's really cool. I think that's a pretty fair place.
Yeah.
Most part.
Who is up after you, Omen King? Oh, okay, another one I had to add in, which was kind of weird, but the Dragonkin soldier.
Oh, so just one of the repeatables, right? Or no?
No, no,
This
no,
was.
no, no,
Oh
no.
no! Oh, this
The
guy.
Dragonkin
Oh, this guy.
the Noxtella dude.
Yeah. Okay, so he was pretty cool. I didn't first try this guy, but again, probably like 2 or 3 attempts.
Yeah, I remember this fight being
Cool fight.
He looks cool. I remember this fight being very easy though. I mean, just absolutely dog
Not hard.
walking him. Yeah.
Yeah, not a hard
Maybe
fight
like right
whatsoever.
above Godfrey.
Yeah, because I would say it was probably harder than Godfrey, but still not very difficult
Yeah.
whatsoever. Just learn the attacks, and it's just a couple.
I mean, I didn't even remember. I remembered
relatively
like
literal.
being able to just kind of like run up on him and just start wailing on him, and he just dies
Yep.
fast as fuck. Like I don't even remember really having to learn to fight him.
Yep. No, he just has like 2 attacks pretty much. That's like pretty good, but yeah, not too bad.
Okay. And then Godskin Noble, the solo version.
Yeah, tough. But not.
I would say really the
Not
only
crazy.
thing that you could really argue makes him tough is the stupid rolling attack that he does.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Well, that's exactly what would make it tough. It's pretty much the only thing. Yeah, I would agree that the only thing that makes it tough. But he is kind of annoying. He's difficult, but he's annoying. He's got some cool design, but I don't know. I think he's more frustrating than cool.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe around there makes sense. I think C tier. I think that's pretty fair for him.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels alright. Who's next? Ooh. Another tough boy, but I had to add this one in too, which was very weird, is Elamir of the Briar.
Who?
Element the dude,
Oh,
you know.
I know. Yeah, the Briar guy.
Yeah, the Briar guy, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, he was
He was
mixing it up. Now,
he
I'll be
was
honest, I got a little bit lucky with this guy. I think I got him on the 3rd try. I remember my first 2 tries, I felt like I was struggling really hard.
dude,
He
he
just
killed me a
switches it up
lot.
like crazy.
He killed me many times the first time I fought him.
I know I got lucky. But I remember getting fucking destroyed those first 2 attempts. I don't even know if I got him to half health on those attempts.
I do think like
He has like a bunch of cool attacks.
yeah, he also looks cool as fuck. I mean, and like the fact that the fact that a lot of his attacks are like him just being a fucking Jedi and like throwing his sword around with the Force.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, what are you doing?
Dude, like he's dark side. He's just fucking dark side, which is kind of dope. With the sword shit, it's just or no, Ares. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking Injustice. Yeah, he's just fucking Ares with the sword. Which is just kind of cool. All of his shit is cool. Probably one of the cooler, like surprise. Like for me, it was a surprise that this was a cool boss. Like I walked in and I was like, okay, this is gonna be like probably an easy fight. Like I was expecting an easy fight, not even like medium.
Oh yeah, I mean, just like when you first walk in and see him, you're not thinking, oh, this guy's about to whoop my ass for 20 minutes. You're thinking like, oh, this is gonna be no big deal. It's just a guy with a sword. Like,
And you're like a pretty much completely optional area. You don't
yeah,
have
yeah,
to be
yeah,
anywhere near here for
yeah,
any reason other than like collecting items or whatever.
right. And you could be like theoretically
Obviously,
pretty leveled up or whatever at this point too. You could truly just
sure,
believe that you're gonna walk in here and beat the hell out of whoever it is.
right?
And then he's just like, yeah, I don't care,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, A tier. I think A tier is fairly generous, but his attacks are just so dope, and he's got the aura. He's a surprise, which I think adds to it.
Maybe we could,
Design is pretty
maybe
cool. He's got the shield and the sword. I think
low
closer
A
to the
tier.
bottom of A tier, I think makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could put him that high. I think people would start complaining. I think people would start complaining if we put him above Ludwig and Gwyn, and um, but I think that's fine. I think people would still complain, but I don't know. I think
Yeah.
he's got enough going for him where I would agree with that assessment.
All right. I think the next one is the other ancestor spirit. So I mean, we could just like put him next to the other one. But
Yeah, yeah. I would just.
oh my god, where'd it go?
There are two actually.
I mean, it's just a weaker version of that other one. So,
Yeah, just a worse version.
which I don't know why they made their like trophies for two of them.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know.
Whatever. Another one that I had to add in was the Leonine Misbegotten.
Oh yeah,
This shit was extremely easy though. I mean,
yeah. This was like almost repeatable boss level difficulty.
yeah, this was cake. I mean, low C tier I think is the only.
Yeah, just because he's kind of cool. And that's pretty much it. It was a very easy fight. I would put him, yeah, closer to the bottom of C tier for sure. I think you'd probably have a better idea of where he'd rank between the other bosses to this list, but I would agree. Probably just the bottom of C tier.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much everything starting with Mikolash down is just kind of a joke, so
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
putting him right
So
above that is
it
decent.
is actually a fight. He's got like one move.
Yeah.
Uh,
Plus, I feel like a lot of people just incidentally did this boss later on, like not necessarily late game, but I mean I did like
he's a little out
because
of the way.
yeah, it's actually like really out of the way, and then because I definitely did it late game, so when I
I
went over there
forgot
and
this guy.
when I went over there and fought him, because I remember like when I was doing my trophy hunting or whatever, I was like, okay, who do I have left to kill? And then I looked at, I got to that part on the trophy list. It was like Leon I Misbegotten. I was like, who the fuck even is this? And I looked it up and it was like, oh, it's way the fuck over here. And I'm like, that's at the beginning of the game. What do you mean? And I just remember,
Meanwhile, I was yeah, go ahead.
well, I just remember when I went over there and I absolutely fucking annihilated him because I was so overpowered by that point.
Yeah. He's pretty cool. I was almost initially thinking D tier, but I'm watching the fight again. It's like he's he poses at least some challenge. He moves fast and he's got a couple big attacks that you don't want to get comboed into, but that's like so many bosses with souls.
Right.
I remember doing this. I mean, also for reference for people watching this, every Elden Ring boss, probably the only thing I can say because Dark Souls 3 is probably underleveled for every boss, but um, I was either on level. I was on level for pretty much most of all of these bosses. Every single time, just almost exactly on level, or maybe slightly under level. for all of these bosses. So that's
Sure.
my experience. That needs context. I guess I should say that. But that being said, that also extends to Misbegotten because it was on the list, but I actually just wandered. I was in the area and I just saw it and I was like, what the fuck? There's a fog gate here, and I went through it and I was like, oh, it's a fucking boss. But it was very easy.
Yeah, I was not on level.
Yeah.
I was quite a bit over leveled.
Yeah, probably by the time if you didn't find him
Yeah.
naturally, then
Yeah, no, not at all. That was because like that's like why he's in the like where he is in this list is like, you know,
appearance, yeah.
halfway. I mean, like on my list on my phone, it's like he's like over halfway to the end. So it's like I was over the halfway point basically when I realized I had to go back and kill this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, next up is another weird one I had to add, which is the beta version of Mog.
What was the name of him?
Just the Omen. Mog the Omen.
Oh, that's right.
The one that's in the underground sewer area.
Yeah. But was he called Mog the Omen as well?
Yeah, I
Same
mean,
name?
well, the other one's Lord of Blood.
That's right.
The scary one is Lord of Blood, yeah. But yeah, I mean this.
But they both say Mog the Omen.
Yeah, I mean it's just. Well, no. Like Mog the Omen is this one, the easy one, and then the other one is Mog Lord of Blood.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I found it. Yeah, so yeah, kind of a pussy version of Mog, but he's still okay. I mean, I say pussy version. Mog's a tough fight, so you know, he still has some of the annoying things, just not the most annoying thing, I guess.
Yeah.
With the counter, the timer, or whatever, like whatever that fucking blood shit was.
Yeah.
But he has like the same blood attacks.
Yeah.
Other than that though, so yeah, B tier. I think I would put him just because he's pretty cool.
I'm thinking
Blood
like
attacks in general are just pretty cool.
I'm thinking like here-ish for this one.
Yeah. Beneath Vort, I think makes sense.
Just for this version of him, because like,
yeah,
this version of him is not really that hard. I mean,
no, I don't think it took me a lot of attempts for this guy.
Oof.
Okay.
Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy.
Rykard, okay. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, pretty much the only true gimmick boss. But man, the aura for this guy, holy fuck! Another cutscene. If you only remember like one or two or three cutscenes from this game, it's gonna be this guy. Every single fucking time, it's gonna be the golden and Godric the Grafted every time. I like the two, and I think Morgan is memorable. There's a lot of memorable ones, but this guy's up there because it's just fucking
Yeah. And honestly,
absolutely
like
insane.
the gimmick itself is actually really cool looking too. Like the way that the sword animation looks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking like
yeah, it looks sick.
Yeah, I'm thinking like top of B tier, honestly, just from pure like.
I really want to put him in A tier.
I don't think we can.
It would only be because he's that. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you can either. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, I would want to put him, and I would damn near just put him there just for the cutscene transition, where he fucking not only is it a dude the whole time, right? You fight the serpent,
right?
And it's a fucking dude, and you're like, what in the fuck?
Yeah.
And then the lore behind him is really sick.
I mean, when it transforms from Rykard to like the god-devouring serpent or whatever, it's like Jesus Christ. All right.
Yeah, but when he pulls the fucking sword out of his like serpent mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so sick, and like the arena, everything about it. He's like, together we will devour the very. I mean, just so cool. Like gesturing and shit too. There's something about like a grotesque monster be able to like fucking gesture and like just fucking shrug his shoulders. Just looks dope as fuck. But yeah, I don't think you can put him in A tier, but I think he has to be again like by default. I think you have to put him like at the top of B tier.
Yeah, for sure. Who's there? Oh, this motherfucker. Fucking Commander Niall, or whatever however the fuck you pronounce it.
I struggled with
Yo,
this guy.
this shit was hard as fuck, dude.
I struggled with this guy.
That
Because his
that
fucking,
lightning kick,
he's crazy. Oh my god, yeah.
bro. Fuck this dude's lightning kick.
Just him alone would be annoying. The fact that does he have lackeys?
He
Yeah,
does.
has
He has
lackeys.
two.
His
He has two
lackeys are
summons.
fucking annoying. Him by himself is fucking tough. And the attacks that you're talking about, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely insane.
the fact
All
that
his
he
lightning
like
shit
does
is
like the frostbite AoE and then just starts lightning kick dropping you like over and over again, it's like, dude, do you mind?
I struggle with this guy. I think I had to have been close to 10 attempts.
Oh, I died a lot to
for this guy.
Neo, bro. This dude was a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Pretty cool. I would say for like, you know, for something that should be less memorable, is just like a fucking commander and like his lore is probably not that super interesting. His fight is very memorable, or like
For
it's
sure,
very
yeah.
yeah. It was a good
I
time.
can see it
That
in
was
my
the best
head
game
right now.
possible. Yeah, no, his like the lightning shit. He's like lunging like 50 feet.
Yeah, there's
Every
no
single
safe
attack.
space.
Just like walking towards you menacingly. Oh, the kick is insane. The kick is absolutely.
The fact that the kick
watching
like
it again, it looks.
yeah, I mean the fact that
But
the
he's
kick
got
like
two
locks
kicks.
onto you is crazy.
He's got like the quick kick, which looked pretty cool. I was not expecting that.
The
I
air
kind of
kick,
forgot that
no.
he had
The
like
air
quick
the
kick.
airdrop kick.
The one where he jumps up
Yeah,
and like
that's the
fucking.
one. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, he like brings his the heel down attack
Yeah,
from
yeah.
50 feet up.
Yeah.
Yeah, super dope. So where were you putting him?
I had him at top of A tier, honestly.
Top at A tier. I think difficulty plus openness, I think we can put him above the gargoyles for that.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
the
what I was
gargoyles are
thinking.
never going to be that cool. And he's actually fairly difficult, super cool. I would say the only thing bringing him down is the fact that he does have the lackeys, like just kind of artificial difficulty, but you know, that just kind of makes it more impressive to beat him. So
For sure. Because you have
he's
to
kind of
just
slow the first
strategize
anyways.
around that or whatever, but
yeah, and you just end up rushing him down like you would do in most situations. You just rush down the mobs anyways. But still, yeah, I like him at A tier. I don't know if a lot of people would put him up there. But I think the those in the know would put him.
I mean, I think he's
like
also just one of like my more memorable struggles in this game. Like I didn't there aren't very many bosses that I like clearly remember being annoyed with because of how many times I lost. And he is definitely one of them.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's just like another boss who's like you don't expect to struggle with. And then you do, and then you realize the fight's pretty dope overall. Very satisfying to win as well. So yeah, I think top A tier. I think we're probably in the minority with that ranking, but it's probably not much lower. I think most people probably put him in B tier.
True. Okay, who's oh my god. All right, next up is Loretta, Knight of the Hallowed Tree.
Ah,
this bitch.
oh yeah, her. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I looked it up and immediately the cheese comes up. I think I remember the cheese as well, but I don't think I did it.
I didn't even know there was cheese for Loretta.
Yeah, this is news to me. But wait a second. We already what was
No.
the other Loretta that
Loretta, it's like the weaker version of her from way earlier in the game. Loretta
whatever.
Okay.
This one, Royal Knight Loretta, is like the phantom ghosty version of her. This is the real one though.
That's right.
This
That's
is the
right.
one. This is
Okay.
the one
I'll be
protecting.
honest.
This is the one protecting Melania.
Correct. I didn't first try this boss, but I did not personally. I know you're probably about to say what you're about to say, but I don't remember struggling a whole lot with her. Maybe I also got a little bit lucky. I think her attacks are really fucking annoying. The arrow attacks are really fucking annoying.
For sure.
I definitely remember dying to those. But I think I got a little bit lucky. This is also a fight I think I was able to actually use my horse in. That I actually remembered to use my horse in.
I don't think
And
I
I
ever
feel like
tried
it
that
helped.
before.
I don't know. For any of the mounted enemies, I think there was something in me that just started trying. Like the first time I tried it and it worked, I was like, okay, some of the mounted enemies I'll see sometimes just to get around,
Sure. Yeah.
and then just like get an attack in, like not really attacking from the horse. But I remember not having a hard time. But you were gonna say that
No, I was just saying that
it
like
was pretty annoying for you.
I think it was kind of just like the combination of the fact that the path to get to her is just obnoxious, right? Like the run back is annoying.
Sure.
So
Jumping and all that.
yeah. Combined with the fact that like, I mean, I don't think she was that difficult actually like my first. It's kind of funny because I'm thinking back to like my like New Game Plus like 5 and 6 playthroughs where she is significantly more of a threat
Right.
for obvious reasons, and it's like kind of conflicting with like how hard it actually was initially because I don't think I actually had that much of a problem with her the first time, but like the last time I fought her in like New Game Plus 6, this bitch was getting on my nerves.
She didn't have I just watched a guy do it level 1 solo no damage. She doesn't have a lot of health.
No, she
Like a
doesn't. She's
ton of
pretty easy
health.
to melt.
And the arrow attacks are very annoying. All the arrow attacks just fucking track you, as every single of those in the game do. But besides those, especially if you get luck with RNG, I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, B
No.
tier. I would even put it. I'd probably put it close to the bottom of B tier. Similar to the same reasons I was saying for the other Loretta. Like it's a mounted enemy, not super unique. She has some magic and stuff. Presents a challenge. Not a gimmick. But besides that, yeah, I would put maybe like bottom half of B tier for sure. At the maximum for me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think that makes
that
sense.
seems
Yeah, I'd
pretty
put it
accurate.
below Ishin for sure. Yeah, maybe above Draconic Tree Sentinel. I'd probably swap the two, but not really a big difference. They're both. Loretta's more unique. I guess Loretta being ahead of it makes sense.
I would say the Tree Sentinel is just a little bit easier to, I don't know, adapt to, I guess, than Loretta's bullshit with her arrows.
Yeah, lightning's annoying, but maybe not as annoying as the arrows. Although
yeah.
it is close. I don't know.
Both super obnoxious attacks. Either way.
Yeah.
Next up is the Lord of Blood.
Oog. He's got a
I feel like this is an
my
automatic
first
S
spot is
tier.
S
Yeah.
or A tier.
Yeah.
It probably for the aesthetic, it makes it into S tier.
Yeah. I don't because here's the thing.
Because oh my god, so cool.
I mean, a lot of I feel like this is one of those weird bosses where like there's like a really weird divide in people that find this boss super difficult and people that don't. Because like I have literally never struggled against this boss ever, and then there's other people that
There's
have
a
been like,
way around it, basically.
well, I mean,
not a way
I
around
know
it, but
there's like the thingy that you can equip or use or
ring
whatever
or whatever the
that
fuck,
negates
right?
it, but I've never used that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I have it in my current like my super OP profile, but I've literally never used it. I've never had a problem with him before. I mean,
Thing is, like,
in my most recent New Game Plus cycle, I did a little bit, but that's just because it's New Game Plus fucking 6 or whatever. That's not because he's actually hard.
yeah. The thing is, it's like he also doesn't have a ton of health. Can kill him before the blood shit becomes an issue for the most part.
Yeah, yeah.
But even
And
if
he's
you,
also one where the summons I would say, make a difference. We
oh,
haven't
they
even really
definitely
talked
do,
about
yeah.
summons in Elden Ring, but because in many situations, it honestly, for most of the bosses we've talked about, it really doesn't factor into the rankings. For this one, the summons definitely makes it significantly easier because like the one-on-one focus of Mog is fucking
Yeah, I
is
mean,
the hardest part
having a
besides
having
the
a
blood
mimic
thing.
to just fucking eat damage is extremely helpful.
Yeah. And I guess you could just tank the blood loss, right?
Well, that's what I was gonna
For
say. Is like
Mog's shit.
even if you do get him to that point, if you just have like 3 flasks ready to go, the second it starts,
Tank it
just
once,
bam,
yeah.
bam, 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 and it's like, all right, you're good. Didn't do anything.
Yeah. So I think that's fair. I do think like appearance wise, aesthetic wise, he's in this fucking blood throne, and like it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
just a
yeah,
throne, it's like a extended throne room.
yeah. And the
And he
whole
comes out of
thing's
the
got like
fucking
the glowing red fucking vibe to it.
right, and like the background is literally just a fucking space. Like many things in this game, it's just like the constellations in the background, and meanwhile you're like you destroyed columns and shit, and you're fighting them, and you know, I guess you could almost you can't even really say it's a gimmick boss. It's just the fact that his power is so unique. Is pretty dope. He's got like the fucking beveled uh fork as his weapon,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is very appropriate, honestly. I guess a trident. I guess they could just call it a trident. I guess it is just a trident, but um,
But it does fit the
pretty dope.
aesthetic of like that
Oh,
idea,
absolutely.
just
He's got the
the
black
blood red.
fucking
Yeah,
wings,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a
like
demon. Yeah,
like an angel from hell,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
or an angel that goes to hell, a demon. Yeah. His face is just fucking dope. Is it a mask or is it his face?
I I
I
think it's his
forget.
face. I can't remember.
A lot of these bosses in Elden Ring, like they have a really cool face, but it's actually a mask, and then some of it's actually their face. I think it is actually his face, from what I can tell. But um, yeah, super cool. In terms of placement for S tier, yeah, it would have to be closer to the bottom though. I think there makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just because like these two are S
Not
tier
that hard.
mostly for aura, not difficulty, and then
Yeah.
Flame Lurker's there just
Same for
because he's like
Moog,
the
except at least
original
he's a
hard
little
boss.
harder.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's pretty good placement for him. Next up is where'd you go? The Fire Giant.
Hmm. He's got to have some aura too. But besides that,
I kind
I
of
mean, if we're
want to say
comparing
like
him to Moog, for example,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
kind of do want to keep him like in B tier, honestly. I just because like I don't like this fight at all, if I'm being totally
Well, he's
honest.
not. Yeah, I mean, it's a little slow. Um, and it's you know, I don't know. It's a little boring, I guess you could say. You're
I
just
mean,
running
yeah,
around your fucking horse, right?
it's just slow and grindy, and it's kind of like it's just annoying. Like his attacks are annoying to avoid.
Yeah, the hitboxes are stupid. I'm watching like him taking the shield and like throwing the snow at you.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, and then when
terrible.
he starts rolling around like a fucking douchebag, it's
Oh
just like,
yeah,
bro, could you just sit
the
still so I
rolling
can?
is pretty stupid.
It's
Just
like
like
you can't beat me. Just sit still so I can kill you. Like, god damn it. Like,
any boss where you just have to wait for an attack to finish, and then you have to like resume the fight
yeah.
after that. Like the attack is so long.
And not just like the fact that you have to wait for the attack to finish, but you have to wait for its attack to finish and then usually chase him down because he's all the way
Yeah, run
across
his
the
ass
room.
down.
And it's just,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I don't like this. I hate this fight.
The thing is, he has again, and maybe I have to keep rewriting history here. A fucking second phase cutscene is so sick.
It is pretty
So
cool.
sick. It actually might be when I played the game my first playthrough was my favorite cutscene actually. Because, you know, first of all, point of these giant fights are you're fucking hitting the feet, right? So, his leg breaks, so naturally he's like, I don't need this. Fucking tears it off. And then sacrifices it basically to the madness, right? Yeah, the madness
Yeah,
gods or
something
whatever
like
the
that.
fuck.
Yeah.
And then the eye on his chest fucking opens. Like, that's fucking cool. And that just like encapsulates Elden Ring to some extent, just like super wacky
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
design.
For sure.
Nothing you would ever anticipate. But still the fight after that is fucking dumb. It's still dumb. Like it doesn't like it gets a little cooler obviously with the madness attacks, but other than that, it's just you just slapping them in the fucking legs. You don't really see a lot of those attacks. Where'd
Yeah.
you put him?
I was kind of just hovering in B tier.
Oh, B tier. Yeah, I think he makes it into B tier because of he's cool. And I'll be honest, like when the shit is erupting out of his fucking eyeball chest, that's cool. Like that part of the fight's cool. That attack is cool. Not a lot of other things. So yeah, I think he makes it into B tier.
I kind of want
Think
to
it
put
would
him
probably
like
be
down
closer to the
here.
bottom. Yeah, I think he can be closer to the bottom because he is annoying, and I think the annoyance takes away points.
Yeah.
The the fact that you're having to run after him in the fight,
Yeah. I mean,
and you like
I think
this
this is
guy's done it at least like
I,
4 times.
I think this is probably like the only fight in this game that I genuinely just never
Like,
want to do it.
yeah, you're not looking forward to
Yeah.
it. It's not.
Every time I get to this part of the
Or-
game, I'm like, ugh. I gotta go fight the fucking giant.
Yeah, yeah. Aesthetic is carrying pretty hard here, but no, it is so cool though.
Yeah. All right, next up is the Godskin duo.
Hmm. I think this will probably rank where most people. Uh, I don't know. Maybe not expect it to rank, but I think a lot of people on difficulty alone would be auto S tier. I think it would be auto S tier for a lot of people. The
Mm.
thing is, I didn't struggle that much
I was about to say the
with
Godskin duo
Godsend.
are a
I
bunch of
struggled.
bitches.
I struggled, but I didn't struggle for a long time. Like it probably took me about as long as it took for you to beat like Ganishiro.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you know, like
I think it was
it
probably about
was
the same
difficult,
for me.
and it was a number of attempts for sure. It's just the thing is, a roly poly guy would kill me every single time.
Yeah,
Every single time. There was no death that I had to anything else. And that's the only thing that made the fight difficult. You could handle both of them, but like the thing is you actually couldn't avoid damage most of the time that happened. When you're fighting him alone, you can avoid the damage because there's enough room and less going on. But it's still kind of hard to avoid taking damage when he does that. You kind of have to RNG. For this fight, you almost require RNG to survive, unless I guess you're over leveled. So like I said, I was on level or under leveled. I think I was pretty much on level for
but
this fight.
even then, it's like if you get hit with that attack and you're just laid out,
It's
and then they can both recover and start throwing black magic at you. It's like, bro, what
yeah,
am I supposed to do?
yeah, and yeah. So a pretty tough fight. I think difficulty alone would be auto S tier, but beyond, but for most people. But I think realistically, A tier, I think makes more sense for difficulty. If it wasn't for the roly poly guy, I think it just in general would be B tier. I think reputation wise, I'd either have it, you know, I don't know. I think it's just hard enough universally that it has to kind of be an A tier. But beyond that,
I feel
I
like,
think yeah, maybe
yeah, I
just
feel like
at the
bottom of
end,
the A
B
tier,
tier.
just because I mean, I agree, I did not struggle with this either, ever. So, I mean,
Mm,
other than,
yeah.
the initial shock value of trying to figure out how to get around the rolling attack and deal with the other guy at the same time.
Yeah, and I think like people don't have fond memories of this boss. Like aren't like, oh, this is a cool fight. They're like the consensus is the same that they're two well-designed bosses for the most part. Yeah, I mean you could question the roly poly guy, but like by himself, I think he's fine for the most part. Together, it's fucking bad
Yeah.
because you really can't block the damage consistently. Um, and they like heal and shit. I don't know. It's annoying as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that they like
Yeah,
keep
bottom lane is great.
respawning or whatever is just stupid. Like, just give them bigger health pools.
Yeah, that was frustrating too. It's like, okay, well, then I'll just kill the roly-poly guy, and it's like, well, it's not gonna last long enough for you to kill the other guy. You gotta do the thing that you have to do in most of those sort of fights where it has a thing like that. You just get them both to low health,
Yeah, work
kill
them
them both
down.
within 5
Yeah.
seconds. Just fucking do that every time. Your summons are completely useless here, so it's just kind of pure difficulty for the most part. I guess Mimic is helpful, but
Yeah, Mimic's definitely helpful, but
only to some extent. Not helping at all with the roly-poly guy, and
no, I
the
mean, because that just lays out everybody, so.
the other guy really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, the Godskin, whatever the other one's called, that thing is weak. I mean,
Forget, yeah. Yeah, he's pretty easy. I would think he would rank below the Noble.
he's not even on the list because he doesn't have like a trophy attached to him or
What he
anything.
had? Oh, he doesn't
He
have a trophy. Yeah, well, he
no,
has an individual
he
boss
does have an individual, but it's like
counter.
it's out in the middle of nowhere and it's not unavoidable and there's no trophy, so I didn't include it.
Yeah.
The Noble's the only one that has a trophy attached to him individually, so. Which I don't know. I guess just because they knew he was the harder one.
Perhaps.
Okay. Next up is the Dragon Lord Placidusax. This boy has aura.
Oh man. Yeah. I mean,
Stupid
I'll
amounts.
be honest. I am biased, perhaps because I really like this boss, but it wouldn't even be a question he's going in S tier.
Oh yeah, no, he's going in S tier because he's hard
Even be
and he's dope.
question. And he's hard. Yeah. His lightning shit. Every boss's lightning in this game is hard. I think you could just say that and probably be right.
Yeah.
But
I think that's where he's
this
gonna have
guy,
to go though.
yeah, closer to the bot. Where'd you
'Cause
put him?
right here.
What kind of middle? Okay.
Because I don't
He's
think.
like not that hard.
Yeah, he's not that hard. It's
He's
kind
a
of
dragon.
it's more of a learning curve situation than him actually being difficult.
Correct. You have to adjust to the fact that he's not like every other dragon. Like his fucking swipe attack, like you're not expecting that.
Especially
You're
that
getting
like
fucked.
teleporting dive bomb version of it, where he just kind of appears and your claw comes out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, okay, fuck
Yeah,
you,
and
bro.
that'll like one hit you.
Yeah.
In any situation.
Plus the
So,
laser beam thing at the end is ridiculous.
yeah, his second phase where he just incorporates the massive like Godzilla level attacks.
The double-headed fucking atomic breath lightning attack. That shit is stupid.
And let's be honest, the last thing you are expecting from this boss after fighting him for, this guy's been fighting him for 5 minutes. This is one of the longer ones. The last thing you expect after fighting him for 5 minutes is he turns invisible.
Oh yeah, for
like
sure.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
So much crazy shit has happened, but now he's invisible. And he like disappears and reappears.
Like
and
right.
that dive bomb attack that you're mentioning, yeah.
The fact that he like appears like right behind you too, like it's not like he just disappears and then reappears like over to the left or some shit. He just like teleports directly behind you and is like, surprise, bitch. And it's like, okay.
And the attack that usually comes right after that, where it's like two of the heads just go fucking nuts with the Godzilla beams, basically, is just like insane.
Because I mean, if that even touches you slightly, you just die. Like.
Oh no, you're done. That is a one hit because both will hit you at the same time. Like you can't even get hit by one. But yeah, super cool. I think I might even put him slightly lower, but I don't know. I think he looks fine there because I think I don't know. Because like Abyss Watchers are harder and they're cool, but Dragon Lord is so cool. Just the difficulty's not there. Like I think he's a lot cooler than the Abyss Watchers. The difficulty is not significantly easier than Abyss Watcher, so I don't know. I think that's probably okay.
Plus, I feel like some people definitely struggle with the Dragon Lord quite a bit. So there might be people that could
But
argue.
moveset is tough,
Yeah,
and it's a long fight. Like it's artificially
true.
long.
Because every time you start to like kind of gain an advantage, he switches up and starts teleporting or flying or whatever, and he's just like, "Yeah, stop hurting me, bro," which is
Hmm.
kind of obnoxious, but it's still cool.
Yeah. So I think people would agree with
Yeah,
that pretty
yeah,
easily.
that's pretty fine.
Like automatic.
Oh boy, Melania,
Oh no.
Blade of Mikola. She has never known defeat.
Oh man. Yeah, no surprise where we're putting her in terms of the tier, but the position matters. Yeah, I
She's
think
not harder than Koss. She's not.
difficulty plus, and I think probably a lot of people would agree with you there. Um, but I think difficulty plus aura, nothing comes close. Because Radon was hard, but in all honesty, you know, with the summons and just dealing with it, learning it over time, it's not that bad. It might take you 3 hours to beat Radon. It might take you 3 hours. It will take you a week to beat Melania.
True. I mean, Melania was
That's
like
the
I
timeline.
think Melania was like the only boss in this game where like I gave up and left and came back when I was much stronger, and then I beat her, and I was like, I'm not. I literally
Yeah,
lost to her so many times that I was like, I'm not supposed to be here. Clearly, I need to go level up some more. I'll be back.
I like how that was your um your takeaway. I mean, I had the same thing. I just didn't. I just knew I was on level, so I had the knowledge that I was supposed to be exactly there, exactly at that time,
Nah,
and I
bro.
was simply not winning. Now I was under leveled. Um, I was under leveled, so I tried about 20 times, and then I was like, let me at least get on level. So I did what I've never done in any Souls game, which is farm, and I farmed to get on level for Melania, and that helped. That helped. Clearly, I needed points of vitality because, like, only like a couple bosses we've even talked about, there's attacks you just cannot dodge. Her waterfall
Oh,
shit, you're not gonna dodge every single one. You
every
can dodge
time
like the.
you go ahead, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I mean, I was just gonna say you can dodge like the pussy version of her waterfowl, but most versions of her waterfall, you will take a little bit of damage at least, and you could dodge maybe most of it at best, and at worst,
It
you're
just kills you.
taking yeah, you at worst it kills you. And the medium version is like you get hit like a couple times and she heals, and like
Yeah, true.
I think even without the healing, I think she would be S tier. Honestly, I
Yeah,
think
for
she'd be
sure.
close to the bottom maybe of S tier, but she'd still be super extremely hard. The fucking because even the vampire shit, it doesn't end up making a massive difference in the
No, not
fight
really.
until you start to get good, and then you're like, oh fuck, I need to be not good, I need to be great at this game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's what she's it's weird because I think she's one of she feels like one of the only bosses in like I would say honestly in most of Souls that it feels like all of her attacks are almost one hit kills. Like every single one
Yeah,
of them does insanely
yeah.
high damage.
Mhm. Yeah, which is why I was so confused. I was like, I know I'm like close to being on level. Like, how am I dying so quickly? And then when I was on level, I was like, there's really not that much of a difference, but now I can like, I can at least survive a little bit.
Yeah, true. I mean the difference between like being too low level and like she hits you with one of her lunge attacks or spear attacks or whatever, and you just
Right.
instantly die, and then you level up just a little bit, just enough
And then you
to
just
where,
not die
yeah, to
from that
not
hit.
die from getting speared, and it's just like, all right, cool. Now we're
I
now we're
need to
now we're
die.
talking. Like,
Yeah. That could be 10 levels. That could be 5 levels. Whatever. That's all you need. And apparently that's all I needed. So, took me at least another 20 plus attempts. I mean, thinking of all the bosses I faced in Souls. I think Melania was. I mean, this will be the case for a lot of people probably, but Melania was the one that took me the longest. I think it was probably, I don't know, had to be north of 30 attempts, but maybe somewhere in that ballpark.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
Another
Melania.
one where your mimic in most situations doesn't fucking matter. If it distracts her for all of 3 seconds, and it's dead. So,
Yeah.
and it heals her. So, it doesn't really help
Yeah, I mean,
you,
if you're gonna
really.
use the mimic from Melania, you have to use it in like a very strategic way. You can't just like
Yeah,
summon it and be like, go deal with the problem. That's not gonna work.
right. Like, maybe you could use it at the beginning, let it do as much damage as it can, and then it dies, and then you're like, okay, I have like a free, I don't know, 10,
I mean,
20% of health gone,
the
maybe?
way, because when I use the mimic against her, the way I use it is usually like summon it and wait for her attention to shift to it. Not necessarily wait for her to attack it, but wait for her attention to shift to it. And then, like, when she closes in on it, get behind her and then attack at the same time as the mimic. And then it kind of prevents her from focusing on the mimic because before she really hurts it too much, she'll switch back over to you. And then you can kind of run away, and then the mimic will get her attention again, and you can kind of repeat that. But
Mhm.
but that's really the only way to keep your mimic alive and have it actually be useful as like a distraction at the same time.
Right.
You have to like be in
Yeah.
her face. You can't just run away and let him distract her on the other side of the arena or anything like that, because then it'll just get killed in 5 seconds and she'll be back at full health.
And I think it deserves to be mentioned that another part of the reason, I mean, this fight is so good for so many numbers of reasons, but this fight is very clearly designed to make you want to put your fucking controller through a wall. Because in terms of like not just frustration, like it's an unfair fight necessarily, although you could try to think that. I think it's a very pure Souls boss. I don't think anyone's going to really disagree with that, but I think in the sense that not only does the attacks heal her, attacks pretty much one shot you, but whenever she fucking kills you, she just reminds you that she's never known defeat.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
cutscene, she reminds you she's never known defeat. She's never fucking lost. You kill her, she falls to the ground. She's not fucking dead. Of course, she has the second phase. I don't know why you really think she wouldn't. The second phase is not. It's at the beginning completely different, and then she has like the upgraded waterfowl attack that you really can't actually avoid getting
Oh
hit
yeah.
from.
If she uses waterfowl in phase 2, you might as well just restart the fight right then, because
I
like
pack it up.
don't even
You
bother.
got hit, she healed, and you're fucked. Like
Yeah, you're
you're
dead. It doesn't even her healing's irrelevant at that point. You get hit by
yeah,
phase 2 waterfowl, you're just fucking dead. There's nothing you can do about that shit.
yeah. So I mean, I think 1A, 1B, if that's Orphan of Cost Millennia or if they're 1 and 2, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for
Or
sure.
else would she could go, I don't think, anyways.
No, I mean, Melania is built different, bro.
Lives up to the hype. Another like long fight from a difficulty standpoint, just purely no official whatever. I took 6 minutes and kicked ass
Yeah.
for the minutes.
Okay. All right. Up next is the Fia's Champions, which is like I don't know if you remember, but like the mini bosses before the Like Dragon.
I do kind of vaguely remember them, yeah.
Um, where's the last time we had? I feel like they're phantoms. They're not really bosses. This shit is easy. I
No,
mean,
no, I mean they're definitely really easy. Apparently, um, chronologically, saying this is like after the gargoyles. Um, maybe that's wrong, but anyways, yeah, I mean they're pretty easy. I don't know. There's really not much to say here. I mean they're just bosses that are kind of like reskinned versions of mob bosses, like the like I
well,
don't know what you would call them, like
they're just like random NPCs that you interact with throughout the game, and then what's her Fia summons them, or they summon themselves, I guess. I don't know.
oh yeah, NPCs. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
But yeah, I mean they're nothing. I mean they have low health, and only like the turtle looking one, I think, on the left does high damage.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I think D tier.
they're not a threat.
No, I think that's probably where they need to go. I maybe even put them lower, but maybe it's just because I just don't really remember them.
Well,
But
you'll remember this next one though. The Like
oh,
Dragon Fortisex with the cool ass
it's
lightning
crazy
spear things.
that they managed to make two insanely cool lightning dragons in the same game,
True.
and they're very unique still somehow. I do agree it's not as good as Placia do, whatever the fuck. Um, but still pretty cool. He's just not number one. He's not as hard.
Yeah,
Number
I
two,
mean,
it's more of like a typical dragon fight at the end of the
yeah.
day. So like his fights, I mean his attacks and stuff are cool. I think that gets him to. I do think that gets him to A tier. I think I don't know if you'd swap him and Neil. I don't know if I would do that or not. I'm watching the fight now.
I mean,
Pretty
I
dope.
think actually, yeah, because I did not struggle on Like Dragon nearly as much as Neil.
Watching this guy, like this is a 2.5 minute fight, and like guy he doesn't have a lot of health.
Yeah.
I think I put Neil above Lich Dragon. I think difficulty wise, almost you could consider putting the gargoyles above Lich Dragon as well. It's just the Lich Dragon's just cooler.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But we'll figure out reordering maybe at the very end. But yeah, I think that's fine. A tier, he's cool. I mean, I'm watching it. Yeah, he's cool. He's cool enough. Maybe cutscene. Yeah, there's not really even. Yeah, there is a cutscene. No, there's not even a cutscene for him.
Yeah,
That's
not
just fine.
really, yeah.
Got a
Ugh.
cool intro.
Oh damn, okay, yeah. Next is Malekith, the Black Blade. S tier for shizzle.
Yeah, no questions asked.
But
Up.
where?
Yeah, I think he's got to be in the top half for sure. I mean, again, you're gonna speak to like whether he belongs to Nameless King, whatever. Putting him above, I think we have to decide if he, first off, if he deserves to be above Radon. Does he definitely deserve to be above Radon? I think that's the first. He's above Dragon Lord. Is he definitely above Radon? Is like the are we basically saying like the second phase?
I think Malekith
is
is way harder
okay.
than Radon.
Then I don't know.
Like the phase 2, obviously.
It is hard. It is really hard. I
I mean,
struggled with Malekith.
he's so fast, and he flips all over the fucking columns like he thinks he's Spider-Man or something. And then
Yeah.
the fact that the Black Blade thing or whatever does that weird shit where it like halves your health and then you can't heal back past that point, and it
Right.
also constantly drains your health, but that is incredibly hard to fight against if you get hit by it.
Yeah. The cutscene for the
Yeah. Plus, I mean, yeah, the cutscene for Malekith is so crazy. It's so good. I just don't think you can really like put Radon's kind of like chaos, because it's a thing where like Malekith can just kill you so aggressively quickly, and you can't do anything about it if he hits you with that Black Blade bullshit.
Right.
Radon just feels more manageable, I think, even though he does have some crazy
Yeah.
shit going on.
I would say it's like maybe the argument would be, at least from what I would say, to speaking to what you're saying to some extent, he is harder to learn than Radon for sure. Like Radon has a lot of tough attacks, but you will learn them and you'll get over it, and the summons help a lot. Malekith, first off, it's hard to learn the attack. Second off, all of his attacks do shit fuck ton of damage, and it like ticks your health.
Yeah.
He's fucking wild as shit. I'm watching it now. But also like, learning the attacks doesn't exactly mean you're gonna win. Like putting it together is harder.
Yeah.
Once you learn the attacks for Radon, you get a little bit of luck here and there, you're gonna eventually beat him. Might be stuck at Malekith even after learning the attacks, I think.
Yeah, that's
So,
the
yeah, I
thing.
guess
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's just like even if you know what you're doing and you dodge the attacks and everything, it's like if you just slightly mistime something and you catch a stray slash from like the black blade, you
dude,
might
when
just
he's like in the air sending out and it does half this
yeah,
guy's health.
yeah,
This guy's definitely over leveled.
yeah, yeah. Malekith goes insane.
Yeah, pretty cool. I think most people would agree S tier. I think most people would have him up pretty high. So no real surprises there.
I think I have to put him above Nameless King.
For what reasons? Difficulty?
He's just harder. Yeah, I mean, Nameless King was tough, but like, I don't know, Malekith might have more aura than Nameless King.
I was gonna say, if anything, it might win on aura. Yeah.
And I think the only reason he does is because he has a cutscene and Nameless King doesn't.
Does he not have an intro cutscene?
No, no. There's like a cutscene that sets up the fact that you're able to fight him, but like he has a cutscene in the middle. Actually, I guess he does have a cutscene because like when you get the when you kill
when
the
he gets
dragon.
off the.
I wasn't thinking
Yeah.
about that. I was thinking about when you walked in. Yeah, he definitely does because when you kill his dragon, then he has a cutscene where he absorbs its power. Oof. You know what?
I'm
I
watching
changed
that
my
right
mind.
now.
Nameless King's cutscene is better. I'm sorry. I take it back.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the Nameless King one's.
The death thing isn't as cool.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about. It's actually kind of similar. So, well, sort of. So we have Malekith stabbing the hand, like melting
Yeah.
and
I'm
becoming
gonna have to watch them real
death,
quick back
basically.
to back. Hold up.
Nameless King, I think you'll not. I don't think you're gonna change your answer because the Nameless King one, he stabs this fucking thing, it explodes into lightning, mist goes everywhere, and he just fucking looks at you menacingly, and he looks like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
think.
rewatching Malekith's real quick, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
look at Nameless King.
yeah. Look at the transition, but besides that, and like look at the first 10 seconds of that fight, cause holy fuck. But after that, yeah, I do think Nameless King a little bit more.
I do think Nameless King's the easier fight, but
No, for sure.
mm, the way that Malekith pulls the sword up out of the ground is so fucking cool.
It is cool. It is cool.
That
Yeah,
like
for sure.
slow dragging it out of like the medallion or whatever. That goes crazy, bro. Yeah, no, Nameless King wins though. Nameless King's got more aura.
Yeah, even with that, I do think, yeah, Nameless King.
All right, who's next? A loser. That's who's next.
Oh God.
Gideon.
Yeah, lore wise, it's cool, but other than
Gideon
that,
the
I think
weak.
it's gotta go in D tier.
Gideon's so weak, bro. I mean,
he at least has cool attacks. That's the only reason I don't think he's in F tier. He has some cool attacks.
actually, I'll give Gideon a little bit of credit and put him like closer to the top of D tier.
B tier, yeah.
But no, I mean, he's just so weak.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Speaking of weaklings, not this guy. Or Lou.
Oh yeah, Horaloo. Oh God.
Fucking absolute unit.
Holy shit, this boss, man. Another one, I'm gonna have to watch the cutscenes for this guy too.
Nah, his
I
cutscene
feel
goes
like I remember it's
stupid, bro.
pretty hard. Oh man. Let me look up this guy again. Even spell Horaloo. So are we where did we're thinking probably S
Uh,
tier.
yeah, I just dropped him there. Like I'm not saying necessarily the bottom of S tier, but yeah, I'm thinking probably S tier, because this shit is
I think
hard.
uniqueness of the fight alone plus the difficulty, I think gets him at least A tier. At least A tier based on that. I think what could get him to S tier is the fucking his design is sick. Fucking the what is it? Yeah, the lion.
Yeah,
Fucking sick. Um and obviously the second phase is the second phase, but um yeah, I don't know. I do think I think it is S tier. Um fuck yeah, where does it go? Because again, I mean,
dude, this
Ishin,
cutscene
I
goes
always have
so
to
hard.
forget Ishin. I know I was watching it again. And then just the fight, the way that it picks up after that. Are you listening with sound?
No, I'm just looking at it.
Dude, the fucking when he says uh when he says like giving thee, oh god, it's
Oh yeah, when he's like, I've
then
given
he just
thee
fucking
enough of.
screams.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know, man. I think fuck. This is where it gets tough because I don't want to slight the people above them. At the same time, I feel like he's got to go above a couple of these guys. Like let's look at Moog first. So okay, does he deserve to be ahead of Moog?
I think so, honestly.
I think so, because even the first phase, the cutscene plus the fight is pretty good.
Yeah,
If that wasn't the case, it was just the second phase, then I would like Moog better. Well, I think he's above Moog. Nurse, I don't know.
I think so, honestly.
Probably. Ornstein and Smell, I think that's like where it starts to get hard because that's like a fan favorite and it's classic. But
I think Oralu's fucking cutscene is better than the Ornstein Smo one.
I mean, it is.
And
I don't
I
think anyone's gonna
definitely
disagree
think
on that.
I definitely think that I had more trouble with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're gonna get similar. I mean, I think you're gonna get people that struggle with both. I
Yeah.
know people struggle with this boss, but I also know people struggle with Ornstein and Smell. So I don't know.
That might be the line though.
Yeah, it probably is. Because he's definitely not difficulty. You're not approaching
Yeah, I don't think he
Owl
touches
Father.
father, yeah.
So, yeah, probably maybe either swap with Ornstein or above Ornstein, I think is fine. I don't think it can go further than that, but because it's like, once you are able to
Hold on
dodge his
one sec.
most annoying,
One sec.
did we get to the next one, or we're just
We were
finishing
we
our
were we
comment
were
on?
yeah, we were finishing talking about why Oralu needs to be. Yeah, because we're talking about how he's not harder than father.
Yeah. I don't think there was really that much to say there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we said all that needs to be said for the most part.
Cool. And Radagon of the Golden Order.
Yeah, he was tough. Um, for me, tougher than Elden Beast for sure. But yeah, A tier I think would be my
Yeah,
immediate
probably
thought.
A tier.
Closer to the top of A tier. Yeah, maybe probably at the top.
I think I definitely struggled with him more than anyone else we have
I
in
think
A
I got a
tier.
little bit lucky.
Yeah. I mean, he
Um,
wasn't too bad, but I
go ahead.
definitely think out of everyone in A tier, I had the most trouble with him.
Yeah, he's got
His cutscene's
that
also
feeling.
cool.
Yeah, super cool. I was gonna say that. He's got that feeling like he could be like if you don't know Elden Beast is a thing, like, oh, this could be the last boss. He's got like the fucking ring or whatever the fuck in his chest.
Yeah.
And his attacks are they take the golden shit up to 11. Pretty cool. Pretty
Yeah.
cool. And tough. I think tough enough to where he he can be an A tier for sure. And like once you learn his shit, I also think it's not that difficult. He has low health,
Yeah,
low
I
HP
mean,
health.
once you yeah, I mean, dodging his attacks is actually really easy once you know how they work. But
Yeah, he's good at disguising them. Like he'll swing and it could be like 3 attacks, I think is his problem. Like a lot of his attacks
yeah,
look similar,
he has a lot
but
of
once you learn what they actually are.
yeah, he has a lot of those like delayed attacks too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that is a problem for me usually. So I remember
Yeah,
there was some difficulty with him to begin with, but I remember I got a little bit lucky, so it's good. Elden Beast, I mean,
Elden Beast is
I
pretty weak.
I don't think he deserves to be super high. I mean, cool design. I'll be honest, I don't want to say anything too controversial here, but a bit of a disappointing final boss, like final boss. Like this is kind of like a astral beast that just kind of fucking prances around and kill it, and then the game's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Like
really not difficult to beat him.
reverse the order. I know it would make less sense, but have Radagon be last, and I don't know.
I mean, it could almost make sense if they could have had it be like a thing where it's like, I don't know, like this
Could make anything
monster.
make sense.
I mean, yeah, you just have it be like a monster, and then I mean, literally just have it be like the reverse. Like you kill the monster, and then
Yeah.
all that energy
Then
gets
it's Radagon and
condensed
Zealous
into a
left.
being, and then Radagon's like, all right, bitch, let's fucking go. And it's just
The
like,
thing is,
oh,
I think
okay.
you have to make Radagon a little harder
Yeah, true.
if that was the case, or at least that's what I would request if we were, if we're getting everything we want here. But
But still, I mean, if it
yeah,
were that way and Elden Beast was first, you might not feel that way because Radagon would be harder. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because he obviously is harder than Elden Beast. So it's like, if Elden
yeah.
Beast were
Yeah,
first,
I think those make more sense. But I will say, looks cool as fuck.
yeah,
His cutscene is dope. I just rewatched it.
yeah, the arena's dope too. You know, just
Arena's awesome.
the
Arena's
golden
awesome. There are a
pool.
lot of really cool arenas. This arena's pretty cool. Yeah, the sky. Every boss with the sky background just fucking,
Yeah,
tugs on my willy. But the water's pretty sick. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty yeah, but the fact that it's pretty easy, it's a B tier boss. It might be towards the top. Yeah, I think maybe because I like Rykard a lot better. Than significantly more than Elden Beast, but you know, um, I think that's fine. I think I'm close to the top of B tier.
cool. Did you want to like? Do you want me to go through like the DLC or?
Yeah, we could go through the DLC. Let's do that. Let's do that next. I'm getting tired. Also, I gotta
Yeah,
wake up
honestly, same.
early, so let's do the DLC separate, and maybe DLC doesn't take that long. We could do the Avril one as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
Other than that, yeah, that was I didn't even really expect to do all the bosses, but I was like, yeah, fuck it, I had the time. But that was good. That was good. I think we should definitely like at the end once we finish the DLC, we should like look over everything
Yeah, yeah.
and
See if
then
there's anything that
kind of
doesn't really make
lock it in.
sense. Yeah.
See if there's things that like, okay, well now this doesn't make sense. But other than that, progress.
All right.
I
Yeah.
like I like our results.
So that's
We'll pick
pretty
this
much
up.
done then, other than the DLC for Elden Ring.
True. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think the DLC is going to be ultra surprising for a lot of people either.
I mean,
Pretty much just gonna
there
give
might
us
be
people
there
give
might
us good stuff.
there's gonna be like at least a few S tiers from there, and then
That's what. Yeah, for
yeah,
sure. There's got to be. But,
probably
all right. Well,
mostly split between S and A tier, if I'm being honest.
yeah. If difficulty is a
The
factor, then I think
Ur tree goes
again.
insanely hard, bro. All right, but yeah,
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll catch you later. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow. I don't know.
all right.
I might be
I might have
doing
time
other stuff
tomorrow,
tomorrow.
but
Maybe
it
we'll
probably
see.
wouldn't be till like later. But that's fine.
All
We'll
right.
figure it out.
Yeah. We'll see how late. If it makes sense tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll.
All right. For the end.
Yeah. So Elden Ring DLC.
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're good. I was just checking to see if the ones I added in were still there, because like it was weird the last time I added them in. Well, not the last time, obviously, because that was the other day or yesterday, but when I added them in like last week or whatever, and then came back to it a few days later, it had just like removed those ones.
Weird.
But whatever, it's cool. All right, so yeah, we'll just go. This is pretty much in order of how you're supposed to do it.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I really don't. I purposefully really did not watch barely any Shadow of the Erd Tree gameplay. So I'll be honest. I know there's some hard bosses in this thing, but I actually haven't seen any gameplay really more than like
Okay.
a couple seconds
All right.
of a
Yeah.
couple bosses. So I'm just here for the ride for the most part.
That's
But that was because I was pretty sure I was going to play it at some point.
sure. Yeah. Saying that these bosses are hard is like one of the greatest understatements that's ever been stated in humanity. I swear,
Yeah,
bro,
I've seen discourse about it,
this shit
but
is
I haven't.
hard. Now, I don't. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. I don't know. Because I did the same. Not a mistake, obviously, but I did the same thing with this DLC that I did with Bloodborne, where I never played it on a fresh new game playthrough. So I only have ever played the DLC on New Game Plus cycles, which obviously is
That's right.
much
Yeah.
harder than a base new game.
Sure. I
So
mean, yeah, it's scaling. Yeah.
yeah. So uh so yeah.
All right. Good
So
stuff.
some of my difficulty rankings for these might be influenced by the fact that I mean it's still hard regardless, but like
Yeah, I assume it's more going to be tilted towards more popular opinion than your normal Souls experience. I would say
sure.
is probably where the tilt is going, if I had to guess.
Yeah. I mean honestly, I would probably say too that I don't know. I would probably guess that if we're talking about like these difficulty rankings or even just like the popularity of the characters themselves, this is probably going to be like the most accurate to like what the majority of like the Souls community would say. I feel like
Yeah,
probably
that's
of
exactly what I'm
everything.
saying
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah. Of everything we've done so far, just because I mean,
So probably the
this shit
more,
is
yeah.
fucking hard.
Yeah,
But
pretty universal.
I mean, yeah, looking at it, there's like three bosses in here that I didn't really struggle with, but everybody
Yeah,
else is fucking tough. But yeah, all right. First
yeah.
up, Divine Beast Dancing Lion is the first like main story boss because there's like technically there's like what is it? I think it's the Dancing Lion, Rolana, the Hippo, um Romana, Mesmer, and the Consort are the main bosses to complete the story.
Okay.
And then the other ones are all optional. And in this case, actually optional because there's no trophies for the DLC, so.
Mhm.
But anyway, Divine Beast is insane as fuck. I mean, this dude. Well, first of all, I mean, it's like I can't. It's like a guy in almost like one of those like a one of those like dragon suits, like a Chinese dragon
Okay, yeah, yeah.
thing. That's almost what it's like. It's like a guy inside one of those things.
I'm looking at like a still image.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but with like also the lion head is like a real lion's head instead of it just being a costume, and then obviously, and then but it's got like it's like more than one person. It looks like almost. It's definitely intimidating as fuck when you walk in and see like the cutscene and everything, because it's just it's kind of just kneeling on the ground and then it slowly stands up and adjusts its face with its human hands to like look at you.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I mean this fight's crazy as hell. This thing like it loves doing this like jump attack where it kind of like leaps into the air and then sort of like rotates and spins and then slams into the ground, and it's got all kinds of AoE like wind attacks that do crazy amounts of damage, and at about half health it gets really pissed off and starts throwing lightning bolts at you, and then it'll just like electrocute most of the arena, and it's really hard to avoid. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, this takes people a minute. I mean, this is
Mhm.
first boss. I like definitely um a very good like
Oh,
welcome to the DLC, bitch. Like
yeah, moment. Yeah. This is not your normal, vanilla Souls, I
Yeah.
guess.
I think I would put him like really high A tier. He's not
Yeah.
he's harder.
Difficulty and cool.
Yeah, he's definitely harder than both of these, but than Niall and Radagon. But like I think they're cooler still. Like
I would agree, yeah. From what
but
I'm seeing
the
so far.
Divine Beast goes stupid though. I mean, this thing it's very hard and it's very fast. Like and it's one of those things where because of the way it looks, you wouldn't think it's gonna be a fast enemy.
Right.
But that's actually across the board for the DLC. Every single one of
Wow.
these guys is so fast. It's actually ridiculous. Like, and most of the bosses in the DLC charge you immediately. Like a lot of Elden Ring bosses, when you walk into their arena or whatever, they'll kind of wait for you to get close before they start going crazy.
Sure, to some extent, yeah.
But the Divine Beast and all the other DLC bosses, the second you walk in, they just sprint towards the door, and it's like, okay.
Great.
But yeah.
Solid. I mean, yeah, seems pretty cool. Seems all right.
Rolana, the Twin Moon, a lot of people have a lot of trouble with Rolana. This is one that never really was that bad for me. She does. This is the one that actually kind of reminded me of the Abyss Watchers, like way back
Really?
when you first showed me like the video of the Abyss Watchers before I had played Dark Souls 3.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, because I mean she has two swords instead of like one short dagger and then like a flaming sword, but like she has like a moon blade and then like a fire sword. I think then that's like phase 2. So now luckily none of the DLC bosses have 2 health bars. They all have like a phase 2 where they just get really pissed off, at half health.
Sure.
But none of them get a second health bar, which is a godsend.
Solid.
But yeah, Rolana's definitely cool as fuck. Nah, yeah, I've probably S tier.
Yeah, S tier.
S tier for sure.
Solid. Is this like the number 2 hardest boss of the DLC, or is that wrong?
No.
Wow.
No.
Okay, so people really hated her, but she's not even number 2.
Yeah, she's not even. Yeah, it's just that she is an early, like she's the second boss, and it's really easy to get, not like easy in the sense that it's most likely if you're just, roaming around the DLC, you're gonna run into her very quickly after the Divine Lion. So, and you're not gonna be ready because I don't know if you know this at all, but like the DLC has like a weird scaling mechanic to it beyond just like.
Tell me about it. It's like you have to collect the things, right?
Yeah, there's like I can't remember what it's like Scadutree fragments and then Scadutree blessings, I think, and one of them enhances like all your attack power, and then the other one enhances all your resistance or something like that, all your defensive powers basically, and you need to get all of them in order to be like scaled up to be even in terms of like obviously you're not going to be as strong as the bosses, but like
Sure.
for it to not be wildly imbalanced, you're supposed to get all of them in order to be scaled as high as you can for
all
the
of
DLC.
them for the first boss.
I
Or
mean,
are you saying like
no, I mean you don't. You're like because that you can. I'm pretty sure you can get most of them without fighting anybody. But there are some like there's a handful of them that are hidden behind, not hidden, but like locked behind certain bosses or whatever. Like there are some you can't get to unless you make progress, but it's sort of like the DLC's version of leveling. You're supposed to get these as you go, and it makes you stand a chance against each boss as you progress. Like, and if you don't do that, then it makes everything infinitely more difficult because you're going against the DLC wildly underscaled because you don't have nearly as much attack power or defense power.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Rolana's really dope though. I mean, and then she just
that's number 4.
Number 4, yeah.
That's tight.
I mean,
12 mouths, yeah.
She does all kinds of like spinning, like like the attack the Abyss Watchers do, where once it has his fire sword, well he'll like do like that thing where he kind of spins in the air and does like four big arcs with the sword, and it leaves like the
Oh
trail
yeah.
of flame. Yeah, Rolana does that, but like it's like 3 times as worse. It's just like
Oof.
it's like a ring of fire that just keeps spinning around and around and around, and then she'll like follow it up with this Moonblade attack that like that literally hits the entire area, like the entire arena. So like if you don't dodge it, like you can't outrun it or outzone it or anything like that. You have to dodge
Right.
it correctly or it will hit you. And then like similar to Renala's like moon attack, where she makes the big moon appear and it slams into the
Right.
ground. The twin moon does that with 2 of them.
Wow.
And she like kind of bounces it against the floor, so it hits. It's hard to describe exactly, but it's like once she starts it, the first moon hits the ground and causes a massive shockwave that hits the whole arena. And if you don't dodge that, then you get knocked on your ass. And then
The other
before
one
you
just
have
slowly gets to you,
no,
or what?
no. Then the second one, she slams into the ground, and you won't have time to recover if you get hit by the first one. So that one will also hit you, and then you'll have like half a second to be able to roll through her slamming into the ground after that, which makes a third shockwave go out. That again hits the whole arena. And usually, if you get hit by all 3 of them, you just die.
Right.
I mean, if you get hit by most of her attacks, you're probably gonna die instantly. But
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean she is extremely aggressive, and like I said for all these DLC bosses, I mean the second you walk in, she's like, "Bet, let's go," and just rushes you.
Yeah. No time to
Yeah.
think about it. Nice. Okay. Way up there.
Now this one I don't remember being too hard. There's kind of like this is the first like optional one, I guess, because there's like a really weird path that you have to take to get to one of the sections of the map, and it's extremely hidden. Like most people I feel like had to look up where the entrance was, because like if you're looking at the map, it doesn't look like where your eyes when you're looking at the map, you'd be like, oh, if I go around this ridge or whatever, I'll get to the other side. And if you go that way, there's just a giant fucking mountain and you can't go anywhere, and it's like, where am I supposed to go? And no, and it's like a running joke that like the hardest boss in the DLC is the map.
God.
Because it's just so confusing how to get to certain parts of it. But there's like an underground like dungeon area basically, and this guy is like the boss guarding the end of it to get to the other side of the map, I think. Something like that. I that might not be entirely correct as to where he's located, but I mean this one's pretty easy though. It's just like a normal dude for the most part. I really don't.
Dragon or what?
No, I
He's
mean
a
he's just
dragon man.
yeah, it's just a guy with like dragon armor. He's got like there's like I don't remember if it's like specifically in the DLC that you get this. It could I don't think so actually. I think you can get it in the main game. But it's like that one it's like an item that you can get, and if you consume it, it's like, and it's not like a one-off thing, like you can keep using it over and over again. It turns you into like a dragon man, like literally, like you look like a dragon but human shaped, and it enhances all like the dragon spells that you can get from that one, like that one church where you get the dragon spells
Yeah.
and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
The church
It
or
makes
whatever.
it makes all that shit stronger, and it makes like if you're using a weapon that was wielded by a dragon, or like if it's the weapons that you get from like the Dragon Lord's soul or something like that, it makes that stuff
Sure.
stronger. So if you're doing like a dragon build, it's really useful. But this guy is that. Like he's just a
Yeah, he's
dragon
bossed
build.
up.
Yeah, he's a dragon build player essentially.
Okay.
So he's pretty tough, but he's not like super cool or anything. And I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really remember struggling with him. I think I pretty much just walked in, because I mean he fights like a mob for the most part. Like he's not super difficult to deal with, or maybe like I guess a better way of putting it is more like a regular mini boss, where
Mm.
any of like the other 100 something bosses in the game, that it's like, okay, it's technically a boss, but it's not that bad.
Right. Yeah. Pretty reasonable. It's not never gonna like one shot you.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not gonna have that much health.
Yeah, this wasn't too bad.
The beats here.
Yeah, maybe like
because relatively it was still somewhat hard.
Yeah. I think I'll do like low B tier, like right around there. And it's not
Okay.
really anything special to it or anything. I think
Say Ishin is like the bastion. I feel like this
oh,
multiple
this man's
times
holding back the tide of yeah.
we've been moving people, and it's like, okay, you can't really go past Ishin, but you know you can
Because
go behind.
because having this version of Ishin as low B tier is already gonna piss people off.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, there's gonna be a lot of things.
Uh,
Go off,
but yeah, this man is just holding back the tide. I'd be like, I can't disrespect you that much, but
no, well that's the point. I
but
I agree with it. I think it's funny.
yeah, no, he's the ancient dragon man's he's just not cool enough.
Yeah.
Um,
And that's why Ishin is the.
yeah,
So you're just not gonna be cooler than him.
yeah, he has no cutscene or anything. It's not a big deal. Bale the Dread.
Hale. Is he number 2?
I'm gonna say yes, sort of. We'll get to it later.
Because I mean, if he's between Melania and the Orphan, I mean,
He's definitely harder than Melania, though.
definitely.
I mean,
that's a strong definite.
Bale is fucking ridiculous, dude. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think I took as long to beat Bale as I did Melania, but
That's what I was gonna ask,
but
yeah.
that was only because the most of the time when I was losing to Melania was when I first got to her and I was underleveled and I wasn't supposed to be there. Because like when I came back to fight Melania after I was appropriately leveled and I was supposed to be there, it only took a couple tries. The like, you know, the part where I was losing for like an hour was when I didn't stand a chance against her. But Bale, it's like I was fully exactly the way I was supposed to be, and that still took not like an hour, I don't think, but it took a solid 20 to 30 minutes. I mean, multiple attempts. Just, I mean, he's just insane. It's like, first of all, he's got an insanely high amount of health, and he's extremely fast, and he loves to just take off and do like a big circle flying around the edge of the arena, and then just blowing, like constantly shooting fireballs down at you, and then he'll do like much faster versions of the Dragon Lord's like sweeping attacks with his wings where he like crashes into the ground. Except he's like, it's not like, you know, like when the Dragon Lord like does the claw swiping thing, how it's like you can see him coming and it's kind of slow. Yeah, and then he dives down at you and you're like, all right, 3, 2, 1, dodge with the claws. Bale's like, he sees you and he just goes and crashes like a meteor in like half a second. And you're not really sure where exactly you're supposed to dodge because there's a huge explosion when it happens and everything. Yeah, no, Bale is actually fucking ridiculous, and I'm pretty sure he does attacks where he like spins around and swipes you with his wings and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's an insanely chaotic fight with a super fast enemy who's also a dragon. So he fights like a dragon, but it's much faster than any other dragon. Yeah,
like a dragon.
Yeah. You have to kind of wait for him to do those dive bomb attacks so that you can run up to him and hit him a few times. You can. There is a little bit of opportunity where you can kind of stay underneath him and slash like behind him, and you'll be fairly safe for the most part until he takes off, or I can't remember if he does like the thing that some of the dragons do where they'll like blow fire behind them if you're behind them. I think he might do one where he blows fire directly into the ground and it spreads out in a radius, but yeah, there's definitely some sort of counter to where like you can stay under him slash behind him, but eventually he'll get pissed off and spin or something. And I think also if he takes off while you're under him, like the force of him pushing off will knock you down and do some damage. But yeah, I mean, and he's also just insanely cool looking. I mean, like, 'cause when you walk into his arena, well, he's insanely cool looking, and like his entrance is really dope. His entrance is actually kind of similar to Nameless Kings, where there's not a cutscene, but when you walk in, nothing really happens for a few seconds, and you're just in this giant circular room, and you're like, I know this is a boss room. There's no way it's not.
No doubt.
And then you get to like the center of the room ish, and then you hear him roar, and it's just like this agonized screeching sound, and you're like, the fuck is that shit? And then he comes around the corner and just immediately dive bombs you for the first time, and then it's just on. And I mean, there's no, It's and a lot of the speed of a lot of these DLC bosses also, it makes it so hard to find an opportunity to heal. Like so insanely hard
Yeah,
because
I don't see many. I was actually watching the Bale fight a little bit. I don't see any opportunity to heal.
yeah, I mean you have to like pray to God that this thing is gonna like take off, and then like the second it takes off you have to hit heal because he'll be back before you have time to react to it. If you don't do it that way. I mean, I really can't. Yeah, I don't even remember how I beat him the first time. Now, to be fair, you can obviously if you use the mimic, that's helpful. And
Yeah.
there is an NPC side quest that he doesn't do like much damage really, but he's fairly tanky and extremely helpful. Um, his side quest is actually pretty cool to do anyway because it's like you run into him a couple times and he's like in your world, he's been like cut in half, basically, like his legs are missing. And he talks about how he tried to fight Bale, and like that was basically the result.
Oh.
And so then when you summon him from like the other world or whatever, he has like dope dialogue that people will like. People there's there if I don't know if you just like if you just watched the video just now or whatever, but there's like a lot of people their reactions to it doing the side quest or whatever. It was like a thing. It was a meme for a long time, like right after the DLC came out, where because it's like a really great like voice acting speech where when you summon him and
Oh yeah.
he runs in to like fight Bale, he has like 4 or 5 lines that he says as the fight's starting, where he's just like I don't even remember the lines, but it's pretty dope. So
Yeah, I see it's people quoting. I think what you're
yeah.
referencing.
If it's like, yeah, whatever. If people are typing shit in all caps about like Bale the Dread, I'll conquer you or whatever
Yeah.
those are the lines, yeah.
Damn, you get his heart too. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, true. That might be what lets you turn into the Dragon Man, now that I'm thinking about it.
Maybe.
And I think that's what it was. I think the Dragon Man is like the mini boss that blocks the way to get to Bale. Because it's like a whole like
Perhaps.
weird dragon infested region, which would make sense, honestly.
Wouldn't that make him required, or you can just go past him maybe?
No, Dragon Man?
Yeah, I thought you said he was optional.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bale's optional too. I mean, Bale doesn't
Oh,
go.
okay. I
Yeah,
didn't realize Bale was
yeah. No. Yeah, the Dragon Man and Bale are like their own little section. You don't have to go over there to get to the end.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. Next up is the Golden Hippopotamus. This fight's easy as shit, actually.
Mm.
Just don't let it bite you is pretty much how to win. If you let it bite you, you die, and if you don't, you're good.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay. Well, that can be more straightforward than that.
I mean, it's a cool fight though, cause I like not a cool fight, but it's a very for it's just a hippo basically. Like that's really all it is. Like it's a golden hippo. It doesn't sound that cool, but
Yeah.
it does like have some pretty cool looking attacks, just aesthetically speaking. Like it has this thing like in the picture like that I'm holding on to right here. It's starting to do like this porcupine attack thing where it makes a whole bunch of golden. I mean, literally just looks like porcupine needles pop out of its back, and then it shoots them into the sky, and they like target you, kind of like the Elden Beast's attack when he does that thing where he shoots the like golden arrows at you and they follow you.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like that, but I don't think the golden hippo's version of it like heat seeks you or anything, or if it does, it's slower, so it's easier to stay away from it or whatever the case might be. But I'm gonna put him at like the top of C tier
Okay.
because he does.
So
It is still a pretty decent fight.
decent fight, aesthetically pleasing attacks, but
Yeah.
not overly
Yeah,
difficult.
and it's a nice like break, I guess you could say, for the DLC where it's like, hey,
Yeah.
have
Kinda
fun
makes
fighting the
sense.
hippo. It is kind of hilarious too, though, if you do get bitten, because like it does that thing that a lot of like larger bosses do, where when it charges at you and as it charges towards you, its mouth gets wider and wider open, and it's just like, oh my god, please no.
Cool.
And then it does have kind of like a tricky dodge timing to it too, because sometimes you'll think that you dodged out of the way of its mouth, and then it'll just grab you anyway. and then it like slams you on the ground like 3 or 4 times. And usually that will kill you unless your health is just insanely over leveled.
Right.
But I mean, this he has like the typical weakness of a lot of larger enemies, which is like kind of stay by his hind legs and just rotate with him.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, Putrescent Knight is pretty hard. I didn't. This one's. It's kind of weird. It's kind of cool. He's got some like kind of similar moves to the Orphan of Kos, where he has like this. Well, he's riding a horse, and then like sometimes he'll kind of jump off of it and dive towards you, and then he'll do like that spinning like ground slam thing that the Orphan of Kos does, because his weapon is kind of like a similar shape as like the placenta thing. It's
Interesting.
and it looks very similar when he does it. Like when he jumps off his horse and
Really?
does like the spinning slam thing. Like the first time he did it, I was like, "Yo, get this orphan shit away from me." And then he has like a couple of cool AoE attacks that are like intentionally meant to remind you that jumping is a way to dodge because there's no other way to dodge them. Oh, that's the thing too. Like Rolana has a couple attacks like that as well. That's kind of a theme in the DLC as well. I think they didn't like think about it, I guess, as much in the base game of incorporating the fact that jumping is a dodge for most attacks
Right.
that like go across the middle or sweep towards your legs. So, or any ground attack, like literally any attack that explodes from the floor, you can dodge by jumping over it. And I don't think a lot of people realized that in the base game or like didn't use it as much. So in the DLC, there's
Yeah.
specific attacks for most bosses where it's like the only way to dodge it is jumping, and if you don't, you're fucked.
Yeah, pretty okay, pretty cool.
I think I'll put you
Yeah,
there,
making the
though.
jumping into a thing is kind of interesting. Where'd you end up putting it?
Right above the lion.
Okay, right above the
'Cause,
line. Okay.
yeah. And you're in like a
Solid.
cool like purple cave. It's got
Yeah,
like
the entrance was kind of cool. I saw
cool
that.
lighting and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean it's a dope area. But yeah, this one wasn't too bad, I don't think. Scattertree Avatar is kind of interesting because it's not really a hard fight. It's not like the other avatars in the base game, which are all hard.
Annoying as
Yeah.
fuck, man.
It's a lot easier to deal with. It's just that it has 3 health bars. Oh, that's right. I forgot that this has 3 health bars. This is the only exception to what I said earlier. This one has 3 health bars.
Damn, 3 health.
Yeah, because that's the funniest part, right? Because nobody saw that shit coming. Because when you finish phase 2 after the second health bar, you're like, all right, cool, I won. And then it gets up again, and everyone's like, yo, what the fuck? I'm out of health. Because no one conserves their resources or anything. And then
no one's gonna do the math like that.
right, yeah. And then it gets up a third time, and it's like, what in the Sekiro is happening right now? Get the what?
Wait a second.
But yeah, no, this one's not too bad. It has low health. Like its
Right,
health
I
bar.
imagine if
Yeah,
it's 3 phases.
it's got low health. It's got pretty. Its attacks don't really change that much from one phase to the next. I mean, it's got like a couple of kind of like beam attacks that it does with its big sunflower face thing. And then mostly it has like one attack I think where it kind of sticks its like roots into the ground, and then a bunch of spikes will kind of pop up in a line going outwards from wherever it was aiming the roots. And then aside from that, just kind of like swiping at you with its root arm things and slamming and doing like a charge attack and stuff like that. I mean, none of it's really that hard to dodge. It's just the fact that it's 3 phases that kind of fucks with people. The fact that it's even
Right,
2
yeah.
phases because nobody saw that coming anyway. Because up to this point, there
Yeah,
hadn't been any 2-phase bosses in the DLC, so no one was really ready for it.
Yeah, they're like, all right, here's an endurance test.
Yeah. Because I think that's literally what happened the first time I fought him. Because I think this only took me 2 tries, but the first time it was literally just like the reason I lost was just like I ran out of flasks because I
You were
wasn't
budgeting, yeah.
I wasn't budgeting for 3 phases. So when phase 2, if I even got hurt a little bit, I was like, fuck it. And then in phase 3, I had like 1 flask left and half my health, and I was like, oh my
Well,
fucking
wish I
god.
would've known
I
that.
was like, I'm not gonna be able to do this. But yeah, I mean this fight's okay, I guess.
Okay, yeah, not too bad. E tier.
I'm gonna put it down here below Iudex, which is kind of weird, I guess. But I don't. I think. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just Iudex was more satisfying, I think. Even though that
Yeah,
fight's easy.
probably. Yeah, but it's a cool.
Scatter is also easy though, so it's just that no, it's just being prepared for the extra phases, which nobody was. So Commander Gaius is an asshole.
Mm.
Um, he's gonna probably make the jump to the top of A tier.
Ooh.
Come on, there we go. Yeah, I mean, he's just got like a really cool entrance too for not having a cutscene because it's one of those things too where like you walk out into this area and it looks like it's just an open field. It doesn't look like a boss area actually. It looks like, oh, look, here's a big open
Right.
field of grass and
Open world
you're
area.
supposed to go this way. And then you take a few steps forward and the music starts and you're like, who, what, where? And then you see him out in the distance, like at the far left corner of the map, riding in on his fucking war boar or whatever it is. And it's
Yeah.
just like, that's not a normal enemy. And you're just sitting there shaking your head like, I know that's not a normal enemy. And then he just fucking sharp turns right towards you at a certain point after he rides in. And it's just like, all right, bet. And then as he gets up closer, he leaps into the fucking air, the boar and everything. And then just like does like a spiral, like corkscrew bomb towards you. And that's just like how the fight starts. And I mean,
Wow.
he loves doing that. He spams the hell out of that shit. Like he'll jump and then he and the boar will corkscrew spin into you from the sky, and that's
What
just
the
death.
fuck?
It's just death. I mean, he's so fat. Like and it's basically just a bunch of that. Like the boar just charging you and it locks on when it charges you. It's so much faster than you, especially even if you're on even if you're on your horse, it's still faster. It's just insane. Like it's just it really does remind me of like the struggle of Niall being just like, oh, it's just a commander,
Right.
but then kicks your ass for like an hour, and you're like, all right,
Yeah, your mental capacity is like, oh, and maybe another break commander. It's a dude
yeah,
on a fucking horse, a dude on a mount.
yeah, it's a mounted enemy.
I'm gonna get a little breather here.
Yeah, maybe
No.
tree sentinel level at most, and then it's just like, nope,
Right, exactly.
no,
And again, that's like in your brain, you're kind of budgeting for that. You're like, okay, not
yeah.
too bad.
And I know I've said it like 10 times, but he's also, he's fast as fuck, just like everybody in the DLC.
Yeah, he's fast.
And he had and like you'd think that sometimes like when he does like those like diving attacks from the air or whatever that it might give you an opportunity, but like it's so fast that once it hits the ground it just kind of like sticks its back legs into the ground and turns instantly, so there's not really an opportunity to punish that skydive attack either. You just have to immediately be ready to get attacked from behind afterwards, assuming you didn't get knocked on your ass by the skydive. but
Right.
but yeah, I mean, and he's got pretty decent health, and I mean, and it's really just I think a lot of what's carrying him for me is just the way that the fight starts because you're just so caught
the
off
setup.
guard by it.
Yeah, it
but,
is. I mean, it is pretty cool.
But yeah. This one I didn't have too much trouble with. This is the other. So there's like the two different passes. The one where like the Dragon Man dude is blocking the way to Bale, and this is the one I think I was thinking of, where there's like a dungeon you have to get through, and at the end of the dungeon you have to fight this boss, and then you get to like another hidden area of the map basically. This dude's just like a sorcerer enemy basically. I mean, he has one thing that he does eventually where he'll summon. I don't think it's clones of himself. I think it's just like little phantoms, and not like not like Ash summons. So they're not like super strong or anything. But there's he summons like 5 of them, so it can get kind of annoying because you kind of get jumped. But I don't remember like this taking too long. If you pretty much, I think the trick to this boss, if I remember correctly, how I beat him is like if you just kind of rush him and stay on top of him, it doesn't really give him a lot of opportunity to pull out some of the crazier shit. Because if you do try to make some distance or like I don't know strafe around him and stuff like that, then he'll just start spamming spells out his fucking ass, and he never stops. And it's like fast. Like he's not only is he casting spells quickly, but the spells he's casting have just like tons of projectiles, and it's just like
Mm.
you have very tight windows of time to dodge everything and or find a rock to hide behind or something like that. It's just not good. It's really easy for him to zone you out. Um,
Yeah.
maybe top of C. Nah, yeah, maybe top of C tier.
Yeah, above the
I
hippo.
I do know that a lot of people do struggle with this boss as well, though, just because
Really? Okay.
and I think the problem for it is that you're coming out of like a dungeon, so you already are kind of like depleted. Not necessarily resource wise, but like if you were struggling to make your way through the dungeon and then, if you did have to use flasks and stuff like that, you're making your way all the way down to fight this guy. Or you think that, when you get to the other side of the dungeon, you're just like, all right, I'm home free, and then there's a guy waiting for
I'm
you.
not expecting a boss
Yeah,
at the end.
yeah. And again, if you do back off of him and he starts summoning his little clones and then they all start throwing spells at you, you can die really quickly and you're just like, what the fuck? But
Mm-hmm.
oh, the Lord of the Frenzied Flame was pretty hard. I didn't struggle too badly. I died probably like 10 times to him. His is kind of like a funny one where like he technically has two phases, two health bars, but the first phase
Yeah.
is a joke. Like literally a joke. Like you walk in
Oh, I
and
just watched it. Yeah.
yeah, he's like crying on the floor, and then once you kill him, it's like, okay, that was easy. And then he gets back up and turns into that thing and starts like using madness swords and madness grab attacks and all kinds of shit that can kill you really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and true to form for the DLC, very fast, very annoying. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I do think he's immediately gonna knock Gaius down a bit, though. I mean, and
Yeah. He's
the
just that cool.
yeah, I mean, is the area that you have to traverse to get to him horrifying. It's straight up a horror game. I mean, there's this one enemy, I can't remember what they're called, but you literally cannot fight them. Like your weapons don't do damage, and you have to sneak past them like it's like literally like it's a fucking horror game. And if they see you,
Oh.
they'll just teleport on top of your ass and kill you instantly. And it's just like super eerie music. You can't summon the horse in the woods. Like when you get to the woods, you get it if you're on the horse, it'll like knock you off, like it does when sometimes when you get invaded by phantoms and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it knocks you off the horse, and then it literally gives you a message that says, I mean, this is not the actual message, but the gist of the message is, these woods are scary as fuck, and Torrent refuses to help you right now.
Wow.
And
Hilarious.
that's the message you get when you first get to the woods. So it's just like what are in the woods that the horse is so afraid of that we can't
Yeah,
just
for
run
real.
past? Yeah. So
Dope. Yeah.
that area definitely contributes, I would say, a lot. I mean, obviously that's not anything to do with the boss fight itself, but it
I
is
mean, it's the theme.
it is an ordeal getting down there to his little
Yeah.
castle.
I mean, he seems pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, his fight is dope, so.
Mm-hmm. Deserved.
Mid-tier mother. Now this boss has it's technically attached to a side quest. I mean, not technically. It's attached to a side quest. It's a really annoying side quest though. I mean, you have to like go to 3 different like graveyard location things or whatever and like ring a different bell in a like each place, but you have to do it in a specific order, and you get like a treasure map thing to follow that is super hard to figure out, like if you're just doing it on your own. I mean, even looking it up, I was like, I don't understand how people would even figure this out. Like, I'm like, what do you like? It's just it's really tedious to get there, but this fight is this fight's pretty decent. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
um, she has one of like the typical like unblockable AoEs that you have to jump over for the DLC, and then like a couple attacks where she just kind of like shoots beams at you and stuff like that. There's like one attack I can't remember exactly what it is, but I do remember it being super annoying. Like basically an RNG situation where you just have to hope she doesn't do it, or else you're probably fucked. Um, but yeah, I mean, this one's just one of those ones where you kind of have to get in close and do as much damage as you can, and then get out of there before she starts slamming her legs down on top of you. And then once all the laser beams and the AoE thing happens, just dodge like crazy and stuff like that. I mean, I
Yeah.
definitely died a handful of times to this one, but I don't remember it being super, super hard.
Hmm.
I'll probably do, I don't know, like, mm, Ishin holding
Bottom
the
half
line.
of B tier. Yeah, like once again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roman is just really dope looking. I mean, she's like a scorpion lady with two tails, and then she can like fly also, and has like these pink butterfly attacks that look like they doesn't look like anything scary, but it does a shitload of damage. They like explode and stuff. And then she does like a rolling attack, like the fucking Godskin. That's basically unavoidable.
Great.
Yeah, super
One of those.
annoying. But ultimately, I wouldn't say this one was too bad. Her health isn't super high. Her phase 2 is just like her getting angry. It's not like anything super crazy. I don't really remember any significant differences between phase 1 and phase 2. And again, it's just half health. It's not a second health bar, so.
Sure.
I mean, I think most people I think died to her a couple times, but I don't think anybody was like getting fucking dog walked by Romana.
Hmm.
I do think I'll probably no, I'll put you in A tier. That's rude.
Yeah, cool design.
Yeah. And I mean it is a hard fight, but maybe back
Mhm.
under Neo, cause yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Okay, not too shabby.
All right. Move, Bale.
Uh-oh. I have heard he
Mesmer
as well.
is the dude, bro. I mean, okay, first of all, both his cutscenes are insanely dope. I mean, it's so good. Because
Okay.
like when you walk in, this is one of the most like intimidating aura farming bosses in this whole game. Because like you walk in and the second he starts talking, you're just like, oh, I'm so fucked. You're like I know
Love
I'm
that
gonna lose.
feeling.
Like
Love that
you
feeling.
just know you're not gonna win. You just know in your soul. And and then when you realize like who it is and like just the way he presents himself right as the fight starts and everything, it's just like, oh fucking Jesus, all right. And you know, this is probably one of the bigger walls that people will run into in the DLC. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I know I've seen people fight this boss for a long time, like 2 hours, 3 hours, shit. Like, now I did not take that long on Mesmer, but this was another one situation where this was the moment when I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go collect all of the scatter tree fragments
Mm.
before I fight this guy again. Like this was the moment where I
Wow.
was like, I'm leaving, I'm gonna go get them all, and then I'm gonna come back and fight him because he beat me that many times. It was like it's very similar to
Wow.
like what happened with Melania, where I
Mhm.
was like,
Just
I can see how to win, but I literally am not
right.
strong enough, and I don't, and I need to leave and come back.
Yeah, you have to be significantly better probably at the health you're at or whatever
Yeah.
stats you're
Yeah,
at
yeah, yeah.
the
That
time.
yeah, it's like obviously if I sit here long enough, eventually I'll figure it out.
Sure. Yeah, bang your head against the wall.
But I'd rather just leave and come back and be able to tank a couple more hits. He has like a spear attack very similar to Melania, where he like literally spears you like straight up into the sky and then like makes fire explode out of the tip of his spear. And if you have not collected all of the scatter tree fragments or blessings or whichever one boosts your defenses, you're dead instantly every time. I mean, it's a grab attack that he does, but yeah, I mean, literally, if you're not maxed out on that shit, it kills you no matter how much health you have.
Oh.
Um, yeah, and then I mean he's extremely fast like everybody else and extremely long reaching with the spear. So this is one of those fights where the lesson of not dodging backwards is essential because if you try to dodge backwards, you're fucked. Like
Yeah, he's just
at
rolling
any
everything
given
up.
point, like he'll just hit you. And all of his attacks are like multiple combo moves, right? Like every single time he thrusts a spear at you, it's like it's not just one thrust and then it's over. It's like thrust and then like 3 or 4 mini thrusts right afterwards that'll just dice you up. Um, and then in phase two, again, super badass cutscene, and then he and then he'll transform into like a giant snake and slam down on you a couple times and then turns back into his normal self and continues doing
Wow.
his normal attacks, the same grapple move and everything, but he likes to throw that snake thing in there every so often too, which is insanely hard to dodge and causes explosions when he does it that have a huge radius. Not the whole area or anything like, not like super super huge, but like for the style of fighting that you're doing against him, where you're trying to kind of stay in close and just kind of move around him and stuff like that, when he does do like the snake slam thing that turns into an explosion, it tends to be very dangerous because you've been so close to him the whole time and you have to like run away really quickly. Um, or else, that'll just knock you on your ass. And by the time you get back up, he'll have recovered and be on top of you again, and you don't want that. Um, yeah, no, I mean this
Damn.
dude's tough.
Yeah, I'm watching the second cutscene right now. But pretty sick. Fast as fuck. His attacks are pretty crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that his
Yeah.
intro attack every time is like the dive, like in phase one, he always does that thing where he like jumps from his throne to right where you entered, and then he blows up really quickly. So you have to dodge the explosion from the landing, and then the explosion of him making his little ball of fire explode. And the timing for that's actually pretty easy to get down, but if you don't get that down, that can instantly kill you. Like if you get hit by the full force of the second explosion, it can kill you in one shot, but if you get hit by both, you're definitely dead. So that's one of the more frustrating things for this fight too, is it can literally end within 2 seconds of entering the room repeatedly if you don't figure out the timing for those first two attacks.
Oh.
Luckily, he doesn't do that ever again, like that version of it. He does obviously do the explosion thing, but it's much easier to deal with than it is that first time. Because any other time he does it, it's usually not like locking onto you and then targeting wherever you entered, so you have time to move around and stuff. But yeah, no, I mean he's just it's definitely hard.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely heard some of the tales.
And then the king of all of
And I've heard
Soulsborne.
a couple of things about the gentleman here.
Bro, if you don't think if this is for the whole Soulsborne community, but if you don't think that the consort's the hardest Soulsborne boss, you're fucking lying. This shit is tough. I mean, pre-patch, post-patch doesn't make because here's the thing: the only difference between pre-patch and post-patch is that they slightly lessened some of his hitboxes, and that's it.
Mhm.
Like, there's some other like little things, but I mean nothing that makes any sort of difference. It's not like they like gave him less health or anything. Like, nothing that
Sure.
actually like. And yes, the smaller hitboxes thing can help theoretically, but like not that much. I mean, but yeah,
Something like the hitboxes for his attacks.
yeah. Like the just like the range of like what his sword would actually hit you, because there
Right,
there
right,
used to be that like when he would swing his sword, for example, you know, it would if it looked like the sword missed you, you were just wrong, like you would be wrong about that. Like the sword would look like it missed you, but then there'd be like an extra like a few inches off of his sword that would still count as like part of his attack. And if you got that was really it though.
hmm
So they just got rid of that and made it to where like if it looks like he hits you, he hits you. If it looks like he doesn't, he doesn't. But
Right.
so it's easier to like practice dodging through his attacks and stuff like that. And he's another one where it's like the key is staying in close, which you just don't want to do instinctively because he is so fast and all of his attacks do fucking ridiculous amounts of damage. I mean, you get hit by him
Yeah.
3 times in a row, you're dead. It doesn't matter how much health you have or how over leveled you are. 3 attacks from him, you're dead. I mean,
Mm.
uh, he does, lots of his typical gravity attacks. Um, like leaping up into the air, and then he throws like a bunch of meteors at you, like 4 or 5 of them, which is pretty difficult to dodge. And then he does like this thing where he'll like suck you in with a gravity attack, and then immediately follow it up with like a combo that you have to get ready to dodge. I think you can, and the sucking you in thing is another one of the. I think that's the jumping dodge one that you have to jump to dodge it. You can't do anything else. Um, both his cutscenes, fucking fire. I mean,
I saw the first one.
uh, Phase 2 just goes absolutely insane because he starts using holy magic on top of all of the gravity attacks, and then he does the fucking meteor thing when his health gets really low, like down to about 10%, just like he did the first time. He fucking leaps up into the sky and crashes back down. And if you get hit by that, you're obviously just dead instantly.
Naturally.
Now that is easy to avoid. I mean, basically just run to the edge of the arena the second he leaps and you'll be fine. But like,
You just gotta know to do that, I guess.
yeah. I mean, it's the same as dodging regular Radon's meteor attack. It's just,
I suppose, yeah.
run the fuck away and then get ready to dodge through it if he aims directly at you. But yeah, I mean, it's just relentlessly fast. And then he has this bullshit attack that he does where in phase 2, where like it's a grab attack, and the first time he grabs you, it doesn't do anything. I don't know if it's you have to get hit by it 3 times or 2 times. I think it's 2 times. But the first time he grabs you, it doesn't really do anything. It just does like this kind of weird animation where he grabs you and then Mikula says something and then lets you go. And then you're kind of like, what the fuck was that? But if he does it to you again, you'll get like a message that says your heart was stolen, and then you just automatically lose. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. It says your heart was stolen, and then your character will kneel down in front of Radon and Mikula and like hold up his hand like he's bowing or praying to them or whatever, and then you just die. Start over.
Yeah, I'm watching the second phase now. So what triggers that?
It's his grab attack that he does where it looks like he's trying to hug you, and the first time he just hugs you and pulls you in close, and then Mikula whispers something about like I don't know, going into heaven together or some shit like that. And then if you get hit with it again, then you get the message on the screen. Like instead of it saying you died, it says your heart was stolen, and then you kneel in front of them, and then it says you died, and you get the sound of like you dying, the typical.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's pretty annoying. It's not hard to avoid that attack, but if you don't see it coming, or it can be hard in certain situations where like you're anticipating a real attack, so you kind of like dodge into him or around him or whatever, and then it's not a real attack, it's the fucking grapple, and you're like, God damn it, and then he hugs you. Now, I mean, it does give you a second chance because you do have to get hit by it twice, but it is a very obnoxious thing to have happen to you, especially if you've been trying to beat him for like 4 hours and you're really
You just get
close.
killed, yeah.
Yeah, and you're really close or something like that, and then you just make a mistake and he hugs you and you're just like, fuck you, game. And then you have to wait for the animation to happen and for the notification to pop up about your heart being stolen and all that fun stuff. And then
That's just like
yeah.
Yeah. It's just like a lot of Souls games. It's like the classic one of the classic Souls games feeling is like knowing that you could be doing like 10 perfect dodges of all the attacks in a row, perfectly timing out the attacks, getting your damage in, and then the 12th one just kills you.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's basically the consort's entire fight. It's like you have to basically be perfect. And
Matrix that shit.
very few opportunities for healing. I mean, I also forgot to mention real quick, bumping back to Mesmer real quick. He does the exact same thing Melania does. Whenever you lose to him, he says something like, I can't remember what the line is, but it's the same line every time. Just like how Melania always goes like, I'm Melania, Blade of Mikula or whatever. He always says whatever his line is. It's the same one over and over again. About like, I think it's like something about the embrace of Mesmer's flame or something like that. It's like feel the embrace of Mesmer's flame or something like that. But so that's another part of Mesmer that people hate because you know, once you've lost to him like 35 times, you're like, fuck you, bitch. You say that shit to me one more time, I'm gonna crash out. Luckily the consort isn't disrespectful like that. He doesn't talk shit.
Yeah. But that, yeah, pretty solid fight. Radon, I think. I mean, bringing back Radon is as a boss, and like basically just strips you of all possible aids. Like you have none of the summons. Pretty obviously, you know, mimic whatever, but you don't have 50 summons fighting for you, and he's harder. And honestly, not being on the fucking horse makes him a little bit scarier, honestly, with his attacks.
Yeah, it is actually interesting though. So there are actually two summons for this fight, but you have to
Hmm.
set them up
Oh,
with like a bunch of like side quests. I didn't know this at all. And I mean,
oh,
I've never done it. Like, I mean, I've only beaten him, I think like 3 times, but I've never done it just because I was like, I don't feel like looking up how
it's a
to
lot of
do
work,
the
yeah.
side quests. But it's like obviously it's two different NPCs, and you have to set up their side quests as you progress through the DLC because it's very easy to progress too far and it gets them killed. Um, so then obviously you can't use them later. But there are two summons you can use for this fight in addition to your mimic, which obviously would be very helpful. But I don't think I've ever even seen people use them before. I've never seen a video of it, but I do know that
Yeah.
exists. Yeah,
Yeah,
Radon.
I mean, that'd be a little helpful.
It's also the lore for the consort is fucking is good, because it's like it's
Like, how the
basically,
fuck, I mean,
I mean, it's basically that Lord of like Moog, Lord of Blood, is a good guy,
okay.
and he was I can't I'm gonna get a lot of this wrong, so anybody
Yeah, whatever.
Soulsborne community, fucking relax,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
matter. Um,
I'm not nitpicking here.
but Moog is like a good guy that was trying to defeat Mikola or something like that. I can't remember. Because Mikola's like obviously the main bad guy because he's like not possessing, but commanding Consort Radon.
Sure.
And basically when you kill Moog, Mikola takes Moog's body and puts Radon's soul into Moog's body.
What the fuck?
And that's what you're fighting when you're fighting Promise Consort Radon.
Interesting, okay.
And then
So,
Mikola
I guess
like
it's just the
yeah.
armor and shit that makes it look like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. And then I think like Mikola's magic,
Made it look
makes
like him also.
it makes Mo transform into looking, or like maybe just putting Radon's soul in Mo's body transforms it into looking like Radon or whatever. But like,
Yeah, who knows?
but uh, but yeah. And then Mikola obviously is like low key mind controlling Radon and forcing him to be his consort, and
Mhm.
and then making him fight you and stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, so they did, yeah.
I mean, yeah, seems pretty cool. I mean, I think
So
that'll probably
yeah.
be
So you killing
same with
Moog
the.
is the reason that Promise Consort Radon
Of
exists.
course,
So
yeah.
it's your
I
fault.
mean, look, he attacked me. You know, I walked into his place. I don't know. You know, I guess it's our fault. Who
Yeah,
cares? I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying. I'm like, I didn't fucking know. Nobody told me not to kill the Lord of Blood. It's an evil sounding
yeah, I
name.
think yeah. You ask people, yeah, no shit, like the fucking devil. And you ask me, I mean, you know, I think most gamers would relieve themselves of this fucking headache if if they could go back in time, because that shit's hard.
For sure. Yep. I think it took me like 6 hours to beat him the first time.
Whew. Yeah,
And then
God only knows how long it'll take me.
I think it took me 4 hours the second time.
Holy shit. That because usually you get 6 hours, then you beat it in like one
Yeah,
or less,
yeah,
probably like the second
yeah.
time.
Nah, bro.
But four is crazy.
The
Like
the
that just speaks to how tough it is.
the consort goes stupid. I think Yeah,
God.
I think those were both pre-patch, but
Yeah,
because I mean, I
I
played this
suppose.
game right when it came out, and I was
Yeah,
like,
release. Yeah.
but yeah,
Pretty cool though.
that is all of Soulsborne. excluding a handful of DLCs.
Yeah, I guess now we could do a once over and just, it's everything makes sense. I guess we could start at the top.
Yeah,
I
we'll
mean,
start at the
obviously
top.
so
Yeah.
far S tier, we could just, do it by tier, bro. So S tier, Consort, Orphan, Mesmer, Bale, Melania, the King, Rolana. That seems pretty good. Malekith, Radon, Genichiro, Lady Maria, Dragon Lord. Okay, yeah. I mean, S tier seems pretty good
Yeah.
for the most part. This is probably the one that requires the least amount of change. I think most people would put Ishin higher,
Yeah.
but and Flame Lurker maybe, I don't know.
I don't really think you can move Flamelurker up just because like he is extremely hard
For the rest of the bosses
for
too,
Demon
yeah.
Souls. He's hard, but like
Yeah, that's right.
everyone above him crushes him. I mean,
No, you're right.
but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'd say everything's
yeah.
as it should be. Astel's the only one that you kind of eyeball and almost looks out of place, but I mean, honestly, I still think it deserves to be there.
I mean, he's just so cool looking. His whole
That's the thing.
everything
It's
about him
so
is just
cool
so
looking,
dope.
and it's not like not an easy fight.
Right. Yeah.
I think
I
that
mean, yeah.
it's super unique. There's really no enemy even close to like him.
Yeah. Because it does. Yeah. Because he doesn't even fight like a dragon or anything. He has like an entirely unique style, even though he's a big enemy and he flies and all this other stuff. And it's just like,
Yeah, it's really interesting. Design is super cool. Yeah, so I'd say I would still put him there.
yeah.
Yeah, I think everything makes sense for S tier. A tier. What do you think there?
A tier.
Everything.
I think for the most part, yeah. I'm looking at.
Not gonna move. Godskin Duo still at the bottom. Midger at the top. We got the apes towards the bottom. Dancer. Ludwig towards the top. Or top half, I should say.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that I really see like a reason to bump them up too much.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe like
Guardian Ape?
maybe Guardian Ape above Twin Princes.
Yeah. I mean, just for what reasons?
I mean Guardian Ape just is just I mean not I mean I did first try it, but it was definitely harder than Twin Princes was by a long shot.
Harder. Yeah.
And I just the fact that it's one of the fights in Sekiro that makes you use all of like the skills you've learned in a very specific way.
An emblematic fight or
Yeah.
symbolic or something. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good as argument as any.
And I'm just gonna put Headless Ape above him too because it's the same fight. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's it though.
Twin Princes. That's the Briar guy.
Yeah, that's
The right of him,
yeah.
Four Kings. Yeah, everything else makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, Amygdala and Ebrietis or whatever should probably be higher for. Would probably be higher for other people just because they probably have more trouble with them. But
difficulty. Yeah.
I mean, I got lucky with Amygdala and then I just didn't have too much trouble with Ebrietis. But yeah, I think other than that, I think A is good.
Alright, B tier. So Rykard at the top. Elf, Elm Beast, Margit. Then we get Champion, Aldrich, Father Gasky, Gascone.
Gascoigne.
I think Gascoigne. You said.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. You like where Father Gascoigne is? I'm asking you because you fought him.
I think he's just a really great early game boss skill check. Like it's because I just
but
think
not higher as well.
Yeah, not higher.
Mid B
Yeah,
tier,
he's
top
definitely.
B tier.
Yeah, I don't think I could put him higher than that, especially not even like above Bloodstar Beast, just because I mean this fight's way harder than this fight, but But I think Father Gascoigne's like the moment in Bloodborne when you're like, all right, you're like, okay, I see how it is.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. And yeah, there's just a lot of tough bosses that kind of have to go above him as well. All right. I mean, everything else makes sense. Cleric, Beast, Fort, Melter, Pontiff. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
not too bad. I guess you get towards the middle and the bottom. Start to enter some of the more really cool design. Sometimes hard fight, and then borderline gimmick or easy but cool design.
Yeah.
Start to get to those kind of ones. Hard but not interesting.
Yeah, I think
Makes
B is good.
All right. C tier. I mean, I doubt we're probably gonna move a whole lot here, but anything jumping out at you like, oh, that doesn't really belong in C tier, or everything seems about right.
Yeah.
Or
I
who do
mean,
you think is getting snubbed here from a community standpoint?
I mean, Demon of Hatred for sure because I fucking
Oh
cheated.
yeah,
But
because that would be close to the top.
yeah, that would be
most
S
people
tier
as
for
well.
most people, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So Demon of Hatred. I mean, probably nothing else.
Yeah, I mean everything else I think is pretty much where it belongs. None of these fights are hard. A lot of them are just kind of a lot of. I mean,
A lot of it's
like
gonna be easy.
the bottom area is like a lot of gimmicky.
Yeah, we're in the
Just
gimmick
extremely
section.
like all this
Oh,
shit
for
down
sure.
here is like just super easy or gimmicks. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. And we've had D tier pretty much the same for a while, so I mean.
Yeah, I mean D tier.
Yeah.
We put Gideon down there, I guess, and then.
Yeah.
Thea.
I think Gideon could, argue his way into bottom of C tier, but that's probably the only place I might consider moving him. He is just too easy and too low health, but he does like he heals. I forgot that he healed.
Yeah,
In his fall.
I mean.
But other than that, I mean,
if you allow that to happen,
attacks are not bad. True, exactly. I mean, you really could walk up to him and kill him, and avoid one round of attacks, and then finish him off probably.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're fast enough, you could kill him before he even has a chance to do anything. In some cases.
Yeah,
like,
I guess if you're statted out, you could definitely fuck him up probably.
I mean, there's a reason why he's like the joke of the Elden Ring community.
I mean, yeah. Compared to all the other Elden Ring bosses, he is a joke from a difficulty standpoint.
Yeah.
Almost all.
And then just some more gimmicky bosses in here too, and.
Yeah.
I mean, True Corrupted Monk is getting mad disrespect being down here.
Yeah.
But
that one has to be.
But again, the cheese is too crazy. The cheese is just so insane. But yeah, I mean,
that makes sense.
I think that's the way it needs to be.
And a couple of F tier candidates.
I mean,
I saw Pinwheel high up on some people's list, but I didn't really understand that.
They're trolling, bro. There's no way.
Otherwise, I think all of these are.
Yeah, I mean,
deserved. Better Chaos might be.
That's the worst
most
one,
deserving
bro.
Of
that shit sucks, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, because at least the other 4 on here are just kind of weird or boring. Bed of Chaos is just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's know those guys in F tier.
DNFs, so.
Probably makes sense why it's I mean, just goes to show for Souls bosses. Out of what? What? Demon Souls, Dark Souls, 2, 3, Elden Ring. We'll throw the DLC in there. For 5.5, or Bloodborne 2, obviously. So six games.
7 games. Sekiro.
Sekiro obviously as well. Yeah, so 7 games plus a little bit of DLC here and there. And F tier's what? 5, 6, 7, 8 bosses? 5 bosses. And S tier is how many?
What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24. 26 bosses? Yeah.
Yeah, 26 bosses in S tier. And let's do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think it's 23.
8. No, hold on. 9, 10. Wait, no, 9. Wait, that's not 9. 8, 9, 10.
Pretty sure it's 23.
Hold on.
It's 23.
11. No, 11. So 11 of those bosses from Elden Ring.
Oh, for S tier? Yeah.
Yes, and 11. So 11 of the 26 are from Elden Ring, which is pretty dope.
Yeah. But yeah.
Trying to look at any other trends, but that's pretty much it. I'd say yeah, pretty complete. DNFs I think make sense for the most part. I think we already spoke to the DNFs at the start, right?
Yeah. In one of the videos at
Okay,
least.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just everything was right at the start. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's it. That's the objective truth on or at
Yeah.
least our probably okay. Objective is a I gotta immediately just say that's a joke because I mean
Yeah. Yeah. If you
God forbid.
disagree, you're fucking wrong.
Yeah, I mean normally that would be the case. For this, there's a lot of asterisks, but still I think a pretty good
Yeah.
indicator.
I mean, I would say obviously not objective, but if you're playing the games strategically, this is pretty extremely accurate, I would say.
Yeah.
Like if you're not just wandering around.
Yeah, if you're not going in like completely blind, if you're not going for like a damageless or not, I shouldn't say damage, I should say if you're not going on like a one HP, no armor, whatever type of run, then this is probably, if you're not going in blind, if you're not just, you're wanting to optimize shit.
Yeah.
And you're gonna put forth some effort to prepare for some of the bosses or all of them, then this is probably more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, making sure you have good weapons and making sure you're the right
Right.
level and
Mm,
making sure you're using the right kind of shit against the right kind of people, so on and so forth.
Yeah, not just, using stuff that's resistant or whatever and
Yeah.
changing your strategy if fucking melee just gets wiped.
And PSA, always apply lightning to your weapons. It always works.
Yeah. Yep. I just saw a comment the other day. I was watching some Soul shit and it's like fucking people memeing about because what is that called? The when you put it on your weapon, what is it called?
Resin?
Yeah, the resin. So people are
Yeah.
like, fucking resin. People meme me about using resin like as a cheese, but I think they were just joking. But that is, some
I mean,
fucking
yeah, it doesn't make it
people
that
are
much easier.
purists.
It's not
Yeah.
not
That I
cheese
think
level.
a little
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
I think in all these like damageless runs,
Yeah.
stuff like that, like they have to use so much of that shit just to have a chance.
Yeah. For all the lunatics that think Dark Lurker's hard, put on the Bone Lord armor or whatever it is, look it up, and then apply lightning to your weapon, and you'll first try that motherfucker, I promise.
There you go.
And if you don't, you're just bad at the game, and you should quit.
Yeah, and that's probably the most soul statement we've said in the entire process.
Get
Although we
good.
said a lot of true things. Yeah, if you play this game and if you cannot beat all of these bosses, then you're bad.
Especially if you play them the way that I play them. I'm like, look, if you're using a build and resins and all kinds of shit and you're prepared and you still can't win, you're just bad, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a truth. That's just a fact for these types of games. Like some people are not built for these games, and you know what? Just don't play them.
Yeah.
Don't complain about it. Don't complain about it. Either don't play them, or you get all the help you can get, perhaps.
Yeah. Just get good. That's it. That's all the advice.
Yep. Get better.
Or, use summons. There's summons in lots of these
Yep.
games.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like use everything. Summons, resin, fucking buffs. Upgrade your weapons, over level. Just fucking do all that shit. And then, I mean, you're not playing the game maybe in the most, honest, but at least you can fucking play the game. Maybe.
True.
All right. Well,
All right.
that's
So
pretty complete.
Soulsborne ranking finished.